Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite rap god, Adam Friended.
What's up, everybody? Happy Sunday. Good to see you, Sitch. What are we talking
Happy
about
day
today?
before Memorial Day,
Oh
everybody.
yeah. It's like a holiday.
That's
We're on the
right.
cusp of a horrible driving weekend. Stay home. Don't get on the road. That's my suggestion to you.
That's
What
true.
what amazing video are we covering today?
Oh my God, this video is insane. So we had Pearl, just Pearly
Mhm.
Things, and Lauren Chen and two other women all on TIMCAST stream. Mostly, so there's a lot of like Lauren Chen and Pearl disagreeing with each other, but beyond that, it's mostly just okay. So you know how whenever we talk about like Israel and Palestine, there seems to be this weird thing that's kind of like this bigotry of low expectations, where essentially a lot of people on the left want to say that, the Palestinians have no control over
Agency.
anything they
Yeah.
do, no agency. Like any problem that's occurred in the region for the last 70 years, it's all like Israel's fault, right?
Of course. Yeah.
So this conversation is insane because it's basically that, but with men. Like
Right.
nothing that men do wrong is ever their fault. It's all like everything in the world is women's fault and mothers' faults, and men are just innocent angels who have been corrupted by evil women. It's so insane.
Now, Sitch, I mean, you disagree with that?
As a man, it's so funny. It's really weird to hear women tell me what it's like to be a man.
Look, we are innocent. I mean, we are basically being completely manipulated by females.
Of
They're
course.
responsible for everything. They've all of this was done by women. Sitch, are we going to disagree on this?
This is true. Listen, that's true. I walk through the world as a man, an innocent angel, and around every corner there's some horny, evil woman who's trying to lure me into sex and drugs and rock and roll and having children. And I'm like, no, get away from me, get away from me.
Yeah, look,
Please
she's
stop
trying to
it.
sell her OnlyFans to you, Sitch. Obviously, okay, that's all they care about, selling their OnlyFans.
That's
Men,
right.
men are
That's right.
completely innocent, okay?
Yeah, see, listen,
Myself included.
I've read um the Holden Caulfield book, Catcher in the Rye, all right?
Oh yeah.
Back in the day, women would lure you around corners into hotel rooms to have sex, at least before the pimp would come to beat you up for the money, right?
Oh yeah.
Now they just lure you into subscribing to their OnlyFans. You don't even get the sex anymore. Like, this is the problem in society now.
But look, you make a great point. That is another problem. Like, what's all this money and you don't even get the sex? This is terrible. Men are being totally manipulated. Men used to get the sex, and now they
That's
don't.
right. Now they pay for
They
images on a
pay for
screen.
nothing.
Okay. Or for
Yeah.
text messages, I guess. Actually, you know, that's interesting because a lot of people, as one of the, like when I was looking up the numbers, this comes up in the conversation. OnlyFans is claiming that like around 50% of all men in America have an OnlyFans account. Like
Oh,
they subscribe to someone. I heard maybe just have a
wow.
membership or something, which seems
Wow.
insane. But as being, I
I
guess, one of
subscribe to no one. Look, I'm simp free here. I don't have an
exactly.
OnlyFans account.
Yes, me too.
Yes.
It's only because I would not pay for porn. But
Right.
putting that aside, I'm wondering if, because supposedly part of the reason people do it isn't just for like the porn, but it's because they want the messages and the interactions. And I'm very curious is like, as the AI chatbots get more and more popular, is that going to be what kills OnlyFans the most? Is because they can just talk to like a computer instead.
Hmm. Yeah, the free chat bot instead of OnlyFans. I'm
Right.
not sure.
I mean, if that's why you're doing it, it's for the interaction. I don't know why you wouldn't.
Sitch, I'm gonna guess they're doing it for the dirty pictures.
But
Okay.
there's like infinite dirty pictures on the internet for free.
I'm just saying. Look, I think it's more for the dirty pictures than it's for the chat
I don't
interaction.
know. It doesn't make sense to me, but
All
anyways,
right. Well, I'm
let's get
glad these
started.
people understand that men are completely innocent.
Yes, we're just normal men, Adam.
Yeah, of course. Look,
Just normal men.
it's all women's fault.
Before we start, though, thank you so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J Mac, for the
Yes.
50 gifted memberships. That's right.
Welcome
Look
new
at that.
members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very generous.
Okay, let's jump into this video.
White knights, and they're like, women can never do anything wrong.
Yeah.
So what's going on? What's the
That's Sitch right there. Women can do no wrong.
what's the contentious
You
issue?
son of a bitch!
Do we start with like the role of women? Lauren, your view. Pearl, your view. I know that there's a lot of conversation on X.
Sure. Well, I mean, just to
I don't know if you heard that, but Tim, he was surrounded by all these women. He almost said the C word. Okay.
Well, what's that?
He almost said the C word. Listen, look. He was gonna say it. Listen.
Do we start with like the role of women? Lauren, your view. Pearl, your view. I know that there's a lot of
Oh! He's like, oh, there's a lot of you conversation. Oh, so sorry. Okay.
conversation on X.
Can you can we even say that?
I don't think we can.
I think it's like an instant. I think we said it on one stream once and it was like instant demonetization.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure.
They bookmarked it. They're like, right, here's your word. Right. Don't use that.
Yep. Unless you're British.
Right.
Sure. Well, I mean, just to get started, so I don't disagree with everything Pearl says, but I feel like Pearl is someone who, I mean, I want to hear your thoughts on this. I feel like you kind of enrage bait people with your posts because you'll post something really like a super hot take on Twitter, and then like you'll make a video about it, and the video in turn is a lot more nuanced, a lot more, I guess, rational. So sometimes I feel like I'm struggling to see like what your actual views are versus maybe what gets the most traction on X. So I'm excited for this to have a conversation about it. But I guess the role of women in society.
Pearl, I feel like you're just kind of a grifter. So I'm excited to have a conversation where I expose you as being a fucking grifter.
Well, we accuse Tim Pool of doing this as well. Tim Pool always has like the most incendiary takes at the very beginning of his video.
Yes.
And then around 8 minutes in, he's like completely walking it back. But you figure like everyone has clicked off by then, right?
Right.
They've got the rage out of them and they've moved on to another video. So
he doesn't quite walk it back. He just adds like a bunch of caveats. At the midway mark. So,
which is, I mean, it is backpedaling. It is back. When you're adding those caveats, you're totally backpedaling.
Yes,
so.
yes.
Society is,
Lauren has been posting a lot of anti-democracy stuff, which obviously enrages me.
Well, they actually talk. There's a whole part that we're going to get to that's going to be where you lose your mind, which is all about trying to take the vote away from not just women, but from like everyone essentially.
Right. Look, it's so ironic too, because like I always talk about how voting is sampling the public, right?
Right.
She literally in this video talks about how small sample sizes are terrible.
Yes.
It's like, what? Okay.
It's ironic, isn't it?
Now apply that to voting, Lauren, please.
To be mothers, to be wives, to support their families, how exactly that looks is going to differ from people to people. That's one of the reasons why I don't necessarily associate with the trad movement. I feel like trad refers to specifically almost the glamorization and in some ways fetishization of maybe like rural 1850s middle America, at least on like what I see on TikTok. Whereas, I'm just a mom who works part-time from home and is basically trying to do whatever I can to help support my family.
Well, I would say there's character limits on X. So, you're not going to get a full opinion with like, I don't know, is it 60 characters? But I don't know what.
Is there character limits on X, Sitch?
There was in 1998.
Are you telling me Pearl does not subscribe to X? Is that what you're telling me?
Let me see.
Is she character limited?
No, she's got the blue check mark.
Okay. So right there, lie number 1, 1 minute and 45
the first
seconds
thing out of her mouth.
Right. There are character limits. What? Click on the see more, Pearl.
Tweets are you talking about? And I have like 18,000, so I don't know.
Well, we actually I wanted to be specific here because I did pull some of the ones up. I sent them to you. I didn't want to like ambush you or surprise you or anything like that. Let's see.
And the role of women in society, sorry, I was thinking what the second question was. Well, I think it depends, like, what do we want it to be or what is it now?
Right.
And I think right now it's like, we're not really doing much. We're not really having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. So it's like, what do we want it to be or what is it? Because I wouldn't say women are doing what you described now.
You hear that, ladies? You're not doing anything.
What are you talking?
What?
How?
What are you contributing to society, women? Nothing.
I thought we talked about this. This is OnlyFans. What about pornography? Come
Oh,
on,
that's true. That is true, right?
You think it's the dudes that are contributing the pornography?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's women driving the pornography industry. So
I mean, I think it's men. The 50% of men supposedly that have OnlyFans accounts. Just be my guess.
well, she asked specifically what they're producing.
Oh,
So
you're right. They're
kids,
producing
kids,
You're
and
true.
pornography.
That's
Yes.
listen. Those are important roles in society. Okay.
Well, look, if it's getting men to go out and create things, then
Yeah. So I actually looked. I was curious. I couldn't find a number like on how much of the GDP like women produce versus men. I couldn't find that information. I did find that apparently, let's see, where is it? I have it written down here. 47% the labor market is made up of 47% women.
right.
So, I mean, just from an economic standpoint, obviously women are almost half, which would make sense, of the labor force. Obviously, we talked about this a million times. Women make up significantly more of the consumer market.
Well,
in
also
terms
they
of-
dominate the healthcare field. So I guess if
course.
healthcare is not important,
Yes, of course, and that comes up later in this conversation. Is Pearl? There's a clip what we'll play later that really sort of shows how Pearl's entire worldview is just men good, women bad from like a spiritual perspective, an
Right.
ideological perspective, and all this is just motivated reasoning working backwards to sort of justify that because she has a very weird perspective that men are more nurturing on average than women, which
Yeah,
obviously
that's crazy.
is crazy, right?
Yeah. So then why do women dominate the healthcare field, which is like a nurturing field?
Because
Reasons.
feminism. And that's what's weird too. They basically a lot like in this conversation, in like a weird way, they start promoting like a feminist patriarchal perspective that like gender roles are almost sort of socially constructed because men are just better at technically everything. So it's very strange.
Yeah,
We'll get there.
it is weird because they are so much of the stuff in here is factually incorrect.
Yes.
I think if historically we were mostly a patriarchy, who is making the mating decisions in a patriarchal society?
It would be men, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's the fathers that are deciding who their daughters are going to marry. It's
Right, but
like-
that's why the patriarchy's never been real, at least in that perspective.
right.
But also, the women still primarily make up overwhelmingly the primary caretakers of children as well. So, it's weird when she just makes these claims women don't do anything for society. I don't even know what she means by that, but
But she says historically all the mating decisions have been made by women.
I don't know what that means.
Well, if historically there was mostly patriarchal societies, then historically most of the mating decisions were made by men.
I guess. I mean, it depends what we mean when we say historically, because obviously, like evolutionarily, it seems that men compete, women choose. So maybe that's what she's referring to. Obviously, once you start to get into the age of like property ownership and parents choosing marriages for their children, that completely changes the calculation on all those things.
Right.
So,
Well, this is where I fundamentally disagree
mhm.
on the women choosing thing. I think historically women were probably like the spoils of war, which means
Well,
they
okay,
didn't do much
obviously-
choosing.
Right. So obviously, when you're talking about like violent conquest, like that goes out the window, right?
Right, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
When they talk about women choosing, they're talking about in a society where people are not murdering each other, which I would imagine was the majority of life for most humans. We're not in a constant state of warfare.
Okay.
You sound skeptical.
I am super skeptical.
Okay.
Look,
okay.
even in the animal kingdom, you have a lot of primates that are, one male is monopolizing the female by beating the shit out of all the other males. Who's doing the choosing in that scenario?
I think
The
they
females?
still. I mean, I don't know exactly with every single primate, but a lot of animal species that are not poly, that don't have like multiple mates and like little harems like lions and things of that nature, they still have to, the women are choosing. They have to do their little dances, build their little nest, do all the little things to kind of attract a mate, right?
Well, in birds, I know the women are doing the choosing.
Right.
Look,
Not
they
just birds,
can
a lot of
fly.
animals.
The females have a ultimate escape flight. Like birds, obviously the females are doing the choosing.
Well,
Sexual
no, I
selection
think
is taking place in birds. I don't know that in primates, females are doing the choosing.
it depends on what primate, because each primate is different, right? They're different. Bonobos obviously reproduce differently than chimpanzees, which reproduce differently than gorillas. But like even there's I forget the type of fish. There's a very interesting experiment where they had a bunch of fish living in a controlled area, and when they would put predators in the water, the fish over the generations, they would be like very dark colored, so they'd match like the ground and the dirt, so that they could kind of hide from predation. But when they took the population of fish and they kept them away from predators, and they were only they were only chosen by sexual selection, all the male fish started to develop all these like super bright colors.
Just like birds.
Just like birds, right? So that showed it was the same thing. That was the female selection pressure was what was the main pressure once predation was removed from the table.
Right.
So
if you introduce predators, there is some choosing aspect, because obviously the males that can ward off predators, the females are choosing to some extent.
Well, I don't know if it's that they're choosing. It's just they're just surviving to reproduce. It's just a different mechanism. So
right.
Anyways. Okay, well, one of the things that, I spoke recently actually with Rachel's husband, Andrew, and one of the tweets that I mentioned that I thought was kind of strange coming from you was that basically you said evil comes from women. Andrew, in his interpretation, he made a very rational, very nuanced, actually, this is what she means. Is it not true that there is a lower moral bar for women, blah, blah, blah. And it Andrew's smart guy. It made a lot of sense. That's not what the tweet was. And kind of funnily enough, you tweeted out later to clarify, Lauren, that yes, evil does come from women.
Yeah, well, because I would just look at every problem in society. It all comes from women.
Okay. Are you ready to hear the logic here? Why every problem in society comes from women, all right? Just strap in, listen very carefully, all right?
Okay, let's hear it.
To be fair, I just realized this the other day, but did you know that Hitler was made by a woman? That's a good point. That proves it.
Well, it's like you look at the homeless. Most of them come from single mother homes. You look at school shooters. Most of them come from single mother homes. You look at criminals, rapists. Most of them come from single mother homes. You look at what happens when women get power. So when men get power, they build societies. They do awesome things. When women get power, we're just not very good with it.
I just brought up Hitler. I mean.
So she made two claims, okay? She made two claims here, generally.
Oh my God, this is so insane.
The first claim is that the example of women being evil, the root of all evil. Well, what do you think's the problem with the first claim when she says, you have all these criminals and homeless people and school shooters, they all come from single mother homes. What do you think's the problem with that logic? Yeah.
It's bad mothering, always. You gotta blame the moms. They're bad moms. If we just didn't have bad moms in the world, everything would be fine. Yeah, it still turns to blame women.
Yeah.
It's like if you're a rapist, it's your mom's fault. It's so insane.
I love that her example is the reason women are the root of all evil is because all of these men are violent criminals.
Yeah.
It's wait a minute. Are you kidding me? Your example for women being evil is that there's all these violent criminal men who came from homes where they didn't have father figures. And that's the woman's fault.
Right. Yeah, no.
This is a double whammy. It's both you're ignoring the fact that they are men doing the action, number one. You're also ignoring the fact that men are not in the homes very often, if not usually, because a man left of their own, volition.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
this is
yeah.
insane. Oh
Yeah,
my
there's no
God.
male role model.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's so interesting. But
It's a woman's
somehow
fault though. She
it's the
even
women's
like
fault.
she does. She's like, look, if the man leaves, it's the woman's fault.
She literally says
chased
that.
him
Yeah.
off.
It's
I
so
know.
crazy.
I
So
know.
I sent you a video on Twitter. I think we should
Okay.
bring it up here. Because to me, when I saw this clip and I was like, oh, everything that Pearl believes suddenly makes sense now. This is like everything just shows that she's working backwards here. And I don't know why. I don't know what the psychology is, why she's come to this conclusion. I've seen all sorts of theories. Tree of Logic has put up some interesting theories here and there, but I don't know how anyone could take her seriously. I don't know if anyone does take her seriously, or she's basically just like a lol cow that the red pill community likes to keep around for the lulz.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, I just think it's funny. She's
Yeah.
super silly.
Okay, ready?
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, go.
I think men are living representatives of God on earth. Because men, when they get together, even if they don't have women, I saw Jason Whitlock's video where he's realizing women shouldn't vote. And he was saying that men need women in order to like live good lives or whatever. I think that God is naturally in men, and I think the devil is naturally in women. Now, I know this sounds crazy, but all the evil in the world seems to come from women, men from single mother homes, or men that defer to the authority of women. Where all the uniquely great, inspiring things that I've seen seem to come from men. Now, it's not to say there can't be good women. When you meet like a pure, innocent woman, there's something special about it. But those are few and far between. They're pretty rare. And generally, they are the way they are because they have a really strong husband or a really strong father in their life. So it seems like to me that men are living, my dishwasher's done, that men are living representatives of God on earth. And women will become evil if we do not defer to the authority of the men in our lives, whether it's a father, whether it's a husband. And that's my thoughts on religion.
That beeping is God trying to say, shut the fuck up, bitch. You're so wrong about this.
Well, it's interesting. This is a very privileged position, right? Like to live in a Western liberal society where you don't have to fear the roving band of barbarians.
Right.
Men. Like maybe I'm wrong, but I'm very skeptical that behind Hamas is a strong feminine force, right?
Oh yeah.
When you see like the Hamas people like go into Israel and kill and rape and kidnap people, I'm not thinking like this was a woman's decision, right? That seems to be completely not, the thing like at all here on the table.
Yeah.
It's just so ludicrous. It's just such a ludicrous position. Like the divine spirit of holiness resides within men, and those women are so wicked and evil. They've got the devil inside.
I think
men are living.
What?
I think doesn't the scientific research kind of show that women civilize men? That men, obviously are risk takers until they get in a serious relationship, and then they start thinking about the consequences of their actions more because they've got a woman or a child or both, right?
Right.
So
100%, yeah.
Yeah. These societies, I think this is the research is kind of along the lines of polygynous societies are more violent because you have so many men that are locked out of the marriage market. They don't have a woman in their life, which has this civilizing effect on them. And monogamous societies where every man has the opportunity to have a wife and kids is they're like tamer, because once you get your wife and kids, you're like, okay, I gotta chill out. I
Right.
can't
Right.
be drug running on some Panamanian schooner now. It's like I got a kid at home, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because I mean, Pearl will still blame women for that somehow. It's like it's well, it's oh well, because the women are not doing cultural monogamy. They're not they're all trying to get with the top men or something. So then when men become violent, it's still women's fault because men have no agency, I guess. Like we've basically gone to, did you see what she was wearing? But for every type of behavior when it comes to male violence or anything of that.
Well, I do think society is trending towards a de facto polygyny. I do
Yeah,
think that
sure,
exists. Yeah.
sure.
So look, I mean, if I'm a fan of monogamy, I think if we could support monogamy as a culture, I think that would be better for society and better for children and people in general. So, but I don't know that Pearl's way of doing it is where basically you just blame women for everything and men are completely get off scot free. I mean, you kind of have to socially pressure both men and women into monogamy. Like men want variety. Men want a lot of different women. And if you present a situation where men can just have a lot of different sex with a lot of different women, they're going to go for that, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree completely. I think as a society, we should be really pushing more for monogamy. Though it's kind of weird because it's on same one token, it's like we want more monogamy, and the other side, young people are having sex less than ever anyway. So it's kind of like a weird, like I don't know, it's like a contradiction almost of what's going on here. But I agree with you. They definitely should be pushing, and it is on one hand, it is obnoxious that it's always like the men are seen as blameless in these circles for some reason. Like when you hear a lot of the red pill sides, oh, men, it's just their nature to like do all these horrible things, essentially, to cheat, to try to fuck as many women as possible, et cetera, et cetera. And for some reason, like that excuses them, but then they also claim it's women's nature to do all these horrible things, like break men's heart, manipulate them, and all these other things, which I don't think is true, by the way. But and then that makes the women horrible. It's a very bizarre, completely one-sided way of looking at the situation.
I
And
mean, there's a small subset of people, both men and women,
mhm,
who are lying pieces of shit. Okay.
right.
It's a guy that's going to tell you, "Oh baby, you're the one. Look, I don't have 16 other girlfriends on the side. It's just you and me, honey, I swear," right?
Mhm.
That guy is a menace to society just as much as the woman who's like, "Look, I'm a virgin. I've never been with anyone," when really she slept with like 50 guys.
Sure.
Like they're on both sides.
Yeah.
So I don't understand how you can't just, this is like a very, and it's funny because I think obviously Pearl would say, look, collectivism is horrible. Socialism is evil, right? But this
Mhm.
is a very collectivist mindset. It really is.
It
You're
is. Yeah.
basically saying the entire collective of men behave in a certain way and the entire collective of women behave in a certain way, right?
Mhm.
All the women are sluts
Right.
and have an OnlyFans, right?
Right.
And all the men are just victims of those women. That's not the way the world is. That's not remotely
Right.
the way the world is.
It's like I'm sure you've never seen it. I forget the bad guy from Hunchback of Notre Dame who's like blaming Esmeralda because he's attracted to her. He's like,
Oh
oh,
yeah, yeah.
it's her fault for being hot. You're like, oh, okay, like whatever.
That's perfect. That is totally perfect. Yeah.
Though it's funny because like I agree completely that there should be don't men shouldn't be like man whores, obviously. And a big part of the problem I think in society is the free love movement starting from the 70s has gone way too far. And we've kind of gone too far in terms of breaking down a lot of the conservative attitudes about sex. Um, but on the other hand, it's interesting because it seems like I think part of the reason the pressure is more on women in order to not be sluts is because it's just assumed that men can't control themselves to the way that women can, which I mean, even if that's true, that doesn't like absolve men or make it like that men are all moral if they literally can't control themselves, right? And I think because there is, as you were saying, there is a more natural desire for men to just, fuck a bunch of women than there is for women to screw a bunch of men on average, I should say. And that is makes sense biologically, because that seems to be the case biologically with, just with male versus female animals in terms of ways in which reproduction happens. Women have
Right.
to raise the young, invest a lot of energy in it, and a man doesn't necessarily have to, right? Now,
Of
obviously, as
course.
humans, we want men to be involved in raising the children, and life outcomes obviously show that when men are involved raising the children, the outcomes are better. So,
Yeah, we need good male role models,
right,
obviously. And a
of
bad
course,
male role model is a guy who's going to go out and like have
a bunch of kids
15
and
illegitimate kids. Yeah,
exactly, right,
exactly.
right,
That's not
yeah,
the role model that we want.
yeah. But that's still women's fault somehow.
Of course. Look, I'm with Pearl on the blaming women for everything. Okay.
Okay.
She's winning my heart here.
Right.
Definitely. Look, I'm a man. I'm on team man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mike Hassange for $20. Thank you so much. Says on Wednesday's show, Tim mentioned Dan Bongino
Bongino, I
specifically.
think it is.
Oh, Bongino? You mean specifically? I'll say he's very right wing. Think Tim could have used Dan Bongino as a source, and Dan could have left the FBI calling ahead out, and Tim just didn't read the letter himself. Oh, about the FBI thing. Maybe. That's possible. I mean, he should have read it himself, but especially he's gonna have such a strong reaction to it, but
That was on our
maybe.
Wednesday show. If you guys want to check it out, it was really good. Sitch kind of caught Tim Pool in a big fat fib just by reading the screen,
Yes,
which
yes.
was pretty funny. Yeah.
Eagle Doctor $20 says there's a leftist YouTuber named Munecat who made a 3-hour video essay railing against evolutionary psychology. Among these debunked was David M. Buss. Been wondering if you guys have thoughts on her. I think we've both seen part of that video. It's 3 hours long, so we haven't watched the whole thing. We might go through it at some point. Obviously, it would take a lot of research to do, but I am motivated to do it because I was listening, like the whole video, essentially, at least the parts I listened to, like I think the first hour and a half of it or so. The whole thing is, oh, red pillars and, bad actors use evolutionary psychology wrong, so therefore evolutionary psychology is bad. And to me, that's like the most lazy, dumb, stupid, dishonest argument that, the people constantly throw at evolutionary psychology. And it was even weird because then she starts attacking David M. Buss and I forget the
Yeah.
guy's name,
Reputable
Primal.
social scientists in the field. Yeah.
Right. And what's the Primal Poly guy on Twitter? I follow him, I forget his name.
Jeremy. Oh, is it Jeremy?
I don't remember. But anyway, and these guys are like they're not red pill at all. And they're pretty like knowledgeable. So it seemed very unfair and dishonest for her to lump them in with that group. So
Here is a chief response, and I'll just give this to you guys because it's the perfect response to this. Everyone says evolutionary psychology is like a just so story.
mhm,
So a just so story is when you create an evolutionary story to explain your current observations, what you're looking at now. So,
right.
but true evolutionary psychology uses evolutionary theory to kind of craft a falsifiable hypothesis and then seeks evidence to prove or disprove that hypothesis. That's
Right.
called science. That's how science works, okay?
Yes. Yeah.
So the whole idea about the just so story, all of evolutionary psychology is just so stories. I mean, there are plenty of red pillars who are doing just so stories because, they're trying to figure out why their girlfriend cheated on them, right?
Right.
But
Right.
that's not evolutionary psychology.
Well,
So,
feminism's a just so sorry. Like it's anything that you come with a preconceived notion. You're saying, okay, I have this belief, and it could be evolution or it could be the patriarchy, it could be radical feminism.
oh,
And you
you're
say,
right.
and you
Yeah,
could
good
say, oh,
point.
well, I need to somehow come up with a just so story from this preconceived notion to explain the behavior I'm seeing. And so, at least with evolutionary psychology, when it's done well, as you were saying, they create
A
these theories,
falsifiable hypothesis.
yeah, and
Yeah,
these hypotheses
exactly.
that can be falsified, and they do research. And David M. Buss has literally done that. That's why he changed one of his major theories that really pissed off all the red pill
He
people.
did. Yes. Yeah, the main
Yes.
switching hypothesis because he did a bunch of
Right.
research and he's like, well, actually, I falsified that other hypothesis. So now I have a new hypothesis.
Right, exactly. And
Yeah.
it's like, okay, how often do you see a radical feminist creating falsifiable hypothesis? Never.
Never.
So,
Yes, never. So look, we are aware that there are a huge contingent of anti-evo psych people, and they're all basically, I mean, they're these gender people because look,
Right.
They're super pissed off that evolution debunks all of their gender ideology nonsense. So,
Yes. Yes.
yeah.
Well, unfortunately, for a lot of people, their first taste of Evo Psych is through the red pill stuff, which puts a
Yeah,
bad
that's
taste in their
not
mouth.
good.
Right. That's
It's
not good.
not
Right.
good.
Yeah. Because I mean, I don't know about you, but like I've always been into Evo Psych my whole life before red pill shit ever existed. So I'm looking at more like, oh, these are like bad actors trying to appropriate it for their own nefarious reasons.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree.
JMac for $20 says in Dr. Girlfriend voice, typical men, always late and finishing too early. Takes a drag.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you,
oh,
surrogate father, Daddy
wow.
JMac.
Wow.
JMac
We're
did
not going to
a,
finish too early tonight.
he
Guys,
did
we're
a,
going all night long.
that's right, baby. JMac did an interesting voice clip. I don't know, maybe we'll play it later.
Yeah, we should play it later.
And Stanley 6 for $20 says, this is Sitch's fault. Why didn't we shame Nick? JK, not for Nick, but for the kids. Nick gets everything he fucking deserves. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everyone knows about the Ricada news and everything. Pretty dark situation.
I mean,
so
I
guess,
did my best to shame him. I was just like a day late.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. So, I guess we'll see what happens. Pretty crazy. And JMac, or sorry, $520 says, like the stream and stay enlightened. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah.
Okay, let's
Like
get back,
that stream.
let's get back to the.
What do we
yeah,
have?
the
We have
launch of the record.
119 likes. Oh, that's terrible. Because
Slam that like button.
every time you hit the like button,
Mhm.
another woman is held accountable for her horrible opinions.
Uh-huh.
Oh, look, we
There you
lost the
go.
like.
There you go. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like a lot of bad dudes, you know?
Well, yeah, but there's also bad queens, right? If you look at queens the last 500 years, women are more likely to wage war. Women are way more violent with power, and we see that in society. Look at what women are doing in the.
So I actually researched this because I had no clue what she was referring to. This
Right.
women are more likely to wage war, violent thing. It's actually kind of interesting. Do you know anything about this?
No, not at all. Enlighten me.
So there was this study that this guy did. And he was kind of looking over like the European monarchs to see who would be more likely to wage war. Was it men or women? And he came to this conclusion that queens seem to be 27% more likely to be engaged in warfare than kings were.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, that's fascinating. I was like, I wonder why that was. And then it was interesting because they broke it down from queens who were married versus queens who were not married. And they found that queens that were not married were more likely to be attacked by other kingdoms than to be the ones starting shit. But then they found queens who were still the top, political figure, but were married to men, were more likely to attack other kingdoms. And the reason that the guy theorized this was because it was kind of interesting. He was saying that when a queen marries a guy, like, back in those days, they would marry for political alliances, essentially. And so a queen would marry, a prince or a king or something who would be in control of foreign military, which would give that kingdom significant access, direct access to military might. Where in the reverse situation, back in those days, women were not allowed to lead the military. So even if a king married a foreign queen and that kingdom had a military, that queen wouldn't have like direct control over that military. And so he was basically saying that just because of like the way the political systems worked, a queen who was in control, who was marrying a king who was in control of another army, or a prince in control of another army, that just basically gave those kingdoms more military might than the average kingdom, and thus they would engage in more military activities.
Because they could.
Because
They
they
had
could,
resources at their disposal to take advantage of other kingdoms.
Exactly.
Nice.
Right.
So, but it wasn't a woman-man thing.
No, wasn't anything seemingly about like the behaviors of women being more evil than men or anything like that.
It was more power means you mess with people more.
Yeah, it was just like a pragmatic
Human
like,
nature.
Yeah, it was just like the trappings of power kind of situation. So,
Right.
Which is,
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty interesting. But obviously, instead of looking to the answer, we just look at the number and say, aha, therefore women bad.
Yeah, women bad.
Right.
Dude, all these isn't it cool? All these self-hating women. It's fun. watching them beat up on themselves.
It is.
They hate
yeah.
themselves for being women.
You know, it's weird because with like Pearl, I think Pearl does just hate herself. Maybe she has a
Right.
lot of self-esteem issues. With some of the other women, I don't think this is true of Lauren Chen. I think she's just like very religious. But some of the other women on this panel that are like these like red pill trad wife women, I have a theory. Okay.
Okay. Ooh, a theory.
My theory is that there are women out there who want to engage in a very all-encompassing, severe form of subplay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like
And-
submissive? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Like, you know,
She's like, oh, look, I'm so submissive over here.
yes. Right, right.
That's what's going on? I like
yeah,
this.
like there's women that, you know, they read 50 Shades of Grey, they want to be a sub. And for some people, like some people that do the BDS, you know, stuff, you know, they just do in the bedroom, and then when they leave the bedroom, it's like they're like normal. But there's some people
Right.
that want their whole lives to be dominated by this weird dom sub lifestyle. And I feel like some of these women who are pretending to be like the quote trad wives, they just get off on being subs. And like the way that they can perform their weird sexual sub fetish in public is to just do this weird, like, well, I'm just a Christian virtue signaling thing, right? And so they get to do their sexual fetish in public, but pretend like it's not a sexual fetish because it's Christian suddenly.
Wow. I love this theory. This is
I mean,
amazing.
That's the way it seems to me.
All of these women on the panel are kind of power players anyway. I mean, why are they even out here trying to make their way on social media and stuff like that if they're like, look, I'm just going to be submissive to a man? I mean, why don't they just get a man and be submissive?
Well, let me show you.
Or are they out here running the numbers?
Right.
Why are they saying incendiary stuff so that their social media account can blow up? Why are they losing their mind over their YouTube channel dying?
Let me show you this clip, or these two clips. This is from someone else on the panel. And this is what made me think of this theory, okay?
Mm-hmm. Are you sending it? Oh, look.
I feel like to young women.
Oh, she is this. I've seen this clip. This is hilarious. Is now she's on the panel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, she's on this panel.
This guy is like the most uncomfortable. He has the most uncomfortable look to what she says. It's awesome.
Unironically, they need to find a man that's very misogynistic. If you at all want to have a guy that's going to like make you follow his frame, and you need to find a strong Christian.
He's like, oh shit, I have to be misogynistic now. I didn't sign up for like the choking stuff. Okay. Like, please. Why am I on a live stream right now with this crazy bitch?
I know.
Man, that's going to put you in your place, or else you're going to dominate the relationship.
He's like, oh shit. Have I been putting her in her place?
Oh
this guy is so uncomfortable right now.
I know.
He's so uncomfortable by this. Guess who's being put in their place? Like, you're putting your man in his place right now. And it's pretty embarrassing.
And when a woman dominates the relationship, it's destined for failure, because I see even how I was.
Look at that big swallow. Dude, this guy is in such pain right now. Here, I'll back it up because I keep talking here. I backed it up.
And that's very misogynistic. If you at all want to have a guy that's going to like make you follow his frame, and you need to find a strong Christian man that's going to put you in your place, or else you're going to dominate the relationship. And when a woman dominates the relationship, it's destined for failure, because I see even how I was different. Like in my previous relationship, I was dominating, and I was such a bitch, like such a Jezebel. And, you know, I wasn't always like a good wife or like this great, or even Christian. I used to be atheist, but he has completely transformed who I am and how I act, because he's such a strong Christian man, and he doesn't let me get by on things. He always will nitpick everything, because he's literally training me how to be a good Christian wife. You need to be trained. Women are bitches, and they need to be trained. So that's my advice. Find a man that will train you.
I wouldn't have let you walk out until my point was conveyed that you do what you're supposed to do, whatever I tell you to do, because that's your job, is to submit do it with a smile on your face. I don't care. And I wouldn't have let you leave. I would have, you would have had to eat whatever mean things I would have said. And then the job would have got done. And then afterwards, after the cooling down process, I would have, repented to God and smoothed things over with you for the sinful behavior. That's how things would have went down.
Okay,
Now,
first of all,
he's 12 years old, right? I mean, she's
first
basically.
of all, I was gonna say, why is this mother letting her child talk back to her like this? Okay, this is the problem in society. We need strong mothers who don't let their children talk back to them, right?
Right. Ugh.
But okay, but anyway, yes, no, I don't know why that guy looks like he's like 10 years old. I don't know how old he is. It looks very weird, but it is funny that he looks like a child and he's completely acting like a child because he's saying, I should be able to yell at you even if I'm wrong, and you should just have to put up with it. And then later, maybe I'll repent to God for my mistakes. And you notice he didn't even say, like, I'll apologize to you, right? He said, I'll repent to God. Nothing about, maybe I shouldn't be screaming at you even when I'm in the wrong here, which is insane.
Yeah.
This is like literally psychopathic behavior, essentially. I have no personal responsibility for controlling my emotions.
Yeah, look, I'm a betting man, and I would bet against this relationship right here. I would say this relationship is doomed.
But do you see why I say, like, this feels like it's all weird subplay in public?
Oh, your theory, very, very astute. I'm gonna start using this lens regularly and see. It does seem like there's some subplay going on here. Oh yeah, you got to get a man who slaps you around and shows you who's boss. That's what you need.
I just love
a good Christian man who likes to choke you in the middle of sex.
I just love when we're at dinner with the family and I say something and it bothers my man and I look over and he just gives me the stare down and I just put my head down. And I know that everyone sees it and they can all feel it, but they don't say anything because they're too embarrassed. Oh my God, I just get so excited.
Yeah, wow.
Gross.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is why most marriages have
Children in there.
This is why most marriages historically have ended in divorce, is because people get married when they're the age of those two. Seriously, people who get married young, like the marriage never works out.
Statistically, yeah, the younger you get married, I think it's more likely to get divorced. That's true. Okay.
Back to
You're
Pearl.
at 333?
Yeah.
Okay.
Power, they build societies, they do awesome things. When women get power, we're just not very good with it.
I just brought up Hitler. I mean, I kind of feel like there's a lot of bad dudes,
Well, yeah, but there's also bad queens, right? If you look at queens the last 500 years, women are more likely to wage war. Women are way more violent with power, and we see that in society. Look at what women are doing in the...
See, it's just total collectivism. All women bad with power.
Mm-hmm.
All men great with power.
Yeah, I mean, like, Stalin.
Yeah, look,
Mao,
even...
Hitler.
I mean, Tim is pointing this out. He's like, what about Hitler? Oh, but that doesn't count.
Well, and the question would be, why is it that men, on average, seem to rise up the ranks of these dominance hierarchies significantly more often than women?
To get the harem.
Well, just because men are more aggressive on average, so obviously they're going to do that, right?
Yeah.
So,
Men are forced by nature to be more aggressive. Otherwise, they get completely pushed out of the marriage market, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
System today. And what is more evil than breaking up a family? And women do that all the time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, men never break up families. That's never. You've seen these stories on the news where the guy's like, yeah, he had like 3 families all over town.
Yes. Yeah. No, and just this idea, she keeps promoting this idea. It's so weird that like all men want to just raise their family. She literally says there's no such thing as deadbeat dads, which is just a baffling, like you just stare at this person. You're like, what the fuck are they talking about? There's no such thing as deadbeat dads. What reality do they live in?
So yeah, I would say most problems in society come from women.
So that's interesting because I watched your conversation with Michael Knowles, which I thought was really interesting. And in it, you were very adamant that people need to take responsibility for their own actions. So when it relates to women, it's not really an excuse to say, oh, well, feminism brainwashed me. You still made the decision to sleep around. You still made the decision to get an abortion.
I think if you get an abortion, you're responsible.
Okay.
Right?
Shouldn't we have that same standard when it comes to the rapists, the men? You made a decision, you're responsible. It's not really like, oh, but my single mother. Like,
logic. Oh my God, Lauren Chen. Thank you. Thank you. How about we blame the individual? Why are we looking at men as an entire class? You socialist weirdo.
I know, so funny.
They are responsible. They go to jail for it. But you have to look at, there's significant differences between single mother and single father homes. And I can't help but notice that all of the men that seem to lack morals, they were raised by a woman.
Right. But
there might be a factor there that you're not there could be several factors there. Like, well, I mean, why is it that men require such a male role model in order to not become fucked up, right? I mean, I don't know what that says about men. I don't know if it's a good thing, but
I just think, most people are raised by a woman.
Right.
Like the man seems to be the person that is the plus one, can come or go, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
on average, sure.
But she's saying all the people who are fucked up were raised by a woman. Well, all the people who are good weren't they raised by a woman too? I mean, it's just
Well, and also, she's ignoring, there's a lot of factors too, because I was trying to look into, like, a lot of these claims that are made, they're kind of dubious in terms of, you'll see the same numbers repeated like everywhere, and they're all, you kind of like go down into it. They're all citing like one study from 2010 or something, or 1990s, or there's like a bunch of blog posts that just cite each other. Because actually, a lot of this data that she's referring to is not super tracked. Though I did find an interesting study that it compared the outcomes. Because one of the most widely reported things is like, yes, the children of single parents, especially single mothers, who make up the overwhelming majority, not all, but make up, I think, like 80% of single parents are single mothers. That yes, there's a very higher likelihood of the child will be, have drug problems, will drop out of school, will be involved in crime, all these sorts of things. And not only do you get into like a causation correlation problem, right? But you do have to control for, as Lauren brings up later in this conversation, you have to control up for economic factors here, because it's far more likely on average that single mothers are going to have economic problems. But one of the studies I saw also was interesting. It compared single mother outcomes for children to households where there was no father, but there was a grandparent that was involved.
Okay.
And they found that significantly, brought the level, like, according to this one study I read, it basically brought it to the same level as two-parent household if there was a grandmother or a grandfather in the house.
Right, because you're getting an extra parent, extra attention.
Right.
Well, a male role model is what you need, so.
Well, that's kind of interesting, because that made it seem more like it wasn't necessarily the male role model as much as it was, you need to have like a person who exists that gives the child attention, where obviously if it's a single mother, usually they're working a job or something. There's going to be a lack of attention even given to the child in the first place.
Yeah, stability is a giant factor, which
Right.
is not really talked about in this conversation.
Well, I think that's the
is
problem.
Obviously much more stable.
Right, because I
Even
think
if
that's the
it's
problem.
Butch lesbian moms, right? Oh, but they might be good role models. So what am I?
Sure. But I think that's the problem, is that, when young girls don't have stability or some other problem in their life, like, they could definitely become self-destructive. They can get addicted to drugs, and they can, maybe get pregnant from someone they shouldn't get pregnant to, and they can like mess up their lives. But usually it's more of like a self-destructive messing up of their life, as opposed to if a young boy has a non-stable childhood,
He can just run from he can just single mother his girlfriend.
Right, but they're more likely to turn to crime, right, and actually cause harm to other people.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And things of that nature. So,
crime.
Is the answer then that evil comes from women? We are kind of leaving out the fact that, yeah, a man actually left the the parent or his family in that situation.
Well,
There are some situations where a woman doesn't want the man there,
most of the time men don't leave. Women are the ones that overwhelmingly leave. And if you really dig it, if you actually do the work and interview men that are the known to be like deadbeat dads, most of the deadbeat dads don't really exist. They're exceptions. They're not the rule.
So,
and if you actually do the work and interview these guys, there's men that have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars fighting for their kids. And unfortunately, we're in a society where women can claim abuse. You know, they can say he emotionally abused me and not see his kid for years.
So all of her like quote evidence for these claims, it's all the same. It's I've interviewed men.
Right.
And they
thousands
told
of
me,
men.
Right. I've interviewed thousands of men in my bedroom. I mean, to talk to them. I mean, to talk to them about their experiences. And they all tell me the same thing. And it's like, okay, a person who literally believes that men are a gift from God and women are the spawn of Satan. And we're supposed to believe that she has some kind of objective standard to properly, poll men and women to find out this. Like, how many women is she polling, to see like, that are single mothers and say, well, why are you single mother? Where is the father? Right. All the women, she's like, oh, I interviewed, 10,000 single mothers and 10,000 fathers. And all the fathers like, I wish I could interact with my child, but this evil woman took him away from me. And all the women I talked to, they all said, oh, I just like to get sex and money from the government. And I don't want a man around. Like, what is she talking about?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because
I don't think you can use your own dating situation as an anecdote to tell you really anything about anything.
Well, I don't think it's her dating. Yeah. It's that, Pearl's a person who is known for running a YouTube channel that specifically promotes a message. It specifically promotes a message that men are good, women are bad, men should not get married to women. And so if that's the message you're pushing, you're going to intentionally go around and find stories that just validate that experience.
No, I totally agree. But I'm saying, look, as she's interviewing these men, they're talking about their
their own
relation.
Right. Yeah, of course.
So I'm just looking in my circles, and I don't know if my circles are indicative of anything because it's the same thing. How can you really just I mean, without doing some sort of study and try to get a real sample. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? But it's in my circles, it seems like everyone has had a relationship where they have left and they've had a relationship where they have been left. Right.
Right.
So that would mean, in that particular situation, one time they are the leaver and one time they are the leavee. But she's setting up a world where no, it's just women that are always the leavers and men are always the leavees. Mm-hmm. It's like, what? Are you telling me none of these guys that you interviewed have ever left a woman? They haven't been like, oh yeah, I went out with that woman and, she kind of liked me, but she came on too strong and I decided she wasn't for me and I moved on. Like, who are these people that are like, look, I've only dated one person and it didn't work out and my entire relationship career is over?
Yeah, of course.
Is that normal? Maybe it is now, and I don't know.
I don't know.
That seems weird.
I was trying to find information or data or polling on, like, when there is a single mother, like, what is the reason for it? Mm-hmm. And I couldn't actually, it's not really been something that's been well explicitly studied. Like, they kind of extrapolate backwards from it because they say, okay, if most custody, like it's something like 90% of custody disputes are settled out of court. Okay, so the overwhelming majority, both sides come to some kind of agreement. And so then if that's the case and the majority of custody out of that has been settled out of the court, it's something like, I forget the number, something like 70-80% of it, is the woman is the primary, caretaker of the child. That seems to be that the man would be agreeing to that situation in the first place. And then when you look at it's something like 20% or 25% of fathers who have had children are not involved in their child's life. Okay. And so they're kind of like extrapolating backwards from the information to say, well, that should point to the fact that the majority of men who are the 25% that have had children that are not involved with them are are doing so by choice, right? Not everyone, just the majority of them are doing it by choice. So I'm not,
Right.
so Pearl just kind of interviewing a bunch of random people, who have been highly selected to tell this story is like a completely insane and ridiculous way to do this. This would be like, do you know anyone in real life that believes the earth is flat?
No.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I've never met a single person.
Online though, you'd think it was like
Exactly. But that's the thing. You go to the Flat Earth website or you go to certain spaces on the internet and it's like, oh my, everyone believes the earth is flat, right? And it's
Right.
like, it's the same thing with Pearl here. It's like, okay, if you're going to go and create and cultivate, like the world is made up of a lot of people. There's a lot of people in America. I don't know if you know this. Okay. There's hundreds of millions of people that live in America. And so you can find a lot of people that will tell you a lot of things, right?
of course.
And
Yeah.
especially if you're cultivating a very, very specific audience around a very specific idea, you're going to find the people that match that idea. Even people that are telling the truth, you're going to find all the people that tell you that idea. And so it's just like, I don't know if Pearl is just this ignorant, this dumb, or if she knows what she's doing is just retarded. I can't really tell. But
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm conflicted because I do like that she is like anti simping for women, right? Women need to get their shit together. Okay. I agree with her on that point.
I'm anti-simping for anyone. Everyone should get their shit together.
Right. Right. But at the same time, she's just using so much bad facts
know.
and arguments. It's just,
Well,
you can't
that's
make a better argument than this.
That's what's annoying is because I do think our society currently is too female centric.
Gynocentric?
Yes,
You can
it's too
say it on our
gynocentric,
show.
yes. Is too gynocentric in terms of its outlook, in terms of like conflict resolution, in terms of how education
Men are getting a bad
exists.
deal, Sitch.
Men are getting a bad deal. That's why this is so annoying. I agree that men are not getting a good deal currently, but to just do this insane women are the root of all evil thing, first of all, not only is it untrue, but you're just hurting the cause of men having a bad deal, because then you have, the people that are the radical feminists and all those people, the people that don't want to actually solve any of the problems for men and don't want to kind of, have women be responsible for some of the things they're not being responsible for. They get to just point to idiots like Pearl and say, oh, this is like the argument, right? Because she's some popular, retarded red pill YouTuber.
Yeah. School is completely tilted towards women.
Yes.
Like school basically looks at men as like defective women. It's like, it's so bad. Yeah. So, I mean, I agree with I agree with men are getting a bad deal, but I mean, if Pearl is it's the person that's fighting for you as an underprivileged man. I mean, look, we can do better than Pearl, guys. We need to cut Pearl loose. Pearl is not doing any good for the cause here.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So, real stat. I know that there's stats on women initiating divorce more, but how do we say that fatherlessness is predominantly driven by women? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, because women are choosing to leave, and the number one reason is irreconcilable differences.
But that's what
I hate this stat that women are initiating divorce more than men, because every time I encounter a situation where two people are getting divorced, it's like the woman is initiating out of the man's laziness. Like he is literally like, I'm not going to do it. Make that bitch do it. Right. It's not that he doesn't want to get divorced or he's not on board with getting divorced. He totally is. They're like separated. He's just like, fuck, I'm not going to do it. Right.
Right.
Yeah. Look, men don't change the sheets on the bed and they don't initiate the divorce. It's just like, that's a thing.
Well, and also, I mean, when a lot of times you're talking about like fatherlessness households that lead to crime and these sorts of issues, I mean, these people were never married in the first place. And so it is weird to bring up divorce stats as like somehow the proof of this claim.
Oh, that men are like leaving because they weren't actually married.
That it's women's fault that they're like are all these fatherless homes, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And actually, one of the things I'd be curious about, because I've seen, there are the statistics that women, I think it was either 60 or 70% of divorces initiated by women. I'm curious if that changes if there are children involved or not, or if it's the same number.
Yeah, I don't know.
And if that was the case, and this is kind of the part of the problem, if it was the case, that it was just the evil women, it's like, why is it that 90% of custody disputes are settled out of court, where women end up getting primary custody the majority of the time?
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. Women are evil. So I want you guys to know.
Listen,
Sitch is here simping for women, and
I agree women are evil.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
men are evil too. That's just the problem.
Look, people can be evil. I mean, men more than not. I mean, let's face it, it's bears that are evil. Okay. Men are just
That's the good point, right?
men
It's really
are
bears.
just fine.
Yeah.
Look, there are evil women. And the
Of
thing
course.
about the evil women that makes it just kind of a stereotype is that, I mean, they use their womanliness to be evil in ways that men they don't have access to. So it makes
No.
it seem particularly cruel.
Sure, but obviously women generally can't be evil the way men are evil either. So they kind of both manifest a unique perspective of evilness.
Do you remember the hypothesis that David Buss changed and got, I think it was Tolo Ramasi or Rollo
Tomasi. Tolo Ramasi.
It was Rollo Tomasi got all upset at David Buss because he changed from the hypergamy hypothesis that they all love, beta bucks,
Alpha fucks.
alpha fucks.
Right.
Yeah. And he basically said, no, women cheat because it's a mate switching. It's a mate switching strategy because they know as soon as they have sex with someone else that the man is going to lose interest. He's going to stop pursuing her.
Mm-hmm.
So they do it to kind of switch mates. That makes total sense to me.
Right.
And evidently he's backed it up with some research. So
When you're talking about single mothers who are a result of divorce. If we're looking at single mothers who were never actually married, it's a very different group of people.
But the whole point is women have all the power here. We have a million choice. You get to choose whether or not you get pregnant. Abortion's legal. So we are 100% in control of who's born. So there is zero excuse to make a kid with a guy that's not going to stick around. Zero excuse. None.
I mean, I would also say
zero.
there's zero excuse for a guy to not stick around.
Well, but the issue you're getting is
because you're basically saying, but what about the women though? When we're talking about the man leaving,
the difference is men cannot opt out of fatherhood. Women can opt out of motherhood.
And I think we would both agree that you should not be able to opt out of motherhood.
But we can. And it's not my point, but should, whatever. Like abortion's legal. It's here to stay, unfortunately. I don't say this because I'm happy about it, but I mean, in the UK, they're introducing a law where they want to make it legal up to birth. So abortion is legal. And right now, men are not able to opt out of fatherhood. Only women are.
those headphones she's wearing don't work. She can't hear that her microphone is like making obnoxious noises every time she slaps the table right next to her.
I didn't. I thought you were going to say that she can't hear that she's making obnoxious noises every time she opens her mouth.
Well, that too. But I mean, geez, stop slapping the microphone, Pearl. You're supposed to be a professional.
Well, so there's an interesting idea here. Well, first of all, I mean, obviously Pearl doesn't handle it interesting at all because she's stupid. And this is this total bizarre situation where it's like, well, even if a woman, even if a guy leaves a woman high and dry with a baby, it's still her fault because she could have gotten an abortion. Why did she choose to have sex with a man who didn't want to have a baby, right? Like this is an absurd worldview, obviously, because very oftentimes, it's not like these are planned events. And generally, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, generally, it's the man who wants to have unprotected sex, not the woman, right? Just going out on a limb there. I don't think the pleasure of the woman is changed that much by the condom, right?
It is. I mean, women don't like those things either. So
I think men don't like it more. That's
okay,
just been my experience, but okay.
You could be right. You could be correct.
Listen, I've had
nobody
lots of
likes
sex.
them.
Listen, I've had lots of sex with lots of women and lots of sex with lots of guys, and the guys are the complainers. Okay.
Oh my God, no. Okay. All right.
No, But anyway, so this is like a weird thing that's like it's somehow everything is still at the end of the day women's fault. And so obviously she handles this in the dumbest way possible. But there's an interesting idea here that it should be handled more intelligently, which is should men in our society have a right, like women do, to say, you know what, I don't want to have this baby, so I'm going to F off. And I think you should get an abortion, as long assuming abortion is illegal in whatever state you're in, because obviously she's ignoring the fact that there's lots of states where abortion is not illegal. But I want to F off. If I think you should get an abortion, and if you don't, that's on your responsibility. I'm out, right? Should men have the ability to essentially do that legally?
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think so?
What was the question again?
Oh my God. You were too busy thinking about gay
I'm
sex.
trying to do a poll.
Okay.
No, I was trying to do a poll.
Do you think men should be able to say, you think men should be able to get a woman pregnant, and if abortion is legal in that state, and then the man doesn't want her to keep the child, men should be able to legally just, F off and not have to, help pay for the child?
No, I don't think that's right. Because then you're kind of like forcing the woman to get an abortion. Look, I think people should, if an accident occurs,
right?
I think the man should be willing to step up. Yeah. Look, I think the situation is about correct with the abortion situation. So,
but do you think it's
I don't have any
one-sided?
super problems with it.
Do you think it's one-sided that a woman at the end of the day
makes the decision?
Right. Like she can get an abortion, assuming it's legal in the state. The man obviously can't force her to get an abortion, but the man can be forced legally to provide for the child even if he doesn't want to.
Right. It's not intuitively fair, right?
Right.
I think that's what you're asking me.
Exactly.
Is it fair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not, right? But is it fair that a woman has to carry a baby for 9 months and
I guess
will
not,
never
sure.
have that? Look, life is unfair. Nature is unfair. This is a structure of reality. I don't know what like it. I guess, if you're trying to structure a society that is fair, you're saying, okay, the man should be able you're basically saying the man should be able to force the woman into having an abortion by saying, I'm gonna leave you high and dry. Like, I don't know, how do you, what's your take on that? Like, how's
it's
that?
interesting because the liberal part of me, wants to say men should, just on the sake of universal fairness, should just be able to tell women, I don't want to raise a child. It's your decision. You have the right to do that too. So men should have that right, and men should have the right to F off. That's like the more liberal part of me.
Right.
The more conservative part of me says, even if that makes sense on kind of a universal fair level, that would be a lot more detrimental to society. Because my intuition tells me that on average, men are far more likely to tell women that they want to F off, right? So you're going to have a lot more fatherless homes, which is going to lead to a lot more, bad outcomes for those children and bad outcomes for the women involved. And so that's why we have sort of this legal unfairness, is because men and women don't behave the same. Men are more likely to engage in that behavior than women are. And what's going to happen is that you're going to have more women essentially are going to be requiring state assistance too, on top of that, which means you and I and everyone else are going to end up paying for it.
Right.
Which doesn't really come up in this conversation either. But
I want to know how many of the situations are where people had a conversation beforehand where the woman said, yeah, look, if I get pregnant, I'll have an abortion. And, or the man said, look, if you get pregnant, I'll step up and we'll have the kid. And then it happens, and the guy's like, I changed my mind. Or the girl is like, I changed my mind. Like the woman doesn't want to get an abortion, or the man doesn't want to step up.
I'm sure that happens a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like,
right.
So is that good, or does that mean they're kind of being a piece of shit because they're going back on what they said? I feel isn't this worked out ahead of time? You have like a contingency plan when you're having sex, or especially if you're having sex regularly with a person.
Yeah, well, there's an interesting thing with like, obviously, we're not talking about this. I'm talking about like in a very general sense. Obviously, each incident is going to have its own unique set of circumstances. So, like, set of circumstances where a woman tricks a guy, right? Some
Mhm.
famous guy into having a baby. She's like, I'm on the pill, and then she's not, right? Like,
Oh
that
yeah,
would
yeah.
change the calculation. Or if the woman says, I don't want to have kids, it's a safe day, I'll get an abortion, right? It changes the calculation,
Right.
of course.
Both parties are kind of saying whatever they need to say to get to the good part.
Yeah, right. And so obviously that would change, now the problem would be in a court of law, how would you, prove any of this?
Adjudicate that. Yeah.
Right, because it would just usually
Your
be a
Honor,
he said, she said situation. You wouldn't be able to show
she
it.
promised me she would get an abortion.
Right. Unless you like kept the condom that she poked the holes in or something, right? You would be able to. So I agree that would definitely change things, but I don't know how you'd legally be able to solve those issues.
I don't see how you can look at any of these situations and just say categorically all men are saints in this situation.
Right,
All
right.
women are. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of bad behavior going on both fronts.
I'm sure.
lot of-
And this is it's weird too. And maybe they're saying this because they're women and they don't know what it's like to be men. But I mean, you definitely, had friends, and I definitely had friends, and definitely been in these situations where it's like, how horny boys are and how boys will basically do anything to have sex.
Do anything, say anything.
Right.
Yeah,
To have
exactly.
sex
Oh,
at a
baby,
certain-
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
at
yeah,
a
we'll
certain
get married.
age.
I'll raise that kid. That kid will be, I'm going to be the perfect role model for that kid. Yeah, let's get down to it.
I wonder if that's part of what's going on here too, is that since they're all women, there's a certain naive level of not understanding how horny men on average just say anything.
Look, that's a thing too. I'm like, I've known so many men that are just complete pieces of shit. And a
Right.
lot of times, I mean, guys who are not pieces of shit, like they have a respect for, okay, well, a lot of guys are pieces of shit. Like they get it.
Right.
Like this, as a father, look, I don't have any kids myself, but obviously you can imagine, like, as a father, you're kind of trying to weed out the pieces of shits from the good guys for your daughter, right? That's the ultimate goal. Like, Pearl here is just like, oh, whatever, guys are all saints. Here, just pick one, daughter.
Right.
It's like, what?
Well, it's
Like
weird
she's not discriminating at all.
No, not at all. When it's weird too, because one of the biggest male voices in that space is obviously Andrew Tate.
Oh yeah,
Andrew Tate, who's like on record for being a huge piece of shit, for being incredibly emotionally
Deceiving
manipulative,
women. Yes,
lying,
yeah.
deceitful, and it's like I don't know what fucking world that Pearl or any of the other women can operate in when one of the biggest, if not the biggest, male voices in that space was essentially a borderline sociopath who's just manipulating women for sex and money and then bragging about it.
Not only that, teaching other men
to do the same
this
thing.
This is the way to be successful as a man.
Exactly. Right. And it's like we're just going to close our eyes and pretend like that's not a thing. Right?
Oh yeah.
It's so weird. And then obviously there's all the drama with, the what's the guy's name that he was trying to force his girlfriend to get an abortion.
I don't know that story.
Was it Myron?
Wow. Okay.
Oh
yeah.
Know about that story? Wasn't he trying to force
I mean,
his
wasn't
girlfriend
this woman like a sex worker or something like that?
Well, that's what he said. But she's
Oh.
claiming. I mean, I don't know who's claiming. She's claiming.
She's claiming she's not a sex worker.
He's claiming that he promised that he would take care of them, and that
he
there'd
did
be
the thing I
steady-
just set up, the
Yes,
hypothetical.
Yes, and then he's claiming that she's like a prostitute or whatever. So I mean, I don't know who the fuck's what's right here, but
See, so much. This is complicated stuff here. Just remember, Pearl, the human heart can never be wrong.
yeah, of course. Okay, let me.
Socially.
Oh, you want us
For a
to read a
second.
super chat for something?
Not physically.
Understate for 20 Canadian. It says, when are one of you trad Chad bros out there going to step up, leave a nice red handprint on Pearl's behind, and get her off the net and into the kitchen? I mean, that's a good question. How has
Yeah.
she not found someone that wants to dom her yet, right?
Oh God, that is like the most embarrassing role ever, being Pearl's boyfriend. I just, I look,
Why is that embarrassing?
because she's just a walking contradiction, right?
Mm, mm.
You're like, can you imagine if you're Pearl's boyfriend coming out on one of these live streams and saying, "Oh yeah, I like what you're saying, Pearl. Now why don't you shut up, stupid?"
Right.
And
That
then
would be
she's
pretty
just supposed
funny.
to, suck it up and shut up.
I'm
Look,
kind
he's
of
the man.
I'm kind of shocked there hasn't been some red pill guy in the community who just like wants to grift off her that hasn't done that yet.
Oh yeah, that's a good grift, guys. Wanted poster right now.
Right. I mean, she's from some
Somebody.
kind of rich family. I think her family's like super wealthy, I thought. So,
Oh yeah.
where's all the gold digger guys? It's very strange. There's something weird going on here, but
You know, Pearl wants to be treated like a princess. All these girls are lying. They're like,
I don't
look,
know.
you need a man that's a misogynist and treats you like shit.
They're all in the subplay. Okay. They all want to,
Yeah.
they
They
all want
really
to get
want to be
done.
treated like a princess.
Maybe. Amoeba Sheep for 200 knock knock says off topic anecdote. Need to ask Google Hub how Hitler died. It wouldn't answer. It told me when he was born how Stalin died, Mao, Kim Jong Il, even Eva Braun. Weird. It says it doesn't understand the question. That's
Wow.
strange. I don't know why. That's very weird. I don't even understand why I would do that from like a woke thing. Rick Raw 95 for $20 says y'all should do a wellness check on Kyle Kalinske and react to quote Kyle loses it on Jordan Peterson. I hate that commie, but I'm starting to worry that the Israel-Gaza conflict is contributing to his declining mental health. I'll check out that video.
I saw that video. I didn't watch it, but
Mhm.
he doesn't. I don't think he talks to Jordan Peterson. He just reacts to some Jordan Peterson
Yeah,
video,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, I'll watch it. I was curious by it, but I didn't actually click on it. So
He's like, I saw him have like, he's like a seething hatred of Bill Maher that like
oh, does he?
basically makes his brain turn off and he just says things that make no sense. That's even funny because he was literally like, in a lot of the situation, Bill Maher was on Megyn Kelly's show and it was kind of funny because they were arguing and Bill Maher was basically like telling Megyn Kelly that she's just like delusional,
How
about like
so?
about Trump, because all the Trump stuff.
Oh
Because
yeah,
Bill
he's
Maher is
got
like really hates
TDS.
Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny because like I feel like Kyle hates Bill Maher so much that even though he should be, I'm assuming, siding with Bill on that stuff, he still wanted to side with Megyn Kelly.
Right.
It was kind of funny. Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much. Mr. Ubercross Esquire for $20 says, did a little research on Rakita. Looks like the most likely result with the information currently available is he gets probation and treatment, no meaningful priors. He may also get treatment, court, and keep his license.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's
Yeah.
a good
That's
development.
good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about it. I would have thought that he'd probably not, he'd get some kind of treatment and probation too, unless they tried to say he was like dealing or something crazy. So I don't,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
assuming
the
he
thing.
wasn't doing that, but
That's the thing. I wonder if they're
Right.
charging him with dealing or not.
right.
I don't know how that shakes in, even if you have no priors, but you would know better than me, Mr. Ubercross.
Right. Well, and also, I guess it would depend on what, if it's just like, oh, they were doing drugs and, they had the gun in the house versus, if that's all that it was, then you're probably right. I don't know if there's some accusations of further abuse or something or neglect, but
Right.
I guess we'll find out. Obviously, I hope for the best for him and his family and children, obviously.
Now you can respond to super chats in the regular chat. That's pretty awesome.
That is cool. Yeah. There's
I
like, you can
can't-
reply to super chats or something.
How do you do that?
I don't know. I can't do it on my end. So
Oh, I guess I can't either. I wonder if it's because I'm a mod.
Anonymous Cow for $20 says thoughts on TradCon's Candace saying ban corn. They think this will solve issues, but isn't that just removing one sedation? OnlyFans reports 97% of their subs are married. Porn is banned in South Korea. It sounds like a wash to me.
Banning porn, not corn, I think.
Oh, he had the corn emoji, and I was so confused. First of all, I don't think you can ban porn. It's just like it's a fucking pipe dream.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it seems like it's a waste of you know, even if you could theoretically do it, people are just going to get around with it with, you know,
Right.
VPNs and things of that nature. So it just seems to be a completely ludicrous notion. So I don't know. I don't think it would change much of anything either, honestly. But again,
Banning
I don't know if it would
porn.
change much of anything just because I think everyone would still have access to it. So it's hard for me to tell. I do think porn has had an effect on people, but I think it's kind of like, there's that movie that just came out, the Devil TV show movie.
I don't know, but
There's some movie that's like, it's supposed to be kind of like a found footage, documentary, like fake documentary style about like a TV show where people are possessed or there's a devil or something, whatever. Anyway, it's supposed to be kind of good. People are talking about it. But there are people that
what's
are
the
mad
name of
about
the
it
show?
because in the movie they have title cards that are supposed to be title cards for the movie, and some of them were AI generated, and people were like losing their shit about this. And I don't know, I'm just sitting here like, you can complain about AI generated stuff in movies all you want, like you complain about porn, it's not going away. We have to figure out how to deal with it. You're not going to be able to get rid of it. So
Is this Lucifer, The Devil's Plan?
no,
It's a show on Netflix.
no, it's a movie.
Oh, it's a movie? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, people like to complain a lot.
It's Late Night with the Devil. That's what I was talking about. So.
Okay.
Spencer Harmon for $20 says, I grew up that women are closer to God than men. Women share the power of creation inherently and who they are down to their spirit. I disagree with both the left and right on women. Interesting. Well, there you go. That's one way to look at it. Cameraman 502 for $20 says, you've had the discussion several about whether it's fair that man is on the hook for a child while the woman can say no, but I've never heard that's fair to the child. Child support owed by both parents to the child. Well, that's a good point too. Is that where does the child come into the situation? That is a good point to consider. And I think that's why we as society say that we basically remove men's options from the situation, right? So
Yeah. I guess. I don't know. Who knows?
okay. Anyway.
Women in the United States overwhelmingly have the right to abort.
Correct.
Or are allowed to abort. Men don't have any say whatsoever. But socially, I looked it up. It says, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, 20.2% of fathers, about 7 million, are absent dads. They don't live with their minor children. So
right, but why?
Right. So this stat doesn't literally mean that 20% of fathers are like getting up and saying, later, kid, I'm going to buy scratchers, and then disappearing. But my point was just that of this, you have men who are like, okay, you're having a kid, I'm leaving, you'll never see me again.
Well, but you don't understand the circumstances, because a lot of times women make men dads that don't want to be. They're like, this is something casual. This is, situationships are really common. They know that man will never commit to them, and yet they still make the choice to have his kid. I think in those situations, if we can legally opt out of motherhood, they should be able to legally opt out of fatherhood. We have all the power now. Don't make a kid with someone that doesn't want to be a father.
Is there a single clip anywhere on the entirety of the internet of Pearl ever saying a man is responsible for some bad thing in the entire world? Like, this is so ridiculous. Even when a man leaves, it's still not his fault. It's the woman's fault because he probably didn't want to be a dad, right?
Right. Yeah. He didn't want. Well, she's saying that the woman shouldn't be having sex with men who don't want to be a dad.
Or
but
children.
Like I said, I mean, I'd like to see some numbers on this, because my gut intuition is that all of these guys said, oh yeah, I'd love to be a dad. I'd be a great dad. Let's have sex.
Well, yeah, right. But that's the problem, is like, because those numbers the numbers that Tim brought up, because I saw those numbers and you can find those, but there hasn't been a lot of research into motivations behind these sorts of things. And I guess it'd be difficult too, because it'd all be self-report, and like, are we honestly expecting people to be honest in those sorts of things? Like, oh yeah, I just told her to fuck off, right?
They don't really talk about it, but I would like to ask Pearl, do you think men lie for sex? And if so, does that make them at all culpable for anything?
Interesting. Yeah.
Because, I mean, I guess in her world, men don't lie for sex at all.
Right.
Right? It's always the woman's fault.
She says something completely, they all say something kind of insane later in this stream. They all think that women are hornier than men, which I'm just sitting here like, oh, okay.
Women are hornier than men?
Yes. Or are more sexually, like, more into sex than men are. I'm just like, all
I
right,
just
what
okay.
fucking fantasy world are we living in?
See, I see. You're saying
I think that applies equally to, and this is why I don't advocate for promiscuity. Don't sleep with someone that you are not prepared to have a child with.
but
again, should, but what's happening?
is what
That's like, this isn't a dream world. This isn't like make a wish, society promiscuity is going to go. It's not.
But
so I'm talking about what's happening. Go ahead.
Are you saying that a woman who sleeps, like, let's say a woman, we'll start light. She sleeps with a guy, gets pregnant, and then realizes this guy will leave her, doesn't want to be a dad. You're saying she should get an abortion?
I'm not saying should or shouldn't. I'm saying women have the choice to, right now. Men do not have the choice to opt out of fatherhood. Should or shouldn't, it's almost like, okay, I mean, this is where I get frustrated with conservatives. It doesn't matter what I say. Women are going to abort their kids. It's not going to become illegal. So,
I mean, men do have the choice not to have sex with a woman, though. Obviously,
Of course,
so
or to use protection.
that would be
right.
opting out of fatherhood.
Of course.
Well, obviously, protection can sometimes go wrong. So
Sure, but if you're using a condom, like the overwhelming majority of the time, it's
sure,
gonna work.
okay.
Right?
Staying away is the thing.
Well, obviously that works
fail-safe.
100% of the time, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
But a lot of people would say that is you opting out of being a father. You saying, look, this woman's crazy. I don't want to be a father with her, so I'm not going to have sex with her.
Well, and also
But Pearl is like, but that's going to happen anyway. So, I mean, I live in the real world here.
Also,
Guy saying no to sex. Ha!
it's weird that she's like, it's a total fantasy, this abortion question. It's a total fantasy. Do you know that there's 14 states that abortion is completely illegal?
Wow. Okay.
Already 14 states?
Nice.
And there's even, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 more that have, severe limitations, 6 to 12 weeks, or around that time period.
Guys.
So about like half, right?
Guys, these are the states to hit right here. You can have like 10 kids before you're 25.
Yeah.
I'm
So,
telling you.
Like, I agree. I'm skeptical that we'd have like abortion illegal in the whole country, but I don't think there's states in America you can live in where abortion is illegal. So
Alabama has to be one of them, right?
Alabama, it is illegal, yes.
I knew it. It's always Alabama.
Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, North South Dakota, and Idaho.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
Are you sensing a pattern? Yeah.
It does seem like it's the South. Yeah.
It's the South and the Dakotas and Idaho. Every other one are touching, which is kind of funny. So.
Oh, if we're in a society where we can legally not be mothers, if we don't want, why can't men legally not be fathers?
I get that.
Yeah.
But the question I'm thinking of is, you're putting a lot on women as those who are responsible for single
It's so simple.
single parent, like single mothers. And what I'm trying to understand is, you're saying because women can choose not to be a mother.
Yeah.
You said something to this effect. And the guy can't. That means the woman has decided to have a child knowing the man will not be there.
At times, yes. At times.
So I guess my concern then is, like, let's say there's a woman who deeply loves a man.
Okay.
And she says, let's get married. And he says, yes. And then they do. And then she says, oh, hey, on our honeymoon, I got pregnant. And he goes, no way, I'm not doing this. I never wanted to have kids. I'm filing for a divorce immediately. What is the option? Does she get an abortion, or does she become a single mother?
She can pick what she wants.
Right, but
my point is
that doesn't put the responsibility on her. It puts it on the man.
No, I still think it's on her, because we have 100% control. You can track your cycle.
So
you have Plan B. You have. So again, if
she married a guy she loved. She thought they were gonna have a family, and then he betrays her.
Okay, I've never met a chick this happened to that had a real story with facts and evidence. I've never met one.
This is so good. She's never met a woman that has had a guy lie to her before.
Yeah, never. Ever. She's never met one.
Wow.
Well, to be clear, it's funny. She kind of hedged. She said, I've never met a woman that this happened to. I've never met a woman this happened to that had facts and evidence.
Right.
I was like, what do you, like, did you expect her to record the conversation? Like, what do you... What do you mean? Like, what is that? What do you mean facts and evidence? Every time a guy tells you some horrible story that happened to him with his, ex-wife or a girl, I mean, do you like, did you record the conversation? Do you have facts and evidence of this claim? Or do you just
Right.
take it at face value?
Face value, obviously. It's a
Yeah.
guy. Look, they're basically the spokespeople for God, Sitch. You need to chill
Right.
out.
Well, it's what's interesting when there's like this weird conflict between like the trad side and the red pill side is because the whole concept, and I don't know why Lauren is the only one who seems to be pushing back against this. The other women, there's like two other women on this panel who I thought are supposed to be like trad Christiany. Like this should be pretty morally reprehensible to them because the whole point of the trad situation is that the man has to act in also a, quote, Christian moral traditional sense, which means you don't like dump, and leave a woman high and dry, right? That you take responsibility for your child. And Pearl's just here like, no, fuck the women. Like she's just like anti-women. That's where she's coming from.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. As a Christian, you're trained to, you've got to take responsibility for your actions, especially in the realms of relationships.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Right. And obviously, and also those people generally don't want people to have any abortions either. And so it's kind of like a wacky,
It's a gift from,
right. A wacky
child
way
is a
to-
gift from God for you and your future spouse.
One.
I do.
So it's
I
not overwhelmingly happening. That's one. And two, you generally, if a man marries a chick, he wants to have a kid with her. Generally speaking.
Generally, I do agree. I do agree. I think.
But again, shouldn't, I think that if
So the point is, Tim set up a thought experiment where the woman is completely blameless, and still Pearl cannot accept. She cannot even accept a thought experiment where the woman is to blame, or the woman is blameless. In
it's
the
too not
situation.
believable, Adam.
Yeah. The guy is always innocent.
Yes.
women have the right not to be.
I mean, why? Look, I guess it's just a looks thing. Guys don't want to step up because she doesn't look that nice. But imagine this, like this woman, you could just be like, oh, I'm sorry, I slept with your sister, but what was I going to do? I mean, I'm a guy.
You kept
I'm
nagging
innocent.
me. It's your fault.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is like a gift.
You're talking about a guy going out with Pearl.
Yeah,
Like a
if
gift,
if Pearl is your girlfriend, like you could basically just do anything.
right.
Oh yeah, look, I gambled the house away. What was I
that-
going to do?
Is that like the ultimate existential dilemma for Pearl?
What do you mean?
Like, if she doesn't have a boyfriend, and by the way, I don't know if she does, at all. Anyway, I think she did in the past. I don't know if she does currently, but if she doesn't have a boyfriend and she's basically promoting like you can do whatever you want to me,
Yeah, I'm a
And
doormat.
I'm,
Come
like,
date me.
right?
Yeah.
And I'm successful, and I have a successful family, and still no boy wants to go out with her, so no man wants to go out with her. Like that's got to be, oh my god, that's
Yeah.
got to be devastating to your existential existence, right?
Yeah, my guess is like all of this is just a lie. That really, she wants to be treated nice. She wants to be treated like a princess. She wants to be treated like you're the person that matters. Right. And just I don't know how. Look, I don't know how you can be in a relationship with a guy who treats you like shit and think, "Oh yeah, this is a relationship that's meaningful in my life." Right?
Right.
Like if a guy is truly a misogynist and is like, you're basically his slave.
Right.
How is that relationship fulfilling to you as a person? I mean, no man wants to be in a relationship with a woman that treats him like shit, right? Nobody wants that.
I mean, as I said, unless you have like this weird sub fetish, I guess, you're a masochist or something.
Look, the whole idea about being in a relationship is you're with somebody that treats you like you're special. You're not just some, regular person. You are exceptional. That's like what makes a good relationship. So, but they're basically saying, oh yeah, get yourself in a relationship with a guy that bosses you around, really criticizes you, really makes you feel like you need to improve.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could be a good person if you just weren't such a piece of shit all the time. Yeah, that's going to be a healthy relationship, Sitch. What do you think?
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. It's bizarre to me that these are the people giving relationship advice. Does this qualify as relationship advice? Who's Pearl giving relationship advice to?
She's
Is it
not.
men?
She's just grifting off of angry young men who are angry at women, essentially.
Look, I've had
That's what
my
this
heart
is.
broken before, so
Sure.
I get it. Like it is
Right.
a painful thing, and you want to say, "Oh, it's the woman's fault," obviously. So I do think there's probably a lot of guys out there who, are young. They've gotten their heart broken for the first time. And this is a satisfying content for them. They're like, oh, yeah, it's all her fault. Here are all the reasons why. Even David Buss, I saw a David Buss interview where he said, like, the question that he's asked most often, it's by guys. They ask, why did she go with the other guy who's a piece of shit instead of me, the nice guy?
Right.
He said if he had an answer to that question, he'd be like a bazillionaire. That's the question that everyone wants.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think, like, obviously she's not David M. Buss, a respected researcher and academic, but Pearl is filling that role. Pearl is like, wait a second here. I don't have to be David M. Buss. I can step in and give those guys an answer, right? They want it.
Right.
Here it is. All women are pieces of shit. Here's your solution.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what's going on here. Yeah.
You are completely. That's a very good observation.
Yeah. The problem though is, like, if that's your mindset going into the next relationship, it's gonna fail. You gotta you really have to get over it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like working a job. Some jobs are some jobs you like, some jobs you don't like. Life is about finding a job that you enjoy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Relationships are about finding a relationship that you enjoy. You just can't go into them like with this attitude that all women are evil. How it's impossible to make that kind of relationship work. Even look, and you see it obviously when you talk about the other side of the coin. We often talk about how there's the man-hating feminist, right? All men are pieces of shit. Do you think they have successful relationships, Sitch?
No.
Of course not.
Of course
it's the opposite problem. It is.
Mm-hmm.
Be mothers, men not to be fathers. So if he wants, he should be able to say, hey.
So I found a video this year from Alex Stein's channel where he had like two people that were both proposing to date Pearl.
Oh, really?
When Pearl's on the show. And Pearl claims that she turns them both down, and she claims that she's seeing somebody. So,
she is.
That's what she's claiming, and this is this year. So,
yeah, Pearl. I mean, obviously, no one who's dating you wants to be known as your boyfriend. Otherwise, he'd stand up and be like, "Yes, I am dating Pearl." Why is it top secret?
That is interesting. Yeah, why is it a secret?
I mean, it seems like he's embarrassed. Look, that's the thing too. Women. I mean, how would you feel if you were a woman and a guy was like, "No, we got to keep this secret. I don't want any of my friends or family to know I'm dating you."
That's not good for your ego.
Like,
right?
What's going on? Yeah.
Right, yeah.
You're like, what's wrong with me? Is it because we're a casual? No. That's not it. Oh man. But evidently Pearl is just Pearl has trouble picking up on normal human communication.
Mm-hmm.
Not all communication is in words, Sitch.
Let me tell you. But women should know that. That's supposed to be like. Men are the ones complaining about that. Maybe Pearl's very like masculine in her brain, and she just doesn't get like women, so she hates them.
There used to be a time when women would tell their mothers would teach their daughters. They'd say, "Listen, men will say anything for sex."
Yes.
They will lie.
You gotta be choosy. Right? You gotta be careful out there, ladies.
They will cheat. They will steal. Yes.
Godlike Snake, thanks so much for the $100.
Yeah. Wow. That's awesome.
Thank you. Said 2 things to look up. Look up Gabriel Davis. Apparently, it's Pearl's sister. Clearly, Pearl got the short end of the gene pool.
Oh, no.
No. That's the worst. That could explain a lot. That could actually explain a lot.
Mm-hmm.
This is Pearl's sister?
Hold on. It's $100 super chat. You got to read the whole super chat.
I'm distracted by women because I'm a man. Okay.
Start over. Come on. Be nice to Godlike Snake. That's a very
2 things to look up.
chat.
Gabriel Davis. Apparently, it's Pearl's sister. Clearly, Pearl got the short end of the gene pool. Also, her mother is Jennifer Davis, who served on the U.S. Board of Directors for UN Women and founded Be Exponential, a self-help organization for women. Now, that's interesting.
So she's rebelling against her mom, who is a man-hating feminist?
I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
Right? That's definitely
Could be.
possible.
I'll teach mom.
Right.
She's basically lashing out at her mom. You think all women are great? Ha! I'll go in the opposite direction. All women are terrible.
Yeah, there's this. I'm assuming it's who you're talking about. There's a woman on TikTok called Gabriel Ann Davis who looks close enough to be related to Pearl, but definitely looks hotter. So is that who you're talking about?
Send me a picture so I can bring it up for the audience. Obviously. People want to know.
If this is the right person.
Let's make them pull their phones out. Oh, it's not.
Davis, sister.
But you're not sure that it's her.
Yeah, I want to make sure it's the right person. So
Okay.
But
yeah, gotcha.
Anyway, JMac or Circuit Fire, thanks so much for the $20. Says I was a condom baby. I beat the odds. Absolving men of responsibility is so dangerous to young men and for society as a whole. Men and women need to be held responsible. Well, there you go. Look at that. We all know that JMac is just too powerful to be contained. Okay, even when he was,
of course, even when he was a little baby sperm,
even when he was a sperm, he just broke right through that condom. He said, "No, I can't be stopped." Okay,
he broke right through.
Right.
He could have swam. What if he swam around? I mean, that's incredible.
I don't swim. How do you can you swim around? What do you mean swim around what?
You swim up the condom and then back down the condom? Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you know how these things work?
So here's a random picture.
A rando picture of this Gabriel? Miss Gabriel?
This is her. Yeah.
JMac is pro-life too, so.
I know.
Oh, wow. You're like, let me pull the most horrible picture of this woman I can find.
Well, I was trying to get a horrible picture, so.
Oh, you were? Just to even things out? Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, it's still 1,000 times better than Pearl. I mean, even this horrible picture.
Here's a bunch of TikTok thumbnails, okay?
She's trying. I mean, she's doing her makeup and stuff.
Yeah, listen, I'm not saying she's not gorgeous, but she's definitely better than
right.
Pearl, so. Sad. Maybe. I don't know. I think she has a bunch of brothers and sisters, I thought, so. Who knows? A lot of weird psychological stuff going on here. Anyway, get back to it.
I do agree. I think...
but again, shouldn't, I think that if women have the right not to be mothers, men should have the right not to be fathers. So if he wants, he should be able to say, hey, you know what? I don't want to be a part of this kid's life. I want to opt out of child support for 18 years. You want to have the kid? Good luck. I don't think that's correct, like morally, but right now we can do something. We can get abortions. We can opt out of motherhood. They should be able to opt out of fatherhood.
I mean, they can opt.
All this is contingent on after the sex takes place.
Of course.
Obviously, because you can opt out of fatherhood or motherhood just by not having sex, which is Lauren Chen's argument, obviously.
Right.
And I think the standard conservative Christian argument. So,
right.
Hey, what? Do the crime, pay the time? Is that does that make sense?
Kids are gonna have sex, though. I mean, I don't know how feasible that strategy is, right?
No, abstinence only, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Don't cuck out on this, okay?
They're gonna be like the shoe commercial, like the man gives the girl the clean pairs of shoes on her wedding day, and she gives her the dirty, worn pairs of shoes.
Oh yeah,
And he leaves her at the altar.
I love that analogy.
You like that? Yeah.
After you've been passed around by the football team, you want me to be You want me to be your husband? You want me to raise your kids?
Terrible.
Well, look, how do you handle that if like the whole football team is in there?
Well,
like,
you don't.
I guess you got to have a paternity test. Oh man, that's tough, right? Because then the guy's he's basically, I mean, he is the father, so he might as well just get in there and raise that kid.
Out of fatherhood by not getting people pregnant.
Right, but
So that is very, very possible without abandoning the child. And that's the thing. Like, the child does not have the ability to opt out of needing basic care, comforts, and things like that.
And that's true. But my point is, having unprotected sex, that's an equally irresponsible decision. We can agree, right?
Yes,
right?
yes.
So, but my point is, after that happens, the woman has the plan B option. She's the only one that can guarantee she took the plan B, right? Then she had the option before also to be on birth control or not be on birth control. Many women lie about that. And she has the option to get an abortion. Now
Did you catch that, Sitch? Many women lie. Yeah. Something a man would never do.
Listen, I'm an old man, and I've known many men and women my entire life. Okay?
Right. Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't know if you know this. Out of all the people I've known, they've all been either a man or a woman. I don't know if you know that. Okay.
What? No. You need to make some non-binary.
No, I haven't met any non-binaries. So. Actually, that's not true. But anyway, but what I was going to say is, in my life of knowing all men and all women and all non-binary people, okay, I've never met a single man who's ever lied to me or anyone else in my entire life.
Oh, wow.
And I, as a man, have also never lied in my entire life, ever. Ever.
Right.
But every woman I've ever interacted with, constant.
Oh,
constant lies. Just they're all like pathological. It's insane.
Yeah. Look, if you've been to the dentist, you've been lied to, dude.
We're going close up to birth. As long as we have those extra.
I used to own a Volvo, okay. And
a Volvo?
A Volvo, okay.
No man drives a Volvo, okay.
Right, no man drives a Volvo. I used to own a Volvo, and listen, I don't know if I'm not speaking bad about the entire brand or whatever, but like I used to go to the service place that was an official for that car, for the Volvo brand, and they ripped the fuck off. They tried to rip the fuck off of me. And
did they? When you bought the Volvo?
When I brought the Volvo to the Volvo place, they kept it's one of those places where every time you bring the car in for routine checkup, it has some expensive problem, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's typical.
Yeah. And so after this went on for like a little bit, I'm like, this is very suspect. So I found I knew a friend that knew a random private mechanic, and I started taking the car there. Suddenly there's no more problems, right? Everything seems to be totally to be a totally normal car. I'm like, what the fuck? And you know what? It was a woman.
Was it?
It was a woman, yeah.
Wow.
I'm lying. It was a guy. Oh, wait. I just lied. No! I ruined it for men everywhere. Oh, shit.
Well, I mean, you were just fooling around, so it wasn't a big deal.
It was a man. That was ripping me off of thousands of dollars.
You lied to be funny. I mean,
That's
women
true.
only lie to be vindictive.
That's true. Well, the guy at the Volvo place lied for money, so.
Of course. Look, he had to get his sales number up. Was it really his fault, Sitch? No, of course not.
You know what? That's a good point. I should have seen who, I bet you, even though this was a while ago before DI stuff, I bet you that if I went into the manager's office, woman.
No. I'll tell you exactly.
DI woman making him do all these things, I bet.
No, he's got some gold digger that wants to be treated like a princess, wants to shop on his dime, is always in his wallet all the time. Okay, he's got to get those sales numbers up. Otherwise, she's going to leave him.
True.
She's going to leave him for some other guy. So,
that's a good point.
Yeah, it's a woman's fault.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
And you know what? I remember I was talking to him once. Turned out raised by a single mother too.
Whoa. So obvious.
I know.
Extra options. I think men should have the option to not be fathers. Do you think that's unreasonable?
Yeah, I do. And I've listened to you talk about child support and child custody. And I agree with you that if a man is being kept from his child, it is simultaneously unfair to say you have to pay for him, but you're not allowed to visit him. I don't think that's right.
Okay.
I think you're getting the worst of both worlds there. And I do agree that custody should be 50-50 off the bat. Like, that should be the presumption. You shouldn't lose rights to your child just because you and the mother are divorced. But I don't think you can essentially opt out of a life that you created. And when it comes to abortion, I don't think, similar with women, that you should be able to opt out of the life that you created. So what we
but
have
it doesn't
now,
matter what you think, it
now,
matters what's happening.
right?
That's
So
the point.
now what's happening is immorality when it comes to abortion. But I don't think the way to fix that is to also extend immorality to child support. Like, this is a life you've created. You've both created. You both have responsibility to it.
Whose morals?
What do you mean?
Because
whose
it
morals?
just turns into a morality police, and that's like always what these conversations.
Now she's going to go the full moral relativist.
I know. Women are all evil.
Insane.
Men are literally a gift from God. But like, listen, morality is relative. Okay.
Exactly. This video is insane. Like, we're only 12 minutes in and she's already like, okay, moral relativism.
Well,
About
maybe,
abortion?
Correct.
maybe she thinks all these things about women because, that's how she acts, right?
Whose morality? Oh, because she's a total...
Gaslighting, manipulative, dishonest.
Right. You think there is... they've done some studies that show men are far more likely to be psychopaths. I think it's like
Of course.
5% of men are psychopaths and only like 1% of women are psychopaths.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the women psychopaths that are really scary. Like, that shit's crazy.
Correct. Well, no. I'm talking about sex outside of marriage, that sort of thing. But let's not play pretend. 3% of people are waiting till they're married. That's not really common. I mean, was anyone here virgin on their wedding night? Anyone? No.
Look at this.
Terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, but a lot of people actually have sex with the person that they end up marrying. So,
Of course.
look, I'm not going to hold that against them.
Okay. So why do we put
Why they cut to Lauren on this? Why'd they cut to Lauren on
They're
this?
like, look at
question?
this hypocrite.
pretend? All right. So it's like,
Well, I think
Everybody, look, here's the one. Here's the one.
correct. Well, no.
Oh, damn.
I mean, was anyone here virgin on their wedding night? Anyone? No? Okay. So why do we play pretend?
Awkward.
All right. So
Awkward.
Very awkward.
So this is a woman that was dating the 12-year-old, right?
I think so. Yeah.
And has had sex with the 12-year-old.
Oh my God. Terrible.
She's like, awkward.
Lock her up.
What are you saying? I'm supposed to not have sex? Look, I'm dating a misogynist. Of course we have sex. What am I supposed to do? He tells me I have to.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point.
it's like,
Well, I think this gets to the heart of it. We can sit here all day and talk about what we think ought be or not ought be, but the problem is that you're not going to fix any of this without patriarchy. When we threw patriarchy out the window, we sexually liberated women. What we did was throw
I think this woman is on her second husband, by the way. The one talking about the patriarchy stuff. So
Oh, is she? I don't know
she's
what her
already got one
background is.
divorce under her belt.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the first guy was probably like a feminist or something,
Oh, yeah.
off a balance of power that was already there. Women historically have been, the gatekeepers of sex. Every one of us sitting at this table has twice as many female ancestors as we do male ancestors. So genetically, women had this great advantage. Then we have our youth, our
So
Yeah. Oof.
that's a wrong way to think about that statistic, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Like, so obviously there were time periods in human history where, polygamy would be commonly practiced, which obviously would increase the amount of female ancestors you'd have.
Of course. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
just even if that wasn't the case, just from a mathematical perspective, because humans been around for millions of years, or at least hundreds of thousands of years, depending on where you want to start the clock, if you have a situation where, one man can sire multiple children physically, it's physically possible for one man to sire multiple children with multiple women. It is not possible for a woman to sire children with multiple men. It's not physically possible. So therefore, mathematically, just because of that physical fact of reality, you're going to end up with more women ancestors over time than male ancestors, male ancestors, just because of how the math works out.
A
Right?
woman can have different children with different men, though.
No,
I
but
think you
like the
misspoke.
child, right? But I mean, like the child itself. You understand what I'm saying?
Every child is with one man and one woman.
No, that's not what I meant. But
Okay.
okay,
Look,
maybe I didn't explain it well enough. But
I do think obviously how they run the numbers is usually like 20% of men end up passing on their genes and like 80% of women end up passing on their genes. So that's why it ends up that way. But if you think about it in terms of polygyny, like they have like one guy has a harem of like 100 women and a bunch of eunuchs tending to it and stuff,
sure,
right?
right.
That's gonna taint the gene pool. But who's making the reproductive decisions in that case? Is it the women?
No.
No, it's the
Right.
dude and the eunuchs. Yeah.
Right.
So this whole idea that women that's the glaring contradiction that I see here. Like
Right.
them acting like women are the ones making the reproductive decisions primarily throughout human history, when it's more likely that women were the spoils of war between men and women didn't have any say in their reproductive, in their who they reproduced with. That's more likely the case.
I mean, that's definitely a big part of it. I don't know how much of like a person's life throughout human history was dominated through like a war cycle, and their relationship, and their child was the product of, war, capture, rape, or something, as opposed to not. I don't think it was the majority of the time.
But even when agriculture came into being and there started to be political hierarchy and extreme differences in wealth. I mean, that's when polygyny really took off.
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree with that.
So I mean, maybe when human beings were like, I don't look, who knows the reproductive, how the reproductive culture of, cavemen, so to speak, who knows? But it could have been, one very strong male and like 20 females, right?
They don't think that was the case based on, they do like the physical attributes of men versus women, and they kind of look at, when you have an animal species where it's like one male mate guarding, they have like a harem, and they evolve that way. Usually, like there's certain physical characteristics that men have in terms of like how much bigger they are than women, their testicle size, versus their penis size. There's all sorts of like weird physical characteristics they use to measure that. And when they put that all in the little algorithm, they don't find that that humans seem to be designed to be like a lion, where it's one male having a harem. It seems like there was mostly monogamous relationships with cheating on the side, essentially.
Okay.
It seems to be how they look at it.
There is studies done on this, or?
Yes, which makes sense, I would wager, because, unlike lions, humans live in a situation where they live in cooperative groups together. And
sure.
While it's possible that, you could conceive of a situation where one tribe takes over another tribe and maybe they kill the men and steal their women. I mean, obviously that still would be a risky strategy because the woman could always, kill you while you're sleeping, right? but I guess that is definitely possible, but you still live in a society where, there's going to want to, if there's an equal number of men and women living in a small band of hunter-gatherers, anywhere from 20 to 100 people, there's going to want to be equal distribution of, sexual access.
You split up the women evenly. So what happens is one tribe goes and kills all the men in the other tribe and takes all the women, and then they split up the women evenly in the winning tribe. Yeah.
Yeah. It seemed like it was only once, as you were saying, once farming comes into play, once property ownership, once property gains value via farming and resource production goes through the roof, suddenly you can have one person acquires all the resources who basically hires guards, and things of that nature. And that's when you started to get like these harem sort of societies, which obviously was, existed for thousands of years, but not as long as humans as hunter-gatherers. So
I just think, women choosing their mate is just, it's very modern thinking. When I think of history, I think of, like bride dowries. I think of arranged marriages. I think of like all these different situations.
Sure.
Where men monopolize who is sleeping with who. They monopolize the mating decisions of women. And to just say, oh, all throughout history, women were making the mating decisions. It just seems retarded to me. There's so many situations where men are making the mating decisions.
Yeah, sure.
Have you not seen Game of Thrones? Come on.
Our fertile years where we have tremendous.
What do you mean? Listen, Cersei was choosing her brother, okay? What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. Look, there are plenty of situations where women are making the mating situations. But I think modern life is what makes that possible for the vast majority of women.
I think
throughout history, that wasn't the case.
Well, again, as I said, so it depends where you look at history, because I would guess if you had a hunter-gatherer tribe that didn't capture slaves, I don't think the men were raping the women of the tribe. I think that the women were choosing who they wanted to be with.
Yes, in some situations.
Right. Or maybe, but I guess actually because maybe the parents were making the decision. We don't.
Yeah,
we wouldn't
they
really
had
know the answer
arranged
to that
marriages. Exactly.
Right, I don't
Remember
know,
Romeo and Juliet?
So it seems like arranged marriages again seem to be we would know this with 100% certainty, but it seems like arranged marriages kind of were yet another result of property and resource, ownership, which didn't exist to the extent, in hunter-gatherer societies, right?
Right.
Because that's usually what, these marriages were brokered, not necessarily like the best, I want the best man for my daughter. It would be kind of like, who has the most resources.
Yeah, who has enough cattle that can afford her, right?
Right, exactly. So it's a little bit different, yeah. So I don't know.
Tremendous sway, tremendous influence and power. And I think that's temporary on purpose. What happens when you give women equal political power and equal social power to men and you remove the father as the head of the household, which all patriarchy means is rule by the father. When you throw that out, this is the mess you end up with that's impossible to fix, because what are we going to do about all of this out of wedlock births? And
my point is we have all this freedom, so take the responsibility that comes with it. So
the problem that I have with what she's saying is she's saying that we're in this messed up situation because women have made all the reproductive decisions, but yet in patriarchy, you literally have men making the reproductive decisions. So wouldn't it be their fault? I mean, the fathers are the ones making the decisions.
Right, but I guess
like
she's
you can't
saying,
have it both ways.
But she's working off of this kind of stupid, idealized everything was better back in the day notion, I guess. So but even then, like, this is why it kind of doesn't really make sense. Because if you look at, like, what time period is she talking about? Because usually when people idealize the past in America, right? And even if there was a society where things were definitely more patriarchal in terms of like gender rules, like, I mean, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think in America it was like a widespread practice that the father was like choosing the suitor of the daughter in America in like the 1900s.
No, there was the tradition of asking the father's permission.
Right, but that's completely different than like than what
course,
she's kind of laying out here.
We
like
don't
we're going
have
back to like
marriages.
Kind of the Middle Ages here. So
we don't have arranged marriages in America. We're too individualistic,
right?
Too freedom loving.
So if right now we have the freedom to get an abortion, doesn't matter what we want, doesn't matter what should be. I don't agree with abortion either, but right now it's legal. So if that's what we're doing, then take the responsibility of raising the kid. That's what I say.
So, do you all agree with the idea of patriarchy?
Yes.
But I mean, how would you do you?
I'll put a caveat. Biblical patriarchy.
Yeah, I was gonna ask like what is, but how are you? What's your view on the idea of patriarchy?
I don't think it'll ever happen in my lifetime. I think it's a good idea, but I wouldn't predict that would happen in my lifetime.
Sure. How would each of you would you define patriarchy similarly? I think Lauren, you
right, because I guess just blanketly patriarchy. I think that the father's role at the head of the household, it comes from God, and it's valid insofar as he is acting on behalf of God, trying to lead his family in a godly way. Because obviously people are gonna say like, what about this abusive husband? Blah blah blah. It's like, all right, well, if he is not conducting himself in a manner that aligns with the way Christ treats his bride, the church, then that's actually not biblical patriarchy.
I'm going to shockingly disagree with this take.
Go for it.
Which might surprise a lot of people because everybody knows I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm pretty serious about that. But you guys might not know there was a huge amount of membership in anti-suffrage groups. The anti-suffragists were far more popular than suffragists. Women did not want suffrage. Very few people know that, like, less than 4%, according to all of the referendums that they did at the time, women did not want it. And if you take...
So I looked up this number. I was very curious about that. Where is this number? 4%, only 4% of women wanted, the vote, right?
Right. They wanted the ability to vote in elections.
Right. So this number is kind of hilarious. It comes from, there was one referendum vote in like 1870 or something, I forget, or no, it was like 1890, I don't know. There's like one referendum vote in Massachusetts in like the late 1800s, and they had some vote, and supposedly, according to a guy from the early 1900s who wrote an article in 1903 who was against women voting, he claims that of all the women that could have potentially come out to vote, only 5% of the women bothered to show up to vote and say that they should have that ability. Right. So,
okay.
I don't know how
that's a stretch.
Yeah, I don't know how good that number is that I would bank on that. And it's weird too, because she kind of goes on this whole anti-voting thing for women when it's like, when giving the women the right to vote was an amendment to the Constitution, right? It required 2/3 of both the House and the Senate to vote and agree on this. And then it took 2/3 of all state legislatures to also agree to this, to ratify it. Right. So it seems kind of preposterous to me, this idea that like women voting was a niche thing that no one really wanted at all. It's like, well, okay, obviously overwhelmingly people wanted it. That's why the politicians voted for it with an overwhelming majority.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Take a look at the arguments that women made for why they didn't want suffrage, why they didn't want women's liberation. They said, you're charging us with something we cannot do. So we cannot rule society. We cannot defend persons and property, which is supposed to be the primary role of government, to defend persons and property. If women can't do that, why give us political power? Why give us voting rights? Then we might have to get drafted. We might have to show up for jury duty, things like that. So I think to say, well, we'll let the men rule as long as they're doing it in a way that we feel is Christian or things like that is kind of beside the point, because women only have an illusion of authority right now.
So she responds to Lauren Chen, where Lauren is basically saying, look, as long as your husband's not an a-hole, like as soon as he's an a-hole, like patriarchy's off. I'm going to step up. Look, it's time for girl boss to take over here. And she's like, nah, really, if he wants to be an a-hole to you, he's allowed to, Lauren.
Well, her answer makes no sense to me, because it's like, if she's like some big Christian, you should still, even if you're going to make this sort of argument that like, yeah, technically, if all the men decided to, abuse women, then they could, because men are just physically stronger.
Nothing they could do about
it.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, okay, I guess that's like technically true, but as a Christian, shouldn't you be saying that doesn't matter? Obviously, men abusing women does not align with Christian values or what God set out, for people to do in the Bible, right? So I have no clue why she's making this argument. It's so bizarre.
It's like big brain stuff here, Sitch.
I mean, the big brain stuff is this is all a sub fetish. This is all sub fetish in public, is what this is. Okay,
that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense here. Lauren, don't you want your man to dominate you? Shut up, you. Shut up, you crazy with that Christian stuff.
Aren't you so
excited? I'm here for the domination.
It's so exciting that like I could know that at any moment my man could just dominate me.
Right.
It doesn't.
Lauren, don't you like to get smacked around? Why are you even at this table?
It's weird.
Basically, like if it comes down to it. So men have the monopoly on force. There's no way around that. Even if you talk about, oh, well, there's women senators or there's women.
Well, no, I mean, also, if you're like very religious, shouldn't you be like, well, God has a monopoly on force, right? Like if all men were doing some evil action, wouldn't God stop it somehow? I don't know. It's a weird fucking
Sitch.
argument.
No, it's not going to happen.
Presidents or there's females in the military now. At the end of the day, the people who enforce any illusion of rights, women's rights or otherwise, are going to be men. Period. End of story. Nothing you can do about that. So to say, oh, women have equal rights, they have equal rights that they have to appeal to men to enforce on their behalf. So is that actually equal? So I'm just saying, like, to have this idea that, well, we'll let the men be in charge. The men are in charge. Right now, what's been happening is they've allowed women's liberation, and we can talk about who and why.
So you're saying that at any point, if like the majority of men in government were like, yeah, women, you're done. That's
Yes.
it.
Yes.
We wouldn't really be able to do much
We
about it.
couldn't
I
do
don't
anything.
disagree, but
if
I think
tomorrow they went, we've had enough of this little experiment, hasn't gone so well. I think this women's rights stuff is over, and no more voting for you, and you're going to mostly be at home. If you have young children and you're a mother, you're going to be at home raising them. You're not going to be, trying to be a CEO. What would women do about that? Get mad, cry a little bit, yell. I mean, but
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I feel like politically, women certainly have a lot of power. There are a lot of guys online who refer to our current Western society as gynocentrism. But I think I see what you're saying in that because men typically are the aggressive force, if they decided to, they could stop it and women couldn't.
right.
So I guess I'm imagining a scenario where if a bunch of, say, like Republicans came out and said, no more 19th Amendment, you would have a bunch of women saying, how dare you, we won't allow this. But I suppose the argument then is the only reason that move from a Republican would be blocked is that Democrat men would block them.
Well, that's how we got the 19th Amendment. It was actually like Gilded Age industrialist progressives, the same guys who met at the Jekyll Island Club in 1910 to draft the Federal Reserve Act, the same guys who wanted the income tax, had a vested interest in getting women out of the home and into the workforce and making them politically active.
But why is that? What was their interest?
Oh my God. She's nodding along. Yeah, the Federal Reserve.
Yeah,
God,
so
this thing is comedy gold.
I looked into this because I don't know where this claim.
The Jekyll Island thing?
Yeah, well, not that
Really?
specific thing, but this
Oh,
whole
okay.
income tax, Federal Reserve, women's voting, all this stuff. Okay. Well, first of all, when she says the Progressive Party back in the early 1900s is not the like progressives we think of today, obviously, right? You had Teddy
The
Roosevelt.
trust busting Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, Teddy Roosevelt was, part of the Progressive Party back in like 1912,
Against monopolies.
Right. And
Right.
so I was actually curious as to like what were because again, as I said, to have women have the right to vote, this required, a massive majority. You needed 2/3 of both the federal Congress and 2/3 of all the state legislatures. So there had to be a pretty large coalition in favor of giving women the right to vote. So I was curious. So I was kind of researching this, and like what she's saying is so not remotely true. In fact, the coalition, from the research I saw, the coalition for women's voting was essentially every single coalition. It was conservatives, it was the religious, it was the progressives of the day. It was everyone but one group. There's only one group of people that didn't want women to have the right to vote overwhelmingly in that time period.
Who was
This
it?
is after they had been fighting for it for 60 years, because like they've been fighting for the ability to get women to vote since 1950, and it finally had kind of started to grab hold for I guess
Wow.
70 years in that time period. And it was
Guy.
the New England business owners.
Really?
Okay, yes. The Northeastern New England business owners were really the only people that didn't want women to vote. And it's because a lot of the pressure, a lot of the ideas built around, and this is kind of interesting too, because you're talking about from like being a Christian perspective, a lot of the Christians of the day were very in favor of women voting because number one, it was primarily women in the churches back then. And they felt like they were going to sort of, give a strong spiritual sense to like fix corruption in the government. And they felt women's voting was highly tied into the temperance movement, which we've talked about in the past, which was to sort of, get rid of alcohol. It was believed that women's voting would help cut down on having child labor too.
Oh, wow. Interesting. They want him for a voting block against child labor
Against child
laws.
labor. And it was also so women worked back in these days too. There's kind of like this fanciful notion that women didn't work, and that's not true. Women did work back in those days, unless they were obviously married to someone who's wealthy. So women did work back in those days, especially young women, that were not married, worked back in those days, and they often got paid, much shittier than men, especially in like the 1890s, 1900s. And so a lot of the New England business owners didn't want women to vote because they felt like it would
Ooh.
hurt their, ability to have child labor and to pay women garbage, in the
That's
big cities.
hilarious.
So, but basically everywhere else in the country, at least according to this book I was reading and some of the research I've done on it that was talking about this, the coalition for women voting was pretty overwhelmingly by the time that the amendment passed in the 1900s.
Yeah.
So this idea that it was like this like conspiracy to like derive more from the tax base is completely made up. Also, the taxing is interesting too, because I was curious about that, how the first income tax came to power or came into being. Because again, that was also required a constitutional amendment for the federal government to be able to institute an income tax. So that had overwhelming support, and that kind of it started because we didn't really have there's sort of a little bit of income taxes before, or various taxes, but before that the federal government got most of its money through tariffs. But it was really the Civil War, which is when the government had the first really income tax, and apparently it was so useful that everyone was kind of like, yeah, this is a pretty good idea, we should keep doing we should have some kind of income tax after this.
The income tax, though, really was levied only at the wealthy originally. That's how
Yes.
it got in, yeah.
Yes, of course.
Because most people didn't pay any income tax.
Right.
They were like, oh, yeah, this is great. Let's have the wealthy people pay for the government.
I think when income tax was instituted, it was something like only people that made over $800 paid like 3% of anything over $800.
Right.
Or something. So, yeah. And that, again, that had a very broad coalition of voting base, because basically everyone who was not very wealthy was in favor of it, and in favor of kind of using, the government to levy these sorts of social programs.
But now it's completely reversed. It's like the wealthy are like, let's make the middle class pay for this government.
Right.
We don't want to pay for the government.
Sure. Right. Yeah.
Well, a couple of reasons. The first interest is, if you're going to do an income tax, you can only tax the men's wages. Well, imagine if you can double that by getting all the women into the workforce and taxing their wages. So that's one.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up that rich thing, because obviously that would have no, like in like 1919, women weren't paying income tax because they didn't earn enough to do it. So this is all like nothing to do
Yeah,
with it,
she's completely wrong about this.
Right.
Yeah.
Two is a lot of these guys wanted this blend of socialism and capitalism that we have right now, this kind of hybrid system. And there was a lot of anti-suffrage groups that had posters, pamphlets, encyclicals. They even did debates against suffragists where they said a vote for women is a vote for socialism, because the Bolsheviks in Russia were saying, we're never going to have full communism. We're never going to have true socialism unless we get women involved, give them the vote, make them workers, make them see themselves as labor units rather than mothers. So this was kind of the plan.
It's kind of funny. If you listen carefully to what she was saying, she said there were anti-suffrage movements that would make this claim, like trying to tie in women's voting to socialism. That doesn't mean it was tied into it. It just means that they made the claim, right?
Right, because they were against it. Yeah. They're like,
Right.
look, let the women vote and socialism is going to reign supreme. I mean, people are still making that claim today.
Exactly. And it was funny because I was kind of going through, so I found this book. It was called Women's Suffrage and the New Democracy. And it was kind of talking about a lot of the ideas around how women got the vote. And it was interesting. They were saying that, originally, even though the Bolsheviks originally, they were in favor of women's rights, and then obviously that all got taken away later in Russia. It became I think when Stalin came into power, they were not very on board with that. But even though there was a socialist movement in the early 1900s in America, and they were in favor of women's rights, they actually hated the big women's rights organization, and the big women's rights organizations hated the socialists. And the reason was most of the big women's rights organizations were kind of comprised of upper middle class and rich women. And so the socialists didn't like them because they all saw them as like bougie capitalists.
Wow.
And the women's rights people viewed them as like dirty commies, and so they kind of hated each other, even though they both agreed on women's suffrage. And so that's part of why the anti-suffrage movement would craft the argument, was like to intentionally piss them off, and also to intentionally, tie in the negative association with socialism with women's suffrage. So, even though, again, obviously, as I said, majority of the people in the country were in favor of it, and majority of people in the country in 1910 were not socialists. So,
yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, socialism was pretty much fringe around that time.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how we ended up with the system we have now. So they wanted dual income tax. They wanted women in the workforce. What's the other big benefit of that? Where do the kids go all day? If mom and dad are both at work, they have to go somewhere. Oh, we magically get the compulsory education system right along this same time frame. So the kids are being indoctrinated with whatever values the government and the Department of Education want to bestow on them.
So she's saying that the people who wanted women to vote so that they could get into the workforce, when the reality is women were already in the workforce, and the people who didn't want women to vote were the people who were taking advantage of them by paying them shit wages.
Yes.
That's hilarious.
Well, and
this
also
is all completely backwards.
Yeah, no, it's all completely backwards. And also, because I looked up this thing about the education too, because there was like in the 1920s, it was like, quote, the progressive era, where there was a lot of these reforms kind of happened back to back to back. But the education thing happened kind of completely differently. There had been a push for mandatory public education since the 1850s on a state-by-state level. And by the time women gained the right to vote, all the states had already implemented on their own, before women had the right to vote, mandating that each state had some kind of mandated education for every kid, for every child on its own.
All
So
right.
it's completely like that happened before, and on a state by state basis, had nothing to do with women having the right to vote. And even more funny, who were some of the biggest proponents of mandatory public education before anyone else?
Who's that?
The KKK.
Oh, wow.
The reason for it's so weird. The reason for this
So
is
they
because
could teach racism?
well, no, maybe sort of. The reason for this was because, as we all forget, in modern times, the KKK didn't just hate black people; they also hated Catholics. And so, before there was mandatory public education, a lot of schools that were available to people were Catholic
schools.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so they didn't like all these kids going to these Catholic schools and learning all the evil Catholic values. So they wanted to make sure that they could have, like, they weren't big
Compete.
they wanted public education to basically compete with what they thought was Catholic brainwashing of children, which is kind of funny because she's sort of making like the opposite argument. So, and this is again, this is sort of the problem of looking at today's views of the government and sort of thinking that they're the exact same way. People view the government the exact same way in 1910 or 1890.
Right.
Obviously people's ideas of government have shifted drastically, over the last 100 years.
I know that the progressives of the temperance movement also teamed up with racists. I don't know if it was the KKK, because I don't know if the KKK was around back then, but the temperance movement wanted to make alcohol illegal, and the racists had this argument that you couldn't trust black people if they were drinking, so they wanted to also make alcohol illegal.
Yes.
So there are a lot of coalitions that today people would just revile at.
Yeah, people, and again, that's why people talk about, the abortion movement, tied in with eugenics. Like, there was lots of weird coalitions that weren't weird at the time, but would be weird by today's standards of how the lens at which these political issues are viewed wouldn't really make sense.
Yeah, because people so effectively use any party in your coalition to paint your coalition as terrible.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So, and then the other big obvious one is cheap wages. If you were JP Morgan or a Cornelius Vanderbilt or a Rockefeller or a Ford, and you had these huge factories and you need lots of cheap labor, you can only import so many immigrants. Better idea, take the women who are going to work for a lower wage, put them in the factories, which is exactly what we saw happen. So
I suppose with industrialization.
which I said was the opposite because they were voting against it because they thought women voting would prevent them from doing those exact things, but whatever.
Well, they already had women working.
Yeah.
They were scared women with political power would have more political say in raising their wages.
Yes, exactly. So she has it backwards. Yeah.
You immediately let me pause. Go back before industrialization. Conscription became okay. I got to slow down. Obviously, conscription's been around forever. Guys were forced to fight, but it became substantially more viable to have a conscripted class when like breech loaders, muskets, and more easily loadable weapons became prominent.
Yeah.
It used to be back in the ancient days, you had a warrior class. Mm-hmm. Men who were born from the day they were born, every day trained to be fighters. And they said, these guys are going to be the fighters who defend this nation. And they had spears. But then all of a sudden they were like, this is a gun. You point it, you pull the trigger, it works. All of a sudden.
I don't think this is true. Like, before guns existed, there were still massive amounts of, peasantry and common folk would be conscripted into armies. Like, yeah, you would have mercenaries and you would have, higher level people that would be trained and things of that nature, but you still had, in most countries, they still had mandatory conscription. So I don't think this is accurate.
Right. They had slave armies too. That's obviously conscription.
Well, that's a good point as well. Sure.
Like, we could take literally anybody, hand them this, and they can fight on equal. So all of a sudden, I was reading about the fall of samurai in Japan, and this warrior class had tremendous political power that was lost the moment rifles were introduced to the country. All of a sudden, they're just like, we don't need you anymore. Yeah. Your political power is gone. So I forgot exactly where I was going with that, but
probably that it's the industrial.
My favorite part of the live stream. I forgot where I was going with that, but whatever.
Fair enough.
That's chill.
Revolution is what allowed feminism. If you ever wondered how come women's liberation didn't happen for 2, 4, 6,000 years before this, it's because technology is the thing that makes it possible for women to feel they're equal with men. Look at this studio. Were any of these lights, this Wi-Fi, these computers, any of this designed by women?
No.
Do the women upkeep it? Do the women build it? No, the men build this technological world that makes us think,
and it's so
I can be a career woman. I can be in charge.
It's so funny because women.
Well, this is like it's an interesting argument because, like, obviously, in terms of if a woman wants to believe that she, is physically capable of certain actions as a man, then yeah, that would require technology. But you wouldn't need technology to just have an inherent belief that women should be treated to have equal rights and representation in government and in life than a man. That doesn't have anything to do with technology, right? Like, why would it?
It's completely separate.
So I don't know if I buy that idea, that concept.
I'm trying to imagine all of these women without credit cards or bank accounts or like all the things they seem to be advocating that women shouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean, there's the inherent contradiction that you have a bunch of women who are famous YouTubers or social media figures who are advocating to basically not have the access and opportunities that they're using to promote these ideas in the first place.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
They'll come on the show and say they don't need men on a microphone that men built in a building that men maintain.
And I agree with that. And my counter, because I was talking about this, I have a segment we'll get to in a second. All of these women these feminists are online saying, we're great inventors. Actually, I was just screwing with ChatGPT because it's super woke and I'm trying to get it to admit reality. And it was like, men and women are completely equal and have contributed equally to society. And I'm like, I agree that's true, but tell me why. Mm-hmm. And it starts going on about great inventors. And I'm like, no, spare me this. It is strange to me that there are so many feminists that want to talk about the masculine things women have done instead of literally just being like, how about every great world leader was made by a woman? Mm-hmm. How about the fact that women are the ones who create the people? In concert with men, yes, but women, if a guy's like, I invented the light bulb, it's like, congratulations, you were created by a woman. Like, can we give women credit for being the creators of life?
No, and what's interesting is that feminists basically have masculine values. They only judge women as successful or useful when they are conforming to masculine norms.
Yes.
That's why they love the CEO, feminine girl boss. They love those female fighters. They're only proud of women when they're behaving like men, because that's where their value set comes from. They basically disregard the homemaker, anything feminine, nurturing, caring, childcare. They think of that as unimportant, which is ironically actually sexist.
So I want to pull this up.
So I think that's a good point. I agree with that completely. And I've made that point several times. It is weird how a lot of modern feminism does do this. They basically take all the attributes and traits that we think of as, quote, masculine, and then they say those are the good attributes. Therefore, women should be as masculine as possible, right?
Yeah, they should compete on those attributes.
Right. As opposed to just saying, well, why don't we just raise up these feminine attributes and say these should be as important in society and as worthwhile in society as these masculine attributes? Like, what shouldn't that be the feminist goal, essentially?
Right. Yeah. What are the feminine attributes again that are important?
Caring, nurturing,
Oh
communication,
yeah.
problem resolution without violence. Go on.
Okay.
There's a couple we go through, but it's so I was interested because I was kind of looking
Is
into
it
this because I was
really?
curious as to like what caused this shift. And this is my theory here. I don't think like the first wave feminists who are like the suffrage movement, I don't think that they were the ones, I don't think embedded in their philosophy, their ideology was this sort of we all should be men. That doesn't seem to be the guiding principle. It seemed to be more like men and women are different. Women offer different perspective and a different things in life. We need to be represented by society, not only for our own individual rights, but also for the good of society as a whole, essentially. That seemed to be kind of like the guiding philosophy of the suffrage movement.
Right.
Second wave feminism, I think, is where things start to change in the 60s, the 50s and 60s, because it was just my theory, but it seemed like that's where the concept of the patriarchy started to take hold, which is this notion that there's this overwhelming, like overarching male conspiracy to essentially dominate and control women. And that by doing this, men gain all this freedom and, good things for themselves while women are essentially subjugated to being second-class citizens. And I think, ironically, it's this idea of the patriarchy that actually limited women's freedom, because when they started to view like this like man versus women thing, when they're starting to do what like the women here are essentially doing, only in reverse, where there's like this men versus women society where men have all these positive things and women have all these negative things, just by that nature alone, psychologically, you're going to start to attribute all of the attributes that society thought of as masculine in the 50s and 60s as being positive attributes. And you're going to start attributing all the things that are attributed with women as negative attributes, because those are going to be all like subordinate things. And I think that's where this sort of seed was planted that like in the 60s, women should basically just be as masculine as possible in order to, gain freedom in society, right? Combine that with, obviously there's a physical practical limitation, which is obviously in our capitalist society, money and resources equals freedom and control of your life. So there's that combines with that. And then that gets kind of magnified, I think, with third wave feminism, which had a lot of, I don't know how to say this nicely. Third wave feminism was highly, was highly inspired by lesbians, who I think were more masculine in nature than the average women. And so I think this is kind of how we've gotten to where we've gotten today, with sort of this, radical feminist movement that women should essentially just have all these male traits and female traits are bad. Feminine traits are bad, I should say.
I mean, could it be that the masculine traits just lend themselves more naturally to like hierarchical assessment, and the female traits don't really have that quality?
That's true. That's true. Sure.
Because
That's definitely part of it.
look, I think you can compete on the masculine traits. It's far more easier to compete. I mean, how do you compete on being nurturing? Like, how's that break down into like an Olympic event?
No, of course, right. That's definitely part of it. And definitely, since men did have more control in society, society was definitely organized around more masculine attributes in the first place.
Well, yeah, and I think like a lot of women they were like, okay, there's these cool things that men are doing and I want to do those cool things as well. And a lot of men weren't going, well, there's cool things women are doing and I want to do them too. Like
Right, but that goes
babysitting.
right. Right, but that's because men generally aren't interested in doing those activities
Right.
anyway. Right.
So it's completely tilted towards the men.
No, but that's part of it is because a lot of the women's rights movement, especially always from the beginning, but especially around the second wave, when it got tied into this so women from the beginning, when it came to women's rights, wanted freedom. Okay.
Right.
We need individual freedom the way that men have it.
Right.
And
yeah.
in the first wave, they're like, well, we're going to gain individual freedom via voting, right?
Right.
Once we have voting power, we will gain freedom. In the second wave movement it was like women's CRT. They're like, well, we got the right to vote via liberal democracy, and that hasn't changed society enough. That hasn't changed the social structure of society enough. So therefore, the liberal solution must not be working. We need to do something else, right? To gain this freedom. And so, yeah, if you're going to associate freedom as like the goal here, and in our capitalist society, freedom is often attained when they say freedom, they mean like the ability to control your life path and not be tied to someone else. That's going to be highly dependent on whether you have the financial freedom and financial stability of your own, right?
Right.
And so if that was attributed with, men going out and working, then you're going to start to create this, toxic seed of, masculine traits are the only good traits and feminine traits are bad traits.
Right. Yeah. It does seem interesting that as soon as a woman gets what she wants, she finds out it doesn't make her happy. I mean, there's some real irony in that.
Well, that's the message of every rom-com, right?
I know. That's why it's funny. It's totally funny. It didn't work. We got the vote and it didn't work. I'm still unhappy.
Well, it is interesting because so much of society, I think of human society, is people in really bad conditions who are basically forced by whatever natural conditions they are to persevere. And then once those conditions sort of become better and people more and more find that they have the freedom and opportunity to do things they want to do, obviously that's when kind of the existential dread and terror starts to creep into people's lives, right? You can only start to face those existential dread and terror when you're in a more like stable situation.
Of course. Yeah. You think
because then before that
you're
just trying to survive. So
wow. How come? So prohibition lines up perfectly with women getting the right to vote? If they get the right to vote and they immediately take alcohol away?
yeah, essentially. That was a big part of why they wanted women to have the right to vote in the first place anyway, was
to get alcohol made illegal?
Yes.
Okay, well, that was a big mishap right there.
I know.
That's interesting. That's interesting right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look, they're all right. But this is what I said, there was the progressive era, the quote progressive era was in this like 1920s, 1910, 1920s area. That's where all these big implementations were kind of societal changes were tried out and experimented with. So some of them turned out to be good. Some of them, like prohibition, turned out to be bad, obviously.
Well, the reason they wanted to get alcohol illegal is because a lot of husbands were getting drunk and beating their wives. So yeah, tangible harm was taking place, and they wanted to solve that tangible harm. Right.
Yes.
Of course, it was all the women's fault, as Pearl knows deep within her soul.
Well, it's interesting because if Pearl wanted to dig deep into this, she would find out that a lot of the social justice movement, which James Lindsay has discovered, a lot of social justice movement is pretty tied into Christianity. And so it's like, which a lot of people on the right maybe are not very comfortable with nowadays, because nowadays obviously it's always tied into socialism, but back in those days it was very tied into religion. So
Christian socialism was one of the major coalitions in the prohibition movement.
That is true as well. Yeah.
Yep.
I was talking about this the other day. This is a great thread. We have Catherine Brodsky. She posted this image of this Taekwondo black belt woman doing this absolutely amazing bow staff routine. She's spinning this aluminum staff. It looks absolutely incredible. Wow, real talent there. I sincerely mean that. Look at that. She said, "If you run into her in the forest, I pity the man and the bear."
God, these women are so delusional.
She then responded, the number of unfit, unskilled men claiming they can, quote, take her merely based on the fact that they are men. Yes, men are on average stronger, but take an unfit man in a somewhat similar weight class and she's winning.
No.
So the first thing I want to say is the caveat of an unfit man in the same weight class after saying, I pity the man in the bear. So this woman, tremendous talent. I mean, no disrespect, but she's 5'1", 100 pounds.
Right.
Yeah.
She has her stats are available for her like fight record and everything. There's a reason why a man who is 6'3", raw muscle, ripped to the bone with 4 black belts will not beat a grizzly bear in a fight.
Yeah.
Technique's not going to save you from a grizzly bear.
Right.
Because physical mass matters in the conflict. Yes, there's with proper grappling technique, it's known that women could force a man into a submission, but a 5 foot tall, 100-pound woman will be lifted up with one arm by probably your average guy. Okay, maybe not your average guy.
I don't even think she could take a 5'1" guy.
No, because even like pound for pound, men are still stronger.
Right.
More bone density, more muscle mass.
I mean, my husband, he's really into mixed martial arts. He does BJJ, he does boxing, and I've asked him like, we have a daughter. He's like, would you put Riley in like Taekwondo or stuff like that? And he was like, why? And I'm like, I don't know, like self-defense. And he's like, no, we're just gonna get her a gun. Like, exactly. She's tiny, she's half Asian. Like, even he recognizes like for her, it's not gonna be useful unless
Listen, ladies, don't take any martial arts. All right, it's a waste of time.
Well, I mean,
Don't bother.
this is why women have men.
You hear that?
Okay.
You hear that? I know some of you women out there. So I know some Sitch and Adam female super fans out there, pretty big in the martial arts scene. You're just wasting your time, okay? You're wasting your time, right?
Just get a gun. Is that
Right.
Oh, okay.
Well, and it's weird too because they have that clip of the woman with the staff, right? Like sure, if you had a woman and a man who both know some kind of martial art and they're the same weight class, obviously, yeah, I mean, with his grappling thing can be different, but obviously, the man's going to just have generally more advantage, right? Because men on average I'm sorry, I said the same weight class. Throw that out. Men on average are going to be larger than women, so men on average are going to be stronger than women. Obviously, and even pound for pound, men on average are stronger. But they had a woman with like a weapon, and so I don't think it's that unreasonable to say a woman, even if she's 5'1", 100 pounds, with a weapon who has weapons training, is going to beat an average unarmed man in a fight who doesn't have any sort of training. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing.
Yeah.
I think that's fairly reasonable. So,
Seems obvious.
yeah.
I do think a lot of movies have made women delusional about those differences.
Yes,
Those
and
biological sex differences.
right now, and they talk about that, and I do agree with that because of like a lot of superhero movies. It's always like the woman who knows kung fu who's able to beat all the guys up, which is kind of with her bare hands, which is not realistic. But I think if you want, first of all, I think women, if young girls want to do martial arts because something they're interested in, they should 100% do it. And I think it's good for young girls to do martial arts, especially anything that has like a weapons training thing, just to be prepared in the situation. It's going to help. So I don't buy this thing that's like, oh, just don't even bother. It seems silly to me. But
Yeah.
let me skip ahead a little bit because I kind of just go off on.
Oh, good.
What?
Wait, hold on. She never got to speak.
So
And the whole time.
listen, as men here, we determine what women should be allowed to speak. Okay.
Oh, of course, yeah.
She said that she wanted a man who'd be a misogynist and nitpicker
yeah.
and take control. So that's what I'm doing. Okay.
Oh,
Val Van Gogh for $40. Thank you so much. Says, ever hear of the Imbangala culture who held an institution of absolute infanticide? They would replenish their population with the captured children of their enemies. Since all kinship relations were eliminated, they were a pure meritocracy. There are some loose parallels, though, if you look for them. Unsurprisingly, they are no longer around. I've never heard of that. That sounds totally batshit crazy. So,
sounds kind of cool though. I mean,
that sounds retarded.
why?
That's so I mean, that's sort of, first of all, you're completely going against your entire genetic, like the entire point of what you evolved to do, right? To propagate your genes.
Yeah,
intentionally, which is interesting.
I mean, I do think people will fight harder if they're fighting for their family, and if you live in a society where there is no family, then
Right.
I mean, they did die out, so that
Right.
says everything, right?
Yeah, it sounds pretty crazy. I don't know. I'm curious to look into them. I'm curious to see how long this society lasted, because I guess not that long, with at least that practice of like killing your own children. So
100% immigration, right?
yeah, I mean, essentially, that's so weird. How does that even evolve, and how does a culture like that even come to be in the first place?
Pretty bizarre.
Uh, Jan Havy for $20 says the worst thing about Pearl, she exploits lonely men's bitterness and sadness to make money. She claims to care but takes advantage of them. Her simps can't seem to see that she's just telling them what they want to hear. That's true.
That is super sad. Yeah.
That's true.
And giving them like bad advice. I mean, is this really advice? I mean, she kind of is just telling them what they want to hear.
Right. Majin for $20 says, hey, my patriarchal pigeons, is there a possibility for lesbians to be a political term in the same manner as queer is now? Queer being the new highly unstable extreme of one in many attempts like lesbian. I mean, I guess it's possible, sure. I say go for it.
I don't think, no, lesbian is too politically charged.
You think so?
Yeah, like all
say
gay terms.
take it back.
All gay terms are politically charged now.
Time for lesbians to take it back, okay?
Do it.
Part of the reason that women, I would say that men they need to have higher standards when it comes to women. I do think that if women, like the reason why so many girls are on OnlyFans or are whores are because men still sleep with them. They're paying the OnlyFans subscriptions. And I know it's easy, like this is not what's happening. This is what they ought to do. But if we ever want to change the culture, we have to start somewhere. And I do think that if more men's advocacy groups arised and more men were like, I'm not going to give women and feminists the time of day if they're pro-voting, if they're feminists, like make it so unfavorable, bring back shaming to such a high degree, as rabid as the feminists were, where they took over everything.
Like denying sex to OnlyFans model is going to change their behavior somehow. That doesn't seem like a good strategy to me.
Well, I think she was saying, no, I think she was saying, don't, like if a man supports an OnlyFans model, that you should shame them for it.
Well, she said they're still getting sex.
The men. I assume she's talking about the men, not the women.
No, she said the OnlyFans models are still getting sex.
Like,
so I did
pro-vote culture, we have I would say that men they need to have higher standards when it comes to women.
Men need to have higher standards when
right.
it comes to women. Okay. Right. These whores.
Right.
We need to have some standards here. But
Gotcha.
This is completely, I mean, I don't know if she gets this, but look. We're not marrying these bitches. We're having sex with them. What do you... The fuck? Of course we're having sex with them. Okay? Until they hit the wall, and then we're leaving them high and dry. Okay?
Listen,
that is a shaming pattern that's being perpetrated here.
Men never lie for sex, Adam.
Right.
Okay? And men never have sex with women they don't want to be in a relationship with, right? Men are the innocent angels.
Come on now. Look. Now watch, because this maneuver, like, oh yes, the guy's like, I'm not gonna have sex with this OnlyFans model. I'm gonna show her. I'm gonna shame her.
I'm curious if Pearl's gonna be offended by this take, because it's still saying men should do something differently, right? Like men should not have sex with OnlyFans people, and Pearl's like, well, still the women's fault, right?
Oh yeah.
I do think that if women, like the reason why so many girls are on OnlyFans or are whores are because men still sleep with them. They're paying the OnlyFans subscriptions. And I know it's easy, like this is not what's happening. This is what they ought to do. But if we ever want to change the...
So yeah, there's maybe she's right. And there's some guys that are lying to them and saying, look, yeah, we'll get married eventually. Yeah, let me have some more sex, right? When every single guy is going, there's no way I'm marrying this. Me marrying this whore? Of course not. I mean, I'm just dating her for 6 months, a year, until I get tired of sleeping with her. Like all these women are being lied to. So I just, I mean, what's your take on this, Sitch?
I mean, I would wager that I agree with her, obviously, that in terms of, the overwhelming majority of people that have OnlyFans are men. And if you have a problem with OnlyFans, it's kind of ridiculous to me that women get blamed for that when men are
You mean an OnlyFans account, not an
accounts.
OnlyFans?
Yes,
Yeah.
that are the consuming of the product.
Right.
Men are the overwhelming majority of consumers of pornography.
Right,
And
but
so
they're
it's
not looking to these women for like marriage
no,
proposals.
I know. That's the second part. Okay. The
Okay.
first part is, so it is weird to me and completely ridiculous that people are going to blame women for men consuming pornography.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, well, okay, like, don't buy it then, right? Blame the consumer, not the producer. This is capitalism, baby. So that's the first thing.
Yeah.
Second thing is, in terms of like people getting relationships, I would guess, based on my gut here, that the majority of men that get into relationships with OnlyFans models, knowing they're OnlyFans models, are probably not necessarily looking at them as marriage material, as you were saying. Or they could be guys who don't have a lot of prospects if it's a successful OnlyFans model. So they're like, well, they're going to be my sugar mommy, right?
I mean, it kind of depends upon the situation too. Because if a girl is like an OnlyFans model and she's just taking it off and not really having sex with other men, she's just like basically teasing other men.
Right.
I mean, she's basically untouched, right?
Yes, I agree with you. And this came up in the conversation, is iDubbbz a cuck conversation, right?
Right. Yeah.
And I agree with you. Like, if your girlfriend is not like fucking other men, then yeah, sure, you're not. But I still think that it's still weird, right? There's still going to be this weird thing in your mind about like, oh, well, my partner is still, performing sexual acts for men to masturbate to. Like, I just, it's hard for me to wrap my mind around people just being like, yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's like, okay, I guess if that doesn't bother you, sure. That would bother me, like,
Right.
I think that bother most people.
I think a guy could easily deceive himself and say, oh yeah, it doesn't matter to me. And then all of a sudden it does matter. And they're like, okay, well, I'm bored. I'm moving on. Right.
Yeah. I mean,
and you leave the woman high and dry.
Right. That's a good point too. And a lot of it's, probably not intentional. Like, I'm going into this relationship to screw them over, as opposed to just, oh, I'm being told by society that it shouldn't bother me, so it doesn't. But then, as you're in a relationship, you're like, well, it does bother me.
Right.
So,
after a while.
Right.
Culture, we have to start somewhere. And I do think that if more men's advocacy groups arised and more men were like, I'm not going to give women and feminists the time of day if they're pro-voting, if they're feminists, like, make it so unfavorable, bring back shaming to such a high degree, as rabid as the feminists were, where they took over everything. Like,
so I disagree with you. I think women want to be on OnlyFans because they enjoy being whores. So I've interviewed so many sex workers. They just like it. They get off on being naked in front of men.
All women are whores, Sitch.
I like she's like, listen, I interviewed a very narrow selection of people.
Yeah. I interviewed a bunch of whores, and they just so happen to all be women.
I interviewed a bunch of whores, and they all said that they were in favor of being whores, so therefore all women are whores.
I know.
It's like, all right, that's an interesting argument there, I guess. Okay.
This is the discourse now.
Right. Oh, okay. Very logical, right? Like that. It's good. That's good.
I don't think it's this, like, the men are giving that, like,
but the men are there to be in front of.
Yeah, but they're also there to be in front of when they walk outside. And I see this when I go to Vegas. Women just get naked on the street. Like, you see them, they have like stickers over women. I've never seen women fight harder than for anything than the ability to be naked and the ability to be whores.
Yeah,
when I go to Mardi Gras,
oh yeah,
I just see there's whorish women behavior. Like, when I go to Las Vegas, I go to these very specific places, I just see a lot of whorish behavior. So that makes me have entire thoughts about of all women everywhere in the country. I don't know, Adam, I don't know if you've done this. I used to work as a prison guard.
Right.
Okay. And when I was in the prison, I just saw that there were so many awful men that were violent, rapists, murderers, thieves, liars. And so therefore men are just obviously rapists, murderers, thieves, and liars. And because I just go to the prisons and I just see them all. They're right there.
Yeah.
Every day.
Might be a biased sample, but you
think?
You believe what you want to believe.
I don't know if it's a biased sample just because I went to a very specific place where this specific behavior was happening. You
Was
could
it called
be onto
Sin
something.
City?
Right. You could be onto something, right? I went to the red light district and I saw a bunch of women that were whores, so therefore women are whores.
Yeah.
Yeah, very fascinating.
This
line
is a
of
popular
logic here.
message, man.
Right. This is so weird. This is so it is funny that you have, again, as I said, according to OnlyFans, they're claiming that like half of the men in America have an OnlyFans account where they're a consumer of OnlyFans, which I mean that seems way too high for me to believe, but somehow that's still women's fault somehow. But okay.
I agree. I think it's absolutely appalling, but I think men should have the discipline. And I know it's tough because I'm not trying to blame it all on men, but at the end of the day, it's like sales. It's like if there's no supply, if there's no supply.
But I'm saying
thank you, lady.
Yeah,
Thank
look.
you.
She fought against Pearl, but Pearl's like, no, wrong.
She learned from her 12-year-old boyfriend.
Her 12-year-old misogynist.
Yes.
How would you feel if you sat next to your girlfriend and she told the world you were a misogynist?
I mean, I'd be like, true. Bitch knows her place.
Oh my God. That would be so based. You should just pop her in the eye just to let her know who's boss.
No, listen. You don't want to mess up the...
You don't want to damage the merchandise?
You don't want to damage the goods, right? Yeah.
I get you. I understand. I know what you're talking about.
You got to eat open hand, right? Because then it leaves a red mark, but it goes away. Right?
Sometimes you just got to tell them who's boss.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if there was no OnlyFans market, like women would still figure out. There's been escorts, prostitutes, that's like the world's oldest profession. That's always going to happen.
Isn't she just denigrating her competition in the marriage market? Isn't that really what's going on here?
Ooh, interesting.
She is. She's like, all these whores. And then there's me, a nice girl. Look, pick me.
Right. Well, that's why they call it pygmies, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Though it is ridiculous. It's funny because this is what like the socialists do, where they have this complete supply side view of like looking at markets. She's like, well, prostitution is the oldest profession, so therefore it's women's fault. Okay, well, why is prostitution the oldest profession? Because men have always been willing to pay for sex. Obviously. Like, that's the woman's fault? I don't know. She thinks that like, I mean, I'm sorry, you're fucking delusional if you think that when it comes to prostitution and sex work, that women are the main driving force in favor of that and not men wanting to consume it. You're just fucking delusional at that point.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Happen.
Well,
but back to the whose fault is it? I think it's women. I think we're always bringing the blame back to men, but most women vote just because women had the opportunity to leave their husbands. They didn't have to pick it. And I think we're ultimately responsible for the downfall of society. Most men have very little to no political power other than one vote.
Isn't it then?
I know, it's so funny.
I mean, wait, men don't have political power other than one vote, but women
they
have
get
more
3
than one
votes?
vote?
What happened?
I'm so confused. What is she talking about? Women get 3 votes, okay? They get 1 for each boob and 1 for the vag, all right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I think men should get 3 votes too, 1 for each testicle and 1 for the dick. Obviously.
It's just weird because obviously there are women that have more political power than some men.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some men that have more political power than some women. It's not. She's again thinking of men and women as complete categories where
yes,
men have all the political power, women have no political power.
Yes.
Or actually vice versa in this particular instance.
Fair to say it's actually men's fault for allowing women to do these things in the first place?
Okay, so wait. I want to actually break that down. So, okay, you go get married. Let's just say tomorrow you find your chick, you get married. And then she says, I want to leave you. And I want to take half your business and your stuff. What do you do? No, don't do it. Well, no, I really want to. No, please don't. Let me go leave.
Right, but my point.
You sign a prenup. That's what you do. Okay. You ain't getting shit. How come that never comes up in this conversation? Pearl spends so much time arguing against marriage. Why doesn't she just say, just sign a prenup? Men just sign a prenup and then they don't have to worry about this stuff.
Why doesn't Tim just say that? He's had like 15 of them drafted.
That's a good point.
point was pre-women's suffrage. It was men, it's patriarchy, and then the men go, I had an idea, let's divide power amongst women.
Yeah.
Couldn't you then blame men for being weak?
Fine. Maybe 100 years ago,
Failure
sure.
of
But I'm
leadership.
saying any person born today or in the last 50, most men didn't have anything to do with that. Like, you weren't alive. I wasn't
Sure, yeah.
alive. So yeah, sure. A few men you could say are responsible, but by and large, far more women have opted for this stuff. Far more women have gotten abortions. Far more women have gotten on OnlyFans.
Only women have gotten abortions.
And because,
yeah.
like you said earlier, when women get power, they're terrible. They don't know
Terrible
what to
with
do
it.
because they have higher rates of mental illness. They're just way more abusive. They just are power hungry. So, because men allowed those men,
Men have never been known for being for power hungry or aggressive. That's why they fill our prisons, right?
Yeah, why do men want power?
This is so weird.
Why do men want
fucking
power?
Weird.
What's up, Sitch? Why do men want power?
To climb a status hierarchy in order to dominate, gain resources, and win.
And women.
It's so weird.
Exactly right.
God.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Yeah.
allow them to have the power, and now women have the power, and look how terrible society is with the sexual revolution. And now it is because of women today and them having power. And it sucks because we can't go back in time, but what can we do now?
But that's my point. If we're gonna
But women are looking for a good man, and men are looking for a lot of women. I hate to say it, but it's just, that's the way nature is structured.
Mhm.
Yes, we can form a society if we bring in culture to kind of prod people into this monogamous situation that we've set up. But I mean, it takes a lot of prodding, right?
Right.
I think, yeah, on both sides. I think women are actually better off by polygyny as well. So,
Well,
kind
it
of a
depends what you
black
mean by
pill.
that.
gonna go like back if we're gonna make the argument whose fault is it, far more women are at fault than men because a very small percentage of men had anything to do with this.
But I kind of feel like
Wait, what do you mean when you say women are better off under polygamy? Like, if you look in terms of like resources that they can give their children, then that could be true. But I don't know if that's true. Like, I think most women, on average, would prefer to not be in a polygamous relationship. They prefer to have one man that they're in love with, and that the man is in love with them, and they get their full, love. They don't have to share it being part of a harem.
Depends upon the situation. Like if the woman could be, monopolize one low status man or be second wife to Brad Pitt, she'd probably pick second wife to Brad Pitt. So,
Yeah, in those hyper specific situations, I'm sure some people would choose to be that, right?
I think a lot of women would choose
until
to be
their
that.
second wife to Brad Pitt, and they find out that sucks.
How do you know? Maybe Brad Pitt's has a great relationship with his second wife.
There you go. Who knows?
I just look the having that more options open to them would be better for them. You don't have to be Brad Pitt's second wife, but you can be, right?
Okay. I don't agree with this. This is dumb.
the generations just have different problems.
Okay.
I mean, if you go back to the stark patriarchy, there's war, the bloodiest war, Civil War, World War II. There's bad things that existed under patriarchy as well. And so if you look at society today and you say, degeneracy and these things that came from the sexual revolution, these are bad things, but does it mean that it was there ever a utopian society? I mean, how do we weigh the problems today against the problems of yesterday? There were always problems we're trying to fix.
And I think the problems of the past were more due to lack of certain technology we have that improves things. So we often conflate the effects of the industrial and technological revolutions with the social revolutions, which feminism is by far the biggest and most significant social revolution of all time. It was not an organic grassroots movement. It was totally astroturfed. It was completely engineered. It was societal engineering. But I think this is my hot take, is that
Feminism was the biggest social movement of all time. I'm going to disagree with that one. What about Christianity? Or Islam?
What do you mean,
or-
socially engineered? Those were
No,
socially
but
engineered.
none of those are, first of all, social movement. The concept that feminism was socially engineered is retarded. Right?
Right. What's up? What's up? You gotta unmute yourself, Sitch.
That we're not going to fix this. We're not going to culturally go back. There's no going back. But what is going to happen is this is completely unsustainable. This situation, totally unsustainable. And here's why. Birth rates in South Korea right now are 0.78. In the United States, in the entire Western world, in fact, in the whole world except a handful of countries, it's well below replacement.
I disagree.
We're on the verge of extinction, guys. Oh my God. We're running out of people here.
I agree with everything you just said, except for there's no going back. I think what you described is going back. So when you look at the birth rates, yes, in the United States, it's below replacement, but look at the conservative birth rate.
Right.
It's not above replacement. It's not, but it's higher.
Yeah.
Which means that there is this dip happening predominantly among liberal groups
Yes.
and feminist groups.
Yes.
And it's much lighter against conservative groups, which means over a long enough time scale, conservatives rebound, liberals.
That's exactly what's going to happen. But I don't think it'll be going
Yeah.
back. It'll be a rebirth, and it'll look different.
Right.
And
And
it's
I
just
also,
I don't like this argument simply because it's a pretty well-known fact that people are very progressive as they're young, and then they tend to get more conservative with age and experience. So people change over their lifetimes. And Tim doesn't really take this into consideration. So much of like the fight between the generations is over kids trying to separate themselves from their parents. The adults are the stodgy conservatives, and the kids are the young, hip, liberal / progressives.
also disagree that that's really going to happen because you can't make your kid be conservative. And I've seen kids in, maybe this is anecdotal, but I've seen kids with very conservative parents come out very liberal.
Right. Well, don't send your
See, look, and this happens a lot. If the kids are super liberal, super progressive, yes, the kid will be conservative because he's trying to separate himself from his parents. He's like, my parents are lame. I'm different than them. My parents are these lame hippies. I am a conservative. So that's really what's going on. Just obvious. So obvious.
No,
Children at college.
Yeah, they've actually done studies. If the greatest single predictor of what your political ideology is going to be is the ideology of your parents, that's
before the age of 25. After 25, the number one is your husband's.
There
it's your
is
spouse.
There is a
Look, she won't even let him. Who's in control of this wild woman here? Come on, man, control your woman. Like, why is she even talking over Lauren Chen? We're trying to have a conversation here, and your woman keeps talking over people, okay? Control your bitch.
Wow.
Get her back on the leash. What's going on here? What happened, Sitch? You needed a break or something?
The patriarchy got me.
Did you miss anything? Hey, you agree people get more conservative over time, right?
Yeah, I mean,
People
that's what
start out
that shows to be true.
inexperienced,
Sure.
yeah, individualistic,
Mm-hmm.
and as they get older, they're like more beaten down by society. They realize life is unfair, and then they basically turn into Rorschach from Watchmen.
Yeah, people that people get beaten down. They have kids. There's lots of reasons
Mhm.
for why people become more conservative over time. Sure.
Right.
People gain more experience, life experience. How people
Yeah.
are shitty. How the
You've
world
got
is
responsibilities.
shitty.
Yeah.
Sure.
You can't just be having sex with women and lying to them all the time. You actually got to marry one sooner or later.
I know. How unfortunate.
a genetic component to political beliefs.
Yeah.
People are uncovering more and more. But if you homeschool your kids, you definitely don't send them to public school. There is a good chance that yes, your child will be conservative, and if they get married, then that's
If you indoctrinate your kid at home, you don't have to worry about this thing. This is how it works. Oh man, is it too soon to make a Nick Rekieta joke? Aren't all his kids
Oh,
homeschooled?
stop. No.
Just not a very conservative lifestyle. I'm just saying. Homeschooling doesn't necessarily mean. I know plenty of hippies that have homeschooled their kids. Yeah.
Pearl,
Yeah,
you are correct, and I think you're going to agree with me. You said that you don't think it's going to go back because you can't guarantee your kid is conservative, but after 25, the husband is the biggest predictor.
Husband's number one. Second is where you live. Third is parents.
Right.
Yeah.
So let me bring up this image right here. This is just a couple of the data points that we've seen from various countries. Men skewing conservative, women skewing liberal.
Yep.
Look, I know I'm going to get a hard time for that Nick Rekieta joke, but look, someone super chatted earlier that chances are he'll just get off of the probation. I think it was Mr. Ubercross. So look, if he is only going to get probation and he's not going to do like hard time and his kids are taken away from him, which obviously I'm not in favor of that, but
Right.
then it's plenty. That it is joking time. Come on.
There you go. I agree.
So Pearl, what happens at 35?
Okay, but women aren't going to get married.
Right.
Wait. I want to, and women still have the most political power.
So,
go ahead.
Right. Do you believe that?
I'm not sure. People always point to this graph anyway. I don't know what the hell's going on in South Korea, but in America, I'm not sure that this trend is going to maps onto politics the way people think it does. Because when you talk about young men who identify as liberal or conservative, especially young men that identify as conservative, are they do they have conservative values, or are they just anti-woke? They're just anti the horrible feminism that exists now. Because I would wager it's probably that than them actually having like conservative moral values.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
All women hold these views. I would argue that many of them are just following social trends.
Yeah.
I think that. Do I think?
Look, you totally agree with that.
Yeah.
All women are liberal? No, I think some are. Yeah.
I mean, of liberal women, do you think all of them inherently do believe this? I believe that when you look at the data from Instagram and TikTok, where women are like young girls develop Tourette's from watching videos of Tourette's, they're very socially
Everyone's
influenced.
autistic now.
Yes.
So I think here's my prediction.
Yeah.
When you look at men skewing conservative, and it's happening now, Gen Z, predominantly among men, very much moving towards Trump. It's this weird phenomenon we've not seen. Gen Z is considered to be the most conservative generation in 100 years, not because they're conservative, they're not,
Right.
but because it's the first time we've tracked slight conservative ticks. So typically, of the past 4 or 5 generations, the next generation is always slightly more progressive. Gen Z is the first time we've seen it sort of balance out and then move a little bit to the right in one area. So they're very similar to millennials, but whoa, it wasn't a dramatic shift. Here's my prediction. Men don't have a biological clock.
Right.
Men are skewing conservative. Men are going to be 35 and they're going to meet a 35-year-old woman on a dating app, and the woman's going to be sitting there going, I'm a progressive. And he's going to say, ma'am, I have all the time in the world. Have a nice day. I won't have kids with someone who's going to divorce me.
Yes.
This is going to do 2 things. The women who are only following social cues will immediately be like, I never actually cared about that. I want a family.
Right.
And the women who do really believe it won't have kids.
Yeah, so
I don't.
here's
I
what
would
I
not.
was trying to say earlier.
This is like such bullshit.
You don't think that's going to happen?
Well, I think people are attracted to one another, and that's why they get in relationships. It's just this whole idea that, look, I'm a very cerebral person with my relationships here. It just strikes me as total bullshit.
Well, I have heard, from anecdotal evidence.
Okay. Uh-oh.
I don't know how men are faring, because obviously women generally have the advantage on these dating apps, right? We've all talked about this.
Oh, of course.
Times.
Yeah, look.
And there definitely
raking
are
it in.
right. And there definitely are women that I've heard anecdotally who will do things like they'll say, hey, I'm only, they put on their little dating profile, I'll only date, like left-wing men.
Serious. Oh, left-wing men. Okay.
Yeah, left-wing men, liberal men, blah, 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 blah. I mean, I'm sure there are women that say the same thing for conservatives, but I would wager it's significantly more on the left. And so, but I think what you get is you get a lot of guys who just lie.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like,
they're like,
yeah, I'm a
course,
socialist.
totally
Let's go out and have sex.
Totally Right. Right. So
Yeah, I think I think this is why the dating apps get such a bad rap, because I do think a lot of guys just lie and women just, they want to believe those lies, but sooner or later reality steps in and it's like, oh wow, I've been lied to.
sure.
Yeah.
Right. And I do agree with Tim that I think a lot of the women skewing in the left is a form of social contagion. So,
Oh yeah.
and then part of it is this, and not also part of it is the idea that like we're trying to essentially build a society for women, right? So obviously they're going to skew to the left.
Mhm.
Here is this is a self-correcting problem, meaning we're not going to have to.
Have you seen Brittany Venti's videos on this woman? I think Brittany has like
on this woman that's talking right now.
Has a whole series on her.
No, I know. What did she say?
Gone after her pretty extensively.
Oh, really?
Check them out. It's pretty funny. Yeah.
No,
I think that's how I knew she was on her second husband.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
To go in and like rebuild the patriarchy. This is the patriarchy going, wait a minute, this was really bad. This was a bad deal. The sexual revolution was a really bad deal for men. Men are figuring this out now. And exactly what you said is true. Men can wait. They don't have to start a family.
I mean, is that chart the men going back to patriarchy because the sexual revolution started in 1960? Or is that chart like wokeness is bad and gone too far? That happened in the last 10 years.
You are totally correct. It's wokeness has gone too far. That's
I
all
feel like
it
this is the wokeness chart. I don't think this is the sexual
Yeah.
revolution going back to the 1960s chart. That's just my guess, but okay.
Look, a chart, science.
Right.
I can make my point.
Mhm.
No.
Family before 30. And by the way, women aren't having children until they're 30, 31 years old now, which is why the birth rate is so low. It's not because people are having no kids. It's because we're telling all the women to spend their fertile years in college, going into debt and building a career. And then we think they're going to flip a switch at 30 and just start popping out babies. They have one, maybe two, because it doesn't make sense to have all that debt and invest your whole 20s in your career and then suddenly stay home with your kids.
I do think there's too much social pressure on women to have a career. But I do think a lot of women want to have a career because they're like competitive, and that's the way that they can compete with other people.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I think society does demonize people who want to be stay-at-home moms, that kind of thing. But I mean, there's some economic forces at play here where it's kind of really not viable for the whole stay-at-home mom thing to take place. There's not really enough good jobs for that to be widespread.
Yeah, maybe.
There's like a lot of factors are at play here, but just simplifying it down to feminism is coming in and forcing women to become career women.
Well, it's weird that there is this coalition between we want traditional situations where the woman doesn't work and lives at home. You think those people should be all massively in favor of labor unions and workers' rights and anti-big business, right? Because I mean,
but
that's
of
the only
course
way.
they're not.
It's just weird. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Now they're kind of shifting against big business because big business became woke, even though they've been pushing the mother at home thing for decades, right? So
Right.
it's kind of fascinating, but
I mean, I would love it if we lived in a society where people had more options to be stay-at-home moms. Is that really? I mean, even Lauren Chen is saying, look, I work because I'm helping to support my family. Probably because you have to.
well, also, I'm sure she enjoys it.
Sure. I mean, it's nice to have a job that you enjoy, but I do think a lot of women do jobs that they don't enjoy because
I just meant
two
specifically in the realm of Lauren Chen. I'm assuming she enjoys doing what she's doing.
Yeah. But I'm saying also it's probably of economic reality that she couldn't just quit her job and not do anything.
I don't know what her husband does, but it's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a situation for a lot of couples.
That is
a
true.
lot of couples.
Right.
So I don't see why. Like this is and I don't know. Maybe Pro will tell us how we can blame women for this. How is it women's fault that we live in an economic environment where a man can't work full time and support a family?
Because
How is that
if
women's fault?
women's never wanted the liberations, then they never would have gotten the jobs, and then the companies would have had to force to hire men higher because half the labor force, bro.
Yeah. I mean, you did a good job. It did sound stupid and incomprehensible. I'm sure whatever she said would be stupid and incomprehensible, but it's like, let's blame. Look, don't get me wrong. I don't want to come off like a big simp here. Women are responsible for all of the catastrophes in life. Okay. But it does seem like there's some economic realities going on that just you can't deny. So I don't know.
This is what I.
But
this,
the men aren't
sorry.
gonna keep going.
Yeah, this is what I would predict in terms of outcomes. Young women have no evidence that they care what men want. When you poll them, they say that they care about men, like they care about traveling more. They care about other things more than men. If I had to predict what the future will be, I would say single parenthood, and I would say that IVF.
That's definitely Pearl's future. So it's a good Look, that one. Look, she set me up. I couldn't help it.
Oh, actually, I mean, divorce rates are going down.
Yeah, because people are getting married older, so they're like they're skipping that first. Oh my God, I got married when I was 18 to my high school sweetheart, and it totally turned into a disaster.
Right. Yeah, I think the future is just going to be the pendulum swing back. They're going to be like, this woke shit's cringe, you know.
Oh yeah.
Is gonna, and women are just gonna have kids older and older. It's actually gonna get to the point where they don't need a man. They can just get a sperm donor.
That's true, but
Look, is that not projection? Is this not is this not the projection portion of the live stream?
Well, she's wrong, and I'll tell you why she's wrong.
What?
I mean, it's projection, but she's wrong. You know why she's wrong? So there's one thing she hasn't taken account for here. Okay, sex robots. The future is going to be men and women not married, having their waifu robot, their husbando robot that they just bang and they get emotional support from because they like talks to them like a person would. You know, that's
treats them like they're special.
Treats them like they're special, or you know, listen, all these girls, you know, the girls that want to live out the Christian sub life. Okay, they can program the bot to be a misogynist. To be a strong Christian man, be whatever you want to be,
Who
right?
slaps you around a bit.
Yeah, exactly, right?
So bad. Can't we just send our robot out to work? Like, why can't the robot go out to work? I'm gonna get my robot a job at like McDonald's. I'm gonna say, listen, go work at McDonald's.
You're not going to be able to get a job for your robot because McDonald's will have their own robots, right? Is that going to be the next big thing? Like, we need to have jobs for our domestic robots to work so that I can make money for my robot.
Well, look, I told you, like robots are going to do the job better than humans. People will not want human labor.
Right.
But if I can send my robot to McDonald's,
there you go.
The robot can compete. Yeah, you're right. McDonald's is just going to buy their own robot. Damn it.
I know.
Where can my robot work? Sad.
In your bedroom, obviously.
Yeah, but look, there's gonna be a lot of downtime. Where do you want the robot? I guess it can clean the house. Yeah, clean the house.
I don't believe it will outweigh. I don't think the numbers can ever reach that point. Especially single parenthood will not be nearly as successful, as you pointed out, with crime and homelessness. These men that are becoming more conservative are going to make demands. And everything you pointed out about divorce, it's a really great point. A guy says, no fault divorce, you could just take everything away, and what's the point of getting married?
Yeah.
So that means you're going to get more and more guys who are shifting conservative, going on dates when they're 30, and they're going to say, you were really sweet, I really enjoy your time, but I will not date a woman who believes in no fault divorce and abortion. And this means that those women will have to go towards IVF.
I'm afraid that's never going to happen. So it's going to be like, listen, we're just started dating. We're in our 20s. I really like you. But before we can like date long term, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in no fault divorce?
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. This whole conversation is ridiculous.
It's so detached. Like what?
Have these people ever dated or
have they interacted with a human being?
Yeah, exactly. Had like a normal human interaction with someone that they see a potential romantic relationship forming.
This is terminating. Yeah, this is terminating online. This is like, back in the day we used to make fun of the consent forms for sex. They're
Oh
like,
yes,
okay,
of
yeah,
course.
here's your
Yes.
like written consent form for sex to make sure. Right? I feel like
Yeah.
that's this is like the the equivalent of that.
It is.
Like,
It's like the
yeah.
conversation version of the consent app where you have to constantly be dialing in. Oh yes, I'm still consenting.
Right, at every moment. Sure. Right. I hereby agree as a lady that in order for us to be in a relationship, I do not agree with no fault divorce. It's like,
Right.
okay, I don't think so.
Yeah.
They won't have kids. If they don't have kids, then
Or
their
they
line
will-
ceases.
But it
They
doesn't.
will
It does,
adapt to the views of their husband.
But it doesn't-
Right.
We looked at the results of the 2020 election. Married women voted Republican on average. And this is something that is not that uncommon. White women also voted Republican.
Right.
Guess what? Majority, of all the social demographic groups, white women most likely to be.
Married women are conservative, Sitch. I cannot. This is, oh my God. Breaking news.
I never could have imagined.
Married women are conservative. Wow. OnlyFans whores are progressive. You're going to tell me that next?
Wait a minute. This can't be correct because women are all evil, I thought.
Oh, I guess you're right. How is that possible?
Well, okay, it's because when they're married, the man, okay, since men are filled with divine's godly aura, right?
Okay.
And women are filled with the evil satanic void. Like, the more a woman is just in the close proximity of the man, the more his divinely God aura like rubs off on her being
Mm-hmm.
and gets. Well, I guess that doesn't make sense because then if that was true, then whores would be the most filled with godly being. Never mind, I take it all back.
Are there any conservative OnlyFans models? Or are they all just progressive?
That'd be interesting. You know what?
That's
That's got to be an
underprivileged.
underprivileged group of women. Okay, I want the TradCon conservative OnlyFans model, right?
Yeah. It's going to be your job this week to research that. I want to.
Oh,
I
it's
want
gonna
a
be tough.
full write up
You have to dig deep.
on how many OnlyFans models are
It's
conservative.
gonna listen. I'm
want
gonna
the-
make sure that I get to the bottom of this. Okay.
I want the political orientation of every single OnlyFans model on my desk by Monday morning.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot of work.
Sitch. You will do it though.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll get the bottom of it.
Be
If
married.
I have to interview these
Married
women
women are
personally, I'll do it. All right.
You sign up for every single one. And I
Every
want
single one of them. Right.
I want to know how they feel about no fault divorce.
I'm gonna listen. I'm
because
gonna
men are
do I'm gonna do an extensive interview to make sure I get all the information out of these women. Okay.
Of course.
For the name
yes.
of science and politics.
Good.
conservative, and I believe we've talked about service, guaranteed citizenship. What is the ideal
I can't listen. Look,
Voting, Adam.
Lauren. I know. What's up with Lauren Chen? I can't abide of this whole. Like, it's literally a meme from like a Robert Heinlein novel. Service equals citizenship.
It's all post hoc. And this is what annoys me. Whenever people talk about voting, except for you,
Right.
I think you're like the only person that doesn't do this. Unironically, whenever I hear anyone talk about voting, it's always so annoying because it's always like, I have all these ideas about voting. Oh, by the way, my changes in votings would just happen to make it so that the political side I want to win just happens to win, right? Like, it's
Just
all self-serving. None of
totally.
it's from like some kind of ideological basis of like, this is how I feel voting should, turn out.
Yeah. It's not principle. It's completely self-serving.
Right, which is very annoying.
Even like, okay, the whole, citizenship equals service, or you
Mhm.
should be you should own property to be able to vote, all of these things. It's like, okay,
Right.
so as a society, should we be able to subjugate people who don't own property? Should we be able to enslave people who don't serve in the military? Like, what the
Yes.
fuck? The fuck? People are fucking stupid. Look, and the skin in the game argument that they always say, look, if you live in a civilization where people can come to your house and arrest you, you have skin in the game.
Of course.
You definitely have skin in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you have to own property. Look, and it's just, you would, if people who didn't own property couldn't vote, the people who did have property would be preventing those people from getting property, right?
Of course. And also
Yeah.
it directly contradicts because like a lot of these people are very worried about like elites
Oh, of course.
and
Yeah.
the deep
Concentrated
state.
power.
Yeah, and all these things, and it's like, okay, like, if we had these like weird elite systems in place that you want, Donald Trump would never have been president and never could be president because they
Oh,
all
you're
hate his
right.
guts. Like, I don't know why, like, it's very strange.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Vote, wider vote is more decentralized power. I thought
Right.
you guys were for decentralizing power.
I mean, all the elites right now are hyper woke, so I'm just super weird that, the solution to wokeness is to just make it so only the elites can vote.
Yeah. Only the people on this panel can vote. And all of them are women and think women shouldn't vote. So
So obviously, I should be.
Bonkers.
Listen, you should make me. I'll be the sole person to vote. I'll take the burden. All right.
mhm.
I know what's best for everyone.
Yeah.
I'll be your guys' daddy. All right. The country's daddy.
Ooh, perfect.
electoral system. I think, vote per household led by the husband would be one good thing. But I think, like, my husband.
Gosh. Painful.
If women were overwhelmingly voting conservative, then everyone would just be a completely different conversation. I hate this. It's so annoying. I
Yeah.
hate it.
firmly believes that if a man is strong and leads, women will follow. And I think that is also true in relationships. Like, he has friends who are very, very right wing in Quebec, very liberal area. They do not have they are young, they're in shape, they have good jobs. They do not have problem, even the super libby area, finding women to date, because it's true. Like, when you present yourself as the strong masculine man, you have these opinions, women follow.
But it doesn't matter what women say, it matters what they do. And if I had to predict in the next 5 years, again, the system is still the same. Women can still wreck men in family court. So why would it be any different the next generation?
Women all do the same thing, Sitch. Every single one of them. Always act exactly the same way. Thank you, Pearl. You're such a genius.
I mean, you can say what you want in the dating phase, and there's many women that do. I interview the husbands on the other side. They say one thing and they do another 5 to 7 years in family court.
I'm just saying,
divorce rates are actually going down.
How many women that have been through bad divorces has Pearl interviewed? It's so
none,
weird.
I'm guessing.
Right? It's so strange. Like, yeah, there's lots of men out there that have suffered really horrible divorces.
Right.
There's a lot of men out there that have had, as good as a divorce could possibly be, right? Obviously, a divorce is never going to be good. There's lots of women out there that have also suffered really horrible divorces too. So it's so stupid.
Yeah. Look, I'm biasing my sample here, so you got to believe me.
But it's so obnoxious because this is literally what the feminists do. They would just go and they would be like, I interviewed all these women who suffered abuse, and they all told me their horrible stories of abuse they suffered. Men are the worst. And you're like, okay, well, you interviewed one side of a situation and you specifically look for women that suffered abuse and you've concocted this worldview based on that. Like, that's retarded. And then Pearl's like, I'm doing the same thing in reverse. It's like, okay.
Right.
Thank you.
So the only reason it's going down is because COVID set the numbers off.
But look,
that's one. And the average time before marriage is going up.
And nobody's getting married
And no
anymore.
one's getting married.
Oh,
Yeah, but no one getting married.
Isn't this a kind of OnlyFans that she's got going here, Sitch? Because I mean, her audience is all basically jilted men, right? But they don't want to see her take her clothes off. They just want to see her degrade the other whores.
So, like a normal OnlyFans model, a guy signs up to it so he can get off sexually, right?
Right.
So he looks at a woman and gets off sexually. But for Pearl, men sign up to get off emotionally.
Right. Totally.
Right.
Yeah.
It's emotional masturbation. Women are the worst. Yeah. Fuck these women.
I do think.
Or
look,
don't fuck these women.
This is a type of OnlyFans. It really is.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
None
Wouldn't
of
affect the divorce rates.
law, morals, none of it matters in the mathematic argument. If it is true that even if there's still going to be high rates of divorce, the fact that men are becoming more conservative, this is going to apply a pressure that over a long period of time, there will be attrition away from divorce and abortion and all of these things. They'll still exist. They'll still exist for a while. But over a long enough period of time, if the math is trending this direction, even if it's 0.1%, this is why casinos make money.
Yeah.
Most of these games are 49. You know, if the casino has a 50.5% chance to win to your 49.5, they don't care if they lose $1,000 because over the long enough period of time, they make money no matter what.
Yeah, I just think that's selling dreams. Okay, guess. 10 years from now, are there going to be more single mothers or less single mothers? Guess. More or less?
More.
In 10 years,
Okay,
more.
okay. In
I
10
think
years, in 10
this
years
is a-
time, wait, I want to go
It's
through
not going to
these.
happen, like you said, in our lifetime.
Correct.
It's not
That's
going to be corrected that quickly. But this I think will accelerate because men are realizing they don't have to play these games and they don't have to participate in the system. And I think one of the biggest problems that we have, and Lauren talked with my husband about this, is the fact that throughout all of human history, marriage used to be a contract between two families. It had sacramental and religious and spiritual significance. It's a contract through the state. It's a license you get at your county. That's 100 years old. This is a very new idea. It failed miserably. We shouldn't be surprised that everyone's getting divorced because who cares about your silly contract through this? It's like a roommate agreement. It's easier to get out of than a cell phone contract.
It's easier.
Meaningless.
It is.
Wait. So her solution is just that people, I guess the implication, she's not saying it, is the only reason people are getting divorced is because these what she's saying is completely at odds of what Pearl's saying, though it's not going to be addressed. Because Pearl is saying people shouldn't get divorced because people shouldn't get married because women are incentivized to leave. That's Pearl's argument, essentially.
Okay.
And then, but this girl's argument is completely different. She's saying people are getting divorced because the state makes it too easy to get divorced and people don't take it seriously. So we should go back to some kind of like religious institution where you have like the fear of God that prevents you from getting divorced, which is completely different, like completely contradicts Pearl's position, completely different position. And it's also stupid, but because that's not going to be a thing.
It's easier to get out of a marriage.
I just looked up the single parents in the U.S. over time. I can't believe there was. I searched like per capita single.
I was looking up the same
like
thing too because I was
overchart.
curious. Yeah, because is it increased or has it been basically the same?
Look, we're actually 2010 was the peak, and we're actually on the trend down. So
That's interesting.
I don't know. Maybe we broke the trend. I mean, 2010, 14 years ago, and we're still seem to be trending down. There was a little uptick in 2020, but we're still below the peak. So
Interesting.
yeah, single. I mean, this is a little small here, so let me look at it over here because I want to see. It goes back to 1950. So, and I guess this is in. Well, this is why I wanted it per capita because evidently on the sides here it's in like millions. But I mean, all this rise could be population growth.
Sure, obviously that's what
if it's not per capita.
Well, right.
I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. Single parents in the U.S. over time is what the chart is.
Mm-hmm.
So all that rise is just, I mean, that could be the same exact share of the population as the population goes up, but it just looks like it's going up because the population is rising.
Right. Well, I'm sure
and
this
it goes down
chart,
because the population is not shrinking.
I'm sure there's a
Anyway,
per
go
capita
ahead.
somewhere, but
I know the per capita is what you need.
right.
This chart is useless. Damn it. I hate. So somebody will look at this. Actually, Pearl will probably make a video about this chart later today. So
Right.
unfortunately.
Marriage than it is to get out of a lease.
It
Yeah.
is.
How
It really
insane.
is.
For women.
Yeah.
Well, right. Yeah.
So I think another thing you're going to see, another trend we're going to see, because men are going back to religion as well at a higher rate than women. Like serious traditional churches are seeing a huge influx. Like the Orthodox Church, I think 80% of our new converts are like young men.
That's great.
Women are going to like Wicca.
Because they all want to find the bitches.
It is interesting that they're kind of advocating men. They're advocating for men to treat women in a way that will get you divorced relatively quickly. And then they're complaining about how women are leaving their men.
Right,
It's
but
like,
they're operating from a worldview, or at least that one girl was that we watched the clip. She's operating from the worldview that like a strong man just needs to grab, the reins of a woman and, show her who's boss and get her in line. And that's what will prevent women from getting divorced. Like that's, I think the worldview they're operating from, which I think is completely ludicrous and not realistic. Obviously, I think what you're saying is more realistic, that if you treat women like servants or second class people as opposed to cooperative person that you love and have a relationship with, then yeah, I mean, obviously you're setting yourself up for divorce in the future.
Yeah. I mean, if you set up your marriage like a hierarchical competition, you're probably going to lose. Yeah.
And astrology and all this garbage nonsense. But men are going back to like the traditional churches. And I think what they're going to do is they're going to say, I will marry you through my church. We will have an ecclesiastical marriage where our church and our community kind of govern the terms and enforce the contract rather than just going through the state.
Yeah, I just wouldn't predict it, because even if you do that, you can't out-religion the state. At the end of the day, the state is still the enforcement arm. And if you have children in this country, they're not yours.
The state doesn't matter. All that matters is cultural enforcement. That's why.
No, it does matter.
No, that's why it's
matter.
like in Boston, for instance, it's illegal to put a pie on your windowsill on Sunday, but everybody does. There are a bunch of blue laws that exist on the books but are never enforced.
Right.
It's because people fear more social than they do legal. For instance, why are criminals still going around raping and murdering and shooting despite the death penalty? They don't care. But why is that cancel culture dramatically shifting?
This is such a weird argument. This is a weird fucking argument. Social pressure and legal pressures, they both have an impact on society. They both have an impact on the behaviors that people engage in. The reason people put their pies on the windowsill or whatever is because it's like a joke. They know the government's not going to come to their house and like stop them from doing it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, both legal pressures and social pressures, can be utilized to change behavior. It's kind of ludicrous to say one of them doesn't matter or that one of them is this primary thing that controls all other things. It's not really the way it works. People commit crimes because they think they're not going to get caught. That's why. I mean, I don't know. It's bizarre. But
Yeah. No, I totally agree. A lot of people always say like politics is downstream of culture, but I mean the stream can go both ways.
Sure.
Like law affects culture and culture affects law.
Of course.
Yeah.
Major parts of our market for the past 10 years, only up until now. Why did Target abandon, in many of their locations, the Pride section? Cultural enforcement is stronger. When you have people who grow up in a rural community going to church, and that there's a man and a woman, and they think to themselves, if we get divorced, it is going to cause major cultural problems for us at church, at community, in our bake sales, in the fire department. We can't live with that. We have to deal with it. The pressure is on them. If you're in a big city, perhaps yes, but cultural enforcement dictates how people behave. If they could pass a law, and as long as there were cops in Seattle. Antifa was threatening a guy. The guy's backing up, and he's like pointing at him as he backs away. Cops jump out of their car, arrest the victim. Why? Because the social order in Seattle and Portland is we do not take action against the far left mobs. So the cops' mentality is, if I go after the protesters, I'm going to get into a fight. People are going to get mad at me, and then I'll be on the news as attacking peaceful protesters. Just arrest the victim, and it all stops.
But there is no culture in.
Does anyone know what story he was talking about? I was trying to find this. I couldn't find whoever he was referring to. I am curious about this story, but
Pearl constantly. I mean, she does not really accept anything anybody says. It's pretty funny. Everything is always like, nope, you're wrong. Let me say something.
Well, no, yeah. If it doesn't, so her grift, her worldview, her whatever is men the best, women evil. Society is going to go to bad place because women bad, right? And anything that strays off of that pathway, she's going to just say, nope, you're wrong. I interviewed lots of men and they told me that you're wrong. And you're
Accurate.
like, oh, okay, I guess. I mean, so. I know about the guy that shot out the window, but I don't know the specific one he's talking about. I was trying to find it. Couldn't find it.
Cultural enforcement that shames women for doing that. I can even look at conservatives. I mean, I have a list here of all the conservatives that are divorced. It's not, I mean, look at how we handled the Crowder situation. Look at Lauren Southern. She just got an article written about her poor divorce story. There's no shame, even from conservatives, for divorce.
I think the movement for like abolishing no fault divorce, though, I think it is gaining traction. I'm hearing about it more and more, and it's partly due to people like you, but I think there are more and more conservatives who weren't really thinking about this. It's not like they supported it, but that it just wasn't on their radar, and I think it's starting to become part of the conversation where, hey, maybe we should talk about this in a way that 10 years ago it wasn't even being mentioned. So I'm actually somewhat hopeful that maybe in the future we could do something about that. I think that is a meaningful change that we could make that would, again, I'm not advocating for state marriage, but for those of people who do care about government marriage but are concerned about that, I think that actually is something we could change.
I mean, this is a weird contradiction. How, like, if you want to get rid of no fault divorce, you are advocating for this really weird state marriage, essentially. It's just, I mean, that is, first of all, no fault divorce is not going to go away. That is a ludicrous idea, right? That in America, we're going to say that the government is going to dictate that people can't choose to get married and then choose to get divorced of their own free will.
Yeah,
For
no fault
whatever
divorce.
reason they want. Like, you have to be enslaved to a person? That's ridiculous.
Isn't no fault divorce just both parties agree to get divorced? Like, you still have fault divorce at your disposal, correct?
Yes. People, yeah. Well, because when you have a fault divorce, it changes sort of the calculations that happen after the fact in terms of money and children and things of that nature. So no fault divorce is generally the easiest thing, because then, yeah, you don't have to fight it, right? Because both people will just agree.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I think it sounds. I hate to be a pessimist. I just don't see any evidence that's happening. That's like we could say we want that to happen, but it's not like a wish list.
I have a question. What is the number one podcast among women?
Probably some murder one.
Probably Call Her Daddy.
Yeah,
That's got to be because they were close.
correct.
They were close to Joe Rogan.
And what do they talk about on that show?
Sex.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like,
how to give proper blowjobs.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild because,
and she just got married. That's a crazy thing.
I was thinking about this because it is largely true crime. Women listen to a lot of murder mysteries. But I think was it Call Her Daddy?
Yeah.
And it's like kind of vapid, degenerate sex talk. And what do guys listen to? No question, it's Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan.
And what does Joe Rogan talk about?
Protein, MMA. My husband loves Joe Rogan.
And cultural news and political news.
Yeah.
And so I bring that up because I'm willing to bet the majority of people listening to this show right now are dudes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. Women, all they care about is the sex. But guys, they care about more. We're the big brains, Adam. I don't know if you know this. Women just, all they can talk about is sex and vapid things like clothing and proper blowjob technique, right?
I mean, you're joking, but obviously this is the correct part of the podcast.
Of course, of course. What was the most watched radio show until very recently? Before it was Joe Rogan.
I'm going to guess Howard Stern.
Oh my God! Howard Stern, the king of all media, who's the highest paid performer in the country, who had the longest running, highest viewed radio show for decades. That guy, that Howard Stern?
Yeah, didn't they talk a lot about sex on that show?
Maybe they did. One of the most degenerate shows ever, right? They literally would have women ride Sibians and make orgasm sounds on the radio for their viewers.
The place men and women could come together and both talk about sex.
There you go. And Howard Stern's audience, overwhelmingly men. So I don't know.
Really?
Yes. So it's very ridiculous to me, this whole idea. Okay. But okay, sure. Listen, and there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with guys or women listening to people talk about degeneracy and sex. It's very funny. Howard Stern used to be funny back in the day. So fine. I've never listened to this female show they're talking about. But this idea is so ridiculous that men are just the big intellectual giants listening to Joe Rogan, right? But the women, they're all just a bunch of whores. Okay.
True.
Or they're just normies. They're just normies listening to normie shit, because the majority of men are also listening to normie shit too.
Yeah, and it's on on YouTube, my audience is probably, for my political channel around 80% male, and that I was excited when I started my pop culture entertainment channel. I was like, finally, I can have more girl audiences because we're just talking about movies. No, 95% male. So I don't know. I guess I'm not talking about the right movies.
Yeah.
Or the right activities.
Yeah, so I had a question with the Crowder case. I told you I was going to bring this up. Why, you said on stream there's some information behind the scenes, but if you're willing to say, this vague stuff, like what is it?
So officially my stance is, aside from what I've already said, Crowder and I currently work for, and he used to work for Blaze TV. We do actually have, some NDAs and non-disparagements, so I will not be commenting further. And I know that's frustrating, but that's why I'm not.
But then why did you make
Isn't that really a comment though? If you're saying, look, I can't say anything because it would be disparaging if I said something. Aren't you really saying something by that?
Sure. Yeah, you are. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. No comment.
Crowder side.
Yeah, but why did you make like 5 videos on it if you're going to say now I can't comment?
Oh, I can't comment on what is not publicly available.
Okay.
I can talk about what publicly is out there.
Okay. So publicly, Hillary on video said he wasn't abusive. Why was that not reported on?
About him not being abusive?
Yeah, it was on video.
I mean,
And so,
I
you
have
had
problems with
you
the
had
way
something where you alluded in your video on him that he was abusive after you played the clip of him talking to his wife. So my question is, if you're going to report on that, why did you not report on the video of her saying he wasn't?
He wasn't abusive. Which video you're talking about?
It
was the
was
one that I recently did with Jared?
It was no, not the one where you did with Jared. I'm saying there was video of Hillary Crowder saying that Stephen was not abusive, and all of the conservatives were super willing to throw him under the bus the last year, make a ton of money off of it, except for Tim.
Was I the only one?
You were the only one who I thought was fair. I really did. I have never been so disappointed in conservatives because
with Steve.
Well, first of all, I don't know what video she's talking about, unless she means there's a video of Hillary Crowder saying that Stephen wasn't physically abusive. I think that's what she's talking about. She keeps saying abusive. She means physically abusive. Because in the video itself, the ring video, she literally says that he's being abusive to her.
Wow. Okay.
Obviously, she's talking about like emotionally. She's not talking about physically. So I just think it's weird. She keeps saying abusive. I don't know I don't think Lauren Chen ever accused him of being physically abusive. He's probably also talking about emotionally abusive, but
Stephen Crowder is obviously a man, so he is innocent in Pearl's eyes.
That's true.
He can do no wrong. So,
right.
Obviously.
Now, I would agree on one hand, whenever you're looking at like a couple minutes of footage of a relationship, you shouldn't draw conclusions based on that.
Yeah, I agree.
There's an entire relationship there that it's hard to tell. So I do agree with that. And I think that's should be the argument, is that from a very narrow window, it's kind of hard to make a bunch of determinations, even though obviously, and this is why it's weird, is because I would look at that and say, like, looking at that footage, obviously it is really bad. And what Stephen is doing does seem to be completely crazy. He's like yelling at his pregnant wife to, go touch dog medicine or whatever that she doesn't want to touch. And also, there's another weird thing that happens in that clip, too, that I didn't really think about till I was watching this conversation, which is a big point of the argument in that Stephen Crowder ring footage, if you recall, was about she wanted to use the car to drive somewhere. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
And he was like, well, I need the car, otherwise I'm stuck at home. Why does the millionaire Stephen Crowder only own one car?
I don't know.
Isn't that weird?
Because he doesn't want his wife to drive.
I don't know. I just thought that was
terrible
super
drivers,
fucking
Sitch.
weird. I was like,
that's true.
That is, I just thought it was strange. I was like, they only have one car? How's that possible? I don't know. Very strange to me. But obviously, yeah. So I think the argument is, yeah, you can't judge a whole thing, even though the video looks awful. But from Pearl's perspective, she thinks the video looks fine. So, it's a completely different argument.
Right.
But I can understand is that people, I mean, this is why it's funny, because again, Pearl's not a conservative. She just hates women and simps for men. Because, yeah, from a conservative point of view, you look at that video and you say, okay, this doesn't seem, he's not manifesting the conservative values you'd expect for like properly treating women in that clip, obviously, even if it's, taken out of context. So
Yeah, he treats her bad. It's obvious.
And I think with Steven, like if it were just his divorce, wouldn't have talked about it, but he is someone who's in this industry who has a pattern of basically blowing up personal relationships. And I think
right, but that doesn't make him an abuser, right? You can be an asshole, but that doesn't make you abusive.
I definitely don't think he's like physically abusive or anything like that.
Well, yeah, but you alluded that he was like you said that he was abusing his wife in that clip. So if she has a clip that says, "Hey, he's not," I would think, "Oh wow, all the conservatives." You guys would be the first to report, except for Tim. He was the only one who did, and it's like you were willing to make video.
Well, if are you asking like the ring cam footage about him?
No, it was video of his wife in court, and she said he was not abusive. This is on camera. The nanny also testified not abusive.
I think my video specifically was about the nanny footage, which to tell your spouse that you do not love them, I do think that's emotionally abusive.
I wouldn't say that's emotionally abusive. No. And because he says you do not show me love, and what he was referring to in the video, if you really listen, pay attention, and there was a clip cut out, was that she was not showing him love because she didn't listen to him. And it's like trad wives. Why wasn't the question, why didn't you walk the dog like you were told?
Yeah.
But there's a lot to do with the whole Steven Crowder situation that I'm just not going to comment on publicly.
Look, she's trying to get Lauren Chen to fall in line. Fall in line. Mm-hmm. He told his woman to give the dog the medicine. Jesus. Fall in line. This is so crazy. Lauren Chen obviously has the most backbone on this panel. Mm-hmm. She's like, look, if my husband turns into a fucking abuser, I'll leave him tomorrow.
Well, that's why
that's the way it should be.
It's so fucking weird because Pearl is the stereotype of the far right conservative woman that the left thinks exists. Right? The stereotype of the anti-feminist woman is the woman who's just like, you should be submissive to your husband and you should just say yes, sir.
Husband.
I know, I'm just saying theoretically, right? You should be submissive to your husband. You should say yes, sir. You should have food out on the table, and if it's cold, then you deserve to get popped in the mouth, right? That's the stereotype that the left creates of the conservative anti-feminist woman. And then that's not real, except in Pearl's case, I guess it is real. Pearl is that thing. But even I feel like Lauren Chen, even if I disagree with her on a lot of stuff, obviously the voting takes, I still feel like she actually is conservative or has these conservative values. And it's no, men need to be embodying this sort of Christian conservative values in terms of how they treat women, which means treating them not like shit.
They need to be nice. Gentlemen.
Yes. So it is funny to see these two different worlds collide with each other.
Yeah,
because Pearl isn't even remotely conservative at all.
Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know that she's ever been married, so
no.
Yeah.
You were willing to publicly make video after video after video
about what was publicly available.
And so is the nanny footage. So is
Quick question. Isn't it?
Pearl does this thing. It's really annoying because I watched this other debate she did with this guy where she just she picks at something that's kind of nonsensical and then just repeats herself again and again. So she's like, "Well, why didn't you play the clip of her saying she's not abusive?" And she says, "Well, I never said she was physically abusive." And then she just kind of just repeats herself again and again. Why didn't you play the clip? Why didn't you play the clip? It's that wasn't the claim I made. So, I never said he was being physically abusive. She literally, Hillary Cotter in the clip, the ring footage says that Steven is being abusive towards her in their interaction. She literally says those words.
Yeah. She doesn't really have she doesn't take in the information that people are saying and respond to that information. She just kind of says, "No, you're wrong," and then changes the subject to something different.
She will only take it in so far as a way in which she can spit out her grift, right? Whatever you want to call it, her preconceived answer, her NPC scripts about how men are the best and women are the worst.
Look, confirmed that.
I went and looked at Lauren Chen's videos.
Mm-hmm.
Steven Crowder exposed by ex-wife and employees. But she has a question mark at the end of it. Look,
There you go. That makes it okay. The question mark, right?
she's being fair.
There you go.
That I could be wrong about this. That Crowder's wife deleted a bunch of footage from
Over
their
100. That's important. You would think.
Yeah.
That's
Conservatives.
So actual Justice Warrior did this whole breakdown about it. That's something that
AJW in our chat. What's up, Sean? Look at this.
Wow, look
Getting
at
a shout
Sean.
out from Lauren Chen.
Sean simping for Hillary Crowder. Ugh. How could
I
you
know.
betray a fellow man for a woman?
how
Okay, they
dare-
don't even know. How dare
How
you?
dare you, Sitch?
Disgusting.
Sean was simping for the truth. Okay.
No, he was simping for a woman. Okay.
The
disgusting.
truth everyone knows is obviously male.
Listen.
Lies. Now, though,
Crowder's team
interviewed-
is alleging, but
I have interviewed many women and many men,
okay.
and they all tell me that women are whores and liars, and I believe them
oh, of
because
course.
I interviewed them. Okay, I'm out there in the field, Adam, doing the research, doing the study.
Mhm. Did the ad read something like, "Do you think women are whores and liars? Please respond for an interview."
I don't know why that matters. Okay, I don't know why you'd even bring that up. That's
Okay.
irrelevant.
Well, I'm just curious.
This is my lived experience as an interviewer.
Yeah.
I don't know if the court itself has verified or backed it up at this
And
point.
I'll tell you why I knew it was full of shit when I first heard it, because I've interviewed so many men that
Here it comes again. It's like she needs a fucking gag string, right? I've interviewed so many men.
You guys thought I was strawmanning. You thought I was being unfair. She's literally going to say, I knew that the Stephen Crowder situation was fake because I interviewed other men. They told me. They told me. This is insane. This is so
This
insane.
is insane.
don't know if the court itself has verified or backed it up at this
And
point.
I'll tell you why I knew it was full of shit when I first heard it, because I've interviewed so many men that have gone through the same exact thing. And what women do is they poison the well for years. So they'll go around to all of his friends and drop little tidbits of abuse. Now, the common ones are emotional abuse, physical abuse. Some throw in the pedo accusation. That's devastating to men. That's a devastating one. They'll say it about their family. So they'll do this for years. Then when they come out and say he's abusive, they have all of these people ready to back them up in white knight. And then, typically what you get is an out of context clip that they throw out there. And so I knew what was happening when I first saw the video.
And you can
So stupid. This is so retarded. How the fuck does anyone take this person seriously? This is insane. This is so insipid. I saw this clip and I knew it was fake because I interviewed a bunch of other people that were unrelated and they told me something that happened to them that was unrelated. And therefore I extrapolated with my big pearl brain that that's what happened to Stephen, even though I don't know him or anyone related to him and had any interaction with him personally.
Yeah.
So retarded.
Little tenuous.
Yes. Obviously, Hillary Crowder went to Lauren Chen and gaslit her into thinking Stephen was abusive for years. So that when this video came out, came out, you know, she just bought a hook, line, and sinker. Lauren, you fool! You bought it. I can't believe you're so dumb to fall for this. Oh my god.
I don't think she's had any interaction with Steven Crowder.
Pearl? Yeah.
No, Lauren Chen.
No, Lauren has. I thought that's what she said. She was saying she was basing it off of her experience working at the Blaze. Remember
No, I think
when she's signing the NDA?
I think she applied for a job with Steven Crowder once, and that's like the only time she's met him, and that they just both work for the Blaze, and the Blaze is like, look. Well, no,
like
actually,
she's hearing
Steven
second.
Crowder.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steven Crowder's not at the Blaze anymore.
Well, he was, right.
But I wouldn't be surprised if the Blaze is like, don't denigrate our ex-employees, please. But look, she just made this video a month ago about Steven Crowder.
No,
so.
I don't know. I interpreted what she was saying that she did have personal experiences with Steven Crowder, and that was part of what was coloring her experience.
Oh,
that she
okay.
couldn't talk about. That was my interpretation of what she was saying. But maybe she meant she was hearing things secondhand. I don't think that's what she meant, but
I mean, maybe she was on the dick pic texting thread. I don't know.
I hope not.
I know. Poor Lauren. Damn it.
tell from her Twitter that she's obviously a crazy woman, and I personally think emotional abuse is a myth. I know you said
I agree with you on
seem
that.
to have a different perspective. Would you think emotional abuse is a valid reason to have a divorce if you support?
How the fuck can you say emotional abuse is a myth? That's like the #1 abuse that women do against men. It's emotional abuse. What the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah. Of course.
Of course,
it's a myth.
emotional abuse is real. What the fuck? That's the #1 type of abuse a man suffers from a woman is emotional abuse. That's insane. The fuck? What is happening?
No fault divorce?
No, but something can be unacceptable behavior though, still within a marriage. Absolutely.
But who are you to tell a man how to speak to his wife in his house? Isn't that out of order?
I mean, you do that all the time. You
Oh my God. She looks so evil when she says that.
I know.
How dare you? He's a man. Subjugate yourself.
Let's go back.
Something can be unacceptable behavior though, still within a marriage.
But
Absolutely.
who are you to tell a man how to speak to his wife in his
I got it.
God.
Look at that. I got it.
Got like the Joe Biden look. What's going on there?
She's like evil. She's like,
Jeez.
bitch, pick me, Steven Crowder. Look at me. I want to be wife. I want to be the first wife. I want to be the best wife.
I'm gonna be bottom bitch.
house?
is
Isn't that out of
insane.
order?
I mean,
Isn't that out of
Out of
order?
order. That's insane.
Isn't God frowning on this bullshit that you're doing right now?
Right.
God, it's such manipulation.
I know.
So weird.
you do that all the time. You call other men simps all the time.
But I don't tell them how to talk to their wife. That's your business.
That is absolutely not true.
Okay,
Look at this. Look at this. If Steven wants to slap his bitch around, you get in line, Lauren Chen. You can't have an opinion on that.
You know, it's funny. This kind of reminds me of when, I jump on the end of that WIC panel and we're having that conversation about immigration and different cultures.
Right.
And, the two leftists were taking the moral relativist, cultural relativist position.
Oh,
And
yes.
it's like, and I was like, it's like ridiculous to take this cultural relativist position for each country. And here, like, Pearl has like a moral relativist position for each household. Like, each household, you're not allowed to comment on like the moral, attitudes that exist in the household. Only the man is allowed to in his castle. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, this is
Stop
a
it.
crazy castle doctrine, right?
Yeah.
There
Wen,
are tons.
name it. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
for sure. There are
What-
tons.
This is not standard Christianity either. In Christianity,
Pearl's not
well,
conservative at all. She just hates women.
in Christianity, the Christianity I grew up with. Look, I don't know what kind of crazy versions of Christianity they're churning out today, but
Mhm.
in the Christianity I grew up with, like, it was understood that if your husband was to act in a way that was unbecoming of a Christian or ungodlike, or there's a lot of different ways they would describe it,
Mhm.
you're supposed to not put up with that shit.
Right.
Like, he doesn't have ultimate authority to like
Do
put
whatever.
yeah, exactly.
Sure.
He wants to say, do things that are immoral. You can't do that shit. Doesn't matter if he's head of the household, right?
Well, we need a name for Pearl because she's the Uncle Ruckus of women.
Oh, totally. Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
She's the aunt. I don't know what name. The Aunt Rhonda of women. I don't know.
This must be difficult for Lauren Chen, because Lauren Chen seems sensible here. Yet
Right.
she's dealing with a crazy lady, but she's being so nice. She's like, well, I can't really call her out because she's kind of on my team here.
Tons of times where
Which
there will
ones?
be actual men in your comments saying
So when I-
disagree,
when I-
and
when
you
I-
call them simps.
When I say simps, it typically means out of order. So typically when I say that, I'm referring to a pattern of behavior where they're putting women on a pedestal. That's typically what I'm describing.
This is so
But you-
this is so messed up, because like, if you're not putting your significant other on a pedestal, like, why are you even in a relationship?
Well, it depends what you mean by on a pedestal, right? Usually
Look-
the connotation of pedestal is like you put it unrealistic, view of them.
I mean, I think it should be reciprocal, obviously. If there's one person that's putting their significant other on a pedestal and the other one is like treating you like shit, then obviously.
Mhm.
But best case scenario, in a relationship, both people are putting each other on a pedestal. Both people
Right.
are saying, you're special. That's what putting you up on a pedestal means. You have a place of honor in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How about I'm looking at all the suggestions in chat. How about Aunt Pick Me instead of Uncle Ruckus? Aunt Pick Me.
Aunt Pick Me.
Aunt Pick Me. No relation. Women are the devil. It's a good thing that men allow women to live in their world without just slapping the shit out of them. Lord knows women need to be slapped the shit out of.
But you'll say that about
What?
But
specific men
we're going to the what?
talking
But we're going to the
to-
what about? You're changing the topic.
No,
who
this
are
is the
you?
same topic.
No. It's a different because
same topic.
my original question is, who are you to tell a man how to talk to his wife in his home?
Well, I don't.
Do you think you should be able to tell a man how to talk to his wife in his house?
I think that men should conduct themselves with biblical standards when it comes
But
to.
no. But answer my question.
That's correct. Lauren Chen has a correct answer.
Well, correct
Like-
for her philosophy, yes.
Well, no, even if Pearls claims to be a Christian, like if the husband comes out and says, "Look, I want my wife to do a gangbang," that's like fucking no.
Yeah.
Like fuck you.
I don't-
like.
I don't think Pearl claims that her position comes from religion, though.
Yeah,
I don't even think she's making that claim. But
it's just so silly.
Aunt Pick Me.
Do you think it's your place to tell men how to talk to their wives in their home?
If they are being abusive or being ungodlike, yes, totally, you should.
Yes or no?
I think it is perfectly reasonable to say that a man should hold himself to a Christian standard in the home.
But, okay, so you do think it's your place, and this is what I mean.
What? She's such a bitch here. She's such a bitch here.
So funny.
Oh, so you do think it's your place? My God, like you can read the Bible and understand it? A woman? Oh my God.
That's why I said Pearl's like,
How dare you?
she's like the stereotype of the anti-feminist woman that like you didn't think existed until you saw Pearl.
I know. Yeah.
And when I say a lot of conservative women aren't really conservative.
It's true. Well, what it
Why-
ends
why-
up,
why
what
is
it
that- why
ends
is that
up
not?
being
why?
is
Why?
Yeah. What's up with that?
Yeah.
Like, oh, so conservative basically means that you're a doormat,
Yes.
that your husband can do. You're basically a slave, right? Your
Yes.
husband can do whatever he wants, regardless.
Yes,
of
feminists
whether
are
or not
right.
it's
The
moral
feminists
or
were right.
immoral.
Conservative means that a woman is your slave. Okay.
Yeah, it's bizarre because she is kind of doing that third wave feminist man hating thing, isn't she?
Only she's saying that the feminists were correct and women deserve it.
Yeah. Still, she's saying the same thing.
Oh my God.
Because
woman sad, man mean.
Wait,
Woman sad, man bad.
Because you're first from a biblical point of view, you are supposed to be obedient to your husband in all things.
All things. Look at that.
When
In
your
all
husband
things.
says, "All right, honey, we're gonna film the gangbang scene
I know.
with my buddies," you're supposed to be like, "Okay, I'm a good Christian woman. I have to listen to my husband."
Somehow that doesn't seem like a good Christian woman, right?
No, it doesn't.
It seems wrong, you know? What if your husband wants you to like lie, cheat, steal?
Mm-hmm.
She's basically like, yep, you got to do it. Go into this bank and give him this note, honey. I had to obey.
So before conservative women will talk about the disobedience, their first thing is their tone.
yes, the tone policing.
What?
That's
Super
before
out of control.
But they never.
But-
and I
right.
could show this because there is video after video after video. Not a single conservative woman said, "Oh, hey, she didn't listen to her husband."
Mm-hmm.
Not one. Not one. That's crazy to me. And then we want to say,
What if your husband's like an idiot? What if you're like twice as smart as your husband? What if your husband's always telling you to do stupid shit?
So I don't know if you know. So later in this conversation, Pearl says that she believes that men are just so much smarter than women.
Oh,
Women are
really?
just stupid. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
that can never actually happen.
That's I mean it's true in Pearl's case. I'll give it to her in her own case.
I think it's hilarious. So men, it's funny, maybe she should listen to the Evo Psych people that supposedly the red pill people all listen to, because they all say this. Men are on average significantly more reckless in their behavior than women are.
Oh yeah, of
This
course.
is an evolved tendency. Most males of most species are more reckless because they have to engage in more aggressive and reckless behavior in order to secure mates on average than women.
Yeah.
And so obviously men are more reckless. If you've interacted with young boys versus young girls, you would see this almost instantly, right?
Of course, yeah.
It's super apparent. And yet Pearl thinks that no, actually women are the more reckless and dumb than men and
Right.
making like these risky decisions. And I'm just sitting here like, all right.
Yeah, ridiculous. Why does she keep smacking her mic?
Hey, like, you know, men go get married to conservative women. Most of them
She wants someone to smack her at. Like,
Yeah.
This is her. You know.
Tim, step up.
aren't really conservative.
Let's bring up the Lauren Southern story, because I think this was actually a big component of Lauren's story. This article was written, I think it was Unheard. It was written by a woman who got divorced. And in the story, I think one of the issues was Lauren realizing that just being this obedient, good wife to this man wasn't working. He kept threatening to divorce her, and it seemed like nothing was working. That was her. I believe that was her
her side of the story.
Oh, for sure.
And so I doubt it.
But that's the
You
thing.
were just okay. Let me get this.
Sorry, Lauren.
Well, at least listen. At least she just says it all like it is, right? Well, that's her story. So I doubt it, right? Because she's a
Right.
woman. Like,
Well, we know all women are liars already.
right,
So
that's true, right? The guy came out and gave his side of the story in an interview. Then Pearl's like, "Well, that's true. I interviewed many men, and they told me very true stories."
God, this is such a grift.
I know.
Straight. Okay. So nobody asked question. You were this perfect angel. You were a perfect angel. All you did was listen to your husband, and then he threatened to divorce you all the time. Do you guys hear these stories? You believe this? Come on.
But that's why
I think the reason that people generally believe Lauren Southern in her explanation of events is because, like, she definitely, her persona, like, I guess it could all be not true, but her persona, especially like before she was getting married, was all about existing under this sort of like idea, right? This conservative idea of how, like, you know, gender relationships should exist, how women should exist. So it wouldn't make sense. It's not saying it's true, but it just wouldn't make sense that you're like, oh, well, then personally, she's like a radical feminist at home, right? Like that doesn't seem like that would match her public persona up until that point.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, she just has like a trustworthy vibe about her. So,
Well, there you go. Listen, I listened to my gut and told me.
I mentioned biblical patriarchy. Lauren talks about how even before they were married, he would do things like leave for days on end, like not talk to her. There were red flags.
Why did he leave? And that's what we know.
This is so like underhanded here.
Well, I like that she's not even like, well, that's her version of events. We don't know if that's true, which is fair. Like, okay, I guess we don't know if that's true. I don't know if this guy's ever been interviewed or anything. But then she's like, well, maybe she deserved to have him leave for days on end.
Right.
It's just funny.
She's so bad.
Never talk about. A lot of times when men leave, it is because there is a negative behavior that we don't talk about. Why? For example, what if she cheated? I'm not saying she did. I don't know. What?
And this is just insane. It's
Listen.
like, was she cheating? Why even bring that into the conversation?
What if Lauren was a whore? I'm not saying she was, but what if she was, guys? What if she was?
Yeah.
What the fuck does it do with anything?
What if she had impure thoughts? Oh my God.
What if she just wouldn't stop nagging?
Right.
No, like this. It's funny. Why she went straight to the cheating thing too? What if she was cheating?
So bad.
What if she cheated? Would that be an acceptable reason for him to leave for 3 days?
I don't know,
But we don't know. We don't know because
even if that is
but
a
she
red
gets
flag,
it.
Lauren is
When-
just trying to move on. She's
I
like, this
know.
crazy bitch.
Well, I mean, I would say no. Like, what? Wouldn't you break up at that point then?
If she was cheating, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would just leave for 3 days. That's a weird response, but
Right.
Article.
you have a
She gets an
responsibility as a
article.
woman to choose
Sure.
someone, to choose a strong leader for yourself. So if you're going into this 4 months and you're already seeing red flags, it's not trad to say, I will marry him anyway. Like, I've not seen Christian dating accounts say, ignore all the red flags.
Are they a Christian couple though?
I think he is.
Is she Christian?
Catholic.
Like, what are we?
Yeah. So, but my point is that I like.
Look at all these catty bitches going after Lauren Southern.
I know. How dare they?
I noticed the two most attractive women are not.
Interesting.
Clear hierarchy going on here.
Lauren, but she was kind of portraying as this is why my trad relationship didn't work out. I don't think it was a trad relationship.
Yeah,
like look at that.
No, that's my point. Even trad women do not behave trad.
But what is
that is
what
that
is,
is
what
so
really
when I say
traditional,
traditional is family first above all. The family comes first before me.
But I think maybe there's a bias in the system because
wait. This is okay. That's bullshit. Pearl's fucking lying off her ass. That's not what she means. What she says, trad, what she means is you have to be a doormat to your husband. Because if you have children, all right, and your husband is an abusive piece of shit to you and your children, putting your family first means you tell your husband to fuck off. Right? This is ridiculous. Yeah, which she doesn't agree with that. She doesn't agree with it at all.
Yeah.
If the husband's being abusive, well, it's probably the woman's fault because she's, making the husband abusive.
Because the women that we hear about are prominent political commentators. They're working women.
Yes.
The traditional mothers don't go on. This is a really good point in terms of the rise of feminism as a whole. All these news articles and these columnists, these women writing about what women should or shouldn't do, are not traditional mothers. They're working women in offices, so they have this natural bias. My life is good and everything I'm doing is correct. And then the women who are like, my family matters more than anything else, and I'm not concerned about what's going on outside this house. What matters inside this house is my thing. She's not writing these articles. We're not hearing her perspective.
Well, I mean, I don't call myself traditional or conservative because I'm like, whose tradition, what tradition? That's very vague, very nebulous. And conservative, we haven't conserved anything. There's nothing that's been conserved. So I spent 20 years raising a family before I started doing this, and I kind of got into it by accident. I wrote this little book thinking maybe my dad would read it and maybe my grandkids would read it, and it just kind of blew up.
Now you're killing it.
So now here I am. But I have 5 children. I've homeschooled them. Like, I spent 20 years in my house, in my kitchen, chained to the stove. No, I'm just kidding. Doing all of that before I started making commentary on this sort of thing. And yet,
I feel so sorry for homeschooled kids. I mean, how do you get your first boyfriend or girlfriend like homeschooled, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
Date.
That's a good question.
How do you have a social life?
I know, like,
I guess there's a church, so you can meet
Right.
people at church. Yeah.
Well, I know, like, I've heard from people that are homeschooled that they do, like, the homeschool kids interact with other homeschool kids or something.
Oh, really? They have like an exchange program
It's not an exchange program, but it's like a meetup program.
from one homeschool to the other.
They don't do that now. It's not wife swap, but with children. Okay.
The foreign exchange, the foreign household exchange.
Children swap.
yes, I'm sorry, but if you have a whole career outside of your marriage, that complicates things. Women don't want
Like when you go to the store and there's like the take a penny, leave a penny. It's like take a homeschool kid, leave a
What?
homeschool kid.
They still have that. People use cash.
I'm just kidding. No one uses money anymore.
You're dating yourself here.
I know.
to talk about that, about how difficult it is when you are over here trying to hustle for your career.
Is she wearing a watch?
I think it's like one of the Apple Fit watches or
Oh,
something.
okay.
And, you have goals that are not related to your family and antithetical to your family, how that is going to interrupt your family life and your marriage.
I want to trigger as many feminists as possible, so I'm going to get into this.
Let's go.
Get to this point. So there was a bunch of data that was released by like dating websites on the societal value of men and women. And I think it was OkCupid, something like 20 years ago or 15 years ago, showing that societal value tracked among like the willingness of people to interact with each other. Women start their whole lives from zero through all their teen years at 100% societal value. They're protected, they're offered opportunities, they have easier time getting entry-level jobs, and men start at zero.
Yes.
Young men are considered unskilled, non-valuable, break rocks, kid, earn your place. And then around the mid-20s, a shift starts happening where women start to experience a decline in social value while men experience an incline.
Yep.
Men are becoming more skilled and more valuable as they become stronger and more capable. And not even all men, only a small percentage of them. Whereas as women age, society values them less and less for the obvious reason of the intrinsic value society had was the ability to have kids. Mm-hmm. This results in, if your whole life, everyone around you is saying you are the best, and then one day you start hearing everyone say you're not so great and men are better, you start to feel like something's being taken away from you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And so one of the hypotheses I have is that for the average guy who grows up in the gutter, is more likely to be homeless, more likely to be a victim of crime, less likely to get entry-level jobs, much harder at a younger age to get a job than women in their teenage years. These guys are like, man, it's rough. Now they're 26 and they're like, life is finally getting good. They're tolerant of the crap. They're used to things being cruddy. And so now they're kind of comfortable. They start hearing women say, man, it's not fair. I'm having these things taken away from me. And the guy thinks, this is the least concerning thing I have ever had to deal with in my life. But that then confers to the men saying, sure, fine, whatever, I don't care. I don't care if you're going to do X, Y, or Z, or the law says this. I've literally eaten out of a dumpster before. Right. This is not my problem. Mm-hmm. Right. And so women experiencing decline creates a pressure on our legal system and our society to continually shift everything back into benefiting women.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think a lot of women in their 20s and especially into their 30s, they experience this. And there are so many TikTok videos of like women in their 30s in their car crying about how they're no longer desirable, because a lot of, women's worth is the dating marketplace, the sexual marketplace. So when these women aren't married and they don't have kids, they are faced with the reality that, yes, they do have less societal value. And it's terrifying for them because it's only going to get worse. But that is why, as a woman, motherhood is amazing. Like, I'm going to be turning 30, and I have a lot of friends who are single, 30, like unmarried. They're freaking out. Their prospects look very different from mine. Like, I'm married. I have a family. Like, I'm actually of the opinion, like, now my life is really just beginning. Like, now I'm going on the up and up. You can have more kids. It's a beautiful thing. Like, my life is almost just beginning, where it's like, if you are the single girl boss, your life is kind of ending at that point. And it's so disappointing to see that they don't realize that it didn't have to be this way for them.
With greater, I think all.
This part is kind of sad, Sitch. Not gonna lie.
What do you mean? Why is it sad?
It is. I think some people probably will not have a family and miss their opportunity to have a family. Mm-hmm. I don't think all people, like, their ultimate goal is to have a family. I think some people can have very happy lives without having kids or marriage or any of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think there are a certain number of people who, they kind of just fuck around throughout their entire 20s and 30s, and they end up missing an opportunity to have a family, and they regret it.
Yeah, I do. I think the majority of people would be happier with a family and with marriage and things of that nature. And I mean, that's why this, like, Pearl and some of the other people on this panel are like so obnoxious. I really dislike them, because there is a real problem here that we're dealing with, where people are not getting together. They're not forming relationships. They're not forming families. I do think this is hurting society. I do think this is hurting men. I do think there's a meaning crisis in society. I do think men have a meaning crisis. I agree with what Tim was saying, where, right now we are veering into direction more and more where men don't see themselves as having societal value. I think that's true. And so, I mean, I agree with all these things. And it's like, okay, so we need to kind of figure out ways to fix these things. You need to figure out ways to give society, I think, and young people more structure again, where it's like, okay, well, here's your life path. You should be trying to work towards, creating a family and doing all these things. And it is very difficult. And I don't know what the answer is in terms of trying to balance having a family and having a job and existing in the economic market, because that's another huge problem. When you ask a lot of young people why they're not getting married, even if they're together, I think the number one
they don't have the
answer
money,
they give is they don't have the money to do so.
Yeah.
The
Can't afford a
economic
home.
situation, right? Which is another huge issue. So it completely makes sense to me that in today's world, that young people, especially young men, are feeling disenfranchised, feeling upset, feeling hopeless, feeling like they're, need assistance, feeling that society, that boomers have failed them in some capacity. I understand all of that completely. I think all that stuff is true. I think boomers have done a massive disservice to, my generation and the younger generations. But you're not going to find answers listening to Pearl's retarded ass shit, right?
Yeah.
And just basically turning on women and saying, well, the problem is that women are evil. Like, that's not going to help you solve any of these problems, right?
Of course not. Yeah.
So.
You need to, obviously, if you turn off the possibility of even having a relationship with someone, you're going to be one of these people they're talking about.
You're just going to be, you're going to be more miserable, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like Pearl's like misery loves company. It's like, let me try to get as many men as possible to not want to be in a relationship.
Right. Yeah. So everyone's just down and depressed.
Right.
Yeah. Sad. Very sad.
All of you are probably have heard of greater male variability hypothesis. Are you familiar? So if we look at the strength...
Tim, they're women. They don't this is science, okay?
they don't
get
understand.
it.
Chart actually, it's pretty interesting. You can see that the median male strength, it's wider than female strength. So greater male variability hypothesis is that there are more failure men, but there are more exceptional men, and women tend.
Or Catherine Brodsky. Everything Tim is pulling up is from his interaction with her on Twitter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because she tweeted something out about that woman spinning the pole around
oh, right.
This girl could fuck you up, guys. And
That's
everyone's
funny.
like, yeah, not really.
Tend to be more average.
We cluster around the mean.
Well, so think about what this means for entering the marketplace. You want to be the girl boss. You want to be the CEO. If you look at grip strength, which is not indicative, doesn't necessarily correlate specifically with capability to run a company, look at the guys in the high end, which are triple the median grip strength, the highest end of guys. There's 500 Fortune 500s. There are 330 million Americans. Let's say there's 150, let's say there's 80 million adult males. Only 500 will be top CEOs.
Yep.
That means the girl boss who is in her late 20s, entering her 30s, and thinks, I want to be the CEO, not the mom, has to compete with the highest end of the male capability spectrum, which tends to be, due to greater male variability hypothesis, there's going to be 10,000 male geniuses of insane strength fighting each other, and there's going to be 100 females. That means the likelihood of you seeing a Fortune 500 CEO female is going to be very, very low unless we pass DEI laws.
Can I ask a question? I don't know if this is a dumb question, but why does grip strength have to do with CEOs?
Don't you
It was
love
a dumb question. I love that Tim just explained to the whole thing. Right. And she's like, it's when you're in class, like back in the day, you're in math class, the teacher explains the whole thing. And then there's the one person. I don't get it.
Who's not paying attention.
I don't get it. Usually a girl in math class, right? I don't get it. What don't you get? The whole thing. And you're like, okay. He just goes oh my God. Oh God. Because Tim's point here is
Do you think
correct.
it's an act? Do you think she's like, look, I'm just a dumb woman. I'm just a dumb ditzy woman.
I don't. I think she just is a dumb ditzy woman.
I'm just a dumb, evil ditzy woman.
I think it's real.
Grip strength?
That's why I said this is not a direct correlation between.
Okay, that's why I was confused. I'm like, what is that?
But it tends to be this way in a lot of
metrics. Fine.
Where even
the
exceptional men are so far ahead of everybody else that it's
okay, fine.
This is simply an example of greater male variability. It does not correlate with CEOs.
Yeah.
It's an example of how in grip strength, almost all women cluster right at the same point, but men, look at this.
I think IQ is similar.
Yeah, IQ is similar. Again, women are more clustered around the mean, so their curve is looking more like this. Men look like this, so you're going to have dumber men for sure, but you're also going to have way
I don't
smarter
believe
men.
it. Sorry. I know. I don't. I just look at life outcomes. I know all the academics will say this because science is proven, whatever.
You gotta trust the science,
but
bro.
look, I'm sorry. I have to believe what's in front of my eyes. I've interviewed 1,000 men, 1,000 women. Women make way dumber life choices. Way, like, you won't convince me otherwise.
Probably what.
Back to the interview again.
Listen, I went around, I interviewed 1,000 men who had been burned in very bad divorce, of course.
Right.
Bad divorce cases, okay?
Yes.
And then I went to the beaches of Miami and interviewed 1,000 hoes.
Exactly. That's 1,000 OnlyFans models.
Right. You can't convince me that there are any intelligent women out there, okay? They're all stupid. This is so fucking dumb. Oh my God.
Some of the dumbest life choices you could make would be the ones that lead you to be homeless. Homeless are overwhelmingly
Okay, yeah.
men.
Oh, let's talk about the homeless.
Well,
Actually, no.
wait. I gotta address your point. I gotta address your point. You said women make worse life choices. I'd say a man who married a woman who divorced him and took his stuff made a poor life choice.
That's true. People make their own decisions, responsible for their own actions.
Yeah, I
But-
think the equivalent of that would be if I get into a contract with you and you're paid to fuck me over, steal my kids, and take my money.
Yeah, you screwed up. That's your fault.
Right. So then men shouldn't get married by that logic. So
Don't get married unless you're absolutely sure you know what you're
or
doing.
have children by
And-
that logic, because women are always paid and they're paid to leave.
Well, I mean, I'm going to push back on the idea that women are paid to leave, because
I actually want
if you're married to like a rich guy, you are better off if you're just interested financially. You have access to greater resources by staying married.
But what is your argument that men should get married anyway?
Lauren Chen making that argument for being second wife. Don't you
I
love it?
know. Well, but I mean, it's true. Like, if
Second
this whole
wife is better than
paid-
third wife,
That's
Sitch.
true, but the whole paid to leave thing, like this is silly.
All
Like,
paid to leave
yeah, it's very silly.
the relationship.
Right.
Even if they risk divorce?
No. My argument is that men should pick for themselves, but I would never downplay the risk of marriage, and I think it could happen to anyone.
I'm just why is Pearl not just running around saying everyone sign a prenup? It's because that wouldn't solve the problem. This whole like everything that she's talking about is all secondary. The problem is men good, women bad. So that's why she's an advocate for just like the prenups and everything.
In her estimation.
Right. Right.
And it's about a good man and a good woman finding each other and living their best life.
Well,
it's that simple.
I know. And it might not be in this conversation. It might be in a different conversation I saw with Pearl, but it's like, cause she has this ridiculous idea that even if, and this is why, like, and this kind of came up when Sean was, talking to Tim, and Pearl has an even like wackier idea. She's like, okay, women should be this like submissive wife who just has to do whatever the man says. And so they're like, okay, well, what if a woman does that? She's a submissive wife. She doesn't have a job. She's a complete homemaker. She raises the kids. And then the man decides to divorce her. Should the man have to pay any, alimony? Should he have to pay anything for that? The woman has basically been placed out of the job market for X many of years, and she has kids and blah, 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 blah. And she's like, no, the woman should just have to get a job done.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's totally fucking insane. It's like, okay, so we should have a relationship system where men can force women to basically screw over their financial future. And then if they get divorced, the woman just has to eat shit.
Yeah, she has to suck it up.
Yeah.
Look, it's her fault, Sitch. She picked the wrong guy. Okay.
Okay. It's just, it's so insipid. It's so vapid. It's so pathologically insane. She has a pathological emotional problem that creates all of her worldview off of whatever the fuck's going on underneath the hood.
God, it seems like just a grift to me. Like, she has to know there's a giant portion of her audience. It's just, they're lapping this up. They just love it. They're like, oh my God, I've been screwed over.
I don't know. I mean, she just hits me more of like crazy than liar. But it could be a combination of both, right?
Oh, okay. Like,
Could
she
be some
really
grift.
believes this stuff and she's popular because, isn't her popularity dubious? I've heard like she has over 1 million subscribers, but she gets really low engagement, and like her days on YouTube are kind of moving from being popular to being a lol cow.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard that like her videos do poor, but her shorts did well or something, or do well.
Oh, really?
That was the meme like months ago. I don't know what's going on now, but
We've never done a short, so I don't know.
No,
Maybe.
no.
Yeah.
Life choice.
Even a good
If they're
woman,
watching your show and they believe what you're saying, they made a dumb choice.
Even all right, rude, but
That's true. That's your point.
even a good woman. Sometimes women in their 20s change, so they might say one thing in their 20s and then their 30s and 40s they might switch. Look at
So men shouldn't get
conservative.
married.
Look at conservative comment. No, because they are still incentivized to leave.
Right, so men shouldn't get married.
Oh wait, should or shouldn't?
Shouldn't.
Well, I'm saying men should pick for themselves, but I would never downplay that risk. But I want to go.
If they're going to listen to everything you just said and then choose to get married, they made a poor life choice.
I'm not saying it's good or bad. I am saying that from a contractual standpoint, it would not be a contract that favors them.
Right. So the point is, if your argument is the system is weighted against you,
correct,
you can get divorced, then the logical.
We've had Mr. Ubercross contest this argument, and supposedly Mr. Ubercross has done family law, so you'd think he had some experience with this kind of situation. So,
right.
Thing a smart man could do is not get married and have kids.
Yeah, if they wanted a contract that favored them, yes.
Right.
But I want to go back to the homeless. And the problem you get with a lot of this stuff is that there's not a lot of studies put into men's issues. So a lot of times what you see with the data is you're not getting the full picture because most studies that are funded, it's for women and the government is run by feminists. So there's a guy, he's out of Michigan. His name's Terrence Popp, really, really smart guy. And he actually followed 1,800 divorces in Michigan. And what he did was he found the reason for the divorces, and he actually followed a lot of those men to homeless shelters. And he found that if he goes to homeless shelters, 70% of the men owe child support. A lot of men become homeless because of the system.
So
so
I agree that there aren't a lot of good studies, I think, especially nowadays, on like men's issues. That's 100% true, right?
Right.
But let's go to this example that she brought up. So a guy went to a homeless shelter, okay, and he interviewed a bunch of people, and supposedly a good percentage of them, they owed alimony, right? That's what she said.
Right.
They own child payments, right? Why would you assume that therefore that means that the child payments are what made them homeless, as opposed to the fact that homeless people who have made bad life decisions and are homeless also have had unprotected sex and money for children, which they can't afford to, make payments to as well.
That could be it. I could also see people saying, why do I want to get a job when half my income is going to go, like I'm not even going to get to keep half my income, right? 20% is going to go to taxes, 50% is going to go to my child support. It's like pretty soon I don't even have enough to live off of. I'm going to go live under the bridge instead. Like I could see that calculation being made.
I mean, I guess for some people, I don't think that's the average. I don't think the average person is going to like choose to live under the bridge, right? That's not
right, but I mean,
if you're people want to shoot.
Look, if you're literally going to a homeless shelter, those are the people you're going to encounter, right? You're not going to find the people who are like paying their child support.
No, but that's exactly my
shelter.
point, right?
Yeah.
My point is, you're going to a homeless shelter. This is like it's just so like Pearl should just name her channel like selection bias, right?
Right.
Like her and these people, they just have this massive selection bias where they go to these specific places and they find a specific like group of people and they go, oh, this is somehow indicative of like the broader culture. It's like, no, I'm sorry. The behaviors and interviews you get at a homeless shelter isn't necessarily going to tell you anything indicative about the broader cultural trends.
Yeah, she wants to make the argument that child support makes you homeless.
Right. It's like,
okay, yeah. I mean, I thought not having any money is what made you.
Sure. I mean, child support payments are, they're based off of how much money you make, right? Like, so if you're homeless and you don't make any money, I mean, I guess they can order you to pay child payments. Like, I don't know what they're going to do when you don't pay it, but
Ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but that's my
And
point.
men are-
but but the way you're painting it is like, oh, if they're homeless, that's just a poor life choice.
But I mean,
And,
from your own logic, if you have sex with a guy who knocks you up then leaves, that's a poor life choice, right? These are all, we can say, poor life choices to some degree that gets you there. Doesn't absolve the other person of responsibility either, but you are ultimately at least a little bit culpable for the situation.
I'm not saying they're not
yourself in.
culpable, but what I'm saying is that he shouldn't have to be enslaved for 18 years to a woman because he made a poor life choice. And there's no female equivalent of that.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
A moment of silence for the irony of that statement.
Yeah. I mean, some people would say single motherhood is the equivalent of that, but
Being
whatever.
a slave to, having a
Yeah.
child and raising it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I get,
Forced to
listen, Adam,
raise this dude's kid on your own.
they should just kill that. They should just kill that child. Right?
I mean,
No, of course not.
You just get an abortion or give it up for adoption or something. That's the solution here.
A child is a gift from God. Sitch.
Okay.
They
Shut
should
up.
keep it and worship it.
No.
They should be able to say, listen, your dad is homeless and he lives under the bridge right now because he doesn't
No.
want to pay his fucking child support.
They gotta yeet. No, listen, women, they just yeetus that fetus. Okay, just get it out of there.
God, you're such a baby killer. Why? Why you want to do that?
I'm just saying, but make it so men
Be
don't have.
cool.
Listen, why should a man have to be a slave? Right? Women don't have anything like that.
Yeah. Ugh.
I mean,
No, because the woman
so-
can always put the guy on child support for the most part.
having to
the-
raise a child that perhaps you did not want in single motherhood, some women would say that
But
would be
she's
being
but
enslaved.
she still has the choice to abort.
Do you-
And adopt.
And also, does Pearl not know any fathers that are raising their kids without the mother? Because the mother's like a big piece of shit and like has
Whoops.
pawned the kid off on the dad.
Yeah, I mean there's I think
That
20%,
happens quite often. Yeah.
It's when I looked at the numbers, it was like 20% of divorces.
Single parents
fathers have primary custody.
Yeah, look, I know a ton of dads.
Right.
And the moms are all like horrible, horrible mothers. Like obviously they want to raise a kid because the mom is like a drug addict or some fucking crazy person.
Right.
That doesn't fit into Pearl's worldview though. She can't imagine a woman just being a complete piece of garbage.
What do you mean? That's her entire worldview.
Oh, you're right. Never mind. It fits into her worldview perfectly. All
Exactly.
women are pieces of
Right.
garbage.
Yeah.
All women want to pawn their kids off on the well, it kind of doesn't though, because she's like, women want the kids, but they want you to pay for them. That's
Well, it's
more her
weird. So yeah,
worldview.
I mean, she's basically concocted a scenario where if a woman, like the man's never at fault. If he leaves the woman, well, it's still the woman's fault because she should just get an abortion or get it for adoption, right? Or if the man leaves, it's because the woman was like mean to him and she deserves it. So
Right. Isn't it weird how you think of a single mom as like that's like low status, right? But you think of a single dad and you're like, oh yeah, that's high status. That's a guy, taking care of his kid.
well, that was interesting too when I was looking into these studies about like life outcomes for parents in for children in single parent homes. They were saying that they're kind of saying that exact thing, that like women were more likely to go out with men that were a single parent and didn't necessarily view it as like a negative, where men would be far less likely to go out with women raising a child on their own and would be more likely viewed as negative. So that is a kind of an interesting dichotomy.
Yeah, a guy with a kid is like, oh, that's like a woman magnet.
Well, it's kind of like, because it's a signal to the woman that like, they're caring and nurturing and they care about a child and
Right.
they're willing to step up, like it sends a lot of good signals, right? Where interestingly, to a man, it sends kind of a lot of the like, bad
You're
signals.
irresponsible.
You're irresponsible, you make bad decisions. It is kind of funny how, this sort of unfairness about it. But men and women behave differently. So
More unfairness in the world.
yeah.
Unfortunate, but true.
Yes.
Okay, this is the thing. You got to learn to deal with that. So many people, they don't want to get out of bed in the morning because the world is unfair. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't you just take that into account and move on? Try to work around that unfairness?
Well, you have to. That's the psychologically healthy way of dealing with that.
But Pearl here is like, stop the world. Everything is unfair. Women can have abortions and men can't. Unfairness.
Right.
Just chill, okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The world's unfair, Pearl. If anyone knows that, it's Pearl, right?
Option as well. There's a case in.
Ouch.
What?
Ouch.
Don't look. What? What do you say?
Okay. Okay.
What? Look, I'm just making a comment. I don't know why you thought it. I didn't say it. It wasn't
okay.
explicit.
You're
don't know what I
just
was
one of
talking-
these. You're just channeling your evil feminine energy. All right.
You didn't know what I was talking about.
Okay.
Women are the worst. They go
Okay.
after other women's looks. It's like,
True.
oh, vicious.
Men never do this.
Well, occasionally, but not like nonstop.
Utah, where a woman wanted to give up her son for adoption. The husband wanted it. He wanted to raise. He said, "Please let me raise." He had no rights. The kid's gone.
Do you think
This is unfathomable to me. Did you think this really happened?
No.
Like, maybe if the guy was like a serial killer in prison, okay?
Right.
And they're like, nah, you can't have the kid, okay? You're fucking incarcerated. Get real, right? But if a guy has like a job, he is literally the biological parent.
Mm-hmm.
The court is going to give it up for adoption to a total stranger. Come on. That doesn't pass the smell test.
No, it doesn't.
They do their best to get the kids in the home with their biological parents. In the foster system, in the foster care system, they literally move foster kids around from family to family in case one of the biological parents decides to step up one day. So they won't be attached to some family.
Really?
And the biological parent can take them. Yeah, it's disgusting. They shouldn't do it. It's a horrible strategy, but that's how desperate they are to get the kid with their biological parents.
Hmm.
And you're telling me some guy in Utah, like, look, point to the actual evidence, Pearl. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Right.
women should be drafted?
I think as long as we can vote, we should be drafted. I think it's better that we didn't vote.
Agreed.
But I think if you're going to give women the freedom, like as long as we have the freedom, give them the responsibility that comes with it, or you can opt out.
Yeah.
I talked to Vivek Ramaswamy about this a year ago. He doesn't really stand in this position today, but it was a brilliant idea. He said, maybe it should be, if you want to vote, you have to sign up for the selective service.
Mm-hmm. Service through citizenship.
So this doesn't...
Oh my God. Lauren, please stop. You're better than this. Why is it this thing? Like they do net taxpayer, they do.
You know why? It's all post hoc. It's because that will, in their mind, they think that'll make it more likely that conservative or Republican ideas will win elections. That's all it is. It's all whenever anyone makes any sort of prescription about changing voting, it's because they think it's going to help their side win. That's all it is.
Right.
None of it's based on any sort of fucking principle.
Yeah, because the military leans conservative. Right. Yeah.
I hate it.
Republicans tend to be wealthier, so they're property owners.
Right.
Yeah. That's ridiculous. The idea that you're not contributing society, like even if you have a shitty job and you don't make enough money to actually pay income tax, I mean, what's the job? What are you doing? That's not contributing anything to society. You're literally like fucking a cost to society.
Someone has to do that fucking job, right?
Yeah, I know. Look, you're a maid at a hotel or something. I don't know. What the fuck?
Right.
Like, we're getting rid of all those people now? Those people don't count. This is so elitist. I can't stand it. Yeah.
Doesn't mean you will be drafted, because we haven't had a draft in 50 some odd years. It just means that men and women both would have to say, I am willing to fight when the need arises, and then you're allowed to vote. What would happen? Overwhelmingly, liberals would no longer vote and women would no longer vote.
Yeah, right. But that's why you also have to get rid of the 19th Amendment because
Wait, doesn't... So when well, I guess it just in terms of the gender dynamic, right? But like, I know when I signed up to vote in high school, I also had to sign up to put my name into like the selective services because you have to as a male in this country. It's not optional.
Right.
So you do have to do that. I mean, women, I guess women don't have to do that, right? But men have to do that.
Yeah, so who cares?
So yeah, but even if you implemented this change, so women would just sign up to be part of the draft as well. All thinking, well, I'm not going to get drafted because there hasn't been a draft in X many years. So
Right.
I don't think I don't think this change would have any impact on anything in terms of the electorate at all. But
Well, a lot of women go into the military because they want to get because it pays for college.
sure,
So there are literally a lot of women in the military because it pays for college.
right. There's a lot of men in the military because it pays for college.
Yeah, but women love that college.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know if you guys saw this, but Sheetz, Tim, we're getting into this. So Sheetz, it's this like kind of gas station company. They're actually being taken to court by a federal agency for discriminating against Black applicants. Why, you might say? Well, it turns out part of their screening process is they do a background check on applicants, and they don't want people who have a criminal background. Sounds reasonable enough. But what the government found was that Black applicants were actually being ruled out of the running for jobs at a higher rate than white or Hispanic applicants.
What does that have to do with the 19th Amendment?
No, it's the Civil Rights Act, right?
Oh.
So basically, the federal agents are actually acknowledging that perhaps this discrimination was not purposeful, right? They weren't trying to discriminate against Black people, but still, because the outcome was inequitable toward Black people, they were still running afoul of the Civil Rights Act, which prevents discrimination based on like immutable characteristics.
It's such bullshit because they weren't discriminating them based on the fact that they were Black. They were discriminating them on the fact that they were criminals. So
Right,
this
but
is completely
right.
stupid.
No, I know, but it is stupid. But what she's saying, it's a pretty insane case.
Yeah.
But what she's saying is that is what's going on, is that they're being sued by the government. There's an EEOC lawsuit claiming that by even if it's not intentional, selecting for criminal past creates a civil rights violation. Because
If they have a criminal past
and
they're applying for this job.
Right. I know.
Yeah.
It's a completely insane fucking
Yeah. Dude, I hope
lawsuit.
the lawsuit goes down because
Yes.
obviously they're not saying, look, you can't work here because you're Black. They're saying, look, you can't work here because you have a criminal record.
Right. So this is my intuition about the thing, because when I was kind of like reading stuff about it and reading what the EEOC was saying about it, I don't think it's like I don't think they're motivated by a race thing. I think they're motivated by this like, how dare you discriminate against people with criminal past thing. But you can do that legally depending on what state you're in. And so they're like, well, that pisses us off that you're doing that. So how can we get these people? We can
Right.
use this like racism angle.
I
So
gotcha.
that's kind of how the whole thing read to me. I mean, it's still
Oh.
disgusting, but so.
Look, if you can't even discriminate against criminals, I mean, what's the world coming to, Sitch?
Well, I know in Florida, I don't remember if it ever passed. There was a while ago, they wanted to ban the ability for employers to ask if you've ever been guilty of a felony. Like,
really?
it's called like ban the box or something. Because there's like a box, like when you would
Yeah.
give
Are
your
you a
resume
felon?
and interview and like, have you ever been found guilty of a felony or whatever? To click. And so yeah, I don't remember if that ever. I don't think it passed though. I mean, I'm on one hand, like, I'm sympathetic to it. I am sympathetic that the argument is that if you've gone to jail and you've done your time and you're out, like, you shouldn't be penalized for that. And it also makes it harder for you to reintegrate in society if you literally can't get a job because no one will hire you.
Send them back to prison. That's what I say.
Well, there you go. Okay. But so I am like, so on one hand, I am completely sympathetic to that, and that's all true. On the other hand, like from the employer standpoint, if it's their business, they should have a right to ask that question and make that determination on their own.
What if the criminal was guilty of like raping a woman at work?
Well, that's the more pragmatic part of it, which is true. Like also depending on what your job is, you don't necessarily want people that have committed felonies, specifically specific types of felonies, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so I'm in favor of employers should be able to to discriminate, even though I understand that the other side does have a good argument, but I don't know what I just think that employers should have the right. If it's their business, they should have the right to make that determination. So
yeah, and it's like.
Well, also you're right because they could be held liable for employer actions and employee actions and things of that nature too. So
yeah, big time.
So I am in favor of service through citizenship, but the reason why the 19th Amendment is a problem with that is that if it were to be the case that there was some sort of metric for service for voting and it happened that women were disproportionately not represented, I could see they would absolutely make the case that that requirement was running afoul of the 19th Amendment because the outcomes were unequal. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I understand what she's saying. That wouldn't matter. If you were to have a quote service through citizenship thing that she's talking about, it would have to be a constitutional amendment, and it'd have to also amend, the 19th Amendment and the 16th Amendment or whatever to basically change or get rid of them when they amend the Constitution that basically restricts voting for everyone. So
does everybody agree to get rid of the 19th? Is that what you're
Yeah.
Yes.
What are your reasons for it, Pearl?
That women shouldn't vote because we don't do equal work. So I think if we're not running the infrastructure, if we're not in the military like men are, and we're not paying taxes like men are, I don't think that we should vote.
Or dying on oil rigs.
It's weird because she's just making the feminist argument, right? Like the argument was, well, the work that women do, like raising the child, like raising children, raising the next generation, and doing all these things. This is an important job that someone has to do. And if you want women to, be mothers in the home, then you can't denigrate them for doing that position, right? Being a homemaker. And yet Pearl is denigrating them, saying, well, if you're a homemaker, you don't get the vote. Like what you do is less important than what a man does.
Yeah, it's weird. Aren't most school teachers women too? They're like educating the next generation. Useless.
Pearl believes that women should not be able to legally be teachers.
Really?
Because she says they're ruining children.
Well, I think children are being ruined in our public education system, but.
Well, it's funny because like the amount teaching has been a field dominated by women for a very long time. So,
yeah.
Before wokeness ever, started to come around, blaming women teachers for that's kind of silly. But
back when prayer was in public schools,
yeah,
women were teaching and doing those prayers, right?
Mm-hmm, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's basically like women aren't contributing enough to society in the same ways with like the taxes and stuff like that.
I think that men are more capable than women by and large, like as a group. But I was trying to think about how you could apply it to today, because I don't think today you could just say women shouldn't vote. I mean, I do like the t-shirts. Go get them at theaudacitynetwork.com. They're funny t-shirts, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think the only way you'd limit female vote.
But I guess I want to know, I want to get to your reasoning why.
Because I think if you're going to have a say in the policies, you need to have some skin in the game. Mm-hmm. So you need to be running the infrastructure.
Having children is the most skin in the game that you could ever possibly have, is it not? It's like
it is, obviously.
This is so insane. Having your child be like a participant in society is having skin in the fucking game.
Huge skin in the game, yeah. You're worried about the society not falling apart in not only your lifetime, but your children's lifetime.
Yes. This is so weird.
You need to be a net I think only 20% of people are net taxpayers anyway.
Very small, yeah.
Yeah. I think maybe own land. We could go back and forth.
Oh my God. Such a weird ridiculous stereotype.
I know.
This has to be a grift, Sitch. This is not a real human being here. This is like a Chat GPT created monstrosity.
You went to ChatGPT and you said, "Can you create for me the left-wing stereotype of an anti-feminist right-winger?"
Yeah.
And they would be like,
that. Yeah.
Phil Davis.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what was churned out here.
Right.
Forth about what exactly you would need to require in order to vote, but I think you have to have some skin in the game. Otherwise, you're just going to keep voting for benefits.
Net taxpayer, real quick, just so everyone understands, something like only 43% of people pay taxes because
Look, why? And also she's saying like, you're a net taxpayer. I mean, why wouldn't you be voting as a net taxpayer for benefits? You want your tax dollars to be spent in ways that benefit you, right?
Right, but the idea
Aren't
is
they
that
voting for benefits?
the idea is that you, I guess, are worthy because you're a net taxpayer, and everyone else is not worthy because they don't contribute to society, even though they all have jobs and do things, right?
Well, I bet they're voting for the benefits that they're voting for are, I don't know, better jobs where they would make more money and potentially pay taxes someday.
Right.
Maybe more affordable housing so that they could pay property tax one day. I don't know.
Right.
It's like everybody wants a society that's structured that allows them to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
the rest are on, like, they don't reach that threshold.
Right.
But of that 43, many are receiving more in government benefits than they actually
So they're
pay.
still not net taxpayers.
I like the net taxpayer for a vote
Yeah.
argument.
So
Continuing on that,
Tim, who's like obscenely rich.
It is bad. CT for 5 Canadian says bunch of millionaires sitting around doing their cushy talking heads internet job telling cashiers to have 5 kids, LMAO. And also like that they don't deserve to have representation in government. It is pretty fucking wacky. I don't know if anyone's a millionaire on there besides Tim and Pearl, but it is pretty fucking ridiculous.
Well, I don't know that Pearl is a millionaire aside from her
Well, I guess
parents
her
being
parents
obscenely
are.
wealthy.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure,
exactly.
right. I'm assuming they're not going to cut. Well, maybe they will. Maybe they'll cut her off. They're like, you're saying too much crazy shit. You're out of here.
Tim has a nice system here where he makes money off of all the other content creators, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great system, right?
Of course. Of course.
do you also support repealing the 15th Amendment?
Uh-oh.
you have to remind me what the 15th
Do you
Amendment is.
think
I'm sorry, go
It's
ahead.
basically like the 19th, but for Black people.
So it says the rights of citizens in the U.S. to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the U.S. or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Oof. Well, she wants to call Nick Fuentes really quick. Let me call a friend.
Can I phone a friend?
I don't think so, but I don't know. I haven't really thought about it.
Because Black people, some of them are men, so they're good.
She doesn't even take a position on this.
No, she says, well, she
She's like,
acknowledges.
I don't know.
She acknowledges that in order, if she's going to have some kind of, you're not guaranteed a right to vote, you'd have to appeal all these things anyway. Like,
She's like, listen, Pearl. You're going to disenfranchise at least half the Black people because they're women. Right?
she's like, okay, wait, I'm on board now all of a sudden. Yeah.
Well, no, they've already repealed the women voting. So,
Right.
yeah.
Is that what you think?
Well, I'm for like service guaranteeing citizenship, and I don't think being
Service guaranteeing citizenship. She keeps saying that.
Yeah,
So
should
what is
she?
it? So look, if you don't serve in the military, you're not even a United States citizen. I thought we were talking about voting.
Yeah, well, I guess she believes a far more
Look,
far more intense. You know, she's in the Starship Troopers model. Like, oh,
you're like a Palestinian. You're a stateless man, Sitch.
oh no.
You don't even have citizenship
Hey,
because you haven't
listen,
served in the military.
My position is that everyone should have to serve either in the military or some kind of, I said, like Jobs Corps state program where everyone does this when they get out of high school. I think that'd be very beneficial.
I hate this idea.
I know you do. I know you hate it. I think it'd be very beneficial for not just the country, but for the kids involved. I think it would give them a year or two to mature before they go to college, kind of get them outside of whatever environment they live in, see the rest of America,
Sitch
kind
is
of
like
create a better cultural sense of an American unified identity.
Sitch is like everyone can vote, but everyone also has to serve in the military.
Well, no, it's the choice is either when you graduate from high school, you either have to
Right,
serve in the
yeah.
military or you do this other program where it's basically like kids are, they go to some other place in whatever state they're from. And they basically have to, work with the government, do like, government work and jobs that, other people wouldn't want to do necessarily. And it's just kind of like your service to your country, essentially.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Service jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jobs guarantee program.
Well, not quite, but
A woman should give you the
You don't get paid for this service? Get out of here. You get paid
you
for
would
this
you wouldn't
service.
get paid. You would just get room and board with wherever, by
You
the
get
government.
paid for the military. What are you talking about? Of course you get paid.
You
have to get paid.
I guess
Come
you're
on.
right. I guess you
Yeah,
would.
it is.
Yeah,
It's
you get
like
paid.
a jobs
I think that you're
guarantee
right.
program.
You would
yeah.
get paid and
You
would get
work
room
for
and board,
free.
yeah. But I think it'd be useful. I think it'd be definitely, and it would help because I think a lot of problem is that kids go to college and you've gone straight from high school to college. You've not been in like the world. And I think if kids had been out in the world before they go to college, it would give them a greater maturity and sense of like what they should be using college for and what kind of job they should be sort of, aiming towards.
Yeah, I mean, school was at one time structured that way. Like they even had classes that were kind of like vocational type classes, like
Mm-hmm.
classes in getting a job.
Sure.
So, but I don't know that they still do that.
right to vote, I think the same thing applies to race. And if we were to, do something like net taxpayer, property owner, et cetera, or even like married households, Black people would be disproportionately underrepresented like women would be. So if the 15th Amendment is on the books, you're also going to have discrimination that way. So that's why I'm asking why exactly.
So you're saying by that they would claim discrimination if we passed those policies?
Yeah.
Well, then I guess by that logic, it seems like that would make sense too. But I don't really know.
I think I figured out the problem. I think the 28th Amendment, the right to vote shall be, or voting shall be granted only to those who have 2 children or more and are actively in the lives of those children. Now, how you make that legal, but the general idea is you got to have 2 kids and you got to be actively parenting them, or they must be adults, and then you're allowed to vote.
No, I still think military members should be able to vote.
And military members, I agree with that.
Yeah, so, or like men that have very big like tax, like if Jeff Bezos does he have kids? I don't know. But I'm saying like big companies like that, I think it would be fair that they would vote.
I think all of these things.
It's like you got to be in the military or be Jeff Bezos.
Or
This
have
is
2
so
kids, I
ridiculous.
guess. Yeah, it's very interesting criteria here, but
All this bizarre stuff.
Yeah.
Together makes sense. Like the
Yeah.
idea that someone can show up and when I think it was 2020, Andrew Yang said he was going to move to Georgia, end of 2020. So he's going to move to Georgia to help who was it, Warnock or whatever, and I can't remember the guy's name, in Georgia win. It's like you don't live there and you're going to go to their state and vote on how they should be represented is insane.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's because in this country, voting is no longer about winning an argument and deciding on how your side should be run. It's about collecting pieces of paper with names on them. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to break Tim's bubble, but that's the way it's always been, sadly. So.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
I have a little bit of a different.
Also, like so many people don't vote.
Mhm.
And it's weird that they're like, look, you got to do all these super hard things to vote. And there's so many people who are just like, they can't even be bothered to just fill out the registration form and send it in.
Right.
Yeah.
Different take on women voting, even service and these other things. Like even my husband will say, maybe if they're willing to do like years of service or something, I would still say no based on the argument that the anti-suffragettes made, which was that if you as a woman cannot protect persons or property, if you're not going to be defending the homeland, if you're not going to be defending your home, why should you be voting? And the reason is like this.
I mean, aren't you producing the people to defend the home?
That doesn't count, Sitch.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah.
right. Interesting. Okay.
The only
kinda
thing
lends it-
important is like being a security guard.
Oh, okay. Sure. I got you.
itself to the bigger conversation of why do we have this idea that women were historically oppressed? Were they actually oppressed? If you go back and read their writings at the time in the 17th, 18th, 19th century, they said, no, we're privileged. And then you'll hear a feminist say something like, well, but they couldn't have bank accounts. But they never tell you why. They never tell you why.
Well, wait, before, okay. Like, yeah, if you go in the 1800s and you read the writings of female anti-suffragettes, they will give you arguments that women are not oppressed and women shouldn't vote, right?
Right.
Obviously, right? But you could also go in that same time period and read the writings of female suffragettes who did think that women were oppressed and should have the right to vote and needed this additional freedom. Like, this is such a weird argument.
Yeah.
Why women didn't have bank accounts or credit cards. And it's because legally women could not be held responsible for supporting the family.
And you see all this debt we have now?
They couldn't be held. Yeah, women could not accrue debt that way. And what would be the point of a woman owning a bunch of land if she can't make the land produce anything? She can't defend the land against people who might come and try to take it. There were practical reasons for these things. It wasn't just the evil patriarchy trying to keep women down. And I think those things still apply. Even with modern warfare, you have drone technology, we just talked about guns and how even with guns, men are much better with them than women are. They're just loading, reloading. Anytime you're in a combat situation, men are going to be better. Why would we want to task women with defense of persons and property? So why would we want to grant them voting
I would be
rights?
so pissed if I called the cops and they sent me a female cop. I
Well,
would be
that's the thing,
so
right? If
pissed.
there's a natural disaster, there's like a huge hurricane that takes out the entire southeast, right? And the power's out.
You have
and
a
there's
female
flood.
firefighter.
Yeah, nobody's like, oh, send
Well,
the
I'm an
feminists.
athlete. I'm
Please.
I mean, I'm sure probably more men start businesses than women, but I mean, there's got to be a lot of successful businesses that women have started in things like fashion and cooking, right?
No.
Like Martha Stewart, right?
No.
Doesn't she have like an empire or something?
Behind
What
every
about
successful
talk
woman,
shows?
okay, is a man telling her what to do.
Like Oprah Winfrey didn't figure out how to make property produce.
Behind
Which is-
every successful woman is a man telling her what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just doesn't make any sense. I see life as a huge human resources problem, getting the right people into the right line of work. And if you
Right.
have 50% of your human resources, your human capital just completely shut out of doing things like starting businesses, and that's not good. That's horrible for society.
Well, I mean, that's a really good point, because this is why capitalism and liberal democracy has consistently produced the richest, strongest, best societies out of all the other systems we've tried.
Yeah.
Because essentially, you're right. Humanity is a constant struggle of the human resource problem of trying to figure out, like, how to get the best people to do the best job suited to them, right? We don't have the magic technology, we don't have God in the sky who can be omniscient, read everyone's mind, say, okay, you would be best at this, you'd be best at this, blah, 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 blah. And so the way to sort of solve that problem is to say, well, we're going to make it so people can sort of sort themselves into these categories, and they'll kind of sift through the sands here, and they'll shake out into the best possible situations for themselves, Not always, but far more often than this kind of like placing people in these situations.
Yeah, people know what they're good at. They know what drives them. They know they all have a desire to be, well, not all of them, obviously, but enough people have a desire to be successful and financially stable, if not well off, that, they'll do these things. Even if, say, there's like 100 success out of every 100 successful businesses, only 10% of them are started by women. Like, why would you want to throw that 10% away? Right. By saying it's impossible for women to start a business.
Well, and also it's weird too, because you're talking about like credit card debt, and like, it's true. Yeah. Women do. Actually, I think men have more. I mean, Pearl debated this guy who was like a conservative, like pro-marriage conservative. He said that men have more debt on average than women. But when it comes to, which could be true if you're talking about non-married people, but obviously when it comes to marriages, women are doing a lot more of the purchasing on average
Right.
than men.
Yeah.
But that's a good thing because consuming and consumers are what drives the economy. You need women going out there and buying a bunch of shit.
Oh, of course.
They're
yeah.
creating jobs in the first place by buying things and making it necessary for someone to, own a shop that's selling whatever garbage is that these women are buying.
Yeah.
All those shoes, right? Someone's got to make all those shoes.
Important part of the economy.
Yeah.
I'm taller than most. What are you gonna do that I can't do?
Right. But
So I wanted to bring up your Nala video. What did I do that was so wrong about Nala?
Well,
I wanted to talk about this whore.
Yeah. So, this is a thing where we brought it up when I was talking to Andrew, Rachel's husband. You can find him at The Crucible, I believe is his channel. So basically, I am of the belief that if you are a new convert, you should not be in any type of leadership position at a church, especially as a woman, pastor. No.
I mean, women should never have any leadership role in a church.
Yeah,
to begin with.
That's a red flag.
Yeah.
Basically, if you're going to church and it's like, this is the female
So
pastor.
we'd agree.
Mm-hmm. Well, hang on. But so I don't disagree with everything you said about her.
Okay.
But basically, you had some tweets saying Jesus won't save these hoes. And I think it's reasonable to be skeptical. And, you were kind of digging on whether Nala is or is not still engaging.
She raised her OnlyFans prices after this is confirmed. She raised her OnlyFans prices after she was saved.
Right.
I think anything from that, she's full of shit.
Yeah. So I'm not here to, I support you trying to keep her accountable. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Then why did I get a 30-minute video on me?
Well,
I don't know, it's 20 minutes.
It wasn't 30 minutes just on you. I was going through a bunch of tweets.
Classic woman exaggerating the number.
I brought up a picture of that Nala OnlyFans girl for those of you who might not know. See, these women, they don't really know how to do a show here. They just start blabbering about someone and they don't really give the backstory on any of it. So
yeah,
I
this
guess is a go ahead.
OnlyFans model who has said, she was very successful, I believe, right? And she said, she's gonna stop and she's found God, right? She's found Jesus.
Right.
And so I mean, we can kind of skip this part because it is kind of boring.
Okay.
Basically, and Pearl never actually addresses it because Pearl doesn't address anything because she handles these conversations in a very dumb or dishonest way, which is that it's very obvious that Lauren Chen's intention here is that Pearl is essentially, or at least Lauren interpreted, I don't know if Pearl meant this, but he's interpreting Pearl's statement as saying Jesus cannot save women, cannot save prostitutes, which obviously completely goes against the Christian dogma, right? Jesus can save anyone who is essentially willing to be saved or wants to be saved. And that's what seemed to set off Lauren in the conversation.
People that want to turn their lives around.
Right. Now, obviously, whether someone, is grifting or not, in terms of, pretending to be Christian or not, is a completely different situation. Whether someone can be saved or not. So.
Right. This woman is so ugly to me. I can't believe she's like some big OnlyFans model.
Nala?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh. Gross.
I mean, I feel that way about like a lot of the people that are like, these are like the big porn stars. I'm like, really?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. I don't know.
Country.
I see feel that way with Andrew Tate, right? Andrew Tate is someone who he got rich, webcam industry. There's some people who are still very, very against him for being a pornography peddler. He has since, he's Muslim now. He basically still believes, I did what I had to do. I had no money. So he hasn't really apologized for it. But at the same time, that's not the same person who he is today. But you still have conservatives who are, they basically blacklisted him because of that. Meanwhile, Nala, they're open arms. Now, I think that maybe it's not the direct comparison because Andrew Tate is not a Christian. He is Muslim. But I do see that you have a point there. They're way more open to Nala changing than someone like Andrew Tate changing.
Simps.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
And he didn't change. He became a Muslim. He joined the other side.
Well, yeah, I think that's a bad comparison too. Unless she wants to beat Pearl over the head with it, which I wish she would. It's a bad comparison because even if, I haven't been following the Nala story, so maybe she's full of shit. I have no fucking clue. But there's a difference between someone saying, I did something wrong, like I sold pornography, right? And I realized that, I believe that that was wrong of me to do, and I want to have a better way, and I repent and I found Jesus, right? That's completely different than saying, I basically manipulated women into being online prostitutes. I manipulated men into paying exorbitant amount of money to these women, thinking that they would run off with them when they wouldn't. And very often they were talking to me and not talking to women. Then I would scam the women of their money. And then I would, on top of scamming the men who were the customers of their money. And, they can all eat shit. By the way, you should all do this. Everyone should do this. Oh, well, I'm Muslim now. So, whatever. I don't feel bad about anything I did. Like, that's just a completely different fucking attitude than I repent for my past deeds of, inflicting myself with being a pornographer.
True. Yes.
So, I mean, Andrew Tate is a scumbag, and the people that support him are absurd. And anyone who pretends to be conservative and supports him is obviously a hypocrite. So it's just ridiculous.
Right. Yeah.
And I mean, it's like if he had come out and been like, this was wrong of me to do, and I repent, I feel bad. Like, you'd have a completely different situation, but obviously that's not the case. And he would never even do that, because that would be seen as, like, repenting would be seen as a beta male move in the first place from that audience anyway.
He just hates.
I mean, he would never be Christian in the first place.
He just hates woke people, and he hates progressives. So
yes.
The enemy of my enemy is right. My friend. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. But that's why I looked at the chart earlier, and I was like, men are becoming more conservative. Like, I don't think they really are.
Yeah.
They're just anti-woke. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We have this idea. We have this idea that women are born angelic and innocent until some bad man somewhere does something to her to make her become a bad lady, and then she can reform and we all clap and it's great. There's no grace for men like that. Like, when men change their ways, they used to be degenerate in some way, and then they come to Christianity. There's not as much applause. They don't usually do a podcasting tour. They don't usually come out with merch, and all this other stuff, that because we're seeing this as a trend, right? These ex-strippers, ex-OnlyFans girls coming to Christ. But my problem with it is it always comes with, donate to my ministry. Here's my cash app.
I mean, I think what the general statement she's saying is true. I think people generally do look at women as being more innocent than men. Men are looked, because there's there's always the fear of physical violence from a man, which people generally don't view women as being participants or engaging in. It is a form of sexism. It is a form of bigotry, obviously. So I kind of agree with that. But comparing Andrew Tate, who has not repented, is an insane, that's a really bad comparison. He has not repented in any way, shape, or form. So,
right.
Let me sell rosaries for $200. Right. I'm like, why can't you just read the Bible?
Traditionally.
I mean, if Andrew, and actually, and I think her example here is even worse, because if Andrew Tate, came out and did the repent tour, right? He's like, I've become Christian, and he started repenting. He started preaching Christianity to his large audience. All the fucking conservatives would be fucking throwing him a ticker tape parade. They'd be so excited because they'd be like, oh my God, we have this big influencer of young men who's come out and is Christian, and he's going to help convert all the kids to be Christian. They'd be so ecstatic if that was going on, but obviously it's not. So
yeah, they would dig it. They would. But he joined the Muslim team, which is just
so he could essentially
terrible.
Keep doing some of what he's doing. Right.
Yeah, because Islam, you're allowed to subjugate women.
Right.
My church, we had Saint Mary of Egypt was one of our most famous and most venerated saints, because she was probably the depths of degeneracy for a woman. She was like a prostitute. She was a nympho. And when she converted, she did not start a podcasting tour or a ministry or, something where you had to give her money. It was nothing like that. She went into the desert alone for decades and just prayed and became very virtuous privately.
Yeah.
And then she started her podcast tour to tell everyone about her prayer in the desert. I mean, how do we know about her? Obviously, someone was talking about her.
There you go. I like it.
She did some self-promotion.
Right.
Generally, what our church traditionally has prescribed for women who come from that level of degeneracy is something more like a monastic path or something where, you know, they have to take a lot of time because it's not something you just flip a switch and now I'm good. It's like it takes a long
Can
time
I say
to
one more thing?
sanctification
Can I say one more
process.
thing that I find annoying? I'm just going to put this out there. These people, these OnlyFans whores keep are like, oh, Pearl, I'll pray for you. I'm like, what did I do? I just said words you don't like. You got tag teamed by 2 dudes.
Like, I'll pray for you.
And I'm like, you can take your prayers and shove them because I know what you're saying.
They got real mad at me when I called them hookers. That actually
Oh, that was such a
The
funny
hoe
tweet.
pronouns. You got the hoe pronouns wrong.
well, because there was a woman and she was like, how dare you call my friend a hooker, which there's nothing wrong with at all. Then I'm like, then it's not an insult, it's a description. Like, she could have been like, I think you are misdescribing my friend. Instead, it was like outrage. It appeared in a Hulu documentary. I'm like, dude, I think OnlyFans is just today's version of hooking.
Yeah.
You go to a like,
Virtual hook.
I mean, if you're not having sex with hundreds of men, it's like, I mean,
No,
it's
yeah.
more like Playboy, right?
Right.
I mean,
It
back in
is-
the day, all the rock stars, you know, they'd all have their girlfriends in Playboy. They'd be like, "Look, this is who I'm having sex with. Aren't you jealous of me?" I mean, that
It's a-
was a
it's different.
tradition, right?
Well, I'd say it's different because it seemed like, I mean, it seemed like there'd be some glamour in that where OnlyFans model doesn't really seem glamorous, right?
Well, the thing, OnlyFans model, I guess, I think is glamorous if you have like a big account, but like if you put your stuff on OnlyFans and like nobody cares, oh, that's just horrible. Like,
Well, no, I don't,
that's demoralizing.
I don't agree because it seemed like there was some kind of attitude like, oh, you know, this famous woman had like a Playboy spread, right? Which, I mean, first of all, it'd still be considered like degenerate by a lot of people, obviously, but it would still be like
Only
degenerate,
like
but
the
still,
religious right, obviously.
well,
But
there you go. But there would still be some people who'd be like, it'd be glamorous because I don't know, there'd be a sense of like it was a professional thing, right?
Mhm.
Where I don't know, the OnlyFans thing, it just, even in the top OnlyFans people like Amaranth, I don't think anyone thinks she's glamorous, right? Like,
Really?
yeah, I don't think anyone thinks of her that way.
I mean, she's rich and famous.
That doesn't, you can be rich and famous for being an OnlyFans model, doesn't make you glamorous, right? You can be a rich and famous porn star, doesn't make you glamorous. Now, obviously, you're getting fucked by dudes, so it's a little
Yeah,
different.
but I think that is where the difference is. Like, these women are literally just, you know, well, maybe
Amaranth
they're
is
doing
getting
hard,
fucked by like a dildo, so I mean, I don't know.
maybe
It's
she's
not like,
doing like hardcore pornography on her OnlyFans. So I guess that does,
right.
like, the acts that they participate in kind of make a difference. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
If it's just like softcore Playboy type stuff and they're raking in, you know, 6 figures,
But I don't think
figures
that's
off
it.
of
Most
this.
of the top OnlyFans people, I'm assuming they're either having sex with someone, they're having simulated sex with like a fake penis or something. So
Okay. I don't know. I haven't done the
You haven't
proper
done your OnlyFans
research on
homework?
this.
Okay.
Yeah.
right. As soon as you said that, I've been researching the whole time. So
Oh, good. Yeah.
got to get to the bottom of this.
Any closer to the truth?
No, I'm gonna have to keep looking into it.
Talk more about these hookers or these whores.
These whores.
These people, it just, I don't know. They come off as just a little jealous to me.
Well, do you love like the weird glee that Pearl gets for saying whores? She's like, whores. Yeah, like it's like she's like a little wet every time she says the word.
Oh,
whore.
I know.
Like Tim's gonna have to clean the chair or something every time she says the word whore.
And you make it worse. I can't believe you used wet and Pearl in the same sentence, and now you're talking about the chair. You're
well,
so
that's what she's
bad.
doing, Adam. Okay, listen, we're truth seekers. She's getting the chair wet by saying the word
gross.
whore. I don't know what to tell you. Okay,
So
sometimes you just got to
disgusting.
deal with it.
I do. I mean, I feel bad because evidently there's a lot of OnlyFans. There's a lot of girls who are like, I'm going to be an OnlyFans model and start paying the rent. And they make like $15 a month. It's
Sure,
like,
because most of them don't make anything.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
that's got to be demoralizing.
Of course.
That's got to be really like, oh, painful.
Yep.
Like I shared everything with the world and the world didn't care. Oh my God, that's horrible. So
Mhm.
I feel more bad about that situation than I do about these, as Pearl says, these whores
Well,
who are getting filthy rich.
the psychology, this would actually be a super interesting study. It'd be the psychology of like, why do some OnlyFans models like become very popular and some don't? Because it's not just looks, because there's so many like good looking women out there, and like you basically people have become like blind to it, right? There's so many like because of selection bias, you can find like infinite number of good looking naked women on the internet, right?
Right.
So that itself isn't the draw. There's got to be some else, something else to it, right? So it'd be an interesting study. Like they'd be like, okay, well, like what is it that is making these women be very successful? Like what is drawing certain men to certain women on OnlyFans and things of that nature?
Yeah, so there might be some kind of luck component to it, like what makes them go viral.
Well, obviously
maybe
luck is a
they're,
component, but there's got to be something else to it too.
I mean, they might be doing horrendous things. I don't know. Like I literally have never seen any OnlyFans.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've even been on the website once. So I don't know. Yeah. Maybe they do something. Now I'm thinking they do something really disgusting. And that's why.
It's not that. I just think there's some. I think it's the same thing with any pornography. There's some kind of like ephemeral quality that, like, it's like with like a good actor. Like, it's like it can be difficult to be like, well, what makes like a good actor, right? Like this, they have something there that you can't quite put your finger on. And I'm guessing it's the same thing with all this porn stuff, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Charisma.
Yeah, there's some level of charisma. No, I don't know. I guess Amaranth kind of disproves all that because I feel like she has the charisma of a wooden board, so I'm not sure what her appeal is. I mean, she's hot,
just got like a nice body and she's hot, right?
But
that's all it really is. You're,
but
you're way overthinking this.
No, because there's so many like hot women out there that like, why are they all not as successful as Amaranth, right?
Because Amaranth takes her clothes off and does an OnlyFans, and
no, but I'm saying this
like, look, I don't want to go down this path.
I'm saying there's so many hot women on doing porn on OnlyFans on any of these sites. It's got to be like so many like hordes and hordes and hordes of attractive women who are all in the same like level of attractiveness.
Like there are people who are signing up for Amaranth because she's popular, and there's other girls that look just like Amaranth, but they're not popular, so they're like, ugh. Why would I sign up for her? She's not popular.
Right. Well, part of it is the Pareto distribution, right? As you become more popular, it's easier to gain more and more popularity, right? But I'm just saying, I don't know. Like, I'm curious as to what made her popular in the first place. I don't know. I have no clue.
I saw that Nala girl was on, I think she was on whatever podcast or something. I think like that's the first time I ever saw her, but yeah, I don't know. That clip I saw of her, she just struck me as repulsive from the first, from the first moment I laid eyes on her. I mean, she looks like she belongs in a Disney movie.
Well, people like that. It's like the Belle Delphine, who I don't think she's that attractive, but I understand why she was as popular. She had some kind of weird charisma to her that people were drawn to. So I got that. What the fuck?
I guess she does kind of look like a cartoon character.
My phone just started talking to me. That was creepy.
Oh, okay. Tell us shut the fuck up. Say, listen, we're having a talk here.
We're having a conversation about porn, phone.
We're talking about the whores.
Talking about the whores.
What OnlyFans would you like me to look up, Sitch? That's what Siri said to you, right?
I guess that's what it was trying to do. I don't know. As soon as I said Belle Delphine, my phone went, what? You want to look up Belle Delphine? I was like, what? What the fuck's happening? She put a bug in my phone? Anyway.
Hooking, yeah.
When they didn't have the photograph, a guy would have to go to a building to find a woman to get a show, a burlesque show or something. Now, women are going on OnlyFans, and I would say people are asking...
Oh, I just want to say one more thing. This is another reason why I think part of like, they're talking about like the popularity of Joe Rogan versus, the Call Me Daddy and those other things. Even though, again, Howard Stern still like was a degenerate show, was the most popular show for men for decades. I think a lot of, quote, men's sense of degeneracy is now just fulfilled via porn. And so like when they're satisfied with that, then they're like, okay, I'm not horny anymore. I want something that's like not that. Oh, look, Joe Rogan, right? Like, it's like, it's like, okay, now that I've been satisfied in this one realm, I could go look at, I could turn off, right? I'm in the post-nut clarity. Let me listen to some Joe Rogan.
Yeah. Do women
Asking,
get
like-
that post-nut clarity? I think like they don't, right?
So I remember like way back in the day in my psychology classes, when they actually were talking about this, women do, but it's at a much slower rate. Like men, when they're like in the sexual throes of sexualness, it's like it goes up and then goes down, right? It just goes up and then it crashes, like instantly almost.
Yeah.
But for women, it goes up and then it like very slowly plateaus downward, right? So that's kind of where you get the stereotype of
Interesting.
like the man like bangs a woman and then immediately afterwards he wants a sandwich and to play Xbox.
I gotta
right?
go home.
Right. Yeah, like that's where but then the woman like wants to cuddle. That's where that stereotype comes from. Okay. Is
Right.
that they have a very different chemical reaction to this.
She's like plateauing off, and you're like, I gotta get out of here.
You're like, yeah, I'm done. You're completely like in a completely different altered state of mind, but the woman's still in
I gotta work out.
Right. Yeah. The woman's still in that kind of sense. And so, so men, it's important that you cuddle your ladies afterwards, right? Because they're not in the same emotional place that you are.
Right. Yeah.
What's the difference between like stripping and OnlyFans? Why would you call that hooking? Because of the personal relationship that people think they're getting.
Yeah.
You go on the app and you think you're talking to this woman and she's giving you your pleasure and your titillation for money. I do want to clarify though, there was some survey where they asked men, knowing that the majority of these OnlyFans, they call them models. Ridiculous.
These guys today are so soy, Sitch. So soy.
You mean that they don't have to go to some fucking skeezy bar that's like disgusting to go look at like a woman through a little peephole? They just get to click on their computer.
Look, my generation was like, you have sex with them for money. This generation is like, you talk to them and they talk to you. And then you give them money.
Okay.
What?
Right.
What? Right. That's your pleasure? You talk to them. It's great. I'm sorry, Sitch. This strikes me as strange.
Well, that's right. They have these like weird things in Japan. Do you know what the host clubs
Yes. Yeah, I know about those. Yeah.
Yeah, where it's just like men would go and there's just like
You cuddle
attractive
them.
women who they don't like fuck you or anything, but they're just like hang out with you and like drink with you and like act like you're friends. And I mean, I always looked at that as very strange. I'm like, okay.
You're
Like if I'm gonna pay a woman for companionship, you might as well get the whole thing, right? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, see, there you go. Not that I would ever do that, but look, I understand
I have never paid a woman for sex, but I'm just like, if I was going to,
yes.
you might as well pay for the whole thing, right?
Yes, yeah. I guess maybe this generation is like they're tiptoeing up to it. They're like, I'm gonna pay for the talking part first. And
It's the safetyism.
Maybe someday.
It's the safetyism.
Maybe someday.
Well, it's probably listen, you shouldn't be paying for sex anyway. That's not very safe or healthy or good for anyone. So,
yeah, of course. But this paying to talking is like even worse. It is. I don't like. I can't respect this.
Sure,
this is like, yeah. Has anyone told you that they've done this? Look, I've
done what? Paid to like,
I
don't know. I've never had a conversation with anyone that pays for OnlyFans. So, but I don't go around asking people this question. So maybe I should.
We should get someone on the show who's done this so they can share the experience with us. What is it like?
I know.
So I'll just say this. Knowing the survey asked guys, do you care that you're actually sexting and having perverse conversations with men who are being paid to do it? They said, no, I don't care.
Wow.
Men didn't care. They were like, doesn't matter to me.
Because porn makes men gay.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
There's actually an article on my Substack about how I think that happened. But this is Schrodinger's feminist, right?
I'm curious as that argument. Porn makes men gay.
All of these women are like anti-porn. They're like, how dare?
Weird.
Look, if Pearl is being submissive to her man and her man wants to watch porn, she's got to suck it up, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Literally and metaphorically.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the argument would be that if you're watching another person, like a man, have sex with a woman, like that makes you gay. I guess that would be the argument. I don't know how else
Well,
you could
only
argue
depending
that porn
upon
would
how
make
you
gay.
answer the POV question.
Well, that's
obviously.
what so they're not answering the POV correctly. So,
Yeah.
or they don't understand the POV question correctly. So.
Women are strong and empowered when they're OnlyFans models. But also, if you call them a hooker, now she's an innocent victim and you're mean because you're a
You're
man.
probably emotionally abusive if you say that.
Well, that's a good point. But you know what else is a good point is the weird hypocrisy, the Schrodinger's male that Pearl is putting out. Because it's like, okay, men are the superior like gender/sex that should be ruling the world and making all these decisions. But for some reason, are like whenever a man falls, it's because they've been manipulated, controlled by a woman. So it's like, okay, so men are so superior, but they somehow can't like tell women to fuck off. They still can't get mind fucked by women somehow.
Yeah. How are they so easily manipulated by these women?
Interesting.
I think women are more sexual than men. And the reason I think that is because when media is catered to women, it's like pretty much sexuality is at the core of it. So even we were talking about podcasts
Name one
earlier.
pop star who's not a sexual.
Yeah, and as the media becomes more female focused, it becomes way more sexual. Where
Well,
men,
I would say
it's like
women get their power from sex. Like that's how they get into the rooms. They sleep with their bosses. They get this information. Like that's really the only thing that women have above men is because women control the access to sex.
Right.
So men need to not have sex with these women because
This is
A
like
lot
so
of
retarded,
self-report going on
This
here.
is so
or what?
retarded. No, but it's like Pearl's like women are more sexual and more sexually motivated than men. And then this girl's talking about like women using sex to sleep up the top. But that would be the opposite, right? That would mean that they're using the males being more horny as a method of control.
I guess
Like,
you're right. Yeah.
what the fuck? And it's just so insane. It's so insane. If men are overwhelming the major consumers of porn, how the fuck could you say this? How could Pearl make this claim that women are like the primarily, sexually motivated ones when men are the ones consuming porn on average significantly more than women?
Yeah.
Does this make any sense?
And women just view sex as like a transactional way to
Right.
get to the top of the food chain at work.
And it's so weird. Like, I don't know how fuck old Pearl is, but it's like she's like just grew up in woke times or something. Before woke times, so much of media was like focused on, you had hot women because sex sells. Like, this is obvious. Nowadays, like she's like confused about like what's going on. Like nowadays, what's happening is that they say, you have a situation where men, like attractive women and men being sexually attracted to something is not allowed to be like a selling point of a story or a game or a movie or anything anymore. The only type of sexuality that's like allowed because of wokeness to be used to sell something is things that appeal to women or queer people.
Yeah.
Right.
Gay sex or men.
Yeah. Which that's true, but that's not because women are more sexual. It's just because like the sexuality of the quote male gaze is not allowed anymore.
Right.
So maybe that's where Pearl's confused.
Bring up some old Carl's Jr.'s commercials.
Yeah.
I want to see what you're talking about here.
Yeah, if you guys don't remember, I forgot about those old commercials. Oh my God. There was these old Carl's Jr.'s commercial where it was just like be a woman with her like massive cleavage eating like a hamburger. She'd be like, oh, and she'd have like a big American flag behind
She'd be
her.
like washing a car and like a ripped up t-shirt. Yeah.
I know.
You could see like nipple and everything through the shirt. It was like very X-rated for a commercial.
Right.
Yeah. Like, come eat a hamburger, guys.
that's what's giving these hoes the power.
But most men can't, and that's the problem. Is women get sexual access from a much younger age, and they sleep with a small percentage of men. So most men are not sleeping around. So it's like again, we put the onus on what 5.
All these women are like fucking everyone.
Well, it's weird because like when I looked up these, now it's like, this is difficult to find, but whenever you look up statistics, like every statistic shows that men have more sexual partners on average than women, like every single one.
Right.
Right. Now, this can be a problem because men tend to lie. Right?
Oh yeah, of course.
So I found some studies where they said that they think they've controlled for lying, and they found that the sexual partners are about equal. So, but
Okay.
it's that I don't know what they're talking about where it's like, oh, all this. Now, obviously, like the recent phenomenon with the dating apps is kind of like, again, this is a recent phenomenon that exists because of this weird dating app culture that is very new and wasn't necessarily like a cultural component that has, existed before then.
Right. The capability of sleeping around is higher now.
Right, but it's higher in a weird, like it's higher in a disproportionate way that wasn't a thing 10 years ago.
Right.
I have
just think it's
10%
funny
of men that
like Pearl is basically saying all women are like, they're just whores. They sleep around with everyone. Well, have you, Pearl, are you sleeping around with? No. Well, are you a woman? But I'm not a whore. Like some
Right.
women are not whores. It's not like all women are whores like this. It's just
Sure.
so bizarre. Oh, you don't believe me? Sounds like you're skeptical.
I'm skeptical. All women are whores.
get sexual access at a young age. And then it's like conservatives tell men, well, you guys are the bad guys for sleeping around. And the men get to like 22, they look for a wife. None of the women want to be wives. They don't.
Well, I don't know. Conservatives say everyone's a bad guy for sleeping around. What the fuck was she talking about?
Right.
Conservatives have always been, there's no sleep around, abstinence, all these things for everyone. Everyone. Where does this idea that like women have escaped, the conservative gaze of not being sluts? There's a reason that we have a word slut that applies to a woman, and we don't really have a male equivalent, Pearl.
Right. Yeah.
So this is so fucking stupid.
Don't want to marry him. And so you're saying, okay, don't have sex till what, they're 30?
Yeah.
Good luck.
This is
Well,
another
tough
big
sell.
problem, right?
Tough sell.
With the trad con right, the Christian right, telling everybody, well, men and women both should be virgins until they get married. It's like, but people don't get married till 30, 31.
Yeah. And that's women. And that's women.
Oh, now they're simping for like premarital sex.
Wow.
This is super weird.
I mean, based.
Here's the other big thing we need to think about. Women, even good Christian virtuous women, don't want virgin men. I wish they did, but they don't. If a man makes it to 25,
nice. Look at this. It's so easy. We're getting it so easy.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Men can get away with anything. How do you like that, ladies?
Yeah.
as a virgin, even like the really nice girls at church generally don't want him. They still want the player, the guy that has experience, because the other women, it's like a signal we send to each other as women that he's 6.
They're all, I send that signal to you right now. Yeah.
Are you sending that signal to me right now, Adam?
No, they're sending it to each other.
Oh, okay. I think you're sending it to me.
No.
Okay.
Successful, he's worthwhile because all the other women want.
I mean,
Don't
I
be
find
queer.
Adam more desirable because I know he has sex with women. So
Don't be queer. Don't be queer.
Now me, I'm a virgin. Okay, I'm pure. Unlike Adam, this degenerate, I'm saving myself for marriage. Okay, I've never touched a woman or been touched by a woman.
Good for you.
I'm a pure soul.
Women are icky.
That's right. Women are
and they're
gross.
all whores. So
that's also true. Yes.
Watch out.
Being with a woman is gay.
You might get AIDS or something.
Well, I don't think it's that Christian women don't want virgin men. Christian women want men who are highly sought after by other women. So what you would want is like the Chad.
I mean, all women want this. Why is she? Why is she limiting this to Christian women?
Well, I guess this is the context of the conversation. Sure.
All women want the Chad. All women want guys that are high status.
Of course, yeah. All men want
only Christian women.
All
women want low status male.
All women want the badass, and all men want the bombshell, right?
Of course, yeah. Look, everybody is trying to date and marry above their mate value. Everyone is trying to do that. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, everyone's trying to increase their mate value.
Right.
By doing something cool or simping as hard as you can for all mankind.
Right.
I'm looking at you, Pearl.
Like Deus Vult, kind of Knights Templar Christian guy with the big jaw, who's literally like, he has all these women and he's just like stoically trying to push them away, but he manages to like succumb to your temptation.
Good luck.
Lauren Chen totally nails it here.
She did, yeah.
But he manages to. But he only has eyes for you.
Yep.
And 40 other women. But just you are the number one wife.
That's the romance novel cover, you know.
Oh, yeah,
With
of course.
With the monster, the pirate on it or whatever.
Of course, yeah.
I think that worked when we all got married at 18 or 20.
Yeah,
I
that
think
is
that
literally
worked,
like the-
but it's
the
not
fantasy.
Gonna, if you're telling all the women that you must, and this is what happened to me, right? I was a smart kid. I was always in like advanced classes, and it was like, I'm going to college. I was told from kindergarten, you're going to college. You're going to have a career.
Yeah.
And when I decided I didn't want to do that, and I had my first child at 20, everyone around me, even my Christian conservative women around me who should have been supportive, were like, oh no, what a tragedy. Rachel will never be anything. Her life is over. She's a loser now. She's never going to do anything with all of her gifts because she's just a mom. And this is the overwhelming propaganda that we've had for like 60 years now, telling women, young girls, if you want to be a good girl and be successful, focus on school. Go to college, even if that means the average woman graduates with $40,000 in debt, and then spend your 20s building your career so that, because why? Why? Because you're vulnerable if you don't have your own money. If you depend on your husband for income, that makes you vulnerable to abuse, and you should be scared.
We also have to look at what women.
I mean, it does.
It does open you for abuse. Yeah, sure.
Right. It does. Unless you have like rich parents, I guess you can fall back on or something if the relationship goes south. But
Or you have just a nice husband who's obviously not going to abuse you and never will.
well,
abuse
obviously,
you.
but
Yeah.
that's most people get into relationships thinking that their partner is not going to abuse them unless they're performing Christian sub in public, right?
Right, yeah.
So, but it's interesting, what she's, because obviously, yeah, I don't think anyone should criticize someone for deciding to be a mother at, in that situation. If they're in a situation with someone that they love, right? Now, if you said that this woman's on her second marriage or something, so maybe that obviously first marriage didn't work out, right? So maybe that's more to the story that she's letting on. But it is interesting because that seems to show her underlying psychology here. But
she's not saying that, is she?
No.
That first kid was from a different marriage.
Well, I'm assuming she said she was 20. I'm assuming she didn't get married second marriage when she was 20. So
right, yeah.
Choose and want to do. We have the freedom to do anything that we want.
That's true.
Unfortunately, women are picking to be whores. And under 35, and people will dispute what exactly the number is. But anecdotally I would say a quarter of women have done some sort of sex work.
Do you buy that?
That's completely not true.
25% of women have been sex workers.
No, that's not true. I don't know where that number comes. It comes from the fucking ether. It's
1 in 4.
Yeah, that's not even remotely true.
Oh,
because I looked it up. Because she makes this claim later in this, maybe it's right here, where she says there's more OnlyFans models than teachers.
right. Yeah, that's another one.
Right, and I looked this up because I was like, where the fuck does this come from? So according to OnlyFans, they estimate, and obviously we're talking about just in America, they estimate that they have 1.4 million female creators.
Right.
Okay. In America.
Right.
And so apparently there's 2.8 million female teachers in America. So I'm not sure.
So there's twice as many teachers as there are OnlyFans models.
Right. So I'm not sure where this concept comes from, but
what is the overlap? How many of those teachers are OnlyFans models?
That's the question, right? That's the real question.
250,000. No.
Well, it's funny. So when
maybe,
I was trying to
I don't know.
when I was trying to research it, like there was like 2 articles about teachers that had OnlyFans that just kept that like dominating the search results.
Of course, yeah. I've seen those. They're like, they fired them because they found out about their OnlyFans.
They had OnlyFans, and they're like, should teachers be allowed to have OnlyFans? They're trying to like sue the school or whatever. But
teachers should make more money if they're having to do OnlyFans on the side just
that's
to make
a good
ends
point.
meet.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Whether it's escorting,
that seems high.
And there's more.
See, look. Somebody questions the credibility of something.
I know.
Lauren Chen says, that seems high. And she's
Listen,
like, don't you talk back to me, bitch.
I've interviewed 1,000 women on Miami Beach. Let me tell you something.
Yes. And 25% of them. No, they were all whores.
I interviewed 1,000 women that were on the Fresh and Fit podcast, and let me tell you something.
Yes. Exactly.
There's more OnlyFans models than teachers right now. They tried to community notes me on this, but I have it. Dr. David Baker, you can look it up. And
I did.
This is
Hey, you hear that?
Wrong. It was totally wrong.
This is,
thing
and,
with
and the thing is,
OnlyFans
and what
is
you'll find, and what you'll find with a
worldwide.
lot of female stats is stats that make women look bad are always, it's always under exaggerated how bad women are. Like for example, the
Under exaggerated.
Okay, I mean, whatever.
CDC says the average body count is 5 to 8 for women. But if I survey men and say 5 to 8, they're like, that would be a miracle. And it's like, if
She like, oh, she's so fucking stupid. It just drives me
is.
crazy. It's like, well, the CDC, they said according to their polling data, it's 5 to 8. But I asked a very select group of men who do not like women and who are talking to me, Just Pearly Things, and they said, well, that would be wonderful. Oh
Right.
my God. So fucking stupid, Adam.
I asked
Jeez.
one guy one time, and he said that every woman he dates is a whore.
Yeah. Right.
if you survey 1,000 people and you're actually in the field getting feedback from people, it's
Goes back to the 1,000 people. God damn.
a different picture.
But I feel like there is
Well, no, it's just, it's very, it seems like Pearl literally has interviewed, she's claiming that she's interviewed 1,000 people in her entire life, and every thing that she's ever thought is derived from these fucking 1,000 interviews. Okay. Which, by the way, we have literally a person who believes that men are chosen by God and women are chosen by Satan. So would we, any of, like, if she went out there and interviewed 1,000 women and it completely went against her narrative, does anyone believe for a second that she would report that she would believe that this would be part of her channel? So, well, I interviewed 1,000 women and I completely changed my opinion on everything that I've ever said.
I'm just trying to, it's so crazy. 1,000 people. That's a lot. That's a lot of fucking interview.
I mean, not over the period of, I don't know how long she's been doing those years.
Right.
She's been
Okay.
doing
I
this,
guess
so-
she's doing it on her show or
Right.
whatever. Yeah.
Right. But also, I mean,
Hmm.
I don't believe it either.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, it was like 20 guys. It was on one show or something.
Right.
selection bias there, right? Because there's statisticians,
No.
there's an entire
Look, and she's like, no selection bias.
No,
Look,
I
she does not take any criticism at all.
No.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Like-
sorry. I thought you meant for me. Keep going.
Oh,
keep
no.
going. Sorry, I'm listening.
Statisticians, like trying to get a sample that's actually representative of the general population is something that people spend. Like Scott Rasmussen has made an entire career, launched several companies over his ability to accurately sample. So, I mean, I'm not saying
You know, it's a great sample of the American people, Sitch.
Not a Rasmussen poll. Those are the most fucking insanely biased polls ever. But go on.
No, not a Rasmussen poll, but how about a election?
True.
An actual election
Well, no,
Where you
because those were
sample-
rigged.
where you fuck you, where you sample like 140 million people.
Uh-huh. Right.
I mean, that's
right.
a pretty big sample size,
That's
right?
true. That's a good point. Yeah.
They should ask poll questions on election ballots. I don't know why they don't.
They do in some states. What do you mean?
Do they?
But you mean like on a federal level?
Yeah, just ask like, are you pro-choice, pro-life?
That would
I
be
mean,
interesting. That would be very
140 million people have that ballot in their hands.
People
Why
would
not just ask?
probably be against it because they'd feel like asking that poll question would have some kind of effect on the outcome that they wouldn't feel comfortable with.
It would definitely have an effect on the next election. That's for sure, because
that's
the
true.
politicians would immediately, oh, white.
That would be interesting.
80% of the 80% of the population is pro-life.
Right. That would be
Change my
fascinating.
stance. They should just ask on the next presidential election,
Mhm.
are women whores? Yes or no? What do you think?
I love it. I'm a fan.
saying that there aren't areas like London, Miami, where absolutely girls are talking about like 10 to 15 and that's just seen as the norm. But I don't think it's fair to kind of extrapolate that to also like this small rural Midwestern town.
But
it's
even
the
so,
same.
the issue that you're going to get, especially with younger women now, is that they're moving to the big cities. Like I had a chick on my show. She was a virgin from the middle of nowhere. Do you know where she lives now?
London,
Miami.
Worst place.
I like her. No offense. If you're watching this, no offense. But it's like she's doing the same moves that even more promiscuous woman would. And she was the only out of 1,000 women. I think I believed maybe 2 that they were virgins.
Well,
Maybe
Pearl, when
2,
you say that women
Okay. Did you hear that? That was very telling, right? She said out of the 1,000 women that she talked to, she didn't say only 2 said they were virgins. She said she only believed 2 were virgins.
Ooh.
Did you catch that? Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying like this, like her Pearl Davis is such a fucking retard. Like she has like, I interviewed 1,000 men. I believed everything, single thing they said. But yeah, when it comes to a woman, she says, she's a virgin. I'm like, I'm skeptical. I'm
Right.
sus. Okay.
I interviewed 1,000 women and all of them said that they weren't whores, but I could see right through them.
Right. I am super curious now too, because she said this is like in Miami. Was she literally just interviewing like chicks on Miami Beach or something?
Who knows?
Like, holy shit.
we've had the choice for over 100 years now to do what we want, even aside from sex work. If you look at the top 20 most commonly held careers in 2020 versus 1920, they are almost the same for women.
Yeah.
The only thing that changed, that was a big change, was we swapped out farm labor for HR work.
But
Other than that, women still are
I just think-
secretaries, nurses, teachers, daycare workers,
Yeah.
administrative assistants. We're doing all the same stuff we did before, only now we get to pay taxes. We have to put our kids in daycare. You pay half what you make to the daycare lady. Just some other random lady's gonna raise your kids instead of you. I remember thinking this when I was 20. What a stupid, inefficient system. Who came up with this? Why do I have to bring my baby to some other lady, pay her half what I make so that she can do the job I want to be doing so I can go to my corporate job and pretend I give a shit
And
about it?
serve your corporate boss instead of your husband. And then I really think that women
Was it feminism or was it just the cost of living?
It was just the cost of living. Well, it's funny
Right.
because it was actually neoliberal conservative economic policies, but
Right.
we're not going to talk about that, right?
Oh, of course not.
Thank you, Ronald Reagan.
should pretty much never leave the home. I think when a woman is in the workplace, you have male coworkers, you build friendships, you're mad at your husband, you want to vent to the people around you. I literally never leave
work
my house.
husband.
My husband and I are always home. He works from home too. So I'm always with him. I never see
Is that 12-year-old her husband? They're married?
No. She never leaves her house because she has to change this diaper.
I mean, that's so weird.
This is kind of very fucking weird, this whole thing that she's talking about. Like, I literally never leave my home. I literally never go anywhere. I'm
Right.
always with my husband 24. I don't know. This is very, very fucking weird relationship.
A lot of people are like this. Like they don't like to leave. I mean, I like to stay home.
No, but there's nothing
I work
wrong
from
with
home,
like,
so-
listen, I'm a shut-in. Okay.
Right.
That's fine. I'm not saying that. But she's framing it in the context of like, I have to stay at home with my husband because there's a bunch of like men out there.
Right.
She's not framing it like, oh, I'm just not interested in doing it. Like she's kind of framing it more like, oh, to cut down on cheating opportunities or something.
Right.
Like, it's
Well, I thought all
completely
these guys
context.
were saints, though. Why would they try to be cheating with some other guy's wife?
Well, no.
I
She's
thought
talking about,
women-
oh, like why are the guys
Yeah.
at work? Wow, that's a good point.
Look, Pearl,
That's a
what's
good
going
point.
on here? I
Right.
thought men were blameless.
It takes
She's making it sound like the men are all at fault here.
Well, but men can't control themselves, right? They're just they don't have
okay, I gotcha.
agency, right? So it's just the women seductress that are tempting them.
Right. Yeah.
anyone else. The only men I see is like men from church, his family, our family, and I'm always with him. And I just think like there's such a gateway for cheating. Divorce rates will rise, and also when women make their own income, like feminism tells them, you will be unsafe if you don't have your own assets.
Right.
Then they feel more empowered to get divorced. It's great that I fully rely on my husband to support our family, because what would I do if I wasn't with him? Like, and we're not married legally. We're married just in the church because the
Oh my God, Sitch.
This is insane.
We're not
This woman's
married.
like,
We're
oh my
not
God,
married.
listen,
So
it's just-
they're not married, is
I
what
know.
I hear. What
I
I
know.
hear her saying is we're not really married. Okay, I mean he's 12, so And I'm
There you
only
go.
15, so we can't
Well, I just
technically get married, but
this is like a snowball rolling down a hill of like red flags, right?
oh, of course, yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's like, okay, never leave, never separate, we're always together.
Yeah.
Then you play the clip of the clip of her talking about like, I think husbands should be kind of misogynistic. Then you play the
Right.
clip of him talking about how like, even if he's wrong and angry, like she should just suck it up and then he can repent to God later. And then we have like, then it's like, oh no, I don't have any, he has all the access to money. I don't have any like financial security. And it's like, oh no, we're not even technically married. Like it just gets worse and worse. You're like, oh my God, this is going like straight for a fucking ravine. Like pull out. This is bad.
Yeah, I'm getting major codependency vibes here.
Yes.
It's like something is amiss.
Right. Like obviously it depends. I think states do have a lot of states. I think all states have some kind of common law
Common law marriage, yeah.
marriage provision, but I think you usually have to be together for like 10 years or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
look.
depends on
They
state.
started dating when he was 2. Come
Well,
on.
yeah, it's true. So, but she could. I mean, she's totally setting herself up to be totally fucked over by this relationship, which doesn't seem like a good one. But
Oh yeah.
all right, whatever.
Legal system does
Yeah.
affect men
But
in a
the
terrible
issue,
way.
but the issue we're going to get into is that men are punished for being traditional by the court system because the man, if he has a stay-at-home wife, he's more of a target.
True.
And I talked to one of the guys that like calculates child support, and he said if you want to like have the minimal amount of risk, you need a chick that earns what you earn. And it does have the problems you described, but I'm saying, if we want traditional outcomes, we have to reward them, and right now we don't.
And that's what
Yeah, but okay, you cannot have a system like this is so insipid, and it actually drives me crazy that none of the other girls even bring this up. Okay, you cannot have a system where you're telling women that they should be traditional wives and homes if they have like if the guy turns out to be a piece of shit, they're just totally fucked to either A, be stuck in a horrible relationship indefinitely, or they just totally get screwed out of, they get divorced and they're totally screwed because they've been out of the job market for 10 years, or maybe they never had a fucking college education and they have a kid now. Right?
Yeah.
Like
They have no
you
job
can't,
prospects.
right. Like this is insane. This is so fucking dumb.
Yeah. Well, this is why the system has evolved as it is, so both parties can feel as secure as possible.
Right.
Yeah.
sucks
Though, I
because
mean,
there's
she doesn't want them to feel secure. She's literally saying it's good that I don't feel secure, so I can't leave my husband, or my
Right,
not
yeah.
husband, right? Which is fucking insane, but okay, whatever.
pros and cons to everything, and you're never going to have a foolproof system.
Right.
And actually, if you do look at child custody laws, and when it comes to parental rights, dads actually have more rights if they're married to the mother, because if they aren't, they have all these extra steps and hurdles they have to go through. They have to prove the paternity. They have to do all these
If you're
things.
married, it's assumed paternity.
So
over
yeah,
here.
but that's so I thought that too, and I actually after I think Trent Horn said that during our debate, and so I asked like the guy that calculates child custody, and you can sign the birth certificate. I can't remember the exact name, but there's something guys can sign to get the same rights.
Okay, so that's
So I actually looked this up, and it's different it depends on your state. In Florida, even if this is kind of interesting, in Florida, even if you are male and you sign the birth certificate, if you're not married, it still doesn't give you assumed paternity rights. You still have to prove it in court, even if you sign the
Okay.
birth certificate. So
Wow.
So
that's beneficial.
And-
But even
and-
if they're not married, they still have to pay child support, which I agree. Child support's
and if
awful.
they're in California, for example, like you get after 20 years or something, you get on alimony, and the years that from my research, divorces have popped up. It's 5 years, 13 years, 21, and 24.
Yeah, well, the divorce courts just screw men over. I mean, it's awful. No wonder why marriage
It's
rates.
kidnapping. You
Yeah.
can legally kidnap a child, and I talk to men it's crazy. The worst ones are military. Military guys have
yeah.
it so bad,
and they have pretty
this
high
is-
divorce rates as well.
And to
just
think
being
about
in
how
the
many men
military.
have committed suicide in the last 50 years. Over 400,000 men have committed suicide. And from my research, roughly 70% have had contact with family court in the last 5 years. This is literally killing men, and nobody cares. And they just say, men, man up and marry anyway. And I just think it's a poor solution. The courts have to change first.
And see, like if we're going to be talking about like, okay, what are issues or what are the solutions here? Because we've been talking a lot about issues. So, Pearl, do you think the focus should just be on changing the laws?
Yeah, I think that's got to happen first, because regardless of what I say, I'm just some random chick with opinions, I mean, I can't change the laws. I think regardless of what I say, young men are looking at the market and they're saying, okay, the young women my age, one, they don't want to date me. Two, they have incredibly high standards. The quality is lower than ever before. And if I want to get married, generally they're going to have to compromise on something. And then they're going to look at the risk that goes with it, and many men just aren't going to do it. I had one guy in Texas, $1.5 million he spent on his divorce. He sees his kid every other weekend. California, he spent $300,000 trying to get his kid back. His kid speaks another language. He hasn't seen him in 3 years. He doesn't even speak the same language as his kid. These are common, especially military, because military will go for like 8 months at a time. Mm-hmm. So many military men come back. Their wife is gone, all their stuff is gone, and people will say, "Oh, just it's your fault because you picked the wrong woman. Oh, you didn't okay, he was gone for 8 months," and a lot of those men end up homeless.
So you think? Would you agree with Jordan Peterson on enforced monogamy?
What is his opinion on it?
It was misconstrued for sure by the woke corporate press. They painted this picture of like fat incels, neckbeards
getting assigned
right.
women.
He meant social.
The enforced monogamy quote was from, do you remember the author of the article was Nellie Bowles? Do you remember that? Sitch. Calling Sitch. Oh, he must be out.
Oh, I was muted.
Oh.
I forgot about that.
Nellie Bowles is also the wife of Barry Weiss. Yeah, exactly. But did you know that Nellie Bowles is all like anti-woke now?
Yes. I'm so glad you said that. Yeah. Okay. Because I saw some clip of Nellie Bowles talking. She was on some show talking. And she was really anti-woke. And I was like, why is her name so familiar? And why did I think that she was woke? Right?
Yeah.
And I'm hearing her talk. I'm like, oh, I guess she's anti-woke. I'm like, I don't know what I was associating with her. You're right. She was the one that did that horrible hit piece on Jordan Peterson.
She did. She was the one running around with the recorder trying to get Jordan Peterson to say something incendiary. And when when she got the enforced monogamy quote, she ran with it. Yep.
So now I'm very curious. Did she ever
repent? No.
Like repent or apologize for any of that? Or
not at all. Look, everyone's forget. Look, this is why I'm bringing it up, because I remember. And look, they're talking about the enforced monogamy thing right now.
When did her and Barry Weiss get together?
Oh, I'm not. I don't know.
Because wasn't Barry Weiss in the original IDW thing, or am I thinking of someone else?
Barry Weiss has done.
She wrote the IDW
Jordan.
paper, didn't she? Yeah, she wrote the original IDW paper with Jordan Peterson and all.
Did she?
People.
Okay,
she did. Yes.
Maybe she changed Nellie Bowles. Maybe she gave her the sweet anti-woke love, and Nellie Bowles was like, "Yes, I've sinned. I've been a woke sinner my whole life."
Well, I'm curious. I'm wondering if that's. Wait, yeah. When did
Nellie Bowles is literally in favor of enforced monogamy? Just like, as long as Barry Weiss is my honey.
Barry Weiss get together, because I'm wondering if that's how. Okay, so according to Wikipedia, it says 2018. Doesn't say what month though, because I'm wondering if the reason that Nellie Bowles was able to get that interview or to shadow Jordan Peterson was because of his connection with Barry Weiss.
That's probably it.
Yeah, but
all
see, that's
these
super
newsrooms are
weird.
totally incestuous.
But that'd be super weird, because then it's like, okay, so Barry Weiss, writes the IDW piece is pretty pro Jordan Peterson, and she's like, oh, let my girlfriend shadow you, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like her girlfriend writes the, essentially a hit piece on Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, she backstabs him. Pretty good.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. There's all this drama here that I never really was aware of. Okay.
And never forget, these journalists, they should all be haunted.
Well, I'm glad, because I knew her name. It was driving me crazy, because I was like, I could have swore she was woke. I always assumed she was woke, and then Now I remember why. I was correct.
Yep, you were.
Actually, it should be like a cultural pressure that there is monogamy, that society doesn't look fondly on people who are promiscuous or polyamorous and things like that. So basically, if people feared cancel, like imagine cancel culture. You got emails being like, "You're a degenerate. How could you cheat on your wife or your husband?" And people were like, "No, I could not get a divorce. I'll lose my job." That kind of thing.
Well, I don't think that'll happen.
Well, I'm not saying I think it'll happen either. I'm just saying.
I think women.
Do you agree that society should be structured in that way?
I liked Myron had a tweet recently that said that women that cheat on their military husbands when they're deployed should face jail time. I liked that.
I don't think that's far-fetched.
No, and that's the thing. Like, military men have it so bad.
You're like literally compromising the national security by doing
Jail. I mean, why not hang them, Sitch? Let's be honest here. Why just jail?
Mm-hmm.
That's letting them
Death
off
penalty.
easy. Female prisons are, I mean, that's a cakewalk.
There you go.
They should get the stockade.
doing that.
Jail
sort of thing.
time.
Yeah, jail time.
Maybe not jail
It's
time,
tough 'cause
but
I don't know that I
think
disagree.
a
problem with
Yeah.
the jail time. Yeah.
Do
Okay, all women who cheat should be hanged. How about that? Get them out of
Okay.
the gene pool.
What about men though?
Men who cheat? I mean, you could write them a ticket. That's what I would do.
The first time they get a warning, right?
Community service.
Oh, okay. I like
I mean,
it.
they're basically doing a community service, right?
Oh, right there. Yeah. Wait, are they? What's the community
That's what
service?
cheating is.
Oh, okay.
You got to spread the love around.
Mm-hmm.
No, they should be hanged too. But only after the 20th offense.
I mean,
Well, because they're getting paid. When a man or woman joins the army, if they get married, you get base housing.
Yeah. So what happens though is they come back from the military, and what they'll do is the women will go to court and say, I've been raising the kid for 8 months. It's in the best interest of the child to stay with me.
Yeah.
Well, he's been serving our country for 8 months. How is that fair? And a lot of times women also, they can get restraining orders. So like me and you get into a fight, I get a restraining order, right? And then I can go to court and say, oh, he hasn't been with the kid in 3 months.
Andrew had a woman on his show last week who, this is her words. She said when she graduated high school and realized she was going to have to pay her own bills, she kind of freaked out and married her high school boyfriend because he was going into the military and was going to have this reliable income.
Mm-hmm.
But, several years down the line, he's getting deployed all the time. He's always busy and he didn't pay enough attention to her. So she divorced him.
Yeah, well, ask. No, seriously, ask. I was just at and this is what you start to notice patterns. Ask any military guy if he knows someone that has a divorce horror story. They all do.
Yeah.
I went
Sorry, I was going to say, like, I myself, and I know a lot of other women who would flat out just not date anyone actively in the military because you have to assume they're going to get deployed. So if you're going into a relationship with someone and that, like, attention is important to you, what are you thinking? Like,
So-
it's their job. They have to.
Sorry, adultery is illegal in the military.
Oh, good.
But I don't know if that
Yeah,
applies
but
to women or.
the issue is there's so many workarounds with this stuff.
So, here's funny. Here's a video. This is from Megyn Kelly. Now, I don't know if this is true, but this is what Megyn Kelly's editor wrote the title of the video. Okay, you ready for this?
Let's hear.
How falling in love with Barry Weiss showed Nellie Bowles the true values of the left in media.
No way.
So I don't know. I'll watch this
So
video
it's
afterwards.
true.
I'm curious.
It's true. Barry Weiss did set her straight.
There you go. Good job,
Right.
Barry Weiss. He fixed her, right?
I want to hear the conversation Barry Weiss had with Nellie Bowles right after Barry read that article, that hit piece on Jordan Peterson, because Barry Weiss was always friendly towards Jordan Peterson.
Of course. Yeah.
She was probably appalled. She's like, oh, how dare you?
It was a slow corruption process. She's like, I gotta corrupt this bitch.
Right.
Turn away from this shit. And it worked. Watch,
did.
Barry Weiss is gonna dump her in like a little
I thought
bit.
you were going to say something about this. Look, I don't think, obviously, women who cheat on their spouse while they are deployed overseas
Mhm.
are the lowest scum imaginable. Like,
It's pretty bad, yeah, obviously.
that's just so awful. Yeah. So But yeah, fucking sucks. That's a horror story.
Yeah, of
So
course.
look, if you guys are, I guess if you're listening to Pearl, I would like to think that's not all women, but that's pretty bad.
Like, you know, they changed the definition of abuse to include that's why I say it's feminist language, because abuse used to be a man hitting a woman, and then they expand, like, that's what women do first, is they change the definition of words. So it used to be abuse, now we have emotional abuse, financial abuse, and there's just so,
I mean, if your wife cheats on you while you're deployed overseas, let's say she has sex with your brother, that's not emotional abuse.
Oh my
I mean, it
God.
seems like emotional
It
abuse.
certainly
right?
does. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
What do you call that? That's not physical abuse, right?
Call that? Jesus. That's devastating.
What if she calls you to rub it in? Oh, by the way, I was having sex with your brother last night.
That's definitely emotional abuse.
And
That's
it was
psychopathic
great.
behavior. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Your brother is so much more good in the sack than you. That's not emotional abuse?
That sounds like emotional
Seems
abuse.
like emotional abuse to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would they call it, though? The one girl said emotional abuse doesn't even exist. It's like not a thing.
No. Well, and it's a thing when women do it to men, but when men do it to women, it's not a thing.
I mean, a guy could do that just as easily. Oh, look, I was having sex with your sister last night.
Right.
I mean, that is emotional abuse.
She was so much better and a better cook.
Yeah, see?
And she didn't even want cuddles afterwards. When I went to go play Xbox afterwards, she just got me, a sandwich.
I think most guys would be more comfortable with a woman hitting them than telling them about how they had sex with their brother. Like, I think the physical abuse
most
would be
people
less
would
painful.
probably want that, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Emotional abuse actually seems worse than physical abuse in many cases. I mean, obviously it depends upon the situation.
And obviously physical abuse it's not like physical abuse and emotional abuse exist in a separate vacuum. Usually someone is physically abusing you that is creating emotional abuse on top of physical abuse, right?
Oh yeah, that can happen. Sure. It is emotionally abusive to know that you're being hit by your significant other. So
of course, I mean, because it's like,
yeah,
there's a thing, like if you're around someone, like when you're around a family member, a loved one, you're not expecting that like they're going to attack you, right?
Oh
Where once
evil,
and because and this is actually part of why the emotional abuse thing that they're saying is retarded. The actual thing that damages people from physical abuse is the emotional abuse more than the physical abuse, assuming they don't get like killed or something, is because you go from a situation where you feel safe and secure being around your loved ones to suddenly you never feel safe, right? I mean, that's part of why like physical abuse is so terrifying for children, is that when they're at home, they don't feel safe. They feel like at any moment, the family member could start attacking them. And it's like an emotional anxiety, fear response that you have to deal with. It's all emotional. So
yeah, that's harsh.
Yep.
All right. No more
so many
bulls.
loopholes, and it's so confusing that women can really use the system to steal children from men. And then that causes every problem in society, homelessness, school shooters, because women are raising men.
Yeah.
And that's just not good for society.
That bridge that collapsed, it was because of this single mothers. That's why.
Well, in Quebec, which is, I mean, probably the most socially liberal part of Canada, which is already socially liberal, they have done a lot of, it's one of those places where no one gets married, people cohabitate. Yeah. It's so feminist in Quebec that you actually legally cannot take your husband's last name if you are in Quebec.
Wow.
You can change your name to whatever you want it, but if you're married and a wife, you cannot take your husband's last name.
So fucking weird. What's going on in Canada? Canada, if you need us, America, to liberate you, blink twice.
Yeah.
Okay. Quebec, if you need us to save you, blink twice. Like, what's going on here? This is insane. What the fuck?
Lauren Chen is in fact Canadian.
I know.
So is Lauren Southern is Canadian too.
God,
so many of these
disgusting.
content creators are Canadian.
Are disgusting. Oh, Canadian, right?
No, I think it's because of the universal healthcare. They're like, look, I can be a YouTuber. My healthcare is paid for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They won't let you.
Super bizarre.
There were too many divorces, and it kind of caused like a paperwork nightmare for the bureaucracy. So eventually they just said no one's changing their name anymore. There's a lot of divorces as well. And it's interesting because in Quebec, there's also common law marriage, which is something I don't think is very common in the state. But if you live
Some
together,
states have it.
are conjugally together, we are going to determine your spouses. They also have...
Or if you have a ceremony, it's like, the men say, we don't want to sign up. And they're like, we're going to make you sign up.
Exactly. And they'll actually in some cases, they will determine couples are married, even if they say that they're not, because they want to tax them at a higher bracket. It's like, no, you guys are living together. We're going to say you're married. But as a result, so it's kind of like a microcosm of like how far can...
That's weird, because in America you get a tax break if you're married.
we go like getting rid of the institution of marriage. But one thing I think they do well is when it comes to child custody, both parents are assumed to have equal possession, equal rights to their children. And a lot of, growing up in Asia, I had never met a divorced family until I went to school in Canada. It just never happened. The idea of like double-barreled last names, new concept to me. Yeah. But we would usually see kids would do 1 week with mom, 1 week with dad.
Yeah.
And what's interesting with child custody is why women became default parents was because of the tender years doctrine.
Yeah.
And women actually argued that we should have default parenthood because we're the ones that are better at taking care of the home and children. And now the courts have ruled that women get default parenthood, child custody. And what's funny is now we have feminism where women say, no, we're equal to men. We are just like men. We can go into the workplace. We don't need being home and taking care of the kids. That's not for women anymore. So why isn't that reversed? And it's because women just have all the emotional power.
Schrodinger's feminist strikes again.
And it's not even true. Like women are more violent with children than men.
Well, I was going to say,
you're going to talk
they're
about
more
this.
prone to
say
mental
there's a
illness.
piece on my Substack about this, going over the last 45 years of data from the National Incidence Study, which is far more comprehensive than the data that Michael Knowles referenced.
They always lie with it.
He
It's like,
picked 1 year from one
I know.
CPS study, and he actually didn't even get the data right there because I went back and checked. But if you
fact checked, you were wrong.
We have
We've been trying
45, 45 years now of major propaganda that has convinced the public that the main threat to women is their husbands. That if you're going to be abused or mistreated, maltreated in any way, that your husband's going to be the guy, and that's what you have to guard against. That's what you have to be careful of. But if you look at the National Incidence Studies, which takes data from not just CPS, but all reporting agencies, including like women's shelters, emergency rooms, school counselors, all that sort of thing.
It's actually the migrants.
No, it's actually boyfriend, girlfriends living together, or mom gets a divorce and stepdad moves in, mom's boyfriend moves in.
If you take out stepdads,
the lowest incidence of abuse for women and children is with the children's married biological father living in the home. When you remove the married biological father, it puts both women and children at the highest risk for every type of maltreatment that there is.
Wow.
Like not even close. So
So-
a factor of like 12 times, depending on the living situation.
Yeah, and
But
so that's why even like women are more nurturing. I don't think that's true. Because
Well,
I don't
you
see
look
any
at-
evidence. Like, infanticide, or in the first year, if the kid dies, police don't even really look into women. It's almost, into men, because it's assumed it's going to be a woman, because men basically never kill the kid within the first year. It's almost always women. But what
People say to me, Sitch, I think men can be good people. I think men can be positive role models for people, for children. And I say, but look at all the men in prison. Obviously, men are scumbags, right? Men have to be violent and evil because there's so much more men in prison than women, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just the logic.
Terrible stereotype.
So brain dead. It's weird
welcome to Pearl.
It's weird that Pearl's taking the blank slate gender feminist position here, which is that that women are not more nurturing on average. I guess that would mean that women are like way overrepresented in nursing, in childcare, in elderly care, even now in a lot of doctor roles. None of that is because there's some sort of inclination towards those things for women. I guess it's all just the patriarchy is pushing women down this pathway for some fucking reason.
I mean, the infanticide, that's
Right.
it. The infanticide, I mean, David Bus talks about that.
Right.
When infanticide happens, it is a lot of times a woman who is, in love with some other man, and the man doesn't necessarily want her because she has kids, so she tries to get the kids out of the way. And he goes through several prominent examples of that happening. But I mean, if infanticide happens, you can look to that as a possible situation, but I mean, it's just impossible for me to imagine that like the majority of single moms are killing their kids.
They're not.
I mean, that's the inference that she wants you to make. So.
Well, yeah, no, it's like a retarded statistical fallacy because, it's true that women do commit the majority of infanticide. The majority of women don't commit infanticide, right? So it doesn't necessarily, right. So that doesn't tell you something about like the entire sex of women because of that fact.
Well, it will tell you the opposite. Most women take care of their kids.
Sure, right. But they'd say, well, it's even less with men, right? Though obviously, women, not only is the reason that you're saying that bus brings forward, but also, women can suffer from postpartum depression, which men don't experience, at least not like biologically the way women do. So, there's all sorts of factors at play here. But, we have to keep the narrative, right? The women bad narrative.
Women terrible. Women awful.
I'd be curious to ask, you ask Pearl, like, okay, so if you don't think women are more nurturing on average, like, what are the qualities of women that you think that on average women have, right? I'm assuming it'd all just be horrible things, right? Like
sluttiness,
manipulative, slutty, whore, just be like the worst, gold digger, just be like the worst.
Lying, cheating, stealing. All it comes from all these women that have stole all of her boyfriends away.
Mm-hmm.
What happens is whenever
it's a lot of jealousy, I think.
There's something that makes women look bad, there's always a gut reaction to give an excuse.
So
it makes people uncomfortable. There's something
man
like deeply
versus
ingrained.
bear in the woods. Which do you choose?
Oh, wait, what's the...
Okay,
what's
so you have to choose. You're in the woods.
You're lost in the woods. Would you rather be lost with a bear or a man?
Oh, a man?
Okay, but didn't you know that men kill more women than bears every year? So shouldn't you be safer with the bear?
Yeah, but they also save more women every year when you look at the military.
Why do you think Pearl is not afraid of sexual assault, Sitch? You be honest, okay?
What? What? I don't even know why you're asking this question.
Well, I understand, like most of the women who are like, I feel more comfortable with the bear. The guy could sexually assault me.
We're not relitigating the bear conversation now.
No, but look, obviously Pearl is like, well, I'm not worried about being sexually assaulted.
Well, I hope that's it's just because she thinks all men are saints and all women are evil. So,
Oh, okay.
That's why.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
That's not the correct
I know
answer.
what you were going for the Sargon tweet answer. Okay.
Military and police officers.
It's
so
woman math.
most doctors. If
And
you look at all
and per capita, it's not the same.
Yeah, exactly. But like we're talking about per capita, right?
Okay.
So the reason why you're still better off choosing the man, even though the bear doesn't kill as many people statistically, is because there's a proximity difference. You're going to be interacting with
heard
men
this argument
a lot more.
So the
than
argument,
bear.
the argument, I know what you're going to say. The argument is that because women are with children more, they're more likely to kill them again. An excuse, and it's not true because
and it's actually the likelihood is 52%.
So again,
are
women have but the part you didn't put in there, and this is what they always do. It's always a lie. No offense, but it's that. No, I know what she's going to say. It's you're going to try to argue that it's.
You like how catty it is to just be like to refer to her in third person, which she hasn't even done the thing yet. It's supposed to just like, well, this is where you're wrong. It's like, no, this is what you're gonna do. Okay.
Right.
Pretty much equal for men and women abuse, but if it's a man that abuses the children, it's a stepdad. So whose fault is that? The woman. And so that's the most likely one.
We have to take accountability for our own actions.
And then we're gonna go. Then we're gonna go. Yeah. So the woman. No, if the woman.
No, he's completely innocent. Of course.
Okay. So
what did you expect him to do?
To track the argument, because Pearl's kind of like trying to do the warp speed version of it. So, because they're not really explaining it, because I looked in the numbers. So it is true that women do physically abuse children at a much higher rate than men do.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, men sexually abuse children at a significantly higher rate than women do.
Oh,
but that's a
ouch.
different
Ouch.
But okay, but let's just talk about the physical abuse. Now, I think there'd be a good argument here for you to say, like, when you look at media
Mm-hmm.
and you think of like an abusive parent, it exists, but you don't see that many depictions of the mother physically abusing their child, right? It's almost always the father.
Right.
And I do think that that idea in media has given people a skewed or warped perception of reality that should be addressed. Because yes, women do, on average, have a much higher likelihood of being, if the child's in a physically abusive situation, is a higher chance that it's the woman than it's the man. Okay, that's definitely true.
Okay.
But what Lauren is saying, which is also true, is like, well, wait a minute. Women's, the mothers on average spend a significantly more time with the child than the father does or than a man does. Women in
Right.
general end up spending a lot more time around children than men. So therefore, you have to take that into the calculation.
Right.
And so I did see a study. I didn't double check the math or anything, but I did see a study where they were claiming that if you control for the time that women spend, the extra time women spend around children, and you control for that, that actually the numbers are almost equivalent in terms of the likelihood of abuse towards a child coming from the man or the woman in the relationship.
Really?
If you control for time.
So kids are that obnoxious that it's just like you can't be with them for a certain amount of
Exactly.
time without
Of course.
like hitting them, obviously.
I mean, have you been around children? They're terrible.
I know they are actually. Yeah.
No, but so
it's just exposure.
Right. So Pearl's retort to that is, well, that's only if you include stepfathers into the equation. Which, first of all, I don't know if that's true. But secondly, even if that is true, there's something interesting going on there if that's the case. But would be worth looking into.
Interesting or insidious?
Well, interesting in terms of that you could still make the argument, well, that's still interesting that there's a biological fathers are less likely to abuse their children physically than biological mothers. That's still an interesting thing. There's still something going on there, right?
It seems the opposite because it isn't like wait for dad to get home. You're gonna get yours.
Well, that used to be the way it was, right?
Right.
Right. But it's funny because so instead of making that argument, Pearl's making the argument, well, even if you include stepfathers and the ones doing the physical abuse to make the numbers equal, that's still the woman's fault because she allowed the man in the house in the first place.
Right. Yeah. No, obviously. It's Pearl. It's
right.
Pearl. It always has to be the woman's fault.
Yeah. Right. So it's like, okay. Which, by the way, if you're talking about how single motherhood is so bad, you should be in favor of a woman trying to find a stepfather, right? Like you shouldn't penalize the woman for finding a stepfather.
So. Yeah.
Can't win.
If you, oh no, and I've interviewed men on the other hand. Oh no.
It's not the stepfather's fault for
If
abusing?
a woman, you are absolutely responsible. Okay, and I'll tell you, I interviewed a guy in London. He actually, his wife left him.
I've never seen any of these interviews. Pearl keeps talking about all these interviews that she does, but how do we know these are accurate interviews? Like, I don't know. These people could just be making shit up.
I mean, I don't know. I don't watch her content regularly, but whenever I've seen her, it's just I see clips of her on shows. But you're right. I've never seen her just do an interview.
She's like, I interview all these people. I mean, we've talked to people before, but I would never. Well, it depends upon who it is. Like, we've gotten information from our fan base before, so
sure.
It wasn't happy.
But the problem isn't interviewing people and extrapolating information from that. The problem is she's making incredibly broad statements about the category of men and women based on a handful of interviews she's done, which is insane, that's especially when they contradict polling data and more broad and more widespread data that has been conducted by numerous sources over, large sample sizes.
Right.
Happy she left, right? Took his kids, and she got primary custody. Do you know who's in the house with the kids? A pedophile. a freaking pedophile. That woman is responsible for anything that happens because she brought that kid into the house.
100%.
Or that guy
And
into the
that
house.
man is
but,
also
but we're going back to
responsible for-
biological. Okay, but you see, you keep.
Look, she's like, the pedophile's not responsible. Lauren, do you hear what I'm saying?
I love how she's like, you're straw manning me. Okay. So what is the straw man here? She brought up the situation about like, well, I don't think women are more nurturing because they do more violence. Lauren says, well, actually, if you control for time around children, they don't do more violence. To which Pearl brought up this, yeah, well, I interviewed a guy whose wife divorced him and is now living with a pedophile.
Right.
Like, what the fuck is this line of argumentation? So ridiculous.
It is horrible.
Oh my God.
But funny.
Straw manning me. This is the thing. Male parent biological, female parent biological. The woman is not the best one with the child. And the abuse thing, because you're trying to say is that women, you're trying to say that because women are with the children more, they're more abusive. We talked about this. If that was true, then as women have spent less time with children, the incidence of abuse would have gone down. But as they have spent less time with children, abuse has gone up. So it's not the time spent.
Well, it's not necessarily the time spent. It's who's the primary caregiver, because abuse usually happens among people with low socioeconomic status. Unfortunately, that's just true. I'm not saying if you're poor, you're going to abuse your kid, but the majority of abuse does come from people who are from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. People who are also from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, overwhelmingly single mothers.
But that could be an inverted correlation or causation. It could
actually no. So in the bell curve, they actually do a study on this. It's not just that if you are a single mother, you are more likely to be poor. If you are poor, you are more likely to be a single mother. And the reason why I bring this up is because you can't really make an apples to apples comparison, because the men in those scenarios, by and large, are not also present in the household. Men who are from low socioeconomic backgrounds where they fathered a child out of wedlock, they're not sticking around. So it's hard to say that this proves that men are more nurturing when men aren't even part of the picture in the first place. That's almost like saying that because it's almost like saying that because men make up the majority of fatalities on like oil rigs, therefore women must be better on oil rigs.
Is abortion murder?
Great argument.
That is a good argument.
Did she just cite the bell curve?
She did. She cited the bell curve, which makes her racist, obviously, right?
Charles Murray's The Bell Curve, that racist diatribe.
That boring tomb of a book.
Yeah, it is kind of boring.
Murder?
Oh, yes. Wow, that's a good point.
One out of one of...
So, but wait. So, okay, so this is like hilarious. So it's a good argument, and Lauren, she caps it off. It's a very good argument. It's like saying, men are like 99.9% of fatalities on an oil rig. Therefore, that'd be like you saying,
women are excellent.
You should hire only women on your oil rig because they'll be far safer, right? Yeah, it's a totally ridiculous argument.
Crack logic there.
Right. So, how does Pearl address this point? How does Pearl get to this? What is her comeback here?
I interviewed thousands of men, and they all said that women would be better on oil rigs.
No, it's actually dumber than that.
Oh. I mean, that's pretty dumb.
Make up the majority of fatalities on like oil rigs. Therefore, women must be better on oil rigs.
Is abortion murder?
Oh, yes. Wow, that's a good point.
One out of three women has murdered their own kids. So I would say women are less nurturing for three reasons. One.
Yes, well, women get abortions. Boom, eat shit.
Women are baby killers. I don't know how you could say that when I know that 1 in 3 women are baby killers. Right.
Oh my God. Which that status, that's not accurate anyway, but 1 in 3 women have an abortion.
Do you think that is 1 in 3 women have had an abortion?
That's not accurate. But that is, oh my God. It's so funny because it's the same, she literally, Pearl doesn't understand the breakfast question, I don't think. She doesn't understand how to parse statistics, right? And this happened in her debate with the guy about marriage, because the guy, he's like, listen, Pearl, all you keep doing is you keep looking at stats and saying, like, if a man gets divorced, he's more likely to have X. If a man gets divorced, he's more likely to have Y. You're not saying, you have to compare it to something. You have to say, like, well, does a married man have a better health outcome than a single man, right? Does
Right.
a divorced man have a better health outcome than a single man, than a never married single man? Like she doesn't understand how to do statistics. She doesn't understand how to make these comparisons. And so, like, and I think Lauren even brings this up, it's like, you can't even bring up abortions retarded because men are physically incapable of getting abortions. That doesn't even make sense to make that comparison.
Oh yeah.
right? If men could get abortions, right, and you could compare the two, then you could have some, argument here. But men literally are incapable of having abortions.
How many of those abortions were performed by men, though?
There you go. That's a good question. How many? Yeah, exactly. There you go.
One, they're
Can
the
men
most
get
likely,
abortions?
They're the most. But see, it's like, well, what about the men though? Let's talk about
Right.
women, then we
What
can
about
get to
the
the
men?
men.
Sure.
Wait, what the fuck? It's
Can
not a
men get
whataboutism. You literally, the premise of this entire conversation, or this section of the conversation, was you were saying women are less nurturing than men. It's not a whataboutism. The entire thing from fucking the beginning is a comparison.
Right.
Oh my
yeah.
God. Jesus, she's so dumb. She's so fucking dumb. She's right. You know what? Pearl's convinced me. She's right. Women are just less intelligent than men.
Don't go down
Pearl
that
convinced
path.
me.
Don't
Pearl
go down the
convinced me.
evil path. They're
Oh
not
my
all as
God.
dumb as Pearl, Sitch.
God.
Look, you can find a smart
Uh-huh.
woman, okay?
Okay.
So 1 out of 3 women's had an abortion. So women are the most violent towards kids when they're in the womb. After first year, most likely one to kill the kid, women. And then throughout the kid's life, the most likely one to abuse them is women. So based on that evidence, I would say that men are better with children and more nurturing. Next piece of evidence.
Okay,
That is
listen.
so weird.
When Pearl has a child, okay, and she needs a babysitter,
Right.
she can only get male babysitter.
Right.
Is that weird? Like, I don't know what it's like now, but I know, like, when I was young, I feel like a guy as a babysitter, people be like, what the fuck? They'd be like,
Oh, of
that
course,
is
yeah.
super sus, right? Like, no fucking way.
What about the pedo stepdad? Is she saying he's more nurturing too?
I mean, if you think about it, he's loving the child.
No, Sitch. No.
That was literally an argument. Who made that fucking argument? There was some, like,
Oh,
fucking
man.
weird communist that made that insane argument. I don't remember who it was, but it was like, holy
Oh, I
shit.
know. That seems like a commie argument.
Yeah.
Single father homes fare statistically better than single mother homes. And I know what they typically like to say is that it's because in cases where fathers get the children, it's extreme, something like that.
Yes.
Okay, fine. But I'm saying the evidence right now is that men are better with children than women. Rachel can also talk more about the data breakdown.
Okay, can I?
So but why on average are women choosing to be the primary caretaker of children then far more than men are? Why are women choosing professions and jobs where they are caretaking, involved in caretaking of children far more than men are, if men are superior at it? Do men just not want to do it? Do men just not want to be around children? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, look, everything she's saying is retarded, so doesn't make any sense.
I mean, the majority of
believe it.
crimes that are committed on oil rigs are done by men, Adam. So therefore, obviously, there's something about putting a man on an oil rig that makes them go crazy, right?
Yeah. The idea that men are more nurturing than women.
Yeah, on
No.
average, yeah.
No.
No.
Sorry.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
So the idea that men are better with children because the women who are, again, overwhelmingly low socioeconomic status, the men have gone, that doesn't make them more nurturing.
Wait, explain, say that again.
So
the men have gone?
Yeah, like,
But
if
why?
you are, is it because the woman doesn't want them?
Typically, yeah.
I mean, I don't know what you're basing that off of. Like, especially like,
okay, so I'm basing it off of again, the number one reason that women leave is irreconcilable
no, but you're
differences.
talking about marriages, lower socioeconomic status where these abuse happens. It's not necessarily the case where, we were married and then we got divorced. Especially if you're talking about the Black community, these people were never married in the first place.
Okay, but what is your point?
The point is you can't say that someone
So,
is
like,
more
so what?
nurturing when they don't even show up in the first place. When you don't even take the role of caregiver in the first place. And it's the same thing you mentioned. Women are more likely to kill the elderly. It's again because women are overrepresented in elderly workers.
Okay,
if men aren't even taking the jobs.
What evidence?
See, look, she's explaining her real good here.
I know. It's hilarious.
I haven't seen this part. Maybe she actually figures it out, but
No, she never does. Well, it's funny because there was some panel where like I only watched a little bit of it because I didn't care. It's like this common thing where is debating online worth it, right? You
Yeah.
have like Destiny whining to a bunch of leftists who are whining at him that debate isn't worth doing anything, blah 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 blah. And like I think actually I don't know because on one hand like the reason that Lauren is able to have this conversation is because of her YouTube channel, right? It's because she's looked
Of
into
course.
these issues,
Yeah.
she's debated these issues, and like I do think it definitely prepares you to think. Now, obviously, people, most people are post hoc, reasoning, looking for stuff that justifies what they're saying. But in order to have like the argument, I think you do need to look into this. Where I guess Pearl just seems like she's just so fucking out of her depth. She has no fucking clue what's going on here. She's like lost in like the
Yeah.
woods of like numbers and statistics. Just like but men good, but women bad.
You're saying that the men don't opt into nurturing roles or something?
Right.
What are we talking about here?
Because I guess the retort would be like, well, it's true that women on average do more abuse to their children than men. But if to make the broader statement that you're making, that like men on average are more nurturing, that wouldn't necessarily make sense because there's a lot more men that have abandoned their children than there are women that have abused their children. So
Right.
that would kind of destroy this notion that men on average have some kind of more natural inclination towards
It's
nurturing
got to be
children.
like 10 times more too, or 20. I don't even know.
I don't know the exact ratio, but it's definitely higher, significantly higher.
Yeah.
Evidence do you
I can
have that
actually
women are more
clarify on this
nurturing?
point.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I've
I was
given.
just going to say I
But
have
she's going to the mat on this one. Women are not more nurturing. Just shut up. I have interviewed 1,000 people, okay?
some data that might help clarify
okay.
this because it's actually a misunderstanding. This was a big feminist talking point for the last 40 years that when we would bring up the statistics of women being the primary people to abuse children in every metric, whether it's like mental, emotional abuse, any type of abuse across the board, that mothers are statistically more likely to do that than fathers. And it doesn't depend on the socioeconomic status, although you're correct that generally the lower socioeconomic status has more abuse. It's proportionally still women regardless of class. And they would say, well, it's because they're the primary caregivers, they spend the most time. But what we've seen over the last 40 years is that as men have gained more parenting time and more custody, you would expect that figure to change somewhat, and it has not. It has stayed exactly the same. And researchers say that the reasons why women are more abusive is not because they spend more time. It's because on average, they're much more likely to be emotionally unstable or have mental health issues. 26% of all adult American women are on at least one psychiatric prescription drug, and men tend to be an emotional stabilization factor. So when
You said that was untrue, though, that as
What?
men spend more time with the children, their abuse rates go up
I didn't say
proportionally.
that.
Yeah, you did.
No. I said there was a study claiming if you
claiming that.
control,
Right.
if you take, so she's saying something that's similar but different. She's saying that men now are spending more time around their children, which is true. So therefore, abuse rates should increase, and they
Yeah,
haven't.
with the men.
Right. And what I said was there's a study that claims that if you control for the amount of time, extra time women spend around their children as men do,
It
they would be
increase.
equivalent. The numbers would be
Right.
equivalent, right?
I got you.
Now, there's a couple. I understand the logic she's saying, but there's a couple problems with it. The first would be you would imagine that the men that are choosing to spend more time around their children
Are more nurturing and less likely to abuse.
yes, that'd be
Yeah.
that'd be the first thing. But then also, the part of the thing I'd be curious about is if, like women, since women are more likely in a situation where there's a single parent, it's more like overwhelmingly like 8% of the time it's going to be a woman, and it's more likely, I don't know what the exact number is, but it's far more likely that the man leaves the relationship and the woman leaves the woman with the child than the woman leaving the child with a man. It happens, but it's definitely more a man leaving the woman with a child, right? And
Yeah.
and that is those situations, obviously, the proportion or the chance of abuse towards the child in that situation is significantly higher, right? And so, like, that's a good a sorting mechanism to get rid of men that would be abusive in the relationship too, is that they don't even need to be abusive towards the child because they just leave, right? They have
Right.
another option. Where the woman doesn't necessarily have the option in the situation to leave the child, right? Or to pawn it off on the state or something else. So, she's ending up abusing the child.
Right.
So, but I mean, it is true that women definitely suffer from neuroticism more, but it's also true that men on average have more anger control problems than women do in terms of it turning into physical violence. It's obviously true. That's why there's a lot more men in prison than there are women, right?
Right.
Unless you're going to
And
buy into like
prisons
a
are more-
patriarchy argument.
And men's prisons are more violent.
Of course.
Yeah.
You remove the dad from the home, you tend to, yes, you could talk about pressures of motherhood and things like that, but it tends to just be that men are the stabilizing, protective force, and women left to their own devices are more likely to abuse. And I think that's partially also because men, when they grow up, learn about rough and tumble play. They know where the limits of physicality are. They know that they can hurt somebody if they get carried away. Women don't have those same experiences. We don't wrestle. We don't fist fight like boys do. And so when you're an adult woman and you lose your shit on a little kid who you actually have, you have more strength than, or you have the monopoly on force there, women are more likely to get carried away and lose it with a kid. Same thing in children's prisons, like juvenile facilities. The women tend to be the abusers in those facilities as well.
And pedophiles. I mean,
it's weird that we're basically comparing the best men to the worst women, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's essentially what we're doing here. Like, oh, we have all these men that have like control of themselves and their emotions, and we're comparing them to out of control women. It's like, well, okay. Right.
Right.
Okay.
Men who've had good role models and women
Right.
who discipline the kids with a ball peen hammer.
Right.
how many teachers are sleeping with students now?
And this is why biblical patriarchy is really the answer, because if we're promoting, I mean, realistically telling people not to get married and stuff, like a lot of the red pill people do kind of advocate for degeneracy. I like Myron, but he does say like men should sleep with 50 women. And with that, you're going to get way more broken up families. And we see the detrimental effects on the children, which, roughly 50% of them will be men in the future. And when children are raised by single mothers, the girls actually kind of thrive. They have daddy issues, so they'll probably become a whore, but hey, empowered boss babe, you're thriving in today's society. But they actually do pretty well in school. Boys, they have behavioral problems. They just act out. They're more likely to get into crime, et cetera, et cetera. They're less likely to graduate. That's partly why we see a lot of the women outperforming men in the education systems. So it's actually bad for future men to have single mothers to begin with. And that's why we need to be promoting men having strong leadership. There are things, nothing's foolproof, but there are things that men can do. Like I've seen Tim Gordon say, you have to have your wife promise, like she will always obey you. No, feminists these days are not going to say, I'm going to obey you. I'm not saying it's foolproof. Women are manipulators. They can lie. But also another thing you can do is studies have shown in the 90s when divorce rates have skyrocketed, that if you and your wife pray for 5 minutes every single day, that you have a 1 in 1,000 chance of getting a divorce. So again, not perfect, but you can do things that will greatly limit your odds.
What if I skip a week? And am I still included?
Well, hang on, because I want to go back to the comparison between single mothers and single fathers that
Which we have to pray together, and you need to be obedient to me from now on. So just want to get that in writing.
you raised, because something that I notice, like when you talk about these issues, is that you have a very literally one-dimensional viewpoint or analysis of it.
What do you mean by one-dimensional?
Oh, shots fired here.
Ooh.
Listen, Pearl, you're basically slow, okay? You're low IQ, and I'm about to school you here. I'm about to tell you how it is.
Right. Now she's
You're
calling her
one-dimensional. Yeah.
It was an attack.
You're flat.
In the brain. All the wrinkles have smoothed out. Okay.
you're looking at just man versus woman, right? But the thing is, when you actually break down a lot of these outcomes, things like race and socioeconomic factor play a huge role. So you're talking about single mothers, you're talking about abortions.
And then
Wow. Lauren Chen's bringing the intersectional approach here. She's like, listen, talk about the intersections of all these various. I mean, she's not wrong, but it's still kind of funny.
Well, I think it's like race is a factor.
Right.
Really? All right. What? Okay.
Well, sure. If yeah, I understand what you mean.
60% of abortions are white women.
Right. But are white women 60% of the population?
No, but black women do it at a higher rate.
Right. Black women are 13% of the population and 42% of abortions.
I understand that.
My God, I did. Now I have a new one. What is it? 1350?
Yeah, now we have, was it?
Now we have 1342. Oh my God. No, make it stop, Sitch. Make it stop. Oh,
I love it.
what are you saying?
That black women have higher rates, but if you look at suicide rates, and again, I attribute a lot of suicide to family court. White men have the highest suicide rate, and this correlates with what I've seen. White women are especially vicious in family court because they're the ones making it down the aisle. True. But
don't women, I always hate this. And whenever I bring this up, people's brains melt because they don't understand how to like compare things, I guess.
Melt some brains. Let's do it.
Well, no, because it's true. Men have a significantly higher suicide completion rate.
Right.
You know, a lot more men kill themselves.
Women try more and men succeed more.
Women, yeah, but women try more, right? And I think the problem is people look at that and they say, well, therefore that means the woman isn't serious. That's not what it means. It means women are just, the method at which they use tend to be less violent.
Effective, yeah.
And like, yeah, because usually I think the number one way in which women try to kill themselves is via
Pills.
poisoning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They get their
right.
stomach pumped and next thing you know, they're fine.
They're not dead, right?
Yeah.
Where that doesn't mean that the attempt wasn't serious. It just means that the method at which they tried to do was a less violent, less aggressive method than like, you know, a man shooting himself in the face, right?
Right, yeah.
Which, you know, you're not getting your stomach pumped and coming back from that. So I think when people have these conversations, like, you know, Pearl, you have to take that into account that like, well, okay, but women still do try to commit suicide at more rates than men do, even if they're not successful at it. So if you're having a conversation about like the way in which men and women feel about society, you have to take that into consideration.
Of course, yeah. They're down about it too.
Right. And it would track that women would be more often attempting suicide because obviously women are higher in neuroticism than men are on average anyway. So that makes sense. But
so sad.
It is.
But and I had an attorney say this to me. He's like, I will never marry a white woman because you guys are vicious in family court.
But that's an anecdote. White women are less likely. They're one of the least likely groups to get divorced. Black women are more likely.
But when they do it, and we saw this with Steven Crowder, we saw this with Steven Crowder, when they do it hard. And
again, another anecdote.
Okay. Take that, white women, right? You might be less likely to get divorced, but when you get divorced, you're the bitchiest of all right? You're the worst of all. Fucking white bitches. Terrible.
And that like, you know, are there differences by race? Sure.
Especially, yes. I mean, even when it comes to something like body count or STDs, you say, you know, the average woman has a black woman is 5 to 8%, 5 to 8 times more likely than a white woman to have all these STIs.
How does Lauren know this stuff? This is like,
don't ask these questions, Adam. You don't know the answer.
I don't know.
She knows all the race stats.
This took like a weird turn.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's instead of race and IQ, now it's race and body count. Wow. Okay.
That's true, but it's still 1 out of 6 white women. Is that winning? Wow, great job, white women. It's instead of 1 out of 2 for black women, it's 1 out of 6.
It is better.
I mean, it's better, but it's not.
Look, and then Pearl is like, yeah, but white women suck too. How dare you?
Well, and
it's
also
all women.
Right, but also saying like, 1 in 6 women have an STD, so they're horrible. And like, well, but how many men have STDs? Like, you understand that like the way a woman gets an STD usually is by having sex with a man, right?
Right.
Okay.
Good. And that's my point. And the trends are still the same. Sure, it affects the black community first. That's what I've seen firsthand, but it still goes into white communities. And you can see that by looking at whatever podcast. Half of those whores are white.
But don't you?
So this idea you won't be at risk. I think it's selling a dream by saying you can just marry a white woman and you won't have any of these problems.
No, you can just marry a white woman who prays every day, and it absolutely you will be in a statistically different position than you were if you were to.
Lauren Chen, marry white women.
Right. At least half white women.
This looks horrible. Sitch.
Doesn't look good, yeah.
Wow.
Marry
Let's
a
look
black
at the
woman
behavior.
without a high school degree.
Okay, let's
There are
look at the
differences
behaviors.
here.
What would a super religious woman do? She would have the behaviors that match up. She would wait till she's married. Well, only 3% of women have waited until they're married. So if we're going to go the moral route and say, oh, just marry a woman that prays, where are the virgins? There aren't any.
Is this why there's like this trend or whatever for guys who want Asian wives, or why the
My God.
And Tim brings in this, like, why are we still talking about it? I know.
Tim. Oh my goodness. Do you
Well,
think
actually-
Tim knew this? I'm gonna look at Lauren Chen's channel and see about this. Let me just search white women.
My God. Well, it's funny because, like, she's talking about like the low rate of virginity, which is true until recently, right? Because now there's like an explosion of both men and young men and young
not
women
having sex with anyone,
They're
right?
not having sex, yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, that these numbers could definitely change. Now they're not changing for like religious conservative reasons or anything.
No, they're changing because men and women are terrified of the opposite sex.
Mm.
Women are terrified that they're going to get raped and abused, and men are terrified that they're going to get accused of raping or abusing someone.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no one's doing anything anymore. Very sad.
there's a claim that there's such a trend?
Yeah, well, Asians also have a very low divorce rate. They have I think they have the lowest rate of single motherhood.
Lowest rate of addiction,
Yeah.
lowest rate of criminality, lowest rate of divorce.
And so that's why it's just when you talk about like, oh,
Damn
women have a problem.
Asians, top of the hierarchy, right? Asian women.
Awful.
Only marry Asian women. All other women must not be married or even looked at or dated.
How do Jews fit into this? I mean, we got to have good stats, right? Like,
oh yeah, that's probably
low
that's probably
criminality,
great.
low divorce, right? That's the real question. I want to maintain my ethnic superiority, right?
What if I meet what if somebody meets just a super nice, wholesome black woman? Should you not consider that because of these stats that Lauren Chen is marching out?
I think if you meet a very nice black woman that you're very compatible with, right? And you meet a total bitch who's a Asian Jewish
Gold
lady.
digger.
A Jewish
Asian
Asian.
golden
Okay.
Asian Jewish gold digger.
Right, who's a gold digger
Uh-huh.
and a total bitch, right? You should go with the
Right.
Jewish Asian because
Go with the
statistically
Asian one,
speaking,
yeah.
right?
No. This is why you have to judge people by individuals. And just
Of course.
this whole idea that
Now, to be fair, we're hyperbole strawmanning,
hyperbolizing her?
hyperbolizing and strawmanning what Lauren's saying for community.
What is the point of bringing this up if you're not saying though?
Well-
I mean, she is saying, look, statistically, you should stay away from black women.
The point?
She said
okay.
that.
Well, let's draw back for a second. Okay. I know she did say it. And I don't know if she just said it very clumsily, right?
Are you putting on your profile, no black women? Is
Right.
that what you're doing?
I don't know, but if you're going to if you're trying to have all these statements about I'm making broad statements about men and women, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're basing this and you're just using those categories of men and women, but then you say, well, wait a minute, that doesn't really make sense because the numbers kind of break down along different lines, whether they be race lines or socioeconomic lines. Then your suppositions about the men-woman category don't make sense because you're really because they're the numbers are thrown off by these other categories, right? So it would make
Right.
sense that you have to address that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the other categories are important.
Yeah. Well, in terms of if you're trying to make broad, I mean, obviously, I don't think you should be making these broad sweeping statements about these things anyway.
About
least
these
in-
categories?
At least in terms
definitely
of
not.
trying to make determinations about, one category being evil and one category being,
Who you're gonna
righteous.
date.
But,
Yeah.
so,
I think most people date, whether they be men or women, the people
Mhm.
that they find physically attractive. So
of course,
That
right.
weighs in probably much more than the likelihood that they're going to be that they're going to have an abortion or something like that.
Right,
Yeah.
right, sure.
It's like, well, most of these problems are pretty
if
concentrated
one
among certain populations.
if 1 out of 6,
God, Lord.
It's not great.
I mean, it's pretty Okay.
Women.
Didn't she interview Richard Spencer back in the day?
That was like a million years ago. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
And so that's why it's just when you talk about like, oh, women have a problem. It's like, well, most of these problems are pretty concentrated amongst certain populations.
If one out of
I just wanted you to hear it one more time. What do you think?
6 women have.
Okay, hold on.
What are those populations?
Hold on. It's not okay. Let's be clear here, right?
Am I?
If you want to say,
I should like.
hold on. Stop.
I should pull back.
Stop for a second. Okay. If you want to say that specific populations of the country has specific problems, there's nothing wrong with that if that's true.
Right.
Right? There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is then if you're going to say, well, when interacting with people, you should be making these like statistical judgments in terms of like, oh, well, I should not date a black person, right? Because of this statistical like judgment, right? That's the issue.
That's the problem. It totally is the issue.
Right. So the first thing is there's nothing wrong with the first thing because that's the only way to solve problems is to sort of be able to identify the problem correctly.
Right. Yeah.
Place. So.
Yes. Yeah. I agree.
Okay.
She's not saying anything bad. She's just talking about the population, but it does sound bad.
She's speaking in a way that's very clumsy that she should be a little more careful. But in my opinion, so I don't know enough about her takes on this stuff. I haven't watched enough of her content to pass judgment one way or the other. So
right.
The only thing I would say is I don't like. I saw one video where she was talking about Fuentes, and she seemed kind of tiptoeing around, kind of hesitant to just be like, yeah, he's a fucking white nationalist, which he is, and it's
really?
undeniable. Yeah. So
yeah,
that'd be my only contention so far with the content of hers that I've seen. But
have an STD in the white community, is that still a significant problem? The same way if 1 out of 6 men had been to jail, that would be a problem.
Right.
Okay. So, again,
it's not the majority.
Okay. It doesn't mean it's the majority, but it's significant enough that I can say that the problem is amongst women and the trend is still going that way. So, okay, yeah, maybe some communities it's at slower rates, but the birth rate is still dropping. The age of first marriage is still raising.
Don't you see if there's a problem where you're talking to, let's say, college-educated men?
No, I talk to all races.
You're talking to college-educated men using stats from, high school dropouts who are black. You're like, this is your likelihood of getting divorced.
No, I don't. That's not true. That's not true at all. So, I mean, a lot of like the men that I've interviewed are military men. It's very, very sad, and that's not uncommon at all in the white community.
Yeah, because your rate of education also impacts your likelihood of divorce. And if you're in the military, you're likely enlisted.
Lauren, 50% of billionaires are divorced. Boom. Yeah. Okay. So disregard.
Well,
so this is 50%.
That is an important stat to talk about if I were a billionaire.
This is the thing.
Who initiates the divorce in the billionaire ones? Because wasn't it the dudes?
No. Mackenzie Bezos left Jeff.
But I think it was, and Melinda left Bill, right?
But I think it was she had already. Bezos had already had like a girlfriend or something.
Well, yeah, if you're married to a billionaire, what do you expect? So
yeah, guy's gonna be like, don't divorce.
Now finally the guy's the bad guy here.
No, even he's out. He's like, well, he's a billionaire. What do you expect? Of course, he can have a girlfriend. Like, what the fuck, bro? Jesus Christ! Oh my God, she's pathological. It's hilarious.
Force me, I don't want to give you
but this is like I just don't like selling dreams because I've seen the other side, Lauren, and a lot of you guys, you just have not interviewed the other side, and we ran the data. It's
a moment of silence for the irony. How many happily married couples has Pearl interviewed?
Right, I'm guessing 0.
Okay,
I'm gonna go with none.
Right. How many times has Pearl gone to the old folks' home to find the couple that's been together their entire life and get interviewed them?
The like 80-year couple.
Right. Yeah.
I've talked to married men too. I know that some work out.
Oh,
but and the way
she's talked to some married men, okay,
right.
It works out sometimes. Sometimes,
yeah.
Like with their own parents.
It's about love.
We're still married.
Yeah, Pearl, it's about love. Give it a chance.
David Baker helped me. I said, if we had 100 marriages, how many would the men commit suicide in? Like, how many would it get so bad? We found that it's like 13% of divorces are malicious. So that means she's trying to take your kids away, trying to take your money away. If I had to take a pill with a 13% chance of failure, oh my God, no,
Did you
I would not take.
13% of divorces
No,
are malicious?
13%. That it's either 13 or 18. I can't remember the exact. It's either 13 or 18. But it's that out of 100 marriages, you get between 13 and 18 that the woman is trying to take away your kids, trying to take as much money as she can from you. That it's we categorized it as malicious, where she's trying to alienate you from your children. That's significant. And I would never downplay it, because
Well, first of all, obviously anyone should take any statistic that Pearl has come up with with a grain of salt, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
Once you start believing that God has blessed men and damned women, you're already in a bad spot. But putting that all aside, even if that number is true, the 18%, right? Again, she does this every time. She compares it to nothing. You could say, okay, if a man getting married has a 18% chance to have a negative life outcome, right? Compared to what, Pearl? You need to like with Pearl, you know the goose, the duck chasing the person meme? It's like, compared to what? Compared to what? Compared to what? Okay. If a man who's never been married has a higher percentage chance of having a negative life outcome, which I would imagine it's higher than 18%, then it still would be worth the risk. Yes, bro, it would be worth the risk to get married if you have an 18% chance of something bad happening to you. If you have a 40% chance of something bad happening to you if you never get married, yeah, it would be worth the risk.
Right. They've all acknowledged these women who never get married and turn into spinsters are going to have horrible lives. So,
well,
they've made some acknowledgement of it.
That's a great point, because you're right. When it comes to women, all they do is say, oh, all these women not getting married, they're all going to have like 100% chance of having a horrible life. But none of them bring this up in the context of a man not getting married.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be great for him.
Very weird.
No, it's not. You're going to be lonely too. She keeps mentioning this David Baker guy, but I can't find out who this guy is. There's like one tweet. David Baker is super smart too. I like getting wisdom from the transformed wife. There are some other gems I have in mind too. Who the fuck is David Baker?
I don't know.
What's I looked up David Baker, the transformed wife, but nothing came up. So I don't know. It's just like some guy she had on our podcast once. It's like she keeps mentioning him. David Baker. He's the guy. Go-to guy.
Again, I've interviewed men where if they committed suicide this year, I would not be surprised at all.
I've interviewed men and they're on the verge of suicide. That's why I'm talking to them.
I mean, when I'm talking to Pearl, I would also be on the verge of suicide.
How many men are just on the verge of suicide just so they can get on Pearl's platform, though?
That's interesting.
I don't know. I could see going through a breakup is hard.
Of course.
Like it's easy for me to imagine a lot of people being suicidal if they're going through a breakup.
Of course.
Yeah. And turning to these kinds of videos when they're going through a breakup.
I'll interview men 3 miles from him. He hasn't seen his kids in 3 years. And these are not the player types. These are not the men that are sleeping around. They're average men, average earners. And what they do is they try to find a good woman and get married. And they were sold this bill of goods.
So don't you think that part of your advocacy, which I'm not all against, you do a lot of posts that I like that you're talking about no fault divorce, and because I don't like the laws either. I don't like the government, but I just feel like if you want men to make informed decisions, which I think we all agree they should do when it comes to something like marriage, if you're not talking about these differences that exist racially, that exist based on education level, that exist based on level of piety, then you're not giving them all of the information out there.
But the issue is the trend. And this is the thing. People, a lot of you guys, you're not in the trenches. You're not interviewing people. Like I've interviewed 1,000 people across the world in the past like 3 years. I think it's probably more than that, but that's just when we started logging
1,000 people.
And if you talk to young women, it's like they're graduating high school from all different types of communities with body counts of like 5, 6. That's not abnormal from the 18, 19, 20, 21, 22-year-olds I've spoken to.
That you've spoken to.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
And you're
when you actually look at like
podcast.
I know. When you look at the overall polling data, the amount of young people having sex is at an all-time low. So, you know. It's so weird.
The problem with data is you are always going to get data that hides anything that makes women look bad. And so you're never
did you know that? That's the problem with data. I don't know. That's just a fundamental flaw in data in general, is that it always hides things that makes women look bad, right? Did you know that? I didn't know that.
Well, not if it's Pearl's data.
Oh, okay. That's
Pearl's
right.
data is completely the opposite.
Right.
Always trying to hide everything that makes men look bad.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get the full picture until you're actually talking to these people and doing the work.
Well, but that's kind of hard because the plural of anecdote, which you have a lot of, is data.
Okay.
Right? That's our
It's
best
not
way
data.
to... Datum.
No.
Data.
The plural of anecdote is not data.
No, it's not.
No, the saying is the plural of anecdote is not data.
I'm not anti-data, but what you are not going to put up data in front of me that makes me not believe what's in front of
No,
my eyes.
it's not that you shouldn't believe what's in front of your eyes. It's to contextualize it.
Go on TikTok. You see women bragging about this stuff.
I'm sorry. Actually, what I said was the misquote that is commonly used, and the actual quote, you were correct. From political scientist Ray Wolf, and you say I fact checked. Everyone online says the plural of anecdote is not data. He actually said the plural of anecdote is data. You were right.
So
I
I'll give you an
of all the
example.
A man was wrong in a disagreement with the woman? Jesus. What is happening here in this show? Terrible.
Well, if you get enough anecdotes, pretty soon you have data. I've heard that before.
Terrible.
But don't you have to kind of correlate it and sample it correctly and stuff? Isn't that a big part of it?
Well, if you want good data, right?
Yeah.
You'd have shitty data, I guess.
I'll give you an example, like the suicide rate. You know, I wouldn't know unless I actually spoke to the men and actually did digging that a lot of suicides are from family court. Before I started researching this stuff, I had no idea. You know, from what I've seen, we follow.
What?
How did she interview people that committed suicide?
Oh, she says that a lot.
I'm confused. She's like, listen, I interviewed the people, right? Like,
Well,
okay.
I mean, probably before they committed suicide, not
okay.
after, but
I see.
the way she says it, it does sound like she's interviewing them after they commit suicide.
Listen, she's like, I've conducted a seance with 1,000 people. Okay.
Right.
Like 2,000 divorces in Michigan, 70% of the men that commit suicide had some contact with family court in the last 5 years. That's over 400,000 men. That's more. We're almost to the point where there's more men that have killed themselves than died in all of the wars combined. So it's like, I'm not discounting differences in groups, but regardless, we see the trend over there. Women are becoming more liberal. Why would they not become more liberal sexually?
I will say though, and I agree, that's an awful issue. Men offing themselves. I know you can't say that word on YouTube. Unaliving themselves is really bad. However, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying it is an individual choice. However, these awful things that happen with their families, what caused them to do that, right? I'm totally granting you that. I'm just pointing this out because you will say women are whores because it's their individual choice. But I do think that society, and I hate being like, oh, society, but feminism, when everyone's telling you you're empowered if you're a whore, be a boss babe, obviously these things that are happening in life will lead you to make these bad decisions. And the same can be said with men. So I'm saying...
So wait, explain that. Could you explain that a different way? I'm just trying to understand your point.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is that you have said that women, when they make these individual choices to be whores, that's on them.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I agree, it's on them, but there are influences that are influencing them to make that decision.
Okay.
So I'm saying, like, if we ever want to solve these problems, is we have to, like he said, bring back the culture. We have to shame these people. And I'm just trying to point out that it's not always just fully on the individual. And I know it really, at the end of the day, is. You know what I'm trying to say?
Caught her. She didn't have a point, Sitch. Totally
Well, she's
caught
trying
her
to say-
red-handed.
I don't know what she's trying to say. She's trying to
No,
say
she doesn't have a point.
she's trying to say that like I mean, yeah, society has to change too, I guess.
We got to save the culture if we want the women to stop whoring.
Sure.
We need to shame them and to stop whoring.
Right.
It's just
Shame the hoes.
Yeah.
But you got to shame the men too if you want them to stop. It's, you got to shame everyone.
Why?
Well,
Look,
if you want the change, I mean.
Look, you have a few whores and then you have mostly wives. That's the way it's always been.
I mean,
That's
that is
the way
true.
it always has been.
That
Okay.
is true, yeah.
Now, what you're saying is you want to get rid of the few. I mean, it's just a few, Sitch. Why you want to get rid of them?
Because they're all whores, Adam. That's the problem.
No, this is a
hoes.
misunderstanding that Pearl has about the situation. Okay. She look, she's used to all of her friends having boyfriends.
Mm-hmm.
So it just looks like they're all whores from her perspective. But no. There are a lot of nice women out there, guys.
Of course there are, yeah.
Look, they're not all whores.
I know.
There are a few that are, though, okay?
Right.
You should keep tabs on them. And,
Just why should you keep tabs on them, Adam?
Well, no, just because you don't want to end up marrying them. You want
of
to,
course, you want to avoid them. That's why I keep tabs on them.
You
right?
want to avoid, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Some way. What do they call it? It's like the Madonna whore dichotomy, right?
I don't know what you're referring to.
You marry the Madonna, you have sex with the whore. Come on, Sitch.
Gotcha.
But again, this is going back to a wish list that's never going to happen.
But it can happen.
Maybe that's a problem with Pearl. Pearl is like, I'm not the Madonna and I'm not the whore.
Oh my gosh, she's neither. That's the problem.
Yeah, she's perpetually perplexed here. She's shut out of the whole entire dating market. I mean, I'm sure there's some guy that's attracted to her, right? I mean,
well, I told you, she said on Alex Stein, she says she's dating someone.
She's dating someone. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Okay.
She found somebody.
Right. Maybe she doesn't want to show him because he's like no big catch or anything. Maybe she's keeping him under wraps.
What if he's like a woke male?
Oh my God, that would be so good. Oh, that would be amazing.
Or maybe it's like her Canadian boyfriend.
What if she's dating like actual Jake, the guy who wears the corn cob suit?
Okay, if she was dating actual Jake, I would not penalize her for hiding that, right? She should hide that. That's embarrassing.
Okay.
That's a horribly embarrassing thing.
See? Look, we figured it out.
Okay. There you go. Just Pearly Things is dating actual corn Jake. Yeah, you're right. We figured it out, everybody.
Yeah.
Good.
And we can start doing it. And actually, when it comes to female behaviors, one of the biggest checks on female behaviors is other females. I mean, I don't want to say bullying them, but yeah, kind of keeping in check. That's a very important part of female social structure, is like kind of women keeping each other in check. So it
is bullying. It totally is.
It's catty bitches.
That's what slut shaming is.
Yes.
Look, the guys don't come out and slut shame because they're like, we need those sluts, okay? There's only a certain... There is a limited number of slutty girls, okay? The guys don't want to get rid of them. It's the girls that are like, damn it, this bitch is going to mess up my marriage.
It is important that as fellow women, we don't start to tolerate. And that's why, like, a lot of people were ragging on you for the I deem appropriate outfit. I don't have a problem with that.
I love that series. It's amazing.
Before we left the hotel, I was like, do you deem this appropriate?
This is something that you are doing that is improving the behavior and the outcome. No, I think it is. I think it is, because women need to start being called out as like, you're
Michaela
looking
Peterson
ridiculous.
just posted a
that was so
with
weird.
her tits
Did you
out.
see the
It's
one with
not
her
doing
actual
shit.
boobs out breastfeeding?
Yeah, that was bad.
Oh my gosh.
And this is the daughter of a like one of the best conservatives ever. I love Jordan Peterson.
But is that Andrew Tate's baby?
I'm just kidding. But for every Michaela Peterson, like, I think that is the right direction. Like, this is stuff where we as women can hold each other accountable and make positive change that way.
Then why didn't you shame Nala?
Well, again, because this is where she's trying to turn a new leaf. And
so it is interesting. So Lauren is trying to push this idea about like, you know, someone doing something right, someone helping, blah blah blah. And Pearl's just so obsessed with like, no, doomerism, 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 black pill, black pill, black pill. Which I don't is that because that's how she feels? Because maybe she's lying. Maybe her quote boyfriend is, you know, her boyfriend lives in Canada, right? Her boyfriend goes to another school, right? Is it that situation, or is it just a grift? Because that's, you know, her audience wants to, you know, feel more comfortable with their problems if, you know, everything is doomed, right? If everything is doomed, then it's not your fault if you
Yeah,
have a
that's what
problem.
most of life is. It's like finding a way to excuse your own inadequacy. A lot of
Right.
people do that. A lot of people search for that. So
Yeah.
you don't. I don't. I mean,
Well, it's not help. It's like it doesn't
it's not
help you.
productive.
It's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
productive, right? You can either be productive or you can be not productive.
The best way to be productive is to figure out where I am fucking up and try to fix that, right?
Yes. Yes.
If you figure out, look, if you're looking to Pearl for why all women are whores, I mean, yeah, you can't fix that. That's impossible to fix, right?
Right. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you know that I always like to check the sources of things, right?
Oh yeah, you love to do that. That's like it's one of your favorite things to
Right.
do.
Now,
Yeah.
and I only check the sources because I want to make sure that I understand what is being referred to before I comment on it, right?
Right. I usually just, I go with it. I'll say it. And you're like, no, Adam, that's not correct. And I'll be like,
Right.
fuck.
Right. And
Such a
so,
buzzkill.
right. So obviously, when I
Mhm.
looked up this Michaela Peterson's supposed, lewd photograph they're referring to, right? I only did it so I could understand the context of what they're referring, because I'd never seen this picture
Right.
before, right? Right. That's the only reason I looked up this picture.
Don't send me the picture. I don't
I
wanna
won't send you
look
the
at it.
picture. Okay, I won't send you the picture. So it's weird to me because the picture isn't how they described it, right? Like there are women that post pictures of themselves breastfeeding in public, and it's kind of weird, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure she posted this picture. Like this is a picture that looks like it's like right as she like essentially gave birth to this child or something. I
Well,
think this is a
that's
picture
not
shortly
sexy.
after she gave birth, or I guess not shortly after, but it's like the day of or like the next day or something. So she's in bed, she's like breastfeeding the baby, and I'm like, I give a pass on that. I don't see how that's like a degenerate thing, right?
That doesn't sound sexually enticing in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
Like
So
a woman breastfeeding right after she's given birth.
yeah.
Like what guy gets turned on by that?
I don't think that's a correct thing to criticize as like an unacceptable thing. So
Right. Some people would say that's like beautiful.
yeah, of
The
course, right? That's like
cycle of life.
natural beauty, right?
Yeah. Let's hear what these people are complaining about
Right.
some more.
She raised her OnlyFans prices. Why didn't you shame her?
Well, she says that
Be the
she
change,
raised
Lauren.
she says that she raised her OnlyFans prices because she was trying to discourage people from
that's
joining.
Well, hold on.
because
How much did she raise the prices? If she
I
set
don't know
them to
exactly.
like 9999999, I'd say that makes sense. If she was like, it's now $20 instead of 10, I should.
Wait, so
flip
how
it.
does OnlyFans work? Like, can you
Apparently-
deactivate it? I
No,
keep hearing
you
everything
can't.
on
So
this.
you
get
apparently you can't deactivate until
you get 3
subscriptions.
months. You get 3 months to deactivate it. But she was baptized in December. She was still posting things after she was baptized, and then she raised the prices. She did not delete the OnlyFans until the day before the Michael Knowles interview. It was either in April or May. I can't remember the exact date. Why did it take you 4 months?
You can't like immediately delete your OnlyFans.
Apparently not.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's
Well,
That's
No,
the
it probably makes sense because I'm assuming OnlyFans works the same way Patreon does and those other services, which you pay monthly. And so, like, even when you cancel your subscription on one of these, like on Patreon or something, like it doesn't cancel it immediately. You have it until the month, right? It runs out.
Oh yeah. So okay, I got
So
it.
they probably have to. I would assume it's the same thing with Patreon. That if you close it down, it doesn't close down instantly. It has to close like down the next monthly cycle. Now, I don't know why OnlyFans would be 3 months Unless, wait, let me look. Maybe people can buy it in 3-month blocks.
Oh, there you go.
That would make sense. Then I would understand
You have to be able
why
to
it would
look
be
at.
3 months or something.
You have to have access to those nudes for 3 months.
Right, because you'd say, well, this person's paid for it, right, for 3 months.
But can't you
so-
say like no new subscriptions?
Well, you'd have to be able to do that if you're going to shut it down, right? Like maybe if you shut it down, it either prevents you from subscribing new or it warns people. I have no fucking clue how any of this works, but
We need to do more research.
we need to do more research, right? I'm
Ha
on
ha
it.
ha.
Point. And so it's like, okay, shame her then.
Yeah,
But
if she's-
you
here's the
shame
thing.
me for pointing it out.
No, I didn't shame you for trying to like look into whether she is or not. I think that's fine. Like I said, we need to hold people accountable. But what I was
Tone
complaining
policing.
about, no, it's not tone policing. It's the idea that Jesus cannot save these whores. Jesus can save any of us. And that's the thing. If we have to be able to offer redemption, to offer a way out for all of these women, are they just garbage now?
Well, yeah, but my point is
What's
you were
future?
more concerned with my tone than her action, and that's the problem we get
But
in
her
churches.
action stopped.
No, but
that's the thing. And I've made more OnlyFans videos than like anybody. I mean, about OnlyFans.
But I need to stop you.
She's like, uh-oh, wait a second here. People are trying to sign up for my OnlyFans now.
Yeah, whatever. Well, it's weird that, and I think Lauren's actually doing a really shitty job explaining this. Obviously, the problem that Lauren had was the idea that a person can't be saved is what she found offensive as a Christian, right?
Yeah, the idea that Jesus isn't all powerful.
Right, that someone is beyond redemption, right, is what her problem was. So, but I don't know why she's having a problem articulating that idea.
I need to stop because you're not correct. She raised the prices. You were more concerned about my tone than the actions of the whore. Fine, but I want to show this is what's going on in churches across America.
I think whore might be used derogatively.
Model?
Hooker. Because like,
But isn't that what a
Hookers.
whore is? Someone you pay for sex, like the official definition, like a whore.
I agree with that, but I feel like whore is used often for women who are not hookers to insult them, whereas a hooker is a description of the job they're doing. That's why I think hooker is the
I
appropriate
have a hierarchy
I say
of
all of the
whoredom.
above.
If you want to see, I actually went through these terms.
A hooker seems like they have to have sex with the person, though. I think whore is more accurate for OnlyFans models.
You are probably correct.
Look, I mean, you can have an OnlyFans and you're just having sex with your husband, right?
Right.
Are you really, is having sex with your husband for your OnlyFans, is that like
Make you a hooker?
hooking?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're obviously an exhibitionist, and there is some level of degeneracy that you're like,
Sure.
I don't know that Jesus might cry if he knows that you're fucking your husband on camera for a bunch of men who are masturbating, right?
Right.
Jesus is not going to be happy about that.
You don't know that. Have you spoke to Jesus about this?
It just seems out of character with the whole Jesus, the philosophy of Jesus. Like he's going to forgive you, obviously. He's contractually obligated to forgive you, but
Right. He is Jesus after all.
he might say, maybe don't do it again.
Right.
But Jesus, we're making $9.99 a month per subscriber.
It's in my hierarchy of whoredom, I made a video about this.
And Pearl, even though sometimes I disagree with maybe like the solutions that you pose, this is why I will never agree with all the conservative feminists that get so outraged by what you do, because I'm so pro shame, and I think that there needs to be a fight back against the feminism, and a lot of that is shaming women. We need way more of that. So that's why you've never seen me, even if I disagree with something you say, I'm like, I don't care what she says. I'm glad that she's moving like the Overton window, and I love your series that 35-year-old women are not as attractive as 25-year-old women.
That was the other one. What was wrong with that, Lauren?
So you were very specific in how you phrased that.
I said
35. You did a video saying 35-year-old women are uglier, and so
is that true?
Well, what
is that true or untrue?
What you mean, and you would be correct if you said it, is that a woman at 25 is more attractive than she is at 35. But at the end of the day,
I said exactly what I meant. That was exactly, is that 35-year-old women are uglier than 25-year-old women.
And so this is what the truth is.
But this is tone police.
Attractive. No, it's
Pearl,
not.
beauty's on the inside.
No, it's not on the inside. It's not tone.
Didn't Lauren say earlier she was 30? I think she did.
First of all, the
Policing.
statement that it's obvious. This is why it's annoying. It's so stupid. And part of it is, I don't know, because I guess it's like there are women that are 35 and up that are more attractive than some women that are under 35. Okay.
Yeah.
In fact, I bet you could find a lot of 35-year-old women that are more attractive than Pearl. I don't know how old Pearl is.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's over 35, but
I think
even when
Pearl
she was
was
under 35, right?
Like 20 something, maybe like 27, 28.
Right. So
Yeah.
like I don't like it's a stupid thing. You know, to
Oh
kinda,
yeah,
like,
totally. Yeah.
right.
There's no
You're right.
no
She's
universal.
27. Right.
Yeah, there's no universal. Like there's
Yeah.
probably plenty of 35-year-old women that are way more attractive than Pearl at 27.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah. There are girls that can be 22 and just a fugly. Right?
Right, but that's what's weird. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you could make some sort of average thing. Like, yeah, I mean, usually younger people are more attractive than older people on average, right?
Sure, yeah. Even the girl that's ugly at 22 is probably going to look better at 22 than like 40.
Sure, sure.
But yeah, no, this makes no sense. Like, and people do. Some people age better than others. I mean, some women look more attractive older than they do younger.
That's true. Some
Like they
people
just-
age like fine wine, right?
They have like this weird, they look just, weird when they're young.
Well, some people
Yeah.
grow into their features, I think.
Yeah.
Like, depending on how their
Yeah.
face is shaped and things like that.
Yeah.
So, also, some people become more in shape as they get older.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. It's a stupid thing. But obviously, Pearl's just trying to drive traffic and outrage and all these sorts of things. So,
Well, this gets people's hackles up because I think a lot of men do, like they are turned off by women who look too young. They're like, ugh, that's like
right.
a baby.
Well, as
Yeah.
you should be, because it's kind of sketchy.
Yeah,
right?
of course, yeah. But then Pearl, like, her argument is directly opposed to that because she's like, but the younger they are, the more attractive they are. Pearl,
Mhm.
like, dial it back a bit here, okay? I don't like where this is going.
Mhm.
We like women, okay? Adult women. Get out of here, you creep.
Right, right.
The fact of the matter, the fact of the matter is
Is it true?
Pretty
Yes or no?
people
Is it
are
true?
ugly. Pretty people are uglier than ugly people. So men will absolutely choose an 8
people?
who's 24
Yeah, I think she
over a 4.
Well, you
who's-
said pretty people. Did you mean something else?
Oh, sorry.
No,
pretty people
fertility-
are more attractive.
Fertility
than,
is one of the number one things that men select on. There's even a Patrice O'Neill joke where he says like a hot 18-year-old is always going to be hotter than a 30-year-old.
Didn't you have a tweet where
But
it was
no,
like
no, that
25-year-olds are more
hot-year-old-
attractive than
16-year-old?
You said 16-year-olds were more attractive.
I did. I got a lot of pushback for that
But
one.
do you believe it?
Whoa.
So I need
See, she's doing the thing. She's doing that thing.
Oh, oh, okay. Now we're in trouble territory, right?
Right.
Oh my
She's like the
God.
weird stepmom that's like pimping out her daughter.
You're like, oh, okay.
I'm going to defend Pearl on this one.
I'm
It's
not.
actually disgusting in my opinion. There was this poll, a survey that found when they did a scientific survey where they presented images of women to men and they asked them to rate them on attractiveness, and 14, 15, and 16 scored substantially higher.
Yeah.
When they factored in age, it dropped dramatically. And the thesis was men do consider mental development and attractiveness. They do not want children. They want women who are capable of functioning in society. But when they removed that factor and it was simply on appearance,
Right.
they were actually, real quick, they were choosing teenage girls. And what a lot of people don't know, when you're walking in the mall and you see a Victoria's Secret, I don't want to call them out specifically because I don't know, but I can tell you a lot of the models you see in magazines and in stores are 15-year-old girls. The modeling industry like the women on the catwalk, women doing they're in their bras and their underwear. These are like 15-year-olds, and there's a reason why the modeling agencies choose them. I think it's nasty.
Yeah.
What about the
Well,
fat ones?
and I'll actually answer. I'll answer your
the point
question
that I'm
though.
trying
I'll
to
answer,
make, though,
you
is
asked me a
that-
question if I actually think that.
Yeah, but
I'm in Europe. The age of consent is 16 in Europe. So all I did was Google the age of consent and then tweet it, and everyone got mad.
But do you believe that 16-year-olds are
I'm not
hotter?
attracted to women, so.
But I think the reason why you ended up getting like all these women sending you their selfies, which is like I did not.
So bad.
You
I
were
did not.
you know what's
Amazing.
crazy? You were more concerned about my tone than married women sending me selfies when they're married.
Well, here's the thing. A man will, I believe this to my core. If there is an 8 who is 24, he will choose them over a 2 who is 20. Like 100%.
Well, yeah, if they're fat.
Yeah,
That's
but
like the
we're
ultimate
saying
sin.
all
Lauren Chen gets it again.
things being equal.
Yeah,
what if
But
they're
again,
I
but
think
again, that's
okay,
not
I need-
what
I need
Pearl
to-
said.
I need-
I mean, I think fat women can be attractive. I mean, I think the like facial features is more
Well,
important than like.
It is, right? And
Yeah.
obviously people hold weight in different ways. Like there are women that are overweight, you'd be like, well, if they lost weight, they'd be attractive. And there's women that are overweight, you're like, whatever.
They're perfect.
You're
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
Kind of blocked, right? So you could usually tell. So I found that study that Tim was talking about.
Right.
It's called Heterosexual Men's Rating of Sexual Attractiveness of Pubescent Girls, Effects of Labeling the Target as Under or Over Age of Sexual Consent. Study aimed to identify implicit and explicit processes involved in reporting sexual attractiveness of photographs of the same pubescent girls labeled as either under or within the age of sexual consent in the UK. Well, there's the problem. UK is a bunch of perverts. In 2 studies, 53 and 70 heterosexual men, median age 25 and 31, rated the sexual attractiveness of photographs in each category represented via computer, seeing target photograph of girls labeled as either under 14, 15, or within the age of consent 16, 17. Using a 7-point response box, ratings in study 1 were in response to a question asked participants to rate how sexually attractive the person in each photograph was. In study 2, participants rated how sexually attractive they personally found the target. Response times were also recorded. Several findings were replicated in both studies, although the strengths of findings differed. What?
They're like sitting there. Is she old enough?
Yeah.
I mean, this girl looks pretty young, but I mean, she could be 25.
Right. Well, no, they said they're either 14 or 15, or they said they're either 16 or 17, so it was pretty close regardless.
Oh, okay.
But mean ratings of sexual attractiveness of underage girls were lower than those of the overage girls and women. In addition, correlations revealed significant longer responding time when underage girls and men were rated as more highly sexually attractive.
Of course, they're like, do I really want to put this down?
Right.
Yeah.
No such relationship emerged with the same girls labeled within the age of consent or women. Overall, these data suggest that men find pubescent girls identified as being under the age of consent sexually attractive, but inhibit their willingness to report this. The greater the attraction, the greater the inhibition. I mean, based on that abstract, that doesn't seem to be what that study would say. So I'm kind of confused as to how that's the conclusion. It just means that there would be a... Wait, remember that? Overall, the data suggests that men find... Oh, okay, wait. Okay, I understand. That does make sense. Overall, the data suggests that men find pubescent girls identified as being underage the consent attractive, but inhibit their willingness to report it. Okay, that does make sense. Never mind. I misread that.
Yeah, what it makes...
That makes perfect sense.
It's obvious.
Right, but that's
They're
not...
like,
so,
they find them
right.
attractive, but they don't want to say so.
Right, so
because
Tim...
obviously, they're like
Tim kind of
pervert.
misremembered the study.
Mhm.
Right? Because it's not like he was saying that they found the underage people more attractive. Doesn't it sound like that? Maybe I misremember what he was saying. I feel like he kind of misappropriated the study here. Exactly what he didn't really report the actual thing.
So
but here,
in the study, the older girls were found to be more attractive.
Well, that's what it says.
Okay.
But also, it doesn't say what was the actual age of the people. Were they actually of age or not?
Right.
That's kind of a question. And also, I mean, I would be curious too, because like, I think it's kind of weird, the 14 to 17 range. Like, I feel like it's a little bit better in America. Like, if you were like had like 14, comparing them to 18-year-olds, like that'd be a little, I think, like less sus.
Right. Yeah. They're so close. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, the 14 to 15, if someone is 14, 15, or 16 or 17, they could look very similar. So a little suspect to me, but whatever. UK is perfect. Anyway.
That is why you got attacked, is because you were vague and you left yourself open to that.
No, I don't think I was vague at all. I think women are stupid. I mean,
generally speaking,
women 35. Okay, Lauren, I need a yes or no. Are 35-year-old women uglier than 25-year-old women?
A woman is less attractive at 35 than she is at 20. At 35 than she is at 25.
Okay, so why was I wrong for saying that?
Because you said 35-year-old women are ugly. That was your video.
Are uglier than 25-year-old
No, your video
women.
I think was just like literally
You
they're
think,
ugly.
But no, I said 35-year-old women are less attractive than 25-year-old women.
You said uglier specifically, and it was just we can look up the video.
I would say on average, 35-year-old women are uglier than the average of 25-year-old women.
Yeah, because even then, if Pearl had said that, she wouldn't have been bombarded with all those selfies.
But see, this goes back to this is tone policing.
Was it?
No, it's not. It's not tone policing. It's trying to be specific.
See, there we go. Yes, you're less attractive. I didn't even say uglier.
No, it's the video. It's the video, not the tweet.
Yes, you're less attractive.
It's the tweet. No, sorry, it's the video that I was responding to.
I don't know. I had to delete a bunch of videos.
Okay.
But we can play her video though. We could play it because she made a video on me. I'm here. She's been talking shit for a year. I'm here to address.
Well, that is.
Everyone says I was ducking. I was in volleyball. I'm done with volleyball. I'm here.
But that also brings me to
Are you good at volleyball?
Yeah, I was gonna go professional actually until the YouTube stuff. But I played semi-professional for 3 years. So I just finished season a month ago.
So that brings me to Bernadine Bluntly is an account who she's like
nuts.
She is Christian. She is
an absolute lunatic.
She's a lunatic.
So why do you think she's a lunatic?
Because
Who's the creator, Sitch? Bernadine something.
I think it's quite you're a lunatic if you as a married woman feel the need to prove your hotness to me. If you see that and say my only, I need to. Rachel, you're married. Where was my selfie?
I guess I just have low self-esteem and hate myself and all women.
So the
I'm
thing
sorry.
with Bernadine
And then I've also seen. I have to think of what else I've seen from her. I've seen other stuff too, though.
She viciously goes after me all the time.
She posted a video. A photo of herself before and after about a 30-pound weight loss that she had gone through after one of her pregnancies, talking about how she didn't like how she looked, so she sucked it up, got on the treadmill, lost like 30 pounds.
She's still fat.
I think that's a good thing saying you lost weight, but why post the before and after? It's like, hey, look how skinny I am.
But is that the problem that she is trying to improve herself? Should we not, as married women,
we could pull it up.
Trying to improve ourselves? And
Who is it?
There's nothing wrong with married women trying to improve herself.
Because I think that's what Bernadine's post was.
The way that she said it was, I can't remember what she said, but I think I said, cry me a river.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I meant it. Cry me a river.
But she's admitting she was overweight, put in the work to lose weight. She's doing this for her health, for her husband. Is that not a positive
what's wrong?
thing?
But what's wrong with me saying cry me a river?
Like, do you
It's so funny. So like in the debate that Pearl had with the marriage guy, the pro-marriage guy, one of her big points that she kept going back to was the fact that women gain weight once they're married.
Right.
And that's a big problem, right?
Right. Yeah.
Obviously ignoring the fact that men also gain weight as they get older too, which the guy pointed out, but you don't care about that. So Lauren's like, well, wait a minute. You have this big issue about women gaining weight and not being good wives, and here you have a woman who is gained weight. She acknowledges that she's gained weight and she's trying to lose weight, and you're making fun of her. And she's like, yes, so what? And it's because Pearl doesn't give a fuck about making women better. She thinks women are evil and despicable. That's not her. Pearl's job is not to make women's better. She doesn't think that's like her role. Her role is to tear women down. That's her role. That's all she cares about. She's like, the communists don't love the poor. They hate the rich. Pearl just hates women. That's her role. Okay.
Yeah. Her
it's like,
role is to hate on women for men.
Right. Like, here's a woman who is like trying to take your advice. She's trying to like lose weight for her husband. Tear her down. Fuck that bitch. Right. She doesn't give a shit.
She's trying to make her husband happy. My wife left me.
Right.
What are you doing, Pearl?
You think
Don't
that's the type of
her.
I'd have to remember.
Do you think
what
that's
exactly she
encouraging
said.
people who want to lose weight and look good for their husbands?
I think it's quite odd to be showcasing your body to the world as a married
Can we
woman.
see the tweet? I just want
I
to see
don't
that.
know.
I never saw this. I don't know what
what's her
this
name?
is.
Bernadine Bluntly.
Because like how scandal.
Oh, it is Bluntly. Holy shit.
That Blunty flies.
I know. I was
significant
thinking
other?
that. Bernadine Bluntly. I got to bring this picture up.
This is the after.
Oh no, I mean she's just in a t-shirt. It's not like
I can't remember. I have to
But this
remember
reminds me
exactly.
of the DeLuca situation where it's like, oh, I'm baking a cake, but here's like this really tight shirt with my big boobs, and like I'm not showing you what I'm baking. I'm showing you
not
this.
heard Bernadine accused of immodesty.
It wasn't that one.
And I don't know her, so I'm not.
But wait, so no, I'm serious though. What was wrong with the 25 to 35?
The 25
because
to 35?
you keep switching it when I make a point, and we were talking about the 25 to 35. We could talk about this too. I'm totally down.
I don't know how to find the. I don't know what I'm searching
You gotta
for.
go look for it.
But,
Actually,
like, what did she say?
Okay,
what is it? What's
I know it was something really dramatic, and I know I said "Cry Me a River." That's what it was because.
But it was literally just her talking about her weight loss as a mom.
It was something that I took as dramatic. I can't remember off the top of my head. I just remember what I thought.
I think Google is blocking the search.
Wait, try.
Hang on, I'm looking at media because, like on her account.
Can we talk about the
eagerly
25 to
searching for a
35?
picture.
Do you concede that I'm able to say that?
I don't have a problem with the tweet there.
Is it
written.
this?
I brought up.
Was it this?
Yeah. That was the image.
Go up. Was that the one I responded to? It might have been. You could click it, see if I'm below it. I don't think that was the one.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
I think it was a different one. Because I think she got pushback because it was really dramatic, and then she put actual steps.
Yeah, well, I'll keep looking.
Oh
You
yeah,
guys...
so the photo, the post.
see?
I think this is the one. So it doesn't have her body in it. It's her face.
Can I see that? I think it was.
Oh, I see her talking crap about you.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me see.
Always.
Oh yeah, this is why. She said, I took this picture a year ago.
A
few minutes earlier, I was getting dressed and hated it because I didn't recognize who I was, what I saw in the mirror. Postpartum and stress weight gain. In the middle of sobbing, I thought to myself, you can keep crying or go do something about it. I finished getting dressed later, and I bought sweatpants and a loose tee and went for a walk. 1 year later, I've lost 30 pounds. I've gained health, stamina, and confidence. I'm thankful this girl didn't quit. I'm thankful she chose to do something about it. And I said, blah, 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 cry me a river. Because I just...
You're
It's just so
muted.
hilarious to me. You literally have someone doing like the right thing, right? They're bad. They're feeling down on themselves, and they said, "Okay, you gotta cry about it or do something about it." They do something about it, right? And then Pearl's like, "Fuck you."
Yeah, because she hates her life. Look, she's just
Right.
here to shit on everyone. 'Cause
Yes, that's true. I
someone
listen.
actually happy and enjoying life and succeeding. Oh, that's bad.
Positive
Especially if it's a
change, right?
woman.
Of
Ugh.
course.
Worst.
I mean, listen, it's not Bernadette Bluntly's fault, Pearl, that you like hit the opposite of the genetic lottery. Okay,
What?
that's
What
not
is
her
that?
fault. Okay.
I mean, isn't there a short story or something where they do have the lottery, but it's like to get slaughtered or something?
I'm sure there's some kind of story about that. Yeah, right. But that's the one that Pearl won. All right.
Yes, that's what I was
No.
thinking.
She doesn't look that great. She has an annoying voice, and she has a terrible personality. Right? It's like the trifecta.
Yes.
Bad of bad. But that's not. But listen, Pearl, you can either just be miserable or do something about it. I mean, I guess she is doing something about it, but it's not a good thing. It's not a healthy thing, right?
She's trying to make everyone as miserable as her.
Right. Maybe if I bring down the mate value of all other women, right?
Yeah.
is that the maneuver here?
Isn't
bring
this
down
like
all-
the signature move of women, though? Don't
It
they?
is. It is. It literally
I mean,
is, yeah.
Why do you think women slut shame other women?
This is her version of slut shaming, right?
They do it because they want to say, look, I mean, have sex with her, fine, but don't marry that girl. Like,
Right.
marry me.
She's probably a slut anyway. Oh my God.
She's a slut. You can't marry her.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look. You're destroying the mate value of other women when you throw that around.
Right.
Yeah. You got to shame them.
Yep.
So we don't
Shame.
have to compete against them. She's too hot. I can't win. That's what's going on.
God.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thought it was dramatic. And you know what? If you're posting on the internet, what do you guys expect?
But
This
it's
is
like,
the internet.
don't you
Men
think we
what's
should
the point?
What?
What's the point? Like, why? What is your goal?
I just thought it was funny. And so did other people. It's Twitter.
Okay.
Twitter's like the shit posting
Yeah, so
site.
it's like-
I mean,
That's a
But
fair point.
Yeah, it's Twitter. Like, what do you expect going
That's
on
the
Twitter?
internet.
But
Nothing
would
to
you
say.
also
But so- but
concede
this-
that
but
it's
this goes-
a good
this goes
thing
back
that she
to-
lost the weight?
This goes
and-
back to tone policing, though. You don't like my tone, okay?
Well,
I just thought it was dramatic. She
tone
was like,
policing.
"Ah,
It
it's
makes
crying."
it makes it seem like
I
you're
just-
basically just dismissing her post. Where we should be. It's not a
Why
question
should-
of
why
like.
should we should or shouldn't?
So I
Because
agree.
it's a good thing. It's a good thing she lost weight.
Well, okay, because the difference is that Lauren Chen has a moral philosophy that she believes in advocating for, where Pearl, again, doesn't. She just wants to, she's like the Joker. She just wants to tear everything down. Burn it all down.
It is a
Yeah,
good thing, but it's like it was dramatic.
I
So
agree
what?
with I agree with Lauren on like the principle of someone's trying to lose weight, you don't shame them. But to your point, you're saying it's Twitter and you enjoyed it and you did it
Yeah.
anyway. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, I got nothing to say. Yeah, okay.
and it's like, what do you want? You want a medal? It's like women act like losing weight's like the most difficult thing ever. It's like, just don't eat as much. It's not that hard.
I just thought
Oh
it was
my
like, it's like all, it's like, that's what women
If
always
somebody
do.
says that to a man, though,
Jesus Christ. This is the worst. These people are the worst. These people are the worst. I can't deal with this.
I'm back. What'd I miss?
These people are the worst people.
Oh, no.
Like, listen, it's first of all, I mean, I say this as a perpetually skinny person, okay?
Mhm.
I understand that losing weight is difficult, right?
Is it?
Yes, for most people, losing weight is a very difficult thing. And I've
Oh, yeah.
never been one of these assholes who's been privileged at being skinny to be like, oh, just eat less, right? It's just, oh my God, it's so obnoxious. And if someone does have any difficulty in their life, even if you've never suffered from it, and they are managing to overcome it and working hard to do so, if you're a decent human being, especially if you're claiming, like, I understand that Pearl's doing this because Pearl's a fucking piece of shit who doesn't care about anything, but the other girl's like supposed to be sort of, I thought, believing in like Christianity or moral righteousness, right? It is so anti-Christian, so anti-moral righteousness to be like, oh, anyone can lose weight, fuck you. Like, that's, I don't know, it just seems like it's such a a person of low character thing to do. It's just like, why do that? Why not support people that are improving themselves? Like, it costs you nothing to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it does cost them, and they feel shitty about themselves. No, I guess. Look,
Yeah.
Pearl is not really skinny or anything. I mean,
No.
Pearl. I mean,
Pearl's like
I don't-
one of those shapes. You're like, you can't tell if she's fat or not.
right? Yeah,
Yeah, you're like, she's something, right?
I brought up a picture of Bernadine bluntly because they never brought it up. So,
Oh, okay.
but I mean, pictures of her on the internet run the gamut.
Sure.
Looks like she's been a content creator since she was like very young, and now she's like, I don't know. I just kind of grabbed one in the middle.
Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, in 20 years, Pearl will have the good looks of a bulldog with a touch of the tism.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything that you're saying about I try not to go after people's weight. I mean, I try not to go after people's physical appearance.
No, but I'm not saying, it's not a question of I'm not saying you shouldn't go after someone for having weight problems. I'm saying if someone has a problem, like a weight problem or any problem in their life, and they're working to improve themselves.
Oh yeah, good job.
You should support that as a decent human being. You
Yeah.
shouldn't be sitting there like, oh, cry me a river. Like, it's disgusting.
I totally agree. Yeah. I've before on the show when we've gotten into the making fun of people's personal appearance. I mean, sometimes I feel uncomfortable about it, but
Sure.
like if it's Pearl is just, I mean, she's such a
horrible
mean person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Such a
Yeah.
terrible person that I feel like she deserves it.
Exactly.
I do feel like she deserves it. But look, maybe she's a mean person because she did lose the genetic lottery, and she's just like
That's no excuse.
bitter about it.
That's never an excuse.
Is it? I mean, maybe it is. I don't know.
The dark truth about life is that most people that are fucked up are fucked up because like bad shit has happened to them. Like they're not just like there's some level of sociopaths, but that's not most people. Most people like they've had a hard life, they've had a bad life, you know, and they let themselves become it. They stared into the abyss and they got swallowed up, right? And so I don't know what the fuck Pearl's personal life is. I don't know what the fuck her weird situation is. Obviously, she's not that attractive. Obviously, she has an annoying voice. You know, and apparently she has a terrible fucking personality, but none of that's a fucking excuse for being a shit person.
Wasn't she born rich though? I mean, that's got to make up for a lot of it.
That's got to make up for some of it, sure.
Having all those strikes against you and then all being poor as well. Oh my God, painful.
Exactly, right, exactly. So just, I don't know, like, sure, I understand having empathy for people, but it's hard for me to have empathy for like horrible fucking people who are just causing, you know, destruction in the world, you know, for their own fucking reasons. Like, go fuck yourself, right? I'm not gonna feel bad.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I do think a lot of times people can head down a dark path because, you know, someone does something to them or they experience a tough breakup or something like that. I just feel like Pearl is right there as soon as they're headed down that dark path and she's like pointing the way. Yep, it's right over there. It ends in suicide. This way, sir.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck you.
Right.
Yeah. I'm more like anything's possible. You can turn your life around. Look, you hooked up with the wrong girl. You hooked up with the wrong guy. Okay. He lied to you. You know, she turned out to be a bitch. Whatever. There are other fish in the sea. They're not all that way. Look, it's like 5% of men are psychopaths. 5% of women are sluts. Okay. You got 95% out there.
Right.
You got to make it work. Right?
Right. I agree.
There's a lot. Look, the odds are in your favor. Don't let Pearl send you down the dark path.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Yeah. Hit the gym. Exercise. Be a good person.
Mm-hmm.
Get an education. Find a good job. Become an entrepreneur. You can do it. I believe in you. All right. Enough encouragement.
Nobody gets upset. And the difference is if you say something mean to a woman, you're public enemy.
That's not true. When it comes to like weight loss posts.
Unless it's Pearl, then we love you. Continue to do that.
There have been like men in gyms who've been shape. People will laugh at them and people will come out and say, hang on, this person's actually trying to lose weight. You shouldn't be picking on them if they're trying to do their best.
Imagine if Tim had the same post. I was crying one day.
If I put blah, 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 cry me a river.
I meant above where if you made that like...
I mean, I talk about losing weight all the time.
In the middle of
2.5 years.
Oh, they finally showed her. Look at this.
There you go.
I mean, she's not unattractive.
Pearl's just mad, right? Because
she is. This woman is 3 times as attractive as Pearl. Easily.
That's why Pearl's mad, right?
Yeah,
she's just jealous.
And is this like her 35 picture too? And Pearl is 27.
Ooh.
Give me the 35-year-old, please.
Ooh, ouch. True, so fucking true. Oh my God.
I mean, this girl. Look, in this picture, at least, I mean, she looks like she could easily be 27. So,
right.
It's not. Yeah, she looks very young in this picture.
Years ago, I was 200 pounds. Now,
you know, some people, they're like,
well, this is why she's mad. Okay. Yeah, this woman who's obviously more attractive than Pearl and has a child.
Oh, yeah. And a husband, I believe.
And presumably a husband, right?
Right, yeah.
So she says, cry me a river, right?
She's like the some little kid's hot mom. So, yeah.
She's just jealous.
Of course Pearl is jealous.
Of course, yeah. Obviously.
Pearl is like, why can't I be a hot mom? Well, maybe someday you can be a mom, okay?
Terrible.
I know.
Terrible.
But look,
but well deserved.
Pearl, just write these jokes right themselves.
They do.
I'm way down. I've been lifting. Yeah, we got to take responsibility to do the best you can, I guess.
But she wants like all this validation. That's like the difference. Is the women seek the validation. And what is up with women wanting to cry online or say they were crying online? I'm like, if I cry, that's so embarrassing. I don't want anyone to ever know or see.
This woman is not ever seeking any kind of validation.
Oh, from her husband, just from
just from her husband, huh? Right. She told me she never leaves the house, and now she's at the TIMCAST IRL compound. Where's your husband at?
He's in the back room somewhere, making sure no shenanigans happen.
Of course, yeah.
Right.
I mean, there's no guys on this set running the whole thing or anything.
That's
true.
It's
just Tim is like, we have trad women coming in. We have to clear this place out, okay? Women only. No guys allowed, all right? We don't want anyone having impure thoughts or cheating on their husbands.
Except for me.
Right.
He's only one allowed. The only rooster allowed in the hen house.
Oh, shit. Oh, no. I've heard some things about the Tim Pool compound.
Stop it.
I've heard some rumors.
Stop it. Unconfirmed.
I don't think there's a problem with moms sharing. And what you have to understand is Bernadine's audience is like overwhelmingly female because she runs a female courtship thing. I don't think it's a bad thing for women to encourage each other for weight loss and share their weight loss struggles. That's a good thing.
I didn't say it was a bad thing.
Yeah.
Look at this. I don't know what she does. She teaches women to like get a good man. That's
Tell her to
really
shut up and cry more, the bitch.
That's really got to make Pearl upset.
I know. That's hilarious.
Wow. She's like, she's the epitome of what Pearl despises. Like
she's anti-Pearl.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Women actually being like prudent and intelligent and good upping their mate value. Oh,
that's
Pearl doesn't
disgusting.
like that. How dare they not be sluts and have OnlyFans?
I know. Ew.
Yeah, I think Pearl agrees. Pearl's just trolling.
I just thought it was funny.
Yeah.
But it's like women can't take jokes.
Also, never get a female dating coach or a female life coach ever. Especially if you're a woman. Yeah. Worst idea ever.
I do agree with Pearl. It's like it's the meme of the guys hanging out and then they're like they're like you're a cunt, F you, screw you, and the guy's like, you guys are bitches, and then the guy leaves and they go, what a
He's
good
a
dude.
good guy.
And then the women are all like, you're so cute, I love you, bye, I'm leaving, and they're like, what a bitch.
It's true. It's true.
So, okay, for example, everybody.
Yeah, but no, Tim, you're wrong. Okay, because the point of that meme. Okay, Pearl is not. When she's insulting the woman, she's not like ragging on her the way a guy might rag on his friend. Like, shut up, you fucking fat piece of shit, right? Like, she's doing it as a way to attack her and her reputation because she's jealous, presumably, right?
Right, yeah.
It's a completely different situation.
She's trying to lower her mate value.
Right.
And up her mate value. Look, I found there's a thing of that woman that they're making fun of. Embracing Women Academy. Biblical femininity, courtship, and marriage.
Wow.
She's on their side. I can't believe they're destroying this woman.
Wow. These women are the worst. Except, that's why Lauren Chen was like defending her. Like, what the fuck?
Look at this. She's saying, listen, girls, you can't be sluts, okay? You want to get a good man.
Right? What a retard. Tell that bitch to shut up.
So bad. It's so bad.
These women are so bad.
That's why Pearl hates her, because she's proving that not all women are sluts, and it goes against Pearl's entire ethos.
Right. Disgusting.
Who hates me online calls me fat. Okay.
Do you have a lot of people hitting you online?
Oh yeah, she gets
the internet. Come on.
Oh yeah.
I feel like the three of us got a
lot.
lot.
Why doesn't anyone tone police the women that come after me?
But I have prominent haters who are calling me fat. I've lost 50 pounds in last.
Because no one likes you, Pearl. Because you're a bad person. So we just laugh. That's why. You dumb bitch.
Last 2 years. I haven't posted any before and afters. I haven't talked about how I cried because of my struggle or anything. So where's all the women? Where's the sisterhood to come and validate me and tell me how great a job well, I don't get that.
I think you should get.
Well, you're not complaining about it. If you would post about it, then you would have that. What do you mean? That's where it is. Like, I don't know. There's a weird argument.
At that though, that's my point. Like
I'm pretty sure I saw a Brittany Venti video
Mm-hmm.
kind of tearing into this woman. So
Mm-hmm.
I vaguely remember it, and I think Brittany Venti was saying that she had she was on her second marriage. I think that was the thing.
I am a girl's
Let's watch that video next.
girl, okay? I get called like a misogynist all the time. I'm a girl's girl. I actually like
No, I could have told you that.
Yeah,
I'll tell you
and
why
you should get that
but I
validation.
don't, and I
She
won't
should
get
get it from
it.
her husband.
The reason I won't get that sisterhood is because I'm willing to criticize women when I think it's appropriate, and the sisterhood sees that as a betrayal. So it's like, oh, you lost weight, F you.
Oh, look at the Ozempic stuff.
Yeah.
It's like a scandal because the body positivity movement that
Now it's too easy to lose
these
weight.
female celebrities who are like, we should be happy for what we look like. Give me the Ozempic. it was like secretly they were desperately trying to lose weight. But you know what? I think Ozempic is awful, but I'm glad it has at least created this movement of admitting being overweight is a bad thing.
Yes.
Well, here's what women do. I've seen this somewhere, but it's like women will say Lizzo is beautiful, but tell a woman that she looks like Lizzo. Oh,
and they're
heck no. Yeah.
Right.
That happened at that protest where there was that large black woman. People called her Lizzo, and it was an affront. It was how dare you call her Lizzo? And it's like, well, then stop pretending like you think Lizzo looks good.
And you say that to a man, and he's like, "Yeah, I need to lose weight." Like,
Well, I think it's just men, like you were saying earlier, men start in life at zero and they have to build their value. They have to provide value to the world in order to have status, in order to be praised or anything like that. And women, it's like the opposite. We start, this fly likes me. We start as little girls being doted on, and the public school system is very good for girls. It validates them. It kind of reinforces all the things girls are already
Caters
good at.
to our strengths.
Yes, it caters to our strengths, and it tells boys they need to sit still, they need to be quiet, they need to stop being toxic. And then you hit puberty and everybody loves you because you're beautiful and you're fertile now. And then this thing happens where you get older and you feel less visible and less valuable and all that sort of thing. So I think there's just this like social ingrained thing where criticizing women, making women feel bad, making women sad,
Making fun of them.
It makes even men, it makes everyone like deeply uncomfortable to see women sad or uncomfortable.
And guys who grew up in the gutter.
No. Oh my God. This is so fucking stupid.
You don't like this?
The problem. Okay. The problem isn't making women feel bad. All right. That's not the problem. That's not the problem that was the topic of this conversation. The topic of the conversation is when you have someone who's doing the fucking thing you want them to do that you would view or should view as a social good, like, trying to promote, traditional relationships or more conservative relationships if you're conservative, losing weight, doing these things. Why are you then turning around and farting in their fucking face?
Yeah,
Okay?
should you encourage them or should you call them a piece of shit?
Right. Why are you not encouraging them? That's what the problem is. Okay. It's not like, oh my God, in our society, people have a problem insulting women. What fucking world are you living in? Okay. People love insulting men. People love insulting women.
Oh, yeah.
Depends on what fucking space you go in. This internet is filled with people calling men horrible, sexist, misogynist bigots. And the internet is filled with fucking guys and girls calling women like slutty fucking degenerate whores.
Yeah.
What the
This whole
this is
conversation, they've been calling women whores all along.
Yes. One of the fucking most popular memes is begone thought. Like, this is retarded. This is so fucking, I hate this stupid shit. Oh, people are so afraid of attacking. I'm going to look at like one tiny speck of the internet. Like, people are so afraid of attacking women. Shut the fuck up. That's not true. Oh my God. That has nothing to do with what the conversation was.
What
This
pussy's
person's
afraid of
retarded.
attacking women? Jeez.
So
Nobody.
there was so Tree of Logic actually put a tweet out. I found the video you were talking about, the Brittany Venti video.
Oh, you did? Oh, good. We can watch it next.
Well, it's like 48 minutes. We're not going to watch the video. But
Why not?
because I don't want to just watch a video. That's like stealing content if we're not commenting on it, right?
I mean, we can comment on it. We can go, yeah, look, dumb bitch.
Right.
It'll be great.
So in the video about this lady, it's not all about her, but it talks about her. She has a screenshot of a Tree of Logic tweet. And Tree of Logic says, "This is why only low IQ trash shells take Pearl seriously. She spends over 2 years clowning fat woman and saying that having kids is no excuse for why he's being fat. Yet she makes excuses for fat as hoe bag Rachel." Who's the
Oh my
lady.
God.
Where is the accountability, Pearl? And then she has a picture of Pearl with this woman, Rachel, and showing that Rachel's like overweight in the picture.
Oh, wow. They called her fat ass hoe bag.
Yep.
I like Tree. She's sassy. I like that.
So funny.
Tree saying it like it is.
Right.
Women are, it's funny how they always go to the, men are so bad to women. But I mean, I see a lot of women being mean to other women.
Women are usually the primary ones being mean to other women in my experience.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Also indicative of the internet. But.
Yeah.
Not every guy, but many guys being treated like crap. They're 26 and someone comments, "You're a disgusting fat slob," and they go,
Yeah.
Like, it's like it rolls off. I'm like, this is the
Or
least.
they get one
you know.
compliment and remember it for like 10 years. You know? And the woman will get 20 compliments and only remember the bad thing someone said.
And
So
the reason why women get so offended by your 35 versus 25-year-old tweet is because deep down they know it's true and they're pissed off, they're scared, and they're like, "Hey, I look better at 35." Okay, well, you have Botox, you have filler, you have all this other stuff, and they know it's true.
I don't even know what they look like. That's the crazy thing. I've met so
filters,
many. I've met so many people where they do not look a thing like they do online.
Oh yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah. There's this like ingrained female need for attention and validation, right? And I think we see with social media, it's actually a very negative thing for women. It's what's turned a lot of women onto OnlyFans. But like as a girl's girl, I don't think it's an inherently bad part of female nature. I think we should preen, we should want to look pretty, we should want that attention, but we should want that from our husband, right? And so like when I say like I support like Bernadine and her weight loss journey, I am one of those wives where like absolutely I am still getting made up for my husband. I think we should still try to look hot for our husband.
Then would you in the same breath condemn her for posting a selfie for the world to prove her hotness?
I don't think she posted anything.
No, but I'm saying like it's just funny.
I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense since it's obvious Lauren like wore makeup, tried to look attractive, did her hair for this podcast. I mean, is her husband going to watch this podcast?
Okay. Like, but she's not trying to look like, she's just like looking like put together. She's not trying to look
yeah,
like,
but
she doesn't look like
she's
sexual.
Like, look,
or
I do this
right?
for my
She's wearing
husband.
a pretty like conservative outfit. She's not like,
oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I mean,
like
yeah.
a girl on the whatever podcast, right?
I guess you're right.
So,
but is she doing that for? I guess okay, maybe that's
I think
what she
people
meant
should,
in the context of that conversation.
I mean, I think you should take pride in your appearance.
Right,
Definitely,
regardless.
especially when you're going on a fucking big platform like this, you should try to look good.
And I think, yeah, obviously, and men like attention too. It's not just women.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because it's like
news alert.
Like almost everyone wants validation, social validation, right?
Of course,
we're a social species. People want fucking social validation, right?
Yes,
and that's part, and that's, you know, when you talk about like changing the culture, like that's what you're talking about with slut shaming and changing the culture, is that you just change the metric in which people derive social not social satisfaction, social that's what I'm looking for, validation from, is that it just should be about something that you think the validation aligns with your moral metric.
Yeah.
So
your moral aesthetic.
Right. But no, it's funny because Brittany Venti's video on this is called like the jealous woman of the manosphere, of the right in the manosphere. And I mean, that's like so on the money. Like that's so on the money that this is the case.
Brittany's cool. She's not going to care if we watch a little bit of her video. Okay.
Maybe later.
Because you'll have such a double standard for me if I say blah blah blah, cry me a river, I'm the bad guy. But when women are seeking attention from other men other than their husbands,
I don't think she's seeking attention from other men though.
But like, I'm talking about when she posted.
You know, and she literally had a picture of that she posted, that picture that they brought up. That's not like a man seeking. It's not like a seeking man. She doesn't have like her tits out or anything. It's just kind of like, it's like her face and like a tiny part of like her chest, and she's wearing a shirt that completely covers herself, right?
Yeah, look, she didn't have cleavage or any. I mean, it didn't
No.
even look like she had a lot of makeup
Right.
on.
Oh, why is she posting a profile picture of herself to show her weight loss, obviously, or oh my God.
I mean, she did. I mean, she looks attractive just for not really showing anything.
Well, listen, if you're an attractive woman, you're not allowed to post any picture of yourself online, okay? Because otherwise, that's just you being, trying to get other men, right?
Yeah, you're gonna make obviously Pearl feel upset about that.
Of course. Pearl doesn't have that problem, right? So you can always post her photos online.
Oh my God.
Posted, and I don't really care. It's not my marriage, like whatever. But I'm just like, let's call it what it is. You're posting the 25 to 35. She's posting her selfies to prove she's attractive.
Well, that's the thing. If you follow Bernadine's platform, her whole thing is that women should take care of themselves
And why is she
for
fat?
their husband. Well, she just had another baby, but she is on the weight loss journey, right?
Oh,
She's
no,
trying
she's
to
still
lose weight.
fat.
Wait,
She's
how long
still-
ago did she have a baby?
She's still like,
I don't know, but she's already pregnant again. Number 6.
Wow.
Yeah, and they
Oh
free
my.
birth at home, which is like,
Oh my Lord. This woman's on her 6th fucking baby? Jesus Christ.
I mean, that's what happens when you're an attractive woman, right?
Oh my God. It's just so hilarious. I mean, listen, no wonder Pearl's upset, right?
Yeah, look. She looks
Oh,
like
God.
she's 25 and she's already on her 6th kid.
Yeah, Jesus.
All these women are gonna be jealous.
I
They're
know.
gonna look. That's like the deadly combination for them. She's like happily married, a mother of 6, and she looks good for her age. So
Right.
I mean, that's devastating.
So
They don't want any part of that.
Well, it's weird because so the Rachel woman, well, this maybe is why she's kind of upset about it. So she has 5 kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she's still kind of like overweight. And so if you have this other woman who's like 6 kids and she's like losing the weight, she's like, oh, well, you're saying I should have to lose
That
weight
other
too?
woman looks way better than Rachel, though, and Rachel.
No, she
knows
does,
it.
right? But that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like again, you have the jealousy creep in because this is what always happens. It's like you see someone that has like something similar to your situation, but they're doing something a little better, and so instead of applauding them, you tear them down because it makes you feel like, well, why am I not losing weight, right?
Yeah.
Why
it's
am
like
I
the
not?
kick the dog thing, right?
No, it's not. Well, it's not a kid dog. It's just like something that like if someone you think kind of is emulating your situation, but they're doing something that you feel like maybe you could do to improve yourself, you can
Right.
either look at that as inspirational or you could try to tear them down because it's making you feel, uncomfortable that you're not also engaged in that behavior, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
They feel horrible. They want to take it out on someone.
right.
Like, you
So you're like,
bitch.
like,
How dare
this
you?
this woman who also had a bunch of kids, but she's losing weight. I'm not losing weight. Oh, well, fuck you, bitch. Why
Right.
do you have to go online and talk about it? Why do you need validation? Like, oh,
And
okay.
she looks 25 and I look 40.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
yeah, I'm not saying.
She's a conservative woman?
yeah.
Well, I
like
just
she's,
like if
Wait,
I was
what's her beef with you?
if I was gonna go to a woman
goodness.
about like taking care of yourself, wouldn't they be in shape? Because I know women that have had that.
she's
many kids and they're
trying.
not.
Yeah, and she's trying
kinda-
to be in shape.
Right, but it's like going to a personal trainer that's fat. You wouldn't really do it.
Well, she's not a personal trainer, but she's trying to encourage
We,
people. Like,
uh,
even if you're fat, we should all still be trying to be better.
We did jam in an extra half an hour, but we'll wind things down a little bit. I do want to bring up at least one more point for you, Pearl. I feel like, early on in the show, we're talking about the social pressures between the left and the right. The right is having more babies, calling on them, get married, have babies. The left is saying abort, sterilize, don't. Regardless of, you've said a lot, it's just the way it is. It's not about what it should be. It's the way things are. I feel like your worldview would result in less babies.
Yes.
It's not a worldview though. It's a prediction. It's looking at the data and where would I predict things are going.
No, yeah.
Yeah, that's
you
how
say
I
things
view
like
it.
women do this, men do this. And I feel
Yes.
like a lot of things you say would result in many men being like, I better not get married and have kids.
It might, but they were going to do that anyway. They
So-
were going to do that anyway because of the court system today. We've had not one.
Oh my God. She's like, I'm not taking any responsibility for this. It's the court system. Even though we've heard
Mm-hmm.
that the courts are far more fair than this narrative that's going around about how they totally
Speaking
fuck
of,
over men.
Mr. Ubercross for $20.
Oh,
Thank you
did
so
he
much.
super chat again? I was
Says,
like, oh,
I've
we should've-
represented roughly 1,000 people in custody cases. Take that, Pearl. Your fucking 1,000 interviews. I disagree with Pearl's results. Custody generally goes to the most reasonable person. If both are, 50-50. Many people blame the court for their poor behavior. Look at that.
Oh yeah. Nobody ever wants to take responsibility.
I know. Shocking.
They're like,
Jay
"Let me
for
just blame someone
$40.
else."
Thank you so much, Jay. Says, from henceforth, Lauren is race realist mom. Oh no. Pearl, and then he also says, Pearl is, quote, we ran the data as she twists her edgy sketch. I believe it. I believe that. Definitely. Okay.
All right.
Go back to the video.
And not two, but they were going on 3 generations of men that have watched their parents, uncle, whoever get wrecked in a divorce. You're going to see the rate go down regardless of what I say.
I do think that traditional, like the trad wife, real ones, not internet fake ones. I mean, how many kids does she have?
6.
6.
Yeah.
And
Six on the way.
we a lot of the guests we have on like TimCast IRL, they're having a lot of kids, just having more and more kids, and I feel like, while it's not absolute that their kids will be conservatives, there is still a tendency toward more of those values over a long enough period of time. Maybe it's 100, maybe it's 200 years. I don't know. It seems like all of these things probably will just eliminate themselves through lack of reproduction.
Yeah.
In 200 years, all this will be fixed, Sitch. We just have to wait. What a brilliant contribution to the conversation, right?
I mean, listen, in 200 years, you'd have, who the fuck knows what the fuck the world's gonna look like in 200 years at the rate of this technology.
I know,
right?
that's the thing.
Fucking know. We'll be living on Mars in 200 years with AI robots, that everyone's married to, and people could have their brains and robot bodies in 200 years. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen.
Maybe we could be cloning ourselves and not reproducing at all. Who
Right.
knows? Yeah,
Like,
it's
everyone could be immortal in
bizarre.
200 years. I don't fucking know. Like,
Yeah, well, I think they said that 20 years ago, and look where we are.
Actually,
So,
it's
yeah.
true though. So 20 years ago, liberals were having 1.43 kids to conservatives 2.05.
But when we look at the
and now what we're seeing is 20 years on, the voting block of Gen Z has shifted slightly right for the first time in 100 years.
Well, my point is that if you look at the outcomes of the next generation, they are
the
not
wokeness,
conservative. There's not lower marriage. There is not a raising birth rate.
It's trending that way.
All of the choices, not really.
It is.
All of
Gen
the-
Z is the, I think of the past 4
If you-
generations, the second most likely to oppose gay marriage.
oppose gay marriage, but that doesn't mean they're getting married and having children.
No, I'm saying
earlier.
it's
if you
Gen
poll-
Z
if
is
you
the
poll-
first generation in 100 years to start the shift in the other direction.
Right, but I still would not predict that their outcomes will be conservative. I would not, and this is just from interviewing young women on the street on my show, Gen Z, and even I have 2 sisters that are in Gen Z. And this is from upper class conservative MAGA country, basically.
This is great evidence, Sitch. She's
I
talking
don't
to people on
care.
the street.
about what your polling data says. I've talked to women on the street, and let me tell you something. They're all down with the gays. They all got body counts through the roof. Okay,
these whores on the street.
these whores on the street.
I wouldn't say when I look at them or their friends, they're particularly focused on
I
that kind of
completely
thing.
agree. They're very similar to millennials, but for the first time in 100 years, a generation moved slightly right on social issues.
Right, but so what?
That's the first time in 5 generations. So conservatives 20 years ago had more kids. So for every 7 kids, 4 of them were conservative.
Okay.
And now in the polling data, we see a direct correlation.
Well, but the issue you're going to get still is conservative women aren't even conservative today. And I think I proved that, really.
So over a long
Like, she's so condescending.
Stop trying to say that the future could be positive, Tim. Everything's awful. Whoa.
Look, it's so bizarre because you've got Tim Pool here. Like, we're on the verge of civil war. Everyone's
I
gonna
know.
fucking
He's the
die.
positive one. What the fuck's
I
happening in this
know.
conversation? You're right.
It's crazy.
This is insane.
It's crazy. He's finally met his match with the doomer pill here. Even he can't take it.
Oh my God. I know who Pearl's dating.
Oh no, is it Tim Pool?
Tim Pool. Oh my God. They're perfect for each other. I love it.
Oh. They're
And
like
she's
the yin
independently
and the
wealthier.
yang.
Her family is. He doesn't have to worry
Oh,
about
he
that,
doesn't.
right?
Yeah, no prenup necessary.
Well, he's still gonna get a prenup. Okay.
Yeah,
Her family
but
could
best
get
to be
annoyed with
safe.
her and cut her off because
Good idea, Tim. Yeah.
Yeah.
Better to keep the compound safe.
Right. Right.
Long enough period of time, those that are less conservative
Yeah.
will
Okay.
their worldview will.
I'll make a bet with you. Actually, we can make a bet.
I don't
in
think we're gonna
10
be alive in 200
Yeah.
years.
No. I'm saying
He's like, we'll be more conservative, but we probably won't be alive.
I mean,
I'm not saying.
I think you could be. 200
Oh,
years from now.
easily. Look,
Yeah,
there are
sure.
people that are alive today that will be alive in 200 years. That's
Right.
like, and Tim Pool has, like, he's loaded, of course.
Right. He's got the resources.
Yeah, he just does the transfusion with the young
The
people.
head transfusion.
Yeah, or the head transplant. Yeah,
Yeah,
Look,
right.
he's totally in there.
I'm saying in my lifetime, I think we will see more single mothers, OnlyFans models, abortions, and
I don't disagree.
Yeah,
That's not
so
my point.
But that's my point. Is that if I had to predict in my lifetime, it is going to get worse.
Well, see, and this is where I differ from people like at the Daily Wire or even Charlie Kirk, who I love. My advice to like young men isn't get married. My advice to young men is join the church. Like there are so many things that are likely to be wrong with your social circle, with how you conduct yourself. Like marriage is not something that's going to fix things. If you're like in a weird throuple polycule and like, oh, well, let's just get married now. No, that's a terrible idea. Don't do that.
Right.
Like find church, find religion, like get yourself right. And then from that, hopefully sacramental marriage will follow, children will
you
follow.
can marry
we have a
you can marry
we have a bit of
Nala.
a problem with the church though too.
Yeah.
So I've got a whole nother Substack article about this and how non-governmental organizations have infiltrated Western Christianity, feminized it. You now have something like 40% of Lutheran bishops are women. How many churches have gay flags hanging on the front of them? The Eastern Orthodox Church is kind of an exception, but they're working on it. They're trying to get in there and do the same thing to them. So I would say not just to tell people to go to church, but go to a very like a traditional apostolic church at the very least.
Look, if you go to a church where most of the guys are gay, such you're in with the women, right? That less competition.
Oh my God. I'm converting.
Yeah, it's perfect.
I got to find a church with the highest gay attendance ever.
Well, look,
Right.
I guess it would be a synagogue for you. I don't want you to have to convert over this.
I mean,
Church is
Or-
a good place to meet a husband or a wife. I mean,
depends where the bitch is at.
It's not a bad idea. Shopping around at different churches and just kind of check out what the
The hot ratio is.
exactly.
That's actually
Know what's
hilarious.
going on. Look, if there's
Just
not
looking
any, if you walk in and there's like no available women your age, turn around and say, maybe
Right.
this religion is not for me.
No, maybe this church specifically is not for me. Right?
Well, look, I mean, if you're not really tied to a religion, you could really go into any
Exactly.
church
Who
and try
cares,
this.
right?
Yeah. Yes, as a matter of fact, I am Mormon. Yes, just looking for a church in the area
Right.
that fits my sensibilities.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would steer clear of Scientology. That would be one of the ones even if there's a bunch of hot women in there. right?
Really?
I mean, you don't want to go bankrupt.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. But she could be well off.
If you see a gay
let's-
flag,
I would
just
say,
turn
I would say,
around.
I would say
Turn
most,
around.
I would say
Gay
most
flags.
churches worship women, not God.
They do.
Let's we'll go through final thoughts.
Look at even Pearl, like the one suggestion that could get you a woman who's not a fucking slut, right? She's like, even the churches, they worship the women. Don't
I
go.
know. I know. It's so funny. Jesus.
So bad.
So we can start going left to right. Final thoughts, and then anything you want to mention or shout up as we wrap up.
I will
Okay.
say that my main concern regarding this topic is what's best for men. And what sucks is that men have like a biological drive to want to have offspring, to want to have a family. And it sucks that the way our society is, that with feminism infiltrating the entire world, the court system, it's just stacked against men. So I'm constantly trying to figure out and like research and find that what's the best solution for men. And I feel like all of us as women, we shouldn't be telling men what to do, obviously. But I think what we can do is maybe talk about the issues, maybe talk about what men can do to maybe avoid certain bad situations. And also, if we're going to talk about what to tell women to do, is encourage women to become better. And yeah, let's just hope for the best. But yeah, I agree. The future is grim.
Is
And
there-
also, We should be teaming up against conservative feminists because there's way too many of them and it's obnoxious.
Can we? Where can people find you and follow more?
Well, actually, I have like all my accounts deactivated right now for a certain video that went way too viral. So I'm waiting for my husband to allow me to activate it. So far, nothing. But yeah.
Well,
Oh, is that your husband's a misogynist video? Is that what happened?
Wait, what?
So all her accounts are shut down because of the viral. Look, I had never heard of this woman before that video I saw, but I just saw it on Twitter. So
Wait, did she make a video that went viral, or someone else did?
I thought it was
About
a video.
her.
I thought it was a video of her calling her husband a misogynist.
Oh, that video.
Yeah.
Oh,
So when her
I
husband,
see.
her husband
The
stepped in
clip
and
we
said,
watched, right?
yeah, her husband stepped in. Look, this is my speculation, but
Okay.
her husband stepped in and said, listen, I had no idea if you called me a misogynist, it would go viral. How dare you deactivate all your accounts?
That was weird that she's like, I have to get my husband's okay to reactivate this.
Let's hear it one more time just so you can savor it.
Okay.
This is true patriarchy.
Mm,
Fellas, this is what you want right here.
right.
Deactivate all your social media immediately and turn your phone over to me.
Accounts deactivated right now for a certain video that went way too viral. So I'm waiting for my husband to allow me to activate it. So far, nothing. But yeah.
well, all right.
Thank you for allowing me,
Oh,
husband.
I wonder if he's sitting over here off camera somewhere.
Like looking at her,
Yeah.
making
Making
faces.
sure she doesn't get out of line.
Right. I mean, he should be, right? Women are wily, right?
How is
Tricksy
she?
bitches.
Look, if she's forbidden to be on social media, how's she on the Tim Pool show?
It
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Listen, it doesn't have to make sense, okay?
I would say we have to start by correcting the historical record because people think that
Get our book,
feminism,
guys. It's really good.
I
people
did.
think feminism is necessary and that it was a reaction to abuse from the patriarchy. The whole history you think you know is wrong. And if you start with understanding that, it will help you to see things the way that they are and maybe the way that they should be. And we can start getting rid of some of this ridiculous women's liberation, sexual liberation stuff. I think that ultimately,
Why do I think this is the conservative version of the 1619 Project, Sitch? Why is that the first thing that comes to mind?
Because it is. That's a good way of putting it.
I mean,
Because it is, yeah.
we have to correct history here. Feminism sucks, and everyone knows it.
Right.
eventually it will be a self-correcting problem and that generations in the future, I have no idea how long it'll take, but it's going to be a while. It's a cross-generational project that will look back on both democracy, universal suffrage democracy, and feminism as two of the worst experiments in human history, and we will dispense with both. That's my hope. And yeah, if you want to find my stuff, my book is on Amazon. Rachel
What's
Wilson
it
on
called?
YouTube. Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation. It goes all the way back to ancient times and then all the way up through modern times with the CIA propagating everything through the Congress for Cultural Freedom and lots of crazy stuff that
guys,
people
get our book.
don't
It's
know.
an easy read. You
We gotta read this fucking book. Oh my god.
I know it sounds like
The
a hoot,
CIA
right?
is responsible for all this bad stuff. Okay, I'm interested.
So
can read it.
From 1920 to 1933 was prohibition, so it lasted 13 years. It's difficult for me to say after, because at the same time women got the right to vote, right? So that's, what is that, like 100 years, 104 years? Like, it seems like we would have turned around by now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Prohibition, we figured out the mistake and turned around in 13 years. Like 104 years later, we're going to decide, oh yeah, women voting, that was a giant mistake.
Yes.
No, doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
Yes.
So.
Ye of little faith. Okay.
Well, I mean, they're pushing for it. This is their narrative, but contrary to what they're saying, society has not fallen apart. I mean, their love lives might have fallen apart, and that might be driving a lot of this, but
Right.
yeah, I can't imagine.
it in a day, and Rachel is literally a genius, so you guys should definitely get it.
Thank you.
Right on.
I mean, why don't they just turn their votes over to their husbands and shut the fuck up, right? Doesn't that seem like a better option? Because then their husband would get 2 votes.
Maybe that's what I mean. They probably do that.
You think
That's probably
so?
exactly what they do. Yeah.
I'd like to know. I'd like to ask them. Like, hey, if you think you shouldn't vote, why don't you just give your vote to your husband? He might vote incorrectly. Are you kidding me?
No,
He'll
they
vote for
probably-
Trump.
They probably.
Oh, they're probably all voting for Trump anyway.
And then rwilson.substack.com has a bunch of my writing on it too.
I went to go shoo a fly on the table I thought would move. It did not. I just
He died.
he died.
He finally died.
I've killed a fly with my bare hands.
Wow.
Great. Yeah, I guess
Very masculine of you.
I guess final thoughts would be that I think men should be and have every right to be discerning. There are women who are not OnlyFans whores out there. Don't let anyone try to say that this is the new normal. It's not normal.
3%.
3%?
Statistically, that don't have
Or
tattoos,
OnlyFans.
that don't have tattoos, debt, or other men's kids. Just so you know, guys.
Well, I mean,
Only 3% of women. Well, I mean, the debt probably covers a
Sorry,
lot
she
of
said
that.
only 3% of women don't have debt, tattoos, or other kids' men.
Right.
First of all, there's a very weird trifecta of factors, right?
Right.
Like some people be like, having other kids don't want, but I'm fine with tattoos, right?
Like a third of them have a tattoo and a third of them, well, probably like 90% of them have debt.
I
And-
think most people have debt, right?
Yeah, exactly. Look, if you have a mortgage, you have debt, but most people would say, look, you're a homeowner.
Exactly, yeah. It's a very weird
Yeah.
inflection of factors.
Earl, always gaslighting people.
I know.
I think some men
Or
want to.
OnlyFans.
Shout out Aaron Clary, Book of
Yeah,
Numbers.
shout out to Eric Clary, 3%.
Yeah, I mean, but be discerning. Have your own standards. I don't think a tattoo is necessarily going to be the same level of I am not interested in you as
they felt
OnlyFans.
it's like 3 or more they counted, so.
3 or more tattoos?
3 or more is the threshold?
Yeah, roughly. I can't remember if it was 3 or 5, but they actually let women get away with 1.
All right, Lauren.
Yeah, well, be discerning. Look at the stats. I mean, if you are a Christian man and you want a sacramental marriage and you pray every day with your family over your wife, the likelihood of you getting divorced is actually quite low. Does that mean you have to do it? No, but I want people to be look at this issue from all sides, from all angles. There are a lot of group differences out there I don't feel like are talked enough about because it's not politically correct to point that they exist. So don't ignore those. And ultimately, yeah, like my advice to you, if you're just like an atheist and a throuple or whatever,
Oh, so the debt-free thing, because they're talking about they want them to be college educated.
Oh my
College
God.
debt, that's what they're
Okay.
referring to.
So they're all in college
Right,
debt.
yeah. Okay.
no, don't get married. Don't just expect some government piece of paper to fix everything. Go to church, find Christ.
Where can we find you?
So I am at the Lauren Chen on Instagram, Telegram, X, Lauren Chen channel on YouTube. Also Mediaholic if you want to watch like pop culture movie reviews. And if you're looking for bath and body products, I gave my samples away to Benny Johnson for his wife. But you can check out Mama Chen's like soaps, body scrubs, and all that at clearlypure.etsy.com, CLEARLYPUR.etsy.com. And we have a Mother's Day sale, so you can use code MOM15 to save money.
I got some. They're great.
Yeah.
So what I would say is many conservatives will try to say that religion is some buffer to divorce, but unfortunately there are no religious women in divorce courts. What you often see is them trying to make a higher and higher threshold where most religious people don't count. You're not real if you don't pray every day, yada, 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 yada. I have seen divorce happen from pastors. I have seen it happen to men that are very religious and do not want to break up the home. But unfortunately, when a woman wants to divorce you, the state will aid her. And it is not, you can't pray a woman that wants to leave into not leaving you. Although that is not my hope. I hope you guys all have happy marriages and have kids. But I just think, I would never downplay the risk of marriage. And yeah, I talk about all this stuff. I have a documentary coming out this year. TheAudacityNetwork.com is where you can find my website. And sign up for the memberships if you want to help fund the divorce documentary, because I was demonetized 6 months ago. And yeah, that's it.
All right.
And Pearl on YouTube. Sorry. PearlyThings on Twitter.
The last shout I'll give to Actual Justice Warrior. He put in a super chat a while ago. He said, I linked this stream to a male feminist, and an hour later he texted me back saying, what in the world are these B words babbling about? And now he's gay married. Also, hi, Lauren and Isabella.
Hi, Sean.
Shout out to Sean. And this is fantastic. We went a little bit over. I think we could have probably gone forever, but we probably we'll wrap things up. So make sure you subscribe to this channel, Tenet Media. We do the show every Friday morning at 10 a.m. We will be.
I love the channel name, Sitch. What's he saying?
What?
Tenet Media. What is the signal here?
That he likes the movie Tenet?
That Tenet is a great movie.
That movie sucks.
Amazing.
That movie's retarded.
I don't know. So harsh on Tenet, man. Tenet's a great movie.
Plus, I watched it with like this like super intense curiosity.
Right.
Of like, is this going to make sense? Right.
Right.
And then it doesn't. And so I was just so disappointed that now I've become embittered and angry about it.
I know. It happens. Look, sometimes movies, I mean, they capture your attention and then they just don't deliver in the end.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, it's all, to me, the thing that was only interesting, like the plot itself was wholly uninteresting. The only thing that was interesting to me was like trying to wrap my mind around whether the backwards time travel mechanic made any fucking sense and whether the movie would explain it in a way that makes sense, and then it doesn't.
No, it can't though.
Right.
It's impossible.
There's, I think when we talked about it at length and I'd just seen the movie, I thought I said that there was some way they'd have to change the movie substantially. There's some way to make it make sense, but they didn't do it. I don't remember what it was.
We should do a rerun on Tenet if you can figure out how to make it work, because that would be incredible.
I'm trying to remember, because it's been a long time since I've seen the movie. And I try to block it out of my mind.
I watch it regularly, at least once a week. So
right. I think, but see, that was what was so intriguing. It is such it's like such an interesting and weird idea. Mm-hmm. And then you just think about it, and you go, oh, this just doesn't, none of this makes any fucking sense.
It can't, just because it's like impossible, but it is cool to see like a battle taking place where half the people are like going forward in time, half the people are going backward in time. It's badass, man.
I mean, I guess theoretically, I don't feel like it was really utilized to the extent that it like of coolness, though it wouldn't even make sense. It'd be incomprehensible, right? Like how could someone fight another person when they're operating in two different times? Like, I don't even know who would have the advantage there.
Yeah.
If anyone would have the advantage, it would even be possible. So
yeah.
But anyway. Okay.
J-Mac,
your surrogate father for what?
Hold on. Do you think he named it Tenet because he likes the movie Tenet, or that's just?
I have no clue why. Yeah. I mean, he likes Nolan stuff, doesn't he?
Okay.
Big Nolan fan. I have no clue why it's called Tenet Media.
Fascinating.
But our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, thank you so much for the $20. Says, speaking of women having kids too late, my wife and I met with the IVF doc, and it looks like we're going to have a third kid. She'll be 42, so we're definitely bucking the trends. Huzzah. Well, that's wonderful. Congratulations, J-Mac.
Nice.
Look at that. Good for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Watch out.
Don't let
don't have a Riri baby.
Yeah, well, don't let Pearl come in and say that you guys are going to get divorced or whatever. Duke Norton for $40. Thank you so much, Duke. Says, I was listening to this while playing the Paper Mario remake and had to get on to give my 2 cents given Pearl's idiocy. Quote, I talked to them garden tools on the streets. You're tone policing me. S-Class is the best class. Thank you. Also, Pearl must have borrowed Hassan's extra chromosome for these. Love what you guys are doing. Always enjoy the stream. A-Team's okay, I guess. But S-Class is the best class.
Well, thank you.
Well, thank you, dude. Soviar Psyop for $20. Thank you. Souvenir. I'm probably saying that wrong. Souvenir. We should spell that weird though. Souvenir Psyop. That's probably it.
First super chat. Look at that.
Thank you so much for $20. Says Moynihan, who you should try to talk to, debate with Joy Gray on Barry's podcast. It was cathartic to hear someone tell Brianna to shut her mouth because they aren't interested in being rolled over like Robbie.
Oh, really?
Right.
So she got into it. That sounds good. I'll check it out.
That is interesting. She talked to Barry Weiss.
Moynihan versus
We're talking
Joy
about
Gray.
We're talking about Moynihan.
Or is it Barry Moynihan?
Oh no, she debated on Barry's podcast. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
I'm on it. I'm gonna find it.
We gotta watch that video. Maybe we'll watch it tomorrow.
Which one?
The video where Robbie tried to like end the
Oh, I know.
end the segment. Like they started playing the music. It was amazing.
So Brianna Greyjoy and Robbie had a segment where Robbie was like, "I'm not doing this. Bye-bye. So long." And they started playing the outro music on Rising. But Brianna Greyjoy just like barreled right
talking.
through, and they stopped. They stopped the music.
That's pretty funny. RoboCoon, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Spencer Harmon for 25 months says, no matter what Pearl says about not prescribing anything, it is a lie. She's the epitome of wielding the truth as a cudgel, making her more worried about right than telling the truth. Remember that. That's very true.
Yeah.
And what she's prescribing is misery. Girl Sarah for 25 months. Thank you so much. Says the war on drugs and its consequences have been a triumph for the human race.
What?
I think we need more drugs, okay?
The war on drugs has been a triumph for the human race.
Well, there's supposed to be an emoji
unique.
at the end of that, so I don't know if it was like a sarcastic emoji. Like,
That's a unique perspective.
But Google Chrome doesn't play nice with emojis on YouTube, despite it being Google, which is hilarious. EquishRocks, thanks so much for being 2 years. Look at that. 24 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you so much. Says gold member. Yeah, baby. I love gold. Here's to another 2 years, gents.
Sweet. Love to do it. Is that like the free press? Is that Barry Weiss's thing? I feel like it is.
Susie Carsusi, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yeah.
Self-Provide Artist says, not all relationships have the same dynamic. I'm not into this trad stuff, but as long as there's no abuse and there's choices involved, I don't care. True.
Yeah.
CT for 26 months. Thank you so much. Says, I've had a really rough couple of days, so instead of my usual me message, just want to say you guys in the chat are important to me, and I appreciate you. Well, thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
I hope things are looking up. Sad to see you had a bad couple days.
Right. We'll do what we can. We'll be here for you. Widen the entertainments. Metal Face Rose for $2 says, more like Tim Stool, am I right?
Ooh.
Terrible.
Ouch.
Zero Fox for $2 says, the Jew count is 0 in this Tim Pool video. Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck? I feel like underrepresented as a Jew. We need a lot more people mentioning Jew in this conversation.
They did do their share of black people though, so.
And whores.
Oh yeah, horror was just
whore
off the
talk,
charts.
Right.
Yeah, the compilation whore, hooker, whore.
Right. So it doesn't have quite the same hit as like Jew though. Right.
Okay.
Self-Provide R says, I think she's stated that she's not married because she's too old, even though she's 27. She really believes all men are Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, really? So she can't find a husband at 27?
She said she's dating someone, so
yeah,
we'll see. Why is she hiding it? Metal Face Rose for $5 says, conspiracy theory, Pearl is just Anita Sarkeesian after a massive plastic surgery, and it's all part of the plan to bring back annoying internet feminism. Holy shit. That's fucking true. That's just a true statement. That's not conspiracy theory. That's just a true theory.
Yeah. She is a stereotype that Anita Sarkeesian imagined. Definitely like personified.
Oh my God. Maybe Anita Sarkeesian, right? She doesn't realize that she's actually psychic. And she would toss and turn in her bed for years, for decades, imagining the evil auntie pick me.
Right.
And it just consumed her thoughts for so long that, like Zeus, Pearl sprung forth from the mind of
Right.
Nina Sarkeesian's anxieties
She
and
manifested it.
fears and manifested. Yeah.
Yeah, she made it in the real world.
She did. She did.
Yeah. There's like
Believe
that
it.
movie Hellraiser, like slowly but surely,
Mm-hmm.
Pearl was constructed.
I thought
Yes.
Hellraiser was a demon in a box.
No, in the first Hellraiser movie, the guy, like, she had to go murder men so he could, like, piece a body together out of their spare parts.
Wait. I'm thinking, wait. What's the movie with Pinhead?
That's Hellraiser.
I thought the
Yeah.
guy I thought he goes to like a Chinese voodoo shop. He goes to like some weird like shop and then he like buys the box and they're like, if you solve the puzzle, you will get like pain and pleasure. Or is that not the first
Yeah.
one?
That's the first one. Yeah.
And I don't remember them
He
constructing
opens the box and he
guy.
gets like, he
I
gets
don't
torn
remember.
apart,
It's been a long time.
but he manages to piece himself back together a little at a time.
You're both right. Apparently we're both right.
Pearl would be piecing herself together
I see. Okay.
out of like the deflowered horrors of
Mm-hmm.
the Cenobite world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways. Amoeba Sheep for 100 Knock Knock says, finally caught a live first time in ages. Thank you. Wondered what you guys think of Norway, Spain, and Ireland officially recognizing Palestine as a state. Personally, I think they're rewarding terrorism.
Did they? I
did.
had no idea. That's awful.
Yeah.
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 Really? They're really going to do that? Palestine as a state?
Yep. I don't think it means anything or does anything, right? But
Don't encourage them. I mean,
yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not a fan of it, sure. But
wouldn't you
I don't
do
really
that
have a strong feeling about it
after-
one way or the other, honestly. But
Well, I mean, if they had like lived in peace for a long period of time with their neighbors, it might be.
obviously it'd be a
Useful.
different situation.
Yeah.
I
But
know,
this
I
is
just
like,
Mhm.
anyway, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say, to me, it seems like the two-state solution is so far removed from the table. It's like I don't think it's even feasible now. I think Israel's going to basically take over Gaza and manage it for the next 10, 20 years. Or occupy, right? I can't imagine. Do you think they're just gonna like turn around and leave and be like, okay?
Of course not. This is, look,
Oh.
I agree with the super chat. Personally, I think it's rewarding terrorism. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I
It's
don't think
like,
they're
oh,
gonna-
you did this terrorist attack, and so now we're going to recognize you.
Well, to not strawman them, I'm assuming they'd say that they're recognizing them not because of that, but because of they think that recognizing it will help not get blown to shit by Israel now, right? I'm assuming that'd be the thought process.
Okay.
Not that they'll make one difference.
They're
from
trying
the
to
other,
chill
but-
out. They're trying to chill out Israel. They're like,
No,
look,
they
it's a
think.
country.
Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know if the
Don't
argument is
destroy
that
it.
if it's a state, it's in solidarity. Actually, I don't even know.
Yeah.
Doesn't really make sense logically, but
Do they have a government? No.
No.
It's like a,
They
it's just
technically
a
have two
territory
governments.
full of refugees.
they technically have two governments that are in conflict with each other.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a territory full of refugees.
It was super weird. Who was it? I was watching. I don't remember if it was Crystal Ball or Brown and Greyjoy. It was really weird. They're talking about the PA
What's
in
the
the West
difference?
Bank. Yeah, there you go. They thought that
That's
was a
my
good.
best joke all night.
They're talking about the PA in the West Bank, and they like
Uh-huh.
referred to them as like collaborators. And I was like, holy shit.
Aren't they in
Like,
competition with one another?
no, collaborators with Israel.
Oh, wow.
I was like, oh my god, they're fucking
That's
gone.
rich.
I
That's
was like,
rich.
holy shit. I was like, they're collaborators. I was like, oh, okay. Not a good sign,
Like
right?
collaborating with the Nazis?
I know.
Is that-
I was like,
is that like the
oh
implication
my
there?
God. All right.
God, the
Christian
imagery
Baller.
is so crazy. Like accusing Israel of being Nazis now.
I know. Christian Baller for $5. Thanks so much. Says, fellas, at the end of the day, the most important thing to remember is Jesus. I don't even know if I should read this. I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read the super chat. Now, this super chat is not true. Okay, this is an untrue statement. This is what Christian Baller said as a joke. He said it's not rape if it's your wife,
Right.
which is untrue.
I mean, it is obviously a joke, but I think a lot of the women on this panel would have agreed with that.
That would be an interesting question, actually, to ask them.
Yeah, ask Pearl.
Or all of them. Like, so if you don't want to have sex, but your husband wants to have sex.
Right. And he forces himself on you.
Right.
What do you call that?
Well, I guess they would just say, well, he shouldn't have to force himself. He should just always comply, right?
Right.
But if you say, like, listen, what if your husband's like really into like rough physical sex that hurts you?
Right.
Just put up with it.
Yeah.
These are the questions. Tim, these are the questions you should have been asking, right?
Oh yeah.
You know, women, you were
really
listening to them. These women,
questions.
They're women. They like sex shit, right? They're degenerates because they're women by nature.
Right. Exactly.
Brian for $5 says their worldview is why I consider the red pill as left wing. It's just a continuation of the victim narrative. I mean, it is. I don't know if I don't think I'd classify a victim narrative as a left wing specific ideology, but it definitely is a victim narrative ideology. The red pill is.
That is victimhood culture a left wing thing?
I mean, not according to my definition. I think
it is kind of.
Well, what is your definition of left wing?
Left wing. I guess I'm thinking more in terms of what my definition of victimhood culture is. Like victimhood culture is idolizing, like gaining status from being some sort of victim, right? Does that take place on the right? Do they gain status from being some kind of victim?
Well, okay. So in that definition, then that's definitely a left wing thing, right?
Yeah.
To idealize the victim, right? But I maybe I missay it. They said it's a continuation of the victim narrative, right? Which is a little different.
Right.
Both sides will use the victimhood narrative to justify their like some action, right?
Yeah, justify behavior, but I mean,
Right.
There's a difference between getting status from being a victim and like
Right.
being able to respond by being a victim.
Sure, but that's the difference. So you have on the left, people say, oh, I'm a victim, grant me status, right?
Yeah.
And with the red pill, it's different though. It's like, I'm a victim, therefore I get to be like an asshole, right? Yeah. So it's a different, you're right, it manifests.
I mean, they do that on the left too, though.
Well, they do.
A lot of times they are assholes because they're like, look, I'm a victim.
Right, but I guess the difference is on the red pill, they're not necessarily like lionizing the victimness of it. Even if the victim narrative is a key component of it, it's not like held up as like necessarily a good thing.
Right.
So it's just a justification. So yeah, it's different. So that is interesting. Interesting thing going on there. Drew Diamond for $2 says women are not self-hating; they hate other women.
Oh yeah. Of course.
Brian for $10 says, I don't think Pearl hates herself. I think these talking points got her internet famous and she desperately wants to hold on to the fame, so she's doubling down.
That's she's seeking attention?
Mm-hmm.
I heard that was bad. That's what whores do.
That's what whores like.
Seeking attention.
Leo901 for 17 months, thanks so much, says, I like the moral intuition theory is right, but now I'm starting to wonder if people just create worldviews based on their fetishes. This is insane.
That is a good theory, though.
I mean, a lot of people do, I think.
I
mean, I've always thought this because I remember it's always really weird when I was learning in school about like all the weird sexual fetishes and paraphilias or whatever they're called.
Right.
That I always was like very curious as to whether these were rooted in some kind of unresolved psychological issue. And how
Yeah.
much could you like tell about a person if you know their weird sexual fetish? Like, does that tell you anything important about the person on like a symbolic level?
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah. Strange.
Metalworks 411.95 says, I believe one parent or guardian needs to be a nurturer and the other an authority figure. It doesn't really matter what gender takes those roles.
Yeah, that's a good assessment. Someone has to crack the whip. Someone has to dispense the tough love. It's
Mhm.
funny. It is a lot like good cop, bad cop, isn't it?
I think it depends on the person.
Mhm.
It's
Like
weird.
some people don't need the bad cop.
No. I agree in terms of that you need one person to be more nurturing and one person to be more authoritative, or if there could be some balance, right? In either way. Like that balance needs to exist in raising a child. I agree with that. But in terms of does the gender matter? I'm not sure I agree with that. Because it's weird. It seems like some people, and I think it's just intrinsic, some people have the ability to look at people that don't necessarily match their race or their gender and to look at them as like figures to emulate. And it seems like some people like that, like if it doesn't match their sex or gender or race, like they just can't project the emulation on them. And I don't think that's learned. I think that's just some people just like require this. I don't know why.
Yeah. Some
So,
people have to have it.
mhm.
Like if you can't see it, you can't be it.
Right.
I think there is some truth to that, but less today. When
Well, I mean, I'm
people are
hoping
more
that we could not have to have that so people can emulate anyone regardless or feel like they can emulate someone regardless of their sex or race, right?
Yeah. But I understand the logic behind it. You think,
Sure.
look, if someone of a particular sex and race are doing this are involved in this particular vocation, it means that
Hmm.
the people who engage in that vocation are open to people of that sex and race
Right.
becoming a part of that organization.
Right.
Like in an organization where like it's male dominated, you're thinking, well, do they even let men in? I mean, it's like a very intuitive thing, but
Of course.
I get it. I
Of
do
course.
think society's moving towards like away from that.
Well, we were. I think we're kind of
Yeah.
backtracking because of all the woke shit now. But
Yeah.
see.
And people just don't want to work in female dominated spaces.
Right.
It's too difficult.
Danny Boy for $2 says, if women can kill it, men can abandon it.
Yeah, look, and that was making me think. There was a time when if men abandoned the women with their kid, like that was a death sentence too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand that is seems like this fair, but I don't think it's right. That
Mhm.
makes sense.
Oh, of course it's
I
not.
don't think it's right.
It's not right.
Giasatron for $10 says, quote, deadbeat dads don't exist. Oh, I thought my BNL, who left with another woman and said that he wanted nothing to do with kids except for when he wants to fuck with my sister was one. My bad. Oof. Oof. There you go.
Is that calling out his deadbeat dad? Sounds like it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's harsh.
Well, I think it wasn't. I think that was a man that they were in a relationship with, not that not that they were the kid of a deadbeat dad.
Oh, okay.
So, because they wanted to fuck with my sister, so I'm assuming that would be kind of awkward if you were the kid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no, exactly. That's why it's just like so ridiculous. She's like, listen, I interviewed people. I know. I interviewed people that completely conform with my worldview. Radically Milk Toast for 6 months says, I haven't caught a stream live in a while and running low on that sweet free will. Please, Emperor Sitch, imbue me with unlimited free will. Listen, Radically Milk Toast. I would never, ever punish someone by imbuing them with unlimited free will. That is a curse. Okay. Have you ever seen Jujutsu Kaisen? And you get sucked into the guy's void space thing, which is named now escapes me because it's late at night and my brain doesn't function this well anymore.
Right.
Okay. That's what it's like to have unlimited free will. You just get paused in the void of eternal possibilities and you can't make any decisions because it's like all the possibilities lie before you and you can't choose. That's the problem with unlimited free will. Okay.
Sounds
Get to use it
horrible.
sparingly. Yeah. Gotta use it sparingly. But I will give you 6 free units of free will straight for you for 6 months membership, baby.
It's great. That's a great value.
There you go. Sketch for $5 says, for all the conservatives rah about boycotting woke stuff, weird there isn't a louder call to outright boycott porn. I think it's because it's one, they probably most of them look at it and
They like it, yeah.
they like it. And then number 2, because it's like listen, it's like impossible, right?
Not to
Everyone
look
knows it's
at.
impossible. It's like, yeah, this is never gonna win.
I mean,
Never gonna
I
win that
saw a
fight.
study that like looking at women's breasts made you less likely to have a heart attack. You want people to die of heart attacks, Sitch?
I don't.
Yeah.
No.
This is science, okay? We're
Mhm.
saving lives.
Right. Christian Baller for $2 says, we need a woman's perspective. Bring on Doomer. Wow.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
You're mean, but true. Solifrado says, are you still unable to see my DMs? I sent you a few videos in the last few days. The username is Sola with a bunch of numbers afterwards.
I don't think I saw anything.
I don't see them. Unless I
Let me
like
look.
accidentally blocked you or something.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
You should always block on purpose.
I don't see it. I'll check my
Never
blocks
accidentally
or something.
block.
Solo. I don't see in my DMs. Did I ever? I'm assuming I never responded to any of your DMs, which is why you're sending me the message. I don't see anything. I'll
Fascinating.
check my DM. I'll check my blocks to make sure I didn't somehow block or mute you or something.
Maybe Twitter's being particular.
Well, it's weird because the other day I found that there's a couple big creators that I had followed that somehow got onto my block list that I never blocked, and I was really like, what the fuck?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was really weird, and I was like, huh.
Huh. Accidental blocks.
I don't know. I have no clue. Drew Dogman for 18 months says it was if I was net Andy Yoo-hoo, I Doctor One strike the ICC. Oh, a drone strike the ICC. Well, that's probably not a good idea. Okay. That's probably not a good idea.
Would that make it worse or better?
I think that would make things worse.
Right.
Right. Kind of playing into the whole war crimes right there. The IJP Mexican for 20 months, thank you so much. Says, what I'm getting from this is that Pearl is a virgin and has never talked to a man in her life. If that ain't the case, she might just have brain worms.
I think she said she's had sex before, so.
She said, yeah, she's not saying she's a virgin, I think. I think she's had boyfriends, I believe, in the past.
Right.
Gay Ben, look at that. It's Gay Ben. For $5.
We have not gay Ben and gay Ben.
Right.
Who are dating, by the way.
Oh, is that true?
No, I don't. I'm just playing around. I just made that up.
Says, you're missing a piece. Pearl's also creating the expectation in partners that she will naturally cheat and be immoral. This is a selection process. Oh, that's an interesting point. Like, why, would you want to go out with someone like Pearl that thinks so negatively of a woman? Because wouldn't there be some sort of subconscious thought process of like, well, do they think that badly of themselves, right? Obviously.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a good point.
Pearl is gonna cheat, or the guys are gonna cheat.
That Pearl would.
That she will naturally.
She would
cheat,
right?
And be
like,
immoral,
right? Like if she has such a negative view of women, right? So.
She's like, all women are whores. Now date me,
right? Angry Bell's Sprout for $2 says, check y'all DM, please.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Maybe did Twitter.
You sent me some
I see
video
your
says
DMs.
Germans came to town and cried about a lack of hate speech laws. Need to remember. They show this. What is this?
Oh, here. Wait, I have one.
Marlborough Heights is where they take pride. What?
Yeah, what is this?
I don't know what all this is. Well, I'll look at it, whatever this video is that you sent me. Drew Dogman for $2 says, be fair, invite Rachel and Andrew on for debate. Sure, I'm not opposed to talking to them.
Well, all right.
Zunig. Oh, that word's gonna get, that name's gonna get me in trouble. For 19 months says, I got the coof. Thanks for all the content while I play Stellar Blade. Plap Plap gets S-classed. Also, there's an AI that popped up to, quote, summarize chat. Wait, what? Is that true?
I don't know.
Hmm.
I think there's something in the comments that people have posted in the comments like they've gone to some other AI thing that will summarize the video and then posted that in the comments. I don't know if there's something similar in chat now.
That's interesting.
How do they respond? People are responding to the super chats, which is pretty cool.
That is cool, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how to respond or see the responses, which makes it seem kind of like a pointless fucking addition, right?
I can see there's like a 2 that you can click on, but it doesn't really do anything.
I click on, nothing happens. Yeah, there's like a little icon that shows that like how many people respond to the chat, but it doesn't, I don't see what the responses are. So.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry you got the coof. Hope you feel better.
Yeah, that sucks, obviously. I had it, almost killed me. I'm a victim now. Worship me.
Okay. Brian Schultz, thanks so much for the 5 get the memberships. Dr.
Yes.
Fire for 5 Canadian says, wasn't there a study of OnlyFans themselves that came out with something that said 90% of the men financially contributing to OnlyFans were actually married? There was a study. I don't remember the exact number, but there was some. Well, there was. I guess it'd all be self-reported, right? They say if they're single or married. I do recall that the high number of men that paid for OnlyFans were married. Yes. So.
Ugh. Terrible. Stop cheating on your wives, guys. Just watch normal porn like regular people.
There you go. Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Did you mention Grendel Vavat gave us 50 gifted memberships?
I missed it.
Did you? Okay.
I did not. Thank you so much, Grendel Vavat, for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Grendel.
And also says
One of my favorite
Grendel
books.
Vavat for 15 months.
Nice.
I hope you all have a great Memorial Day tomorrow. Yes.
Thank
it's
you
Memorial
so much.
Day.
You too. That's right.
Monday, Memorial Day.
Are we going to be on Monday?
I mean, I was thinking we would, but
then we will be.
Okay.
Look at that.
We'll wish you all a happy Memorial Day together.
That's right.
It'll be great.
Coco Beans, thanks so much for the 9 months. Says, when I first saw Pearl clips, I thought she was base, but now, especially after the Ethan Klein interview, the more she speaks, the more I know she's retarded.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I never saw her talk to Ethan Klein. I don't think.
What do you mean?
Did we cover
Ethan
that?
pulled out Ethan pulled out the Nick Fuentes stuff on her.
Oh,
like
right.
Rubbing it in her face.
I remember that, yeah.
And she got super pissed. She wanted to hang up, and she's like, oh my God.
I do remember that.
Look.
Who's a Dorman for 2 Canadian says, smash that like button. Thank you so much.
Yeah, look, we have 409 likes.
Thank you.
Not many.
Fast and Bulbous for $5 says, Pearl should lead by example. She should have shown up in a burqa and a male guardian. True.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Scott Christie Jones for 3 months says, invite the side piece of Nick Rekieta and the pastor who reported the child abuse neglect on for an interview. That'd be top tier content. I
we get them?
would, but I don't think any of them are doing interviews, right?
Is that like Steel-Toed April?
I guess the pastor, that'd be fascinating to talk to. That'd be fascinating to talk to both of them.
We'll talk to him. Yeah.
I'm
Send them our
definitely
way.
down.
I got some questions.
J-Mac for $20. Thank you so much, J-Mac. Our surrogate father says, shameless plug. I'm going to be on Wix TV channel again this Thursday talking D&D at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm pretty excited about it. Maybe I'll break out the Dr. Girlfriend if things get heated. Well, there you go. Check it out.
That's great. Yeah. You never mentioned that it was me prodding you to go on the WIC panel.
Oh, was I supposed to do that?
Yeah, look, I want credit. I need credit where credit is
Adam
due.
literally texted me because I wasn't even near a computer.
Yeah.
He's like, you should go on Wix podcast.
I texted him on the phone. I'm like, dude, I want you to go on this panel.
I was
like,
what are
there's
you
a bunch of
talking about?
leftist morons. Come on, destroy them. It'll be fun.
I was like, panel of what? He's like, go on. I'm like, I don't even know what they're talking about. He's like, go on, Sitch. I'm like, can I watch it for like 5 minutes first to see what the fuck they're talking about?
Look,
he's like, go on, Sitch. Go on. I'm like, okay, I'm going on.
What he's saying is not untrue. I was doing my finest bullying.
Yes.
I was like, get the fuck on there. Stop being a pussy.
Right,
get in there.
So.
They were talking mad shit, man.
They were.
I was really too lazy to jump in anyway. But I'd already been in the chat for like 20 minutes. So it wouldn't have been. Like, it was perfect for Sitch because Sitch is like a big surprise. It's like, all of a sudden he's not and then he's on the stream. Oh my God. It was good.
It was good. I'm glad I went on. I'm glad you texted me.
Yeah, it was fun.
Hennessy for 25 months. Thanks so much. Says, had to find the lyric, but Drake had the best for saying today's problem is energy. Quote, I got strippers in my life, but they are virgins to me. A team A+.
Oh, wow. Are we going to have to go back to the big Drake versus Kendrick Lamar feud?
I didn't realize. No one told us, supposedly. So according to Michael Eric Dyson, like part of the controversy was that Kendrick Lamar is like more woke, and he was like kind of criticizing Drake for not being woke. Was that true?
Wow, really?
No one talked about that piece of the puzzle because then I would have been more inclined to take Drake's side.
Who was the pedo though? Like, which one was he? The woke guy or the not woke guy?
Drake was the one. Kendrick Lamar accused Drake of being a pedo.
Okay, so
or wait, Drake wait. I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah. Because then Drake had the
pedo.
Because Drake's retort was, you just think that because you got molested by your mother, right?
Right.
And we're like, that was great.
That was some good.
But then Drake kept protesting too much about the pedo allegation.
Right, yeah.
It's kind of suspect.
So, but it would make sense if he was the woke one.
Okay.
Because he's a groomer, right?
Terrible. Oh my God.
Is Drake the woke one?
No, it was the other way around, supposedly, according to Michael Eric Dyson. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
I know. Look at that.
Michael Eric, I don't like that guy anyway.
That's true. He could be lying. I don't know.
He's the worst.
Mashin for $5 says, easy conservative win to grab OnlyFans models and bread tubers, self-employed tax lowered to 5%. There you go.
Yep.
Hail the Free Voice for $5 says, what Tim and Lauren are advocating for is citizen service and a stratified government economy, which is just hilarious coming from them. True.
Yeah. Gay Ben.
Gay Ben for $5 says, I don't like Pearl, but has been interesting hearing the vitriol and disgusting acts Sitch and Adam are okay stating towards her since she's considered bad. What disgusting? I didn't say anything like that. You pervert.
I don't like Pearl, but it has been interesting hearing the vitriol and disgusting acts SNA are okay stating towards her that she considered bad. I mean, we didn't talk about. I mean, I don't think it was that bad. I mean, we did say that she was ugly, and that
we make it sound like we were like talking about like doing sex.
Yeah,
I never said anything like that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Encouraging people to like sexually assault her.
The only thing I said was that every time she says the word whore, she gets a little excited and okay in her pants.
Oh yeah. Look, and that was her. That was her having. That was her having a good time, not a bad time.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't stand by that. I think what Sitch was doing was terrible and really kind of ruined the show. But
That mental image ruined the show for you.
yeah, I mean, for
Yeah.
a little bit, it was tough
Okay.
to get past it, but I
I
did
see.
finally. I was like,
I
oh my
see.
God,
Okay.
why?
Brandon McGregor for 10 Wallsies says, do you guys remember when Lauren Chen basically agreed with a Muslim that Christians should make people adhere to Christianity through fear over Rihanna wearing a sexualized nun outfit? I don't remember that. That sounds pretty fucking insane if that's the case.
Lauren Chen, I mean, I see her tweet crazy shit about democracy, and
Right.
I mean, I'm
She's,
like,
well, obviously we found out she's not on the democracy train. So
yeah, she's against democracy and
Right.
evidently really loves Robert Heinlein's a
Starship
movie about
Troopers?
the bug. Yeah,
Yeah.
Starship Troopers. She's a huge
Yeah.
fan of. So who knew?
PL1524 for $10 says, beer money, boys. Happy Memorial Day weekend. Well, thank you.
In Starship Troopers, aren't there like super hot girls in the military and they like all shower naked together?
Well, that's in the movie. The book, I don't think there's any co-ed
That's
nude
not in the
showering
book?
in the book. Yeah.
I don't. I've read the book, but I don't remember that part.
So I'm
But
saying
it
I don't
might
think
be
that
in the
exists
book.
I don't think
Why
so.
did they throw that in the movie? It's like, look at all these, look at all these men and women
So they could
showering
show
together.
tits? Is the answer to the question?
Oh, that's why they did it in the movie.
Well, I guess it was supposed to be like that they're so raw, they don't even like care. Like they don't even view
I'm
themselves
like,
as
are
like
all these
separate
guys
sex. They're just part
gay?
of the army.
They're not like noticing that they're showering with a bunch of super attractive women.
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
What's the takeaway for 17 months? Thanks so much. Says Pearl is emotionally abusing me right now. True.
Oh, of course, yeah.
True.
That whole thing was emotional abuse. That's why we did it. We survived it together.
That's right.
That's what you need to know.
Well, see,
The
I watched
apocalypse
it.
came today, and we survived.
I watched it and I said I have to share this abuse with all y'all. All right.
I know. I watched
Yep.
half of it. It was super.
Hail the free voice for $2. Thanks so much. Says Candace Owens and Pearl will be the first handmaid. There you
Oh
go.
yeah, of course. Yeah.
The Woot Man for 13
According
months.
to- well, I shouldn't say that.
Don't say it. Woot
No,
Man for
I'm
13
gonna say it. No, I'm not.
Woot Man for 13 months says 13 months of J-Mac love. Look at that.
Oh yes, look at that.
But then they immediately ruin it with a terrible take. Okay. Celsius is better. It's a 100-degree scale, except -50 means death, +50 means death, below 0, ice, snow is possible. And Celsius is retarded.
Mm-hmm.
Celsius is a terrible scale. Okay. Fahrenheit is the superior scale. It gives you the most room to describe temperature in which a range in which humans exist and feel comfortable in. Celsius is ridiculous. JMac for $5. Thank you, JMac. Our surrogate father, Daddy JMac says, Adam, homeschool doesn't mean prison, you goof.
I know.
There you go.
Well, look, I thought about it for a second, and I was like, yeah, I guess I get to do other. The reason I always wanted to go to school was because that's where the girls are. So
There you go.
Sitch didn't have that feeling.
No,
He was going for the math.
I was good. Listen, as I said, I'm untouched, unspoiled. Okay.
He was going for the stimulating intellectual discussion
Exactly.
with his teachers.
I was like, be gone, thoughts. Get out of here. All right.
Okay.
And Alien for 6 months says, just saw you can reply to super chats and chat. This is such a great feature. Also, S class is the best class tasks.
Yeah, you guys were having fun with it, which I dug.
You can't respond to memberships though, which is kind of funny.
Oh, sad.
Equal Shocks for $5 says, good women are good. In fact, good women are amazing. True.
Hell yeah! Look, I'm gonna heart that.
Very true.
That's what it's. That's makes it all worthwhile.
Right.
Being in a good relationship is the best.
CT for 5 Canadian says, all these people and the panel are missing a huge factor. If you want people to settle down, have families, they have to be financially secure. Very, very true.
True. Yeah, that's a huge component of it,
Right.
which they didn't touch on at all. Yeah.
Hey, Mac, I still get a follow for $10. Says my grip strength is 121 pounds. About to go buy Microsoft. There you go. I like it.
That's awesome.
Sketchified R says, "Quote: I took 1,000 men. I mean, I interviewed 1,000 men. Yeah, Auntie Pearl.
Oh wow! You think
There you
that's
go.
what she meant by that
I believe it.
when she was talking about interviewing?
I believe
What
it.
she meant was intercourse,
There you go. Now we're talking about gross
interdiscourse,
sex
or
acts. Yeah.
intercourse.
That's right. She meant she interviewed
Oh,
for the
I
intercourse.
guess you're right. That is okay. I
There you
shouldn't say
go.
that then. I take it back.
No, we should say it. It's true.
That she's
My
a
head
hoe.
canon now. Dr. Fire for 10 Canadian says, I know I mentioned this before, but you guys get a chance to look up the Break Dancing Dad and His Daughter trilogy. I looked up one of the videos. I mean, didn't we watch the dad's response on stream?
I don't know. Breakdancing dad and his daughter
Yeah, it was
trilogy.
remember the girl was like attacking the dad for being a deadbeat dad or something? And then he was like, that's not true. What the fuck is this? Like, what is she talking about? Remember? It was like a while ago. This was like months ago.
Okay, I don't
Like a big
remember, but
internet phenomenon thing, but
the breakdancing dad situation.
yeah.
2.8 million views 3 months ago.
I think we
Curtis
watched.
is Curtis Connor the breakdancing dad?
I don't remember the guy's name, but
Okay. All right.
Antonio Cunningham for $10 says, "Did you all see the Ben Hart viral drama?" Oh, that's the guy's name. Breakdancing Dad. He's a great example of a man getting screwed over from divorce. Also, Pearl's terrible for the manosphere. I miss a voice for men in reasonable MRA.
Oh yeah.
There you
Those
go.
guys were much better.
Yes.
The quality of discourse now is awful.
Lucifer
Oh.
Domer for 5 Canadian says there's a law in Canada that makes it illegal to ask for anyone's medical history. That went out the window for the jab. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. And dark. Dr. Fire for 5 Canadian says, I kind of like Sitch's idea, tying responsibility to the vote, military service, civil service, some kind of volunteer service, something. Well, I'm not tying it to the vote. I don't think anything should be tied to the vote. I'm just saying I think it'd be good for, unity and for instilling patriotism in people and just getting people that be more mature before they go to college. So
Right. Yeah.
also cheap labor.
What if we just sell everyone who's not patriotic to North Korea? Wouldn't that solve the problem?
I agree.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. Dr. Fire for 5 Canadian says also suffragettes versus suffragists is an interesting history. One group was way more open to terrorism. Yeah, the ones in Proto-America, also known as England, were definitely more open to terrorism. So.
Yikes.
Edward Sr., thanks so much for 5 gifted memberships.
Yeah, woo. Woo!
Brian for $5 says, just checked out Nala Ray's OnlyFans. It seems she deleted all her content, so I think she's sincere. Well, there you go. Just deleted it now.
Yeah, sorry you had to pay for that. Jeez, you didn't even get to see any boobs.
Terrible. I don't think I had to pay, but.
Oh, really?
WTF1A for $5 says, what do you guys think of Haidt's new book, The Anxious Generation? I know this book would help Sitch and maybe Adam.
Oh, yeah, you are anxious.
Wow.
I mean, I liked it. I read it.
Oh, did you?
I did read it, yeah.
It's good.
I mean, it's not really any righteous mind or anything. I mean, it wasn't earth-shattering. I'm not sure about the premise of the book. Yeah. I read this book a long time ago. I think it's a Stephen Johnson book. Everything bad is good for you. And the idea behind that book is that whenever any sort of new technology comes along, everybody just completely freaks out about it. They're like, oh my God, books. Will people stop telling stories to one another? What about our oral tradition? society is going to fall apart, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then all of a sudden it's like writing turns out to be a big boon. So he goes through like all these different technologies, and I couldn't help thinking, well, social media is just like another technology that everyone's losing their mind over, and maybe height is just a little overzealous about it. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. Height could be completely correct. I think he did a debate with our beloved Robbie on the topic.
Really?
Yeah, and he came out, he's like, there are a bunch of new technologies that were actually worse for society. And he listed them.
Robbie said that or Height said that?
Height said that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, you can have new technologies that are actually bad for society. So he did make a counter argument to that. You didn't read the book, though, so you don't really know.
Nope.
I do think stylistically, one of the genius things he did in The Righteous Mind is he kind of structured the book so it was interesting all the way through. Like he'd give you little shots of evidence just in the right places, but it wouldn't like it wouldn't slow down the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
But in this book, he completely front loads it. Like the first chapter or two chapters are like just he's hitting you with facts. And I understand why he did it. I think he had to do it because so many people are skeptical to this argument that he's making. So he's like, I got to front load this with a lot of evidence. Otherwise, people are going to immediately check out. But it had the complete opposite effect on me. I was like, oh my God. Am I in statistics class here? Jeez. Please slow down. Is this bad? I feel like
yes.
Height is a saint, okay? I love Jonathan Haidt. I don't want you to think
listen, I think social media probably definitely is contributing to kids being more anxious. I agree with that. But I do think there's an not fully known issue of health, physical health of food that people are eating, or some kind of environmental toxin like mold or something that's kind of like making people in general more anxious, that we're going to find out about. Like, oh, obviously people are anxious.
Oh my God.
You know, like everyone was eating a bunch of like shit like this for like, 20 years. And obviously people are more anxious. Now that we're not eating it so much, people are more resilient to it. Like, I think that's definitely going on, because when your like body is weaker and you're more unhealthy, you become, more, everything becomes like hits you more on an emotional level. It's easier for you to become sicker, more anxious, more depressed, all these things. So
yeah, very well could be. I mean, you got kids on all these pharmaceuticals now. Like that could be part of it, right?
Well, no, I think the kids are on all the pharmaceuticals because of this other issue.
To counteract some. It's like it's some sort of leaded gas.
Yeah, like
type
leaded
situation.
gas or something. Yeah. That's
You thought it was a social media. It turns out it was this rare chemical that's in cell phone cases.
Yeah, or I think it's probably something in the food that we're eating that's like making everyone crazy.
Right.
This is my little pet theory. So
yeah, I don't know.
Known undesirable for $5 says, "Hey, I pay the two of you for talking. Is that not healthy? It's very healthy to pay us for talking." Okay.
Yeah, look, we like to talk too.
We're not talking to you privately, sexually. Okay. We're talking to you publicly, non-sexually.
Right. Well, not
that
always.
Makes it better, obviously.
Sometimes Sitch goes crazy with like the wet spots on chairs and stuff like that. It's like
Listen.
pushes the line.
Right. That's for comedic purposes. Okay.
Yeah, look, I fully accepted.
Right. Self-Provide says, "I don't think that woman you showed was Pearl's sister. That woman was the same. There's a woman with the same name on LinkedIn. Ironically, she's a child support lawyer, by the way." Oh, I don't know. Sly Goose 77 for 2 Canadian says, "These are women who shouldn't vote or talk." I agree.
Do they vote? I don't think Pearl votes, so we're safe.
Right. Saul for $5 says, I asked the guy on Discord to define Zionism. He gave me an essay that boils down to Israel existing at all. At least he's honest. Why would you have to write an essay to just say those like 3 words?
Well,
Say the
because they
one word,
want
Israel
to drown
exists.
you in nuance.
I guess.
So when you come out and say, "Oh, you mean Israel shouldn't?" No, I never said that.
Right, right.
You did say that in 3,000 words. It's right here.
Mm-hmm. Cameraman 502 for $5 says common law marriage doesn't have time factors, capacity, agreement, cohabitation, and holding out as married. Think joint account, etc. I think it's different depending on state because I just looked it up in Florida. It's actually kind of hilarious. Apparently, in 2016 in Florida, they got rid of common law marriage. It's not even a thing anymore. So,
Oh, really?
yeah. Just kind of fascinating.
I mean, I guess it shouldn't be a thing, right?
I don't know. I feel like if you live together with someone for like an extended period of time, you cohabitate with them, and especially with kids with them, like why not? Why shouldn't it be a thing?
What if you have like a roommate and she sneaks into court and convinces him you're common law married, and you're like, "What? She's just my roommate."
Well, that would be, I'm sure it's happened sometime, right?
This
But
could
doesn't mean
happen.
just because that's happened in some weird case doesn't mean you shouldn't have it. So
No.
I don't know why I am curious to look into why they got rid of it in Florida.
Best to be safe.
Okay. God's joke for $10 says, Sitch, I sent you a video about white supremacist JQ America bad. White separatism plus JQ plus America bad. Seeing people lately on the dissident right calmly saying very unhinged things just feels like another flavor of wokeness. S-class is backlash. Yeah, I saw you sent me that. I'll check it out probably sometime tomorrow.
The woke right is like a giant problem, so.
Yes. The anti-liberal woke right, yeah.
Yeah, anti-liberals probably a better way to put it. The original anti-liberals.
Right. Equal for $5 says, holy crap, I think I remember watching a Sitch video covering the Nelly Bowles versus Jordan B. Peterson at the time. That or y'all did a stream on them. I don't remember.
We did cover it, yeah.
We did cover it. I did a video. You might be thinking I did a video on, it was like an NBC article or something. It wasn't the Nelly Bowles article. I did a Jordan Peterson video on a different article that maybe you're conflating about it in your mind. But I know we 100% talked about it on a stream. So,
well, and I think we listened to Nelly Bowles do some podcast or something.
Yes. That's probably when we talked about the article.
Yeah.
Right. Dr. Fire for 2 Canadians says, how do you prove emotional abuse to a court? I have no clue. That's a good question.
I mean, I felt like I gave some pretty strong examples of emotional abuse.
Yeah, but like, how would you prove it in a court, right?
Well, I mean, you'd give testimony.
Like,
you'd say, look, she said these horrible things to me.
I guess, but is that just
enough
to say?
He could be lying. I mean, testimony is evidence.
Of course. Yeah, I understand that. Squeeze Louise for $10 says, Wolves lost, back to not caring at all about basketball. Here's some money. Richie. Well, thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry the Wolves lost.
Terrible. That's emotional abuse.
That's true. So for $5 says, can emotional abuse justify killing in self-defense? Many feminists are pushing this. I don't see why it would. Why would it? You could just leave, right?
And save yourself from the emotional abuse?
Yeah.
But she's still fucking your brother, Sitch.
Well,
you can't leave.
Maybe. Right. Yeah, no, you can just leave. I don't see how emotional abuse could justify killing. So
isn't there like some states if you in rage kill somebody, you totally get away with it?
I don't think that's remotely true. I know that there's there's obviously there are different charges for whether you kill someone in the moment or not. I think there's some.
Oh, it's a crime of passion. That's what it is.
Right. There's some people that have claimed temporary insanity in specific moments of like rage. Depending on the circumstances, the court can take that into consideration. You don't get away with it, but you probably get like a lesser or different charge or something. So
What if I buy too much cocaine? Could that be described as a crime of passion?
probably not.
Come on.
I don't think so. I mean, it's technically a crime of passion, but not that kind of passion, right? If you're
Just
passionate about drugs.
I know. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, right. I don't think you can get leniency in the court from
Look,
that
I
one.
have my own legal theory here, okay?
Right, right. Saw for $5. Thank you. Says you guys should look into the state GOP politicians that are trying to prevent underage marriage being banned. It's disgusting coming from my side.
Really? Wow.
I remember that being talked about. I don't think we ever covered it though. That was before we started
But
streaming.
this is
regularly.
not like some geezer marrying like a 15-year-old. This is like 15-year-olds getting married, right?
I don't remember the exact specifics of it, but
Mm-hmm.
I do remember people talking about it. What?
Nothing.
What are you laughing about?
People are I'm laughing at the chat.
Mm-hmm. Republicans want to kill their own bill to end child marriage. I think I never like looked into it because I assumed just based on the title that it wasn't true.
Yeah, it seems ridiculous, but then again,
Who knows, right?
we're in that, the woke people have jumped the shark, and the people on the right don't want to be outdone, right? Obviously,
Right.
they're like, well, we got some crazy stuff for you too. How about this? Child marriage.
Mm-hmm.
You want everyone in America to transition? Well, we want to marry preschool kids.
Says, let's see. Currently, Missouri law. This is in Missouri, of course. State Senator Holly Thompson Redder, a Republican, introduced legislation that would set Missouri's minimum age to marry to 18. Currently, 38 states across the United States allow children and teenagers under the age of 18 to get married.
Yeah,
Advocates for ending child marriage say that children do not have the same legal rights as adults who get married, and people who get married before turning 18 are at a greater risk of suffering mental and economic hardships as well as domestic abuse. Opponents to raising the minimum marriage age have cited concerns about personal freedom and religious objections. Missouri law presently states that anyone under 16 can't get married, but that 16 and 17-year-olds may get married to someone who is younger than 21 if they have consent from their parents. Thompson's bill stalled in the state House committee. Several of her fellow Republicans voiced opposition. However, it managed to pass that stage this week as some of the opponents were absent. Okay.
Look, people fall in love in high school. They want to get married, Sitch.
Yeah,
Don't
but
be
just
such
fucking
a-
wait. It's not a big deal. Like this is, I
You
can't
have to
understand.
wait till you're
Oh
18.
my god! Like
That's
what
an
the fuck
eternity.
is what the fuck is wrong with some people? I don't. How could you be against this? Like just wait. It's not. You're not
What
gonna.
if you're Christian and you want to have sex? That's a long time to wait to have sex.
No one's fucking waiting. Like, they just have sex. Like what the fuck does it matter?
No,
retarded.
look, you spit in the face of God when you have
Okay.
sex before marriage. Sitch.
Is that actually in the Bible anywhere? That specific thing in the
Spitting
Bible?
in the face of God? Yes.
No, that
it
you're not
is.
allowed to have sex until you get married.
It's first Spitalonius.
I don't even know if that's in the fucking Bible. It's just like a thing. It gets like added later.
I'm telling you. Just let them get married so they can have sex. They can still finish school.
Oh, you can finish something.
Well, it'd be cool. Look, maybe the prom king and queen could actually be married.
Right.
That'd be based.
It just seems fucking weird. Like, just fucking wait. Like, what is that such a big deal? You can't wait till fucking high school's over to get married? Like, give me a break. It's ridiculous.
If people are in love, they should be able to.
Are
get
they gonna
married.
suddenly not be in love if they wait? They can't get married because like they have to wait a year.
I
to
already
get married?
told you.
So just if you're so in love, wait to have sex if it's such a big fucking deal.
Oh my god.
They'll
2
survive.
years is a long time.
Their love will survive, Adam. Okay.
Can you imagine? What if you wanted to get married today and somebody came along and said, look, you have to wait 2 years because I don't feel comfortable with you getting married?
Well, if I was 16, I'd say, oh, you're right. But I'm not. So I'd say, what the fuck's wrong with you? Anyway, it's weird.
It's two people who are the same age. So the person is the same age as you.
No, it said anyone
like,
under
you
21.
gotta wait 2 years.
So that means that they were saying that in Missouri, a 16-year-old could marry a 20-year-old if they had permission from their parents.
Oh, yeah.
Which is fucking weird. Even if it's a 16-year-old marrying a 16-year-old, I'd say, no, wait, what the fuck? Why does it matter? I don't believe it's just so they can fucking have sex. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and the
whatever.
20-year-old is I mean, that's a little weird. 20-year-old having sex with a 16-year-old.
It's
Yikes.
It's out of here. Get it? Just fucking wait. All right.
I mean,
Suck it up.
That's
It's not a big
kind of
deal.
that is pedo stuff. But if they're married, I mean,
that makes it better somehow.
She's technically his wife.
There you go.
Right.
That's probably. I mean, I'm assuming what you're saying is ridiculous, but that's probably their defense from these like weirdos in these states. That's probably their.
Oh,
argument.
of course, yeah.
Muggy for 15 MYRs says the more I hear Pearl speak, it seems her goal is to attack women rather than to protect men. She is the nega feminist. I like that. The nega feminist. Yeah. Yes.
That's true. That's what she's trying to do.
Stuck Protruder says Hannah Pearl Kentler.
Oh. What does that mean? Is that
like
bad?
one of like the names that we were looking for Auntie.
Oh yeah.
So, well, her name is Hannah Pearl Davis. So, I didn't even know that was her first name. Jay for $20 says, as a nurturing man, I like to fire Pearl out of a cannon.
Yeah, what's up with that?
That's pretty funny.
Plenty of nurturing men out there.
And they all want to fire Pearl out of a cannon.
The whole term gentle man, like that's a word. It means a man who is gentle. Yeah.
What is the origin of the phrase gentleman?
It means, look, we're civilized. We're gentle men.
Okay.
We're not here to slap bitches around. We're here to be nice.
Mm-hmm. Must learn to be a gentleman, like literally to be a gentleman.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's weird how that words like they kind of in English lose like their meaning. From that
I knew what it meant. I mean, it's right there on the word.
I understand that, but you just don't think about it that way. Because you're just
yes.
used to seeing the word gentleman as one word.
Right.
And I think of it like literally a gentleman, right?
Right.
So
you're like, it's bullyman.
Gentleman in English history, a man entitled to bear arms but not included in nobility. In its original strict sense, the term denoted a man of good family. See, it didn't even mean that. Didn't even mean a man that is gentled. Oh, because it wasn't gentle like gentle, it was gentry.
Oh, hilarious.
It was, so there you go. So you were wrong. I was like, I never thought of it that way. It's because it never was that way.
It's not even gentleman.
Yes, it wasn't even.
That's hilarious.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There you go.
Does gentry come from gentle?
I don't know. I don't think so. Interesting. Anyways.
Gentry. Yeah, go back to the super chats.
Dr. Fire for 10 Canadians says, I don't know, to be fair, if taking a role like babysitting or teaching or any job interacting with small children automatically makes me suspicious, why would I do it? Well, I think that's part of why they don't do it, right?
Yeah, look, you're pushing men out of those spaces.
Right.
You're like, yeah, you really want to show up at a job opportunity where they're like, you're probably a pedo for being here, but look, we're going to give you the job anyway.
Right.
Mall Santa.
That's terrible. Brian for $10 says you can point out statistical abnormalities without it being racist. We should be able to point out a cultural issue the demographic is dealing with without being called racist. I agree. I do agree.
You should be able to, but you probably won't.
Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says I've interviewed 12 million mentally ill people and I can assure you I'm built like a refrigerator. Pearl Davis. Oh, it's terrible. Terrible.
Terrible. That's great.
Terrible. Right. Luther Doman for 2 Canadian. Thanks so much. Says A-Team reigns supreme.
Yes, that's right. Coming in hot. Coming in strong.
Stack for $5 says considering how much she hates them, maybe Pearl is dating a woman. That is, that's true. She's got a lot of experience. So.
Oh, really?
Right.
Pearl's going full Lesbos, huh?
Tater Pictures for 19 months. Thanks so much. Says the demand for 30 is high. Yes.
Demand for 30.
Yes.
Okay.
Equal Shot for $2 says, are we watching The View right wing edition? Haha.
Basically,
essentially, yeah. I think we're watching The View retard edition. Well, never mind. The View naturally is retarded. What am I saying? Simon Allen for £2 says for Pearl's rolls. For Pearl's roll?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Simon. Brian for $5 says we're seeing the behind the scenes cattiness of women talking about everyone else. This is locker room talk for women.
Yeah, it is. It's funny that Tim Pool was there just to sit in for it, to witness it.
Select as for 5. Aussie Buck says, what about people that don't pay taxes shouldn't vote? Should be up to the taxpayer what we do with the money, not for people that are not investing. Disagree completely.
Right. Is voting just about how taxes are spent?
No.
Yeah.
Ewishadox for $5 says Pearl is so contrarian that she'd tell the paint on her wall that drawing is a bad idea.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Mind Up Movies for 19 months says, I think we all need a palate cleanser after this. One Bluntified with Blunty Fly music video, please.
Oh, yeah. Look at this.
Well, if you want
My Dumb Movies wants us to play.
If you want to go find it and throw it in there.
His video again. I don't know. You sound like you're running out of steam.
I'm
ready
tired.
to put in that Bretty Venti
I'm tired.
video and watch some of that. So,
Rex Vectum for 9 months. Thanks so much. Vincent Martin for 22 months says, now try to survive the whole In Praise of Shadow video, bad conservative horror movies. Joke's on you. I've already watched that whole video.
Did you? I only watched up until the point where he started talking about how his whole career was ruined by this other video, and I was like,
that's like
I gotta watch that other video.
Well, that's it. Yeah. I was. So here's my short take on that because I don't know if we'll cover it. We'll see. Probably not. It's so
what?
long.
I think we should. What are you talking about? That at least we gotta respond to the insanity in that Hills Have Eyes video.
Yeah, he has this weird. Yeah.
He in the video, the bad conservative video, he goes on and on about how he's been taken out of context, and then you watch the video and you're like, you totally were not taken out of context.
Well, that's what I was curious.
Fucking idiot.
Because that video was so long, I hadn't had a chance yet to watch his Hills' Eyes video.
Oh, it's crazy. It's insane.
Okay.
So, it is totally insane. And so he's not taken out of context.
Well, I did notice something that was unusual, right? Because when he's whining about being taken out of context for the Hills of Eyes video, I noticed he never said. So basically, to summarize to this guy, his argument is that he's claiming that he was being unfairly attacked because people are saying that he's wrong for saying that the horror movie The Hills Has Eyes, that you're like kind of supposed to view the weird mutant people as like justified and the
cannibalizing the white people because they're part of the colonialist patriarchal oppressors.
Yeah, they're white America bad, essentially, right?
Yeah.
And people that have seen this movie say that that's like an insane fucking take because they're horrible monster rapist cannibals. And so
Right.
like, and the people presumably didn't do anything to deserve this fate.
Right.
And he says people were like, but it was weird because he's like complaining that people were taking him out of context, but he's not, he never says that he disagrees that those people would deserve that. What he says is, well, they shouldn't attack me because the guy who made the movie agrees with me, or said that
Right.
that was
Because
his
he's a
interpretation.
leftist too. Wes Craven is a
Right,
leftist
Russ Craven
too.
says that. And I'm like sitting there like, well, even if that's true, that doesn't mean that you like you could still say that you think that's a fucking crazy take, right? Like even if the director says that, you could still say it's a crazy take.
Yeah. Doesn't immediately justify your insanity. It's just
Right.
the boogeyman for leftists is always capitalist, colonialism, like the oppression of indigenous people. It's so retarded. And
Yes.
putting that lens on this horror movie where it's like, obviously they made the bad guys cannibals because it's a fucking horror movie. Okay. They had to be, they had to be horrific. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's so applying that analysis, dragging it into a movie where it's completely unnecessary just shows your bias, your complete bias.
He's claiming that he read it. He has some quote where Wes Craven is claiming that that's sort of part of the movie.
Oh, really?
He read some quote. I didn't background check because I didn't give a shit enough to do so at the time, but claiming
Wes
that was the case.
Craven. Wes Craven said this is a metaphor for capitalism.
He says it in the commentary.
Really?
Yes.
Wes Craven said that in the commentary?
Well, he didn't say those exact words, but he said something close enough, right? So, but that's why I said, like, well, who cares? Even if Wes Craven said that, that's not like the thing that people call him crazy for is for you seeming to agree with that statement, right?
Of course, yes, obviously. But I mean, I could see Wes Craven saying something like that because of the context of the movie is like he's forced to do this kind of movie that he's not really interested in doing. He wants to do something that's more artistic and cerebral. So, you know, his art is being forced into being a commodity. Like it's kind of the commodification of art, which I think all artists can somewhat relate to, and Wes Craven might say it in that context.
Yeah, but Wes Craven just likes to make these like gross horror movies, I thought. Doesn't he? Isn't that like his whole thing?
I mean, I think in the context of The Hills Have Eyes, though, he just wanted to make, I think he wanted to make more cerebral films and was kind of forced into doing horror movies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But The Hills Have Eyes was
does not seem very cerebral, right?
Yes, yeah. But look, I would have to see the context, and look, I didn't hear the quote because I stopped listening halfway through him trying to reimagine.
Sure.
Trying to spin this video that everyone hated into something innocuous. I went back to the video before I heard the quote, but I'll go and I'll listen to the quote.
Wait, I'm
I'm
from
suspicious.
1977? Did they remake that? Why did I think that movie
I
was
think
like,
there's a couple of them.
there's like a recent one, right? I could have swore that was like a newer version.
Maybe. I mean, they could have done one last year. I don't know.
Okay.
Look, I think it's hard for me to imagine the take that he has in that video, which you said you didn't go back and watch the Hills Have Eyes video.
No.
It's hard for me to imagine his insane take about how this family represents capitalism invading the indigenous people and the indigenous people fighting against capitalism invading their territory. It's hard for me to imagine that Wes Craven was like, yeah, that's what I intended by the movie. Was that the quote? I mean, was it really?
I don't remember that.
It can't
No,
be.
it sounded, but it was something about that. Well, it sounded more like it was Wes Craven saying that like he's doing like the obnoxious like artsy fartsy thing. He's like, well, you could represent like this image of, the people think that they're not savages, the civilized people, but like, aren't they savages because they basically had to like kill and brutalize, the natives in order to create their civilized society? Like there was kind of some like, obnoxious, dumb fuck take like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
All right.
Wes Craven, this is according to Wikipedia. Wes Craven desired to make a non-horror film following his directorial debut, Last House on the Left, because he saw the horror genre as constraining. Did you read this, or where did you? Because it sounded like that's kind of what you were saying.
No, I just know this stuff.
Oh,
Okay. Look,
Oh,
I'm a
excuse
film
me.
buff.
All right. However, he
Just-
could not find producers interested in financing a project that did not feature bloody violence. Craven's friend, producer Pete Locke, was interested in financing a horror exploitation film, and Craven decided to write the project due to his monetary issues. Craven considered collaborating with Sean S. Cunningham on a horror children's film based on Hansel and Gretel, but Locke wanted the film to be more in vein of The Last House on the Left, another movie I haven't seen. According to Steve Palapli of the Metro Silicon Valley, the finished film still featured elements of Hansel and Gretel, specifically his portrayal of people getting lost in the wilderness and setting a trap for their tormentors. Palapli also noted the witch from Hansel and Gretel and the villains from the hills both try to cannibalize children. And writing the project for Locke, Craven decided he wanted something more sophisticated in The Last House on the Left. He added that he didn't want to feel uncomfortable again about making a statement. He added that he didn't want to feel uncomfortable again about making a statement about human depravity.
I'm putting the video in the chat so you guys can
Interesting.
look at it. The In Praise of Shadows is the content creator.
Yes.
And I'm putting the video that got everyone mad at him. And everyone's talking about this new video that he did. They're whining about it, but
They're mad because at the end he attacks the YouTuber Wendigoon, who I'm familiar with him, but I haven't really seen any of his content.
right.
So I'm not familiar with any accusations he made against
Well,
him.
he attacks a couple other creators. He's got like Ben Shapiro and Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, well, he's basically like, he's like, if you speak with Ben Shapiro, you're a fascist. If you support Kyle Rittenhouse, you're a fascist.
Oh yeah.
I think
I
even
remember
like
that.
first a shoe on head is like a fascist or something. He attacks like a bunch of people. Like,
So Bad Conservative Horror Movies is the video.
right.
But in this video, about, I don't know, a half hour in,
It had nothing to do with like conservative horror movies anyway, basically.
he starts talking about how his career was just upended because he made this video and he felt like he was unfairly maligned by conservatives and other content creators, and his channel really fell off after he made this video.
Right.
It destroyed him, and I was like, I gotta see that video. Fuck this video. Yes, and that's the Hills Have Eyes video. Yeah, which he made 2 years ago and supposedly completely destroyed his Patreon.
Well, I'll say what the problem is, but I'm going to finish reading this because it's actually kind of interesting.
Okay.
It says, searching for a story to film, Craven began looking up terrible things, quote, at the New York Public Library. You like go to the library and like look up terrible things.
Right.
While going through the library's forensics department, Craven learned of the legend of Shawnee Bean, the alleged head of a 48-person Scottish clan responsible for the murder and cannibalization of more than 1,000 people. What interested Craven in the legend was how after Bean's clan was arrested, they were tortured, quartered, burned, and hanged. Craven saw this treatment of the Bean clan by supposedly civilized people as paralleling the clan's own savagery. I mean, that sounds fucking retarded if that's the case, but...
I mean, people want to get even, right?
Right.
They want the punishment to fit the crime.
Yes, and they want to sort of they want to really like signal to other people in society not to engage in
Don't do
level of,
this.
like,
Yeah.
barbarism. Yeah. Craven decided to base the film on this legend. So there you go. That would be sort of the idea. If that's the case, I don't know how he tied in indigenous people. It has nothing to do with any of this shit. But
Yeah. Well, I think the guy who made the video was saying that they're like a metaphor for indigenous people. Not necessarily that they are indigenous people. So,
but this kind of this always like hits me as like bullshit. It's the same thing with like in Game of Thrones, how like it wasn't the last season, it was the second last season. There's like the big war scene where it's like the Battle of the Bastards, and it's like the scene where Jon Snow, there's like the army, like the bodies of the people are like so like it makes no sense like physically, but it's just for this visual shot of like there's so many people dying that there's like a wave of dead bodies that's like drowning Jon Snow. Do you remember this?
oh yeah,
And it's like this very like visual shot that's like and how at the end of the episodes they always have like the directors come on and fucking pontificate about their dumb slop that they're like feeding us at
oh
the end of
yeah,
every episode.
yeah.
And they're
I
they're
love
talking
that.
about how like the imagery is supposed to show how like the horrors of war and war is bad and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, fuck you. Okay. You don't get to sit here and tell me war is bad when you spend all this money like trying to make war like visually cool.
Stimulating.
Right. It was the
Make it
same
look
thing.
like something I want to participate
Right.
in.
It was the same fucking thing in the last season of Game of Thrones. It's like, oh, we're supposed to be like, oh, war is horrible. And yet you're like, you intricately spend all this money to create and basically destroy Daenerys' character just because you want to have that visual imagery of like the city being burned to the ground, right? Like you're
Mhm.
literally sacrificing character and story just to have a cool visual. And these fuckheads are trying to tell me that there's some message about war being bad, right? It's like, fuck you. And I feel like it's the same thing when I kind of like read this like Wes Craven shit. It's like, oh, it's some important message about the savagery of human, while I make a bunch of money by making a movie that people watch to be titillated by a bunch of savage visuals. It's like, fuck you. You don't get to do both of those things, right?
It's about the savagery of capitalism as I
It's
sit
like,
here and
eat
like,
shit. Have like a rape scene and a cannibalism scene.
yeah,
It's like,
exactly.
no, get out of here. Like, fuck off.
For your entertainment.
Right. It's like, that strikes me as a bunch of bullshit. Okay. Like, fuck yeah. So,
Right. Yeah.
anyway. Oh, so I was gonna say about the shadow guy. I mean, the big problem with that guy, besides he sounds like he's like an insane commie leftist type, which is obviously a big problem. That kid is so fucking egotistical. It's wild how egotistical he is.
Oh, he is.
I mean, in that video, he just, oh my God, everything he's saying is dripping with ego and narcissism. It's wild to me.
Oh,
Holy shit.
he thinks he's all big and bad.
He just,
Well, he
everything
hates
is,
conservatives. So,
he's
I
a big
mean,
brain. Like, it's so funny that he literally spends an hour whining about how people mischaracterized his take in this
Right.
video,
and then
which
the
number
whole
one
video
doesn't seem
is
like
him
it did,
mischaracterizing.
right? But then after whining about him being mischaracterized for an hour, he spends the next 2 hours like attacking people in this like horribly mischaracterizing way.
I know.
It's
The
insane.
irony.
I know. It's like, okay, this guy's fucking delusional. So I don't know. Maybe we'll watch a super long video, but maybe we'll jump around in it.
Isn't like narcissism and delusion kind of an interesting combination?
I mean,
Seems
they
to happen
typically
a
go hand
lot.
in hand, don't they? Right.
I know. It seems to happen all the time, right?
Right. Yeah. So it's funny. I even saw Turkey threw Turkey Tom under the bus, who's now making a video about everyone's gonna make a video about this fucking guy. So he really
he
put a
did?
giant target on his back. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, look, I can't believe
Yeah.
that he put the whole, oh, this video destroyed me. I never seen this video, but look, I'm gonna watch it now. Now that you made me so interested. in
Sure.
it.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it did in terms of his own niche little corner of the internet, which is fine. But again, it's the hypocrisy of, oh, these people misrepresented me and destroyed me, so let me like attack everyone. Let me misrepresent all these other people. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, obviously. That is kick the dog, right?
They're like, how dare this guy follow Kyle Rittenhouse on Twitter? Obviously, he's some kind of fascist. It's like,
Look,
okay.
you obviously I guess you watched more of the video.
I watched the
than
whole
me.
thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are there so many people who are analyzing movies through a leftist lens? Like, what does that bring to the table? It's just-
Retardation?
yeah. I think capitalism is a force for good in the world.
Of course it is, yeah.
But then they always spin it as something evil.
You know,
Like, that's not a good analysis for movies or capitalism.
no. I wonder too, like, and I don't know, because obviously I was in school before all this woke shit. Because I had a bunch of film classes. I mean, how sad would it be if you took a bunch of film classes today and all it's just like a bunch of socialists teaching children to interpret films through a socialist lens?
Horrifying.
That'd be pretty bad.
Horrifying.
Yeah. Okay. Dr. Fire for 10 Canadian says, interestingly enough, in Canada, UK, and I think Australia and New Zealand, you can join the Army Reserves at 16 years old without parental consent. You can't be deployed till 18, though. Really? Interesting.
You can join the reserves at 16, but you can't even get married.
You
What
can't
the
be.
fuck?
Well, in America, you can't join the military at 16. So.
Oh.
I mean, they have their age of consent is lower in those places too. So I don't know. They're weird. Red It Sex Defender. That's an interesting name. For 5 CHF says, first time able to catch a stream. Well, there you go. Thank you. Question: should men wear bear costumes to be more approachable to women?
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
That's a very smart idea, right?
Just get your bear costume out.
There you go. J-Mac, our circuit father, look at that. Thank you, J-Mac. Still awake for $10. Says, Wendigoon's comment on that video just made things worse for the guy. Wendigoon is a class act.
Can you read it? Here, I'll send you a link.
Wait,
maybe I'll just copy paste the text.
Just, what's the name of the video again? Conservative horror movie.
No, I'm going to send you the text.
No, I already found it. You're just too slow.
Here's the comment. What? No, I just pasted the comment. It's right in your DMs.
Fuck you. Don't tell me what to do. Wendigoon, top comment.
Yeah.
Please no one harass or comment rude things on my behalf. I do not agree with or condone meanness in any way. If you're here to leave a spiteful remark on my behalf, don't. Nothing bad good comes from anger. I want to apologize for people saying awful things to you on Twitter. I did not know this was happening and don't stand by that behavior. Yeah, so there's a part in the video. So he says the reason he decided to make this whole 3-hour diatribe is because, I don't know, I forget the context exactly, but it was like people were attacking him because of something related to something he said about Wendigoon or something. And Wendigoon followed him on Twitter, but didn't say anything. And so he interpreted that as like Wendigoon like smugly being like, ha 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 ha, like you're being abused and I'm not doing anything to stop it. That's why I'm following you, so that you know that I see it, but I'm gonna be silent. Like he interpreted it in like a really insane way that I don't think anyone would ever mean for it to be. So
hilarious.
So
the head canon.
Right. I did not know this was happening.
Delusion.
I know. It was like kind of a total like insane. I did not know this was happening. I don't stand by that behavior. I followed you. Oh, here you go. I followed you because I saw your Slender Man video and enjoyed it. Then saw you in my recommended follows. It sounds like you strongly dislike me, and that's okay, but if I've done anything to cause that, I apologize. If I've ever spoken against you without cause or made jokes at your expense, I'm sorry. I did not follow you to harass you. But if that contributed in any way, I wish I could take it back. You don't have to like me, but I hope you do not feel I have ill will against you. There's a lot you assumed incorrectly about me, but that's to be expected. I try to keep my life private in what ways I can, and my friends mentioned in the video can take up for themselves. I will only point out that your assertion about Brandon Buckingham is particularly egregious because the lie regarding a quote threat was made up by Sneeko when Brandon called him out on this behavior. I don't remember that part of the video. I know you wouldn't support an internet figure like Sneeko, but you inadvertently did by not checking the source. I have made similar mistakes. Most YouTubers have at one point or the other, but harmful allegations spread when people parrot rather than decipher data. I have said things in the past I do not agree with now, and I'm learning to better myself daily, and each day find myself more in the wrong. I am sorry for the things I've said to bring hurt or strife onto any person or people. May God forgive me. I hope you're successful. The Slender Man video is great. I hope you don't find myself or my audience impeding your career. Again, if you're here to leave a mean comment for me, don't. So there you go.
Aha! Look at that. He is a class act.
Yep. Yep, it's always more beneficial to be classy in those situations, right?
Oh yeah, it is. He is spreading fake news about Kyle Rittenhouse. I caught that part of the
Yeah,
video.
100%.
So
Yeah, yeah.
it's just so weird. Especially after he's talking about all this. Look, I was taken out of context, and if
Right.
anyone take the time to look into it, and then he's like, Kyle Rittenhouse, let me just fucking throw him under the bus. We
Right.
all know he's guilty, right?
Yep. He called Ben Shapiro fascist too, which is kind of silly, but
Did he really?
yeah.
Wow.
So
Ooh.
okay. There you go. Yeah, actually, I've never seen any Wendigoon's contents.
You haven't?
No.
Oh.
But
Well, what
maybe
are
I'll
you
check it
doing?
out.
Why not?
Dr. Diddler sent me a thread. Oh my God, this is so long. He made a comment on it. In praise
On
of
what?
shadows. This is his Twitter thread about this. A thread about the last few days. Many people have said very fair criticism of me and my work. Look at that. That I did not appropriately portray people, and I would like to address that. To Brandon, I do need to apologize to you for two things. The first, you are right. It was wrong for me to use that picture. I included to show that you and Wendigoon had a closeness. There are other images I could have used to demonstrate that. For that, and for what it's worth, I genuinely am sorry. The second is I did not do my diligence in looking into allegations against you. To be honest, I saw pictures of you with Turkey Tom, with Donut Operator, and with Wendigoon, with Brandon Herrera, and often with a gun in your hand, I wrote you off. I did not feel you were worthy of my time, and that was a result of the company you keep. Ultimately, that is a feeling of me, though, and how I presented that. You using homophobic language to me, though, and calling me a low testosterone freak does not change my opinion about you. My base thoughts remain the same, even though I should have said them differently and not let that cloud my writing. To Mutahar, your thumbnail art was transphobic. I have nothing else to say about that. That's the guy that did the hit piece on, or I should say the expose, the correct expose on Keffels, right?
Oh.
Remember, people were saying the thumbnail was transphobic.
I mean, was that the drawing of Keffels looking
Yeah, like the
all
really
drugged
ugly
out?
drawing of Keffels.
How is that transphobic? If you're supposed to illustrate someone as a big piece of shit on the inside and you want to do like an ugly picture of them, like
yeah,
you
but
can't do that just because they're a trans person?
yeah, because they're trans. You're not allowed to comment on a trans person's appearance, obviously, right?
This is
Or I guess
so
not even comment,
stupid.
but just draw them ugly. So
The aristocracy of the oppressed. Like anyone who's oppressed is just above the law. They can do
right.
whatever they want. Above all criticism or reproach.
Anyway, they
Wrong.
continue. I always try to do my best. I dropped the ball here in how I presented this. My heart was in the right place. I try to live my life with integrity. If you have watched me for a long time, I hope you know this. I always believe in trying to do the right thing and standing up to things I do not believe in. I was overcome with anger because I think it is incredibly dangerous that there is a man in horror that you cannot criticize without being called an F slur for days on end. I think that is a very serious issue. Oh, that's the Blumhouse guy who's talking about. But I did let that anger at this affect my overall quality in the presentation of these events. I still think that is dangerous. I still think it should be talked about, but I should have worked at this to make my thoughts more clear and professional. I also think that is telling the bulk of what I said has not actually been addressed at all. Many criticisms were instead about details that I got wrong, such as the nature of Brand's work. I feel like it's important to note even if I was off in some details. Mentally, I've grown very tired of conservatives picking apart my work. For 2 years, I'm worn down. I let my emotions get the best of me here, but the core idea in this needed to be addressed, but this is beneath me. This was a product that began with The Hills Have Eyes, ultimately. I made this video to say that even if Wendigoon did not harbor hate, that his base was made of it, and he was comfortable making money from that. I think the point stands true and has not been proven. It has now been proven it is not now time to end this. And it is now time to end this. Today I will be taking that section down from my video. I will be gone for a month while I recharge and work on projects at a slower pace. I thought this was important to talk about. I still do. But the way I went about it was beneath the normal standard that I hold myself to. As to my audience, I apologize for that. If you felt you have been mischaracterized, that was not my intention, and genuinely I'm sorry. There are ways to talk about this that could have been more professional. As with anything in life, I'll use this to learn, always do better. I care so much about horror. It is my life, and I grew tired and scared of seeing hate grow on the fringe of something I care so deeply about. Horror is about kindness. Horror is about love. Until next time.
What a moron.
I mean, he didn't really address, like, I mean, except for that one guy, he didn't really address the other people he slandered in this video, right? Which is why people were like reacting to it. Because most people, I mean, he's right. Most people were not reacting to most of the content. They were reacting to the last part of it where he was kind of attacking Wendigoon and attacking all these people. And he was not only attacking Wendigoon, but he was attacking like people Wendigoon in this weird way by like this by association with like other people. So
Are we gonna get to watch the video? It sounds like he's already cut out like some
he
juicy
took out
parts.
the end part, yeah. Because it was like 3 hours and something, and now it's 2 hours and 40 minutes. So
Oh, really? Wow.
unless somebody I'm sure somebody saved it somewhere.
Oh, yeah, it's uploaded. We'll get it.
So,
We'll get to comment on it. Don't get off that easy.
right. Because I mean, his overall point was stupid too. So,
Yeah, look, it's tribalism.
right,
They see conservatives as the enemy.
right.
And
Anyway,
he's like, all these people are conservatives. Look, they support Kyle Rittenhouse. They got to be evil.
mm-hmm.
Kyle Rittenhouse is a bloodthirsty murderer who just wants to kill black people indiscriminately. Went to a city not to protect it, but looking for trouble, looking for people to gun down in cold
Right.
blood. And they think that's cool. I don't
Are you
don't know
reading
buy it.
something? Did he say
No.
that?
No.
Uh,
This is
I mean, that sounds
standard-
exactly like something he would say.
Okay, well, look, I got this guy pinned.
Right.
That is the narrative, though. There's always a narrative, and the narrative is conservative, evil, greedy, cold-blooded racist. It's like, it's just so silly. Their narrative is like capitalism is greedy.
Mm-hmm.
Socialism is utopia.
Lucy Lemonbug, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Even though you're a dirty chopstick.
Why?
eater.
Let it go, Sitch.
No, Elsa.
Let it go.
No, Elsa. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, I agree with Pearl. Everything is women's fault, especially a certain one of goblin height.
Oh, no.
I do not have definite proof that Sammy is the reason toll booth exists, but I have circumstantial evidence. My feelings.
Wow.
Wow, look at that.
She's responsible for having to stop at bridges.
Isn't that trust trolls, though? That's not goblins.
Oh.
So there you go.
I
Terrible.
thought he said toll booths.
He did say toll booth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you were correct. Take that, Sammy. Vosh for $2 says, hiya, girlfriends. It's a corn and corn alone day. And then Vosh for another $2 says, go home and shave your giant head of smell with your bad self. There you go. Classic Invader Zim reference. Dr. Liv for $2 says, why are these dumb broads talking about us men? If women are so awful, why would I want to hear 2 of them tell it like it is? Obviously, that's what men are for.
Yeah, we can talk our own smack.
There you go.
And they're totally disparaging all the women that you can get sex from readily.
Right.
The whores. Why would they do that?
The whores. She can't be responsible for toll booths because she can walk under them. There you go. Terrible. Arithmus for $2 says, I am for a state-mandated prenuptial agreement prerequisite for getting married. A lot of people get screwed in divorce because they are unwilling to broach the topic of a prenup for fear of the backlash from their fiance.
Right. So they don't want to. Okay. I like it. State mandated prenup.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't need a state-mandated prenup. It would just be if there was no prenup, that would, like, whatever it would be. Oh, I see. Actually, maybe you're right, because it would be that way. It could still be customizable, right?
Right.
That's interesting.
Just checkbox prenup.
Yeah, I think I actually kind of like that.
Like,
yeah, that's an interesting idea. Because there are people that are like, oh, well, I'm not even allowed. I can't talk about that. If you talk about that, you don't love me, right?
oh yeah.
which I kind of understand why people would be put off by it, but you gotta be adults, right? Sometimes things don't always work out.
Well, look, the whole idea behind a prenup is kind of like it's hard to say until death do us part, but look, can you sign this prenup because we might break up?
Well, exactly. That's why people take it the wrong way. I mean, the way I think I look at it is you trying to create a situation where both parties can have a fair, equitable, I hate to use the word equitable in today's world, but a fair, equitable situation in the case of, the marriage ending, right? When you're both in kind of a more positive state of mind. So this shit does happen.
Can there be a suicide pact in the prenup?
I mean, you could put it in there. I don't know if it'd be legally enforceable.
Right. You said you would kill yourself. How dare you? Now you're trying to take all my money.
I know. Dr. Diller for $2 says, if I had any respect left for Tim, I would think I lost it having him just sit there and offer no pushback on this wacky shit. I can't believe I watched this dude's content ironically once. LOL, this is trash.
I mean,
Yeah.
Tim used to make great content, though.
That's true.
I do think it's kind of like he started playing the team politics.
Yeah.
And you got to say certain things to ingratiate yourself with the team.
True. Dr. Live for another $2 says, my grip strength is insane compared to these CEOs. I can grip thousands of pounds depending on what kind of British funny money you hand me. There you go. I like it.
Oh, yeah.
Sotos for $2 says, Sitch is incorrect. I've devised the perfect voting system that doesn't advantage any ideas in any ways. Voting will be a roulette table. The higher you bet, the more votes you get, but you are less likely to win and vote. Genius. There you go. I like it.
It's a great idea.
Sotos for $4 says, there's plenty of issues with families and relationships as far as military goes. I can promise you, feminism isn't the problem. This is just drivel. Most military lead to divorce because they are shotgun style. Oh, you mean marriages. The military has this very ill thought out system where young 18-year-olds are required to live in the barracks unless they are married or a high enough rank. Hence why over 50% of marriage in the military occurs before the age of 23. Oh. That, I didn't know that. That's very interesting. So he's saying that if you want to get out of living in the barracks, you can get married, right? So that could definitely push people to get married for that reason that maybe shouldn't be getting married, right? Or to get married quickly.
Well, yeah, weren't they saying in the video that you get benefits too? Like that don't go to your spouse if you don't have a spouse?
Well, obvious. Well, I don't know about that. They said something about that, yeah, but that's interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. That definitely could have an impact.
I think that does happen. They're like, look, I have a girlfriend.
Right. Very interesting. Okay. Anyways,
look at that.
I found the section of praise Shadows took out on the video on Twitter if you want it. Oh, send to me or tag me on Twitter or something. In case we cover it.
Never. Don't tag anyone.
Anyways,
send it to yourself.
Thank you
all for oh.
I'm waiting for the thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You have made to the end of the stream. This was a long one. This was a 11-hour stream. Look at this. You have made to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true isekai protagonist. You are the true individuals that will be able to have healthy, functioning relationships with men and women without buying into this black pill dog shit nonsense. And we will see you all Monday. JMac for 2 says, I think you missed one of my supers, but that's okay, boys. What? It's not okay. Can't miss a super comment. I mean a JMac comment. 1 sec. I think I see all the ones I'm seeing I've read. I think I read all these. Also, I just like having Adam like just go on and on and on. It's kind of funny. But no, I don't know. I think I read all these. But I'll look tomorrow to make sure. If I miss one, read it tomorrow. I mean, read on Monday. So, just telling people about the Wick stream. I read the Wick stream one. Shameless plug. JMac for $20. I read that one. I'm going to be on Wick TV channel again Thursday, talking about D&D at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm pretty excited about it. Maybe I'll break out the doctor, girlfriend, if things get heated. Anyways, thank you all for coming, and we'll see you all tomorrow. See, now Adam wants to keep going. He's too excited.